Reborn into the enchanting world of Pokémon, I have become a member of Team Rocket. At the outset, I have bound myself to a system, acquiring a rare shiny Gyarados. My adversary's narrative aura is formidable. No matter, Ash and his Pikachu were swiftly confined in a small dark room by me. Under the influence of these enhancements, let us witness how Tong triumphs in the realm of Pokémon, delivering blows to the Elite Four and kicking Ash to the curb, as he leads his Pokémon to become the most formidable Team Rocket in history. Chapter 1. Becoming a member of Team Rocket. The sun blazes fiercely overhead, rendering the entire sky exceptionally arid, while the rocks beside the lake radiate heat. Pallet Town is particularly tranquil when suddenly, a clear sound pierces the silence. Thump! The crisp sound of a wooden stick striking resonates as a Gyarados, glimmering with golden light, rolls over at the edge of the lake, its eyes flashing white. "I got you." At the lake's edge, Tong exclaims in excitement upon witnessing this scene, frantically rummaging through a small backpack to retrieve a red and white Pokeball, which he hurls toward the Gyarados. The Pokeball strikes the Gyarados with a graceful arc, and immediately, a radiant light envelopes the creature, drawing it into the ball, which then plops into the water. Tong anxiously watches the surface, observing ripples forming, and after a moment, the Pokeball rises to the surface. The center of the ball flickers momentarily before settling down. Success! Tong shouts joyfully, dancing into the water to retrieve the Pokeball. Simultaneously, a mechanized voice echoes in his mind. System task completed, reward obtained, 300 points. Congratulations, host, on capturing your first Pokémon. The novice guidance task is complete. After the voice fades into silence, a smile graces Tong's lips. It has been over 9 years since he awoke in this world of Pokémon following a car accident. He recalls the moment he regained consciousness, startled by the same voice of the system in his mind, and upon glancing at his infant body, he nearly succumbed from shock. Fortunately, Tong possesses a strong capacity for acceptance, and he quickly acclimated to this new world. In summary, capturing Pokémon and becoming the strongest trainer was his goal. Growing up in Pallet Town alongside Ash and Gary, he developed a heart yearning for championship glory. Ever since his father gifted him a Pokeball for his birthday last year, Tong has pondered where to find his first Pokémon. At just the right moment, the system issued a final novice mission, alerting him to the presence of a shiny Gyarados. Shiny Pokémon are rare and powerful, especially one as fearsome as Gyarados. For the past 6 months, Tong has been preparing to capture this shiny Gyarados. Learning from the townsfolk that it favors fresh grapes and tomato juice, he diligently saved his pocket money to purchase a large quantity, alongside a shallow beach and a sturdy stick. After extensive preparation and several days of patiently waiting, Tong finally seized the opportunity, employing the physical prowess of the stick to successfully capture the shiny Gyarados. "Come on, let me see just how strong the legendary shiny Pokémon truly is." Rubbing his hands together, Tong produced the Pokeball and threw it into the air, declaring the iconic line. "It's decided, you shall be mine, shiny Gyarados." A flash of light appeared, revealing the shiny Gyarados, towering almost to Tong's neck, not far from him. As he gazed at the Gyarados, the system's accompanying description materialized. Shiny Gyarados battle power, 33. Level 1. Ability, swift swim, speed doubles in rainy weather. Shiny trait, marvelous scales, defense triples when afflicted by a status condition. Nature, arrogant, special defense increases, speed decreases. Moves, splash, water gun. A battle power of 33 at level 1. Impressive, Tong remarked, glancing at the system's introduction. He was unaware of other Pokémon, but he recalled encountering a level 1 Caterpie in the grass near town, which had only 3 battle power, an astonishing 11 times weaker. Observing the shiny Gyarados, it seemed to sense the peculiar look in Tong's eyes and emitted a disgruntled sound, using water gun against him. Sizzle. "Hey, you rascal, are you joking with me?" Drenched and resembling a drowned rat, Tong cursed, while the shiny Gyarados erupted into joyous laughter, promptly performing acrobatics on the road. System notification, shiny Gyarados use splash, dealing unimaginable damage. Tong observed the spectacle before him, his mouth twitching. Truly, Gyarados lived up to its fearsome reputation, and even in its shiny form, it exhibited the same demeanor. Return, shiny Gyarados. He recalled the shiny Gyarados into the Pokeball and hurriedly made his way home. He had made a pact with his father in this world. Once he captured his first Pokémon through his own efforts, he would be free to travel and capture Pokémon, challenging gyms along the way. Now that he had acquired the shiny Gyarados, his desire to venture out intensified, for it required level 30 to evolve. Once evolved, it would transform into a fearsome Mega Gyarados, a wholly different entity. Tong! As he walked along, a voice called out to him. Turning, he spotted a figure in a red cap with a basketball bag. Wasn't that Ash? Noticing Ash's bulging backpack, Tong inquired. Ash, where are you off to? I'm heading to Professor Oak's to receive my Pokémon. Ash replied, displaying an anxious expression. I overslept, and now I don't know if there are any left. With that, Ash waved his hand hastily. All right, I'm off to find Professor Oak. See you. With that, Ash hurried away, and Tong observed his retreating figure, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. If he was late, there would likely only be a Pikachu left. Indeed, the power of a narrative is formidable. Tong grew up in Pallet Town, a close friend of Ash, and of course, scary as well. Throughout the years, despite daily verbal encouragement and practical teaching, the unwavering determination of Ash to embark on his journey remained unchanged. I must hasten as well, Tong thought, feeling a sense of urgency as he considered Ash's protagonist aura. With each hesitant step, he fell behind, leaving all the Pokémon along the way in his wake. Before long, upon returning home, Tong was somewhat taken aback to find his usually busy father, Dongin, leisurely watching television, a teapot resting on the table before him, suggesting an air of tranquility. Father, I'm back, Tong called out somewhat awkwardly, for possessing the soul of a being from another world made the term feel strange. Addressing a stranger as father felt decidedly disconcerting. Dongin replied, glancing up at Tong and noticing the Pokeball in his hand, revealing a hint of surprise as he inquired, have you captured your first Pokémon? Yes, I have captured a shiny Gyarados. Upon mentioning this, Tong's excitement surged as he tossed the Pokeball, releasing the magnificent shiny Gyarados. Oh, a shiny Pokémon! Dongin exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the creature, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Shiny Pokémon are the most unique entities within their species, their rarity accompanied by greater power and potential. After a considerable pause, Dongin seemed to regain his composure, retrieving several ordinary Pokeballs from his pocket and addressing Tong. All right, you need not say anything further. I understand your desire to venture forth. Here are 5 Pokeballs for you to take, allowing you to commence your journey. Upon hearing this, Tong's excitement peaked as he eagerly picked up the Pokeballs. Wait, Dongin's voice interrupted, followed by the presentation of a medal adorned with a rocket insignia. When you arrive in Pewter City, take this medal to the small shop beside the Pokemon Center and seek out Uncle Drew. Inform him that you are my son. What is this? Tong inquired, his expression revealing confusion as he regarded the medal. It is the identification of Team Rocket, my personal emblem. Dongin's voice darkened as he fixed his gaze on Tong. I have already submitted my retirement request to the organization, and you shall succeed me in joining Team Rocket. Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, Tong was momentarily stunned. His father was a member of Team Rocket, the very same Team Rocket that served as the antagonist in the games, forever plotting to seize Pokemon and dominate the world, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed. Recalling the lines of Kojiro from the anime, Tong felt a headache coming on. Can I opt not to join? He asked, looking at Dongin. No, Dongin shook his head, stating firmly, I have submitted the application, and it has been approved. Strictly speaking, you are now a member of Team Rocket. Team Rocket conducts headcounts monthly. If you fail to report next month, you will be deemed a traitor, and the organization will dispatch powerful individuals to hunt you down. At this point, Dongin's face broke into a knowing smile. Hunt down, in the sense that they must see a corpse. I do not wish to join Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, Tong lamented loudly. Dongin regarded the unwilling Tong, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Half an hour later, bang, the door of Tong's home swung open forcefully, and an 8 or 9-year-old child, along with a small backpack and Pokeballs, was unceremoniously ejected. Good luck, my son. Begin your journey and strive to become the strongest trainer. Bang! The door slammed shut immediately thereafter. Ultimately resigned, Tong set forth, carrying his first captured Pokemon and the identity of a Team Rocket member, his small backpack slung over his shoulder. Chapter 2. Capturing the Spearow. This is truly maddening. Oh no, a trial for my son. On the way, Tong rubbed his aching shoulder, cursing at the roadside. This irresponsible father, unexpectedly retiring and then sending him off with a Team Rocket member? Is such a thing even conceivable in this world? Rustle, rustle. From the bushes, the sound of leaves shaking reached Tong's ears, and without glancing, he already knew what it was. Caterpie, Combat Power, 3, Level 1, without having captured the Pokémon. The system could only display the combat power and level values. Shiny Magikarp, come forth. Tong called out, throwing the Pokeball. The shiny Magikarp appeared, creating a whirlpool beneath its body. Shiny Magikarp, use Splash. Tong commanded. The shiny Magikarp glanced at him with reluctance, but obediently directed its splash towards the Caterpie. Splash. The water surged forth, sending the Caterpie tumbling into the grass. System notification, Shiny Magikarp defeated Caterpie and gained experience. System notification, Shiny Magikarp has leveled up to level 2. Combat power increased, 33 to 45. Battles are the means for Pokémon to grow stronger. Although Caterpie is quite ordinary, even the smallest of bugs are still valuable. Through frequent battles, Shiny Magikarp can swiftly level up and evolve. Yay, you leveled up and even grew bigger. Tong marveled at the noticeably larger, shiny Magikarp before him, gently stroking its scales and encouraging, very beautiful. Upon hearing Tong's praise, the shiny Magikarp's eyes squinted with delight, and it performed a flip and splash. System notification, Shiny Magikarp used Splash, causing unimaginable damage. My heart feels utterly overwhelmed. Covering his forehead, Tong recalled Shiny Magikarp and continued on his way, hardly sparing a glance at the now unconscious Caterpie. He had no intention of capturing a creature like Caterpie unless he had an abundance of Pokeballs. Wait, the Caterpie doesn't even seem to have a Pokédex entry or any money. I truly can't endure this. Does my son not prepare anything before stepping out? Bang! Anger surged within Tong as he hurled his backpack to the ground. The bag burst open, revealing its contents, a blank Pokédex and a stack of cash. Approximately 3,000 to 4,000, along with some recovery items and convenience foods. Huh, I knew it. This father is still a real father. A smile spread across Tong's face as he picked up the backpack and brushed off the dust. After recording the Caterpie in the Pokédex, he pressed on, practicing with Caterpie for experience. By afternoon, he arrived at the edge of a forest. System notification, Shiny Magikarp defeated Caterpie and gained experience. System notification, Shiny Magikarp leveled up to level 6. Combat power increased, 69 to 81. Learn skill, Leap. System notification, no more experience will be gained after surpassing level 5. No more experience after level 5? Hearing this, Tong's expression turned somber, but it quickly lifted. After all, one cannot endlessly battle Caterpie. The enhancement of strength is what truly matters. Alright, passing through here leads to a chance to rest in Pewter City. Then I can head to Cerulean City to challenge the gym. With that thought, Tong entered the forest, and not long after, he heard a series of chirps. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Tong looked up and smiled broadly. Pidgey, combat power, 20, level 3, Shiny Magikarp, use Leap. Whoosh. Obeying the command, Shiny Magikarp leapt high into the air. Pidgey, caught off guard, was struck by the massive Shiny Magikarp and fainted instantly. System notification, Shiny Magikarp defeated Pidgey and gained experience. This leap move is impressive. As he gazed at the fallen Pidgey and Shiny Magikarp, Tong continued onward. The forest was not particularly long, filled predominantly with Pidgey and Spearow, small flying Pokémon. As he gained experience throughout his journey, just as he was nearing the forest's end, a loud cry rang out. Cheep! The call of Spearow. Tong felt somewhat exasperated. He had lost count of how many Spearow he had already defeated. Though slightly annoyed, he still looked up, ready to summon Shiny Magikarp, only to be startled. Why is this Spearow so enormous? Cheep! A colossal Spearow, easily 4 to 5 times the size of a regular Spearow, circled above them, emitting an angry cry. Spearow, combat power, 108, level 8, 108 combat power? Tong was momentarily stunned as he observed the system notification. Even his own level 8 Shiny Magikarp had only 103 combat power, although the combat power of Magikarp is somewhat inflated. For such a low base stat Pokemon like Spearow to possess this level of strength at the same level was astonishing. Could this possibly be the leader of the Spearow in this forest? Swallowing hard, Tong released Shiny Magikarp. Shiny Magikarp, use Water Gun. Cheep! The Spearow, gracefully gliding through the air, evaded Shiny Magikarp's water attack with ease. In the next moment, with keen eyes, Spearow dove down from the sky. Shiny Magikarp, dodge! Tong shouted. Shiny Magikarp seemed to sense the difference, hastily attempting to sidestep, but was evidently a fraction too slow compared to Spearow. Thud! Spearow's beak collided with Shiny Magikarp, causing it to cry out in pain and retaliate with a splash, its tail swiping at Spearow. Smack! Though this Spearow was larger than the average one, it was still clearly inferior to Magikarp. Being struck by the tail, it screeched and flapped its wings to regain altitude. Seeing this, Tong felt a surge of joy and shouted, "Shiny Magikarp, use leap." Cheap. Seeing the massive Magikarp charging towards it, Spearow emitted a cry and soared upward, narrowly avoiding Magikarp's attack. After a moment, Spearow swooped down again, and Shiny Magikarp was unable to dodge in time, receiving another peck. The cycle continued. Shiny Magikarp attacked. Spearow evaded. Spearow attacked. It hit. Shiny Magikarp attacked. It missed again. Thud. A resounding thwack echoed, and Tong, who had stealthily procured a large stick from somewhere, wiped his nose. Not far away lay the now unconscious Spearow. Humph. When it comes down to the crucial moment, it still relies on me. Casually, he took out a Pokeball from his pocket and threw it at Spearow. This time, Tong felt no anxiety, patiently waiting by the sidelines. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the Pokeball glimmered. System notification. Successfully captured Spearow, earned 200 points. 200 points? That is merely 100 less than Shiny Magikarp. Sensing the uniqueness of this Spearow, Tong eagerly released the Pokeball. Come forth, Spearow. Cheap. The Spearow chirped affectionately, nuzzling against Tong. Spearow, combat power, 108. Level, 8. Ability, keen eye, accuracy never decreases. Nature, adamant, reduced chance of being affected by status conditions. Skills, peck, growl. With an average ability, average skills, and an average nature, how could this Spearow possess such high combat power? After reading the description, Tong was left with a plethora of questions, but soon enough, clarity dawned upon him. Within a certain tribe, there undoubtedly exist unique individuals. Apart from the illustrious shiny Pokémon, there are those who are inherently more formidable. Much like humans, some are robust while others are frail, some are plump while others are slender. The analogy holds true. This particular fletchling appears to be one of the more robust members of its species. Well, it will suffice for now. Tong pursed his lips. Although he held no interest in the evolution of fletchling into Talonflame, he had just embarked on his journey and had yet to acquire any useful Pokémon. Having a flying type at his disposal is, nonetheless, quite advantageous. Return, Fletchling. After recalling Fletchling, he cast a glance at the nearby shiny Magikarp, and his eyes sparkled with delight as he cradled the Magikarp in his arms. You're quite resilient, aren't you? That Fletchling, with its superior combat prowess, pecked at you numerous times, yet not a single scale has come off. Truly, you are deserving of the title Superb Shiny Scale. With a soft splashing sound, Magikarp released 2 bubbles before flipping over to perform a splash attack. Tong paid it no mind, his smile broadening as he beheld the city emerging before him. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Commencing the path of the strong, you have arrived in Jubilife City. According to your father's instructions, please report to Team Rocket. Task completion reward, 500 points. Chapter 3, Joining Team Rocket. The system wants me to join Team Rocket? Initially reluctant during his journey, Tong, upon hearing the system's task, made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Team Rocket? Why not? Setting aside thoughts of Team Rocket for the moment, he considered the system's reward points. The system points are indeed powerful. They can be exchanged not only for legendary Pokémon, but also for practical items like Pokeballs, and even evolution potions that enable Pokémon to evolve beyond their current level. A standard legendary Pokémon costs about 300,000 points, a Master Ball 5,000 points, and an evolution potion 30,000 points. The significance of these points is undeniable. Over the past 9 years, he had accumulated approximately 500 points through beginner tasks. And with just one more task, he would be able to exchange for a Master Ball. Furthermore, as system tasks remain unchanged, failure to complete them results in stagnation. Thus, joining Team Rocket has become an indispensable task. Alright, I shall join Team Rocket. Raising his right arm, Tong proclaimed, as he traversed the forest towards Jubilife City. Though not particularly bustling, Tong was aware that this city housed a formidable boss. No, rather, his superior, the Steel-type Mewtwo, Giovanni. As he meandered through the city, Tong soon located the Pokémon Center. Following his father's directions, he turned and found a small shop adjacent to the center, where a middle-aged man with unkempt facial hair sat, resembling a somewhat greasy uncle. This man must be Uncle Drew, Tong surmised. Just as he was about to approach the shop, a voice called out from beside him. Hey, new trainer, accept my challenge. A battle on the road? Tong instinctively replied, turning to see a young girl with a light blue pendant standing before him, holding a Pokeball. Challenging trainers met on the road is a tradition in this world. The girl appeared to be of a similar age to Tong, likely also a novice trainer. However, compared to Yi Tong, who possessed the wisdom of a 20-year-old and had been trained by the system for a long time, she was truly a novice among novices. How could Yi Tong pass up this opportunity for experience? He nodded and replied, I accept your challenge. All right, here we go. The girl took her stance and hurled her Pokeball. Come forth, Charmander. A small Charmander with a fiery tail emerged from the ball. Charmander, level 2, combat power, 41. Upon seeing these statistics, Yi Tong shook his head, a level 2 starter Pokemon. This must be a trainer who has just begun their journey. Go, Fletchling. Not wishing to reveal his shiny Magikarp, Yi Tong sent out Fletchling. Fletchling's form, though smaller than shiny Magikarp, was significantly larger compared to Charmander. Why is your Fletchling so big? The girl exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yi Tong's Fletchling. Well, some things are just born this way, Yi Tong mumbled vaguely, opting not to elaborate further. Fletchling peck. With a swift command, Fletchling dove down without hesitation, while the girl, clearly flustered by the sight of the imposing Fletchling, momentarily forgot to give instructions. Given the stark level discrepancy, level 8 versus level 2, and the girl's lack of experience, the outcome was all too predictable. A resounding peck echoed as Charmander collapsed to the ground, defeated in a single turn. Ah, Charmander! The girl cried out, rushing to cradle her fallen Pokemon. You can take it to the Pokemon Center right next door for treatment, Yi Tong suggested, waving his hand as he recalled Fletchling and turned away. Wait. The girl, visibly distressed, pointed at Yi Tong's retreating figure, wanting to voice her frustration but finding no words. After a moment of panic, she hurriedly brought her Charmander into the Pokemon Center. System notification, you have defeated a novice trainer. The Pokemon that battled has gained experience. System notification, due to a level difference of over 5 levels, no experience reward is granted for this battle. Well, that was a wasted effort. Yi Tong shook his head at the system notification. It seemed he could no longer afford to engage in battles with such inexperienced trainers, as it would only waste his time. Upon reaching the small shop's entrance, Yi Tong politely knocked and peered inside, asking, Is this Uncle Drew? Ah, young one. I am Uncle Drew. What can I do for you? Uncle Drew replied with a warm smile, his demeanor rather endearing. This man smiles like a rather lewd uncle, Yi Tong thought as he suppressed a chuckle, maintaining a harmless smile as he addressed Uncle Drew. Uncle Drew, I am Yi Tong, the son of Yi Dongan. My father sent me to find you. As he spoke, Yi Tong produced the Team Rocket badge and handed it to Uncle Drew. Uncle Drew's expression shifted abruptly upon seeing the badge, his jovial demeanor replaced with seriousness as he swiftly took the badge and pulled Yi Tong into the shop. Shoo! Uncle Drew admonished in a hushed tone, glancing cautiously at the streets before closing the shop's door. Once this was accomplished, Uncle Drew turned to Yi Tong and inquired, Did Yi Dongan send you to take his place in Team Rocket? Yes, my father mentioned he wishes to retire, so I am here to take his place. Uncle Drew's expression remained grave as he scrutinized Yi Tong before nodding. Follow me. With that, the two made their way through the shop's back door, traversing several streets. Passing an underground fighting arena, and after navigating through various locations, they finally arrived at a domed building. This is the headquarters of Team Rocket in Jubilife City. Come with me, Uncle Drew instructed as he led Yi Tong into the structure. Upon entering, Yi Tong was immediately struck by the sight of numerous illuminated walls, each densely packed with tasks available for distribution. Upon closer inspection, most tasks involve the capture and collection of Pokémon, with generous rewards, some even offering advanced Pokémon as prizes. Glancing to the side, he noted some exchange information, but after surveying the list from bottom to top, he found no valuable information therein. Yi Tong, please wait here for a moment while I seek out someone in charge to introduce you to the Rocket Team and guide you in selecting your initial Pokémon. All right. Yi Tong nodded obediently as Uncle Drew made his way inside. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a white lab coat, sporting a hawkish nose, approached. This is Dr. Dolan, the head of the Rocket headquarters in Johto City. Good day, Dr. Dolan, Yi Tong greeted with a nod, taking in the doctor's appearance. To be frank, he did not strike her as particularly amiable. His bald head and eccentric demeanor resembled that of a typical villain from television dramas. Ah, you must be Dongan's child. Dongan is an exceptionally skilled member of our Rocket team, and his impending retirement is quite disheartening for us, Dr. Dolan remarked. Exchanging a knowing glance with Uncle Drew before addressing Yi Tong once again. Come along, let us proceed inside where you can select your initial Pokémon, and I shall enlighten you about the Rocket team. Thank you, Doctor. Following him inside, Yi Tong listened intently as Dr. Dolan began to elucidate the workings of the Rocket team. To be honest, it was through Dr. Dolan's exposition that Yi Tong realized how limited her understanding of the Rocket team had been. The Rocket team operates actively within the Kanto region, eschewing the worship of any legendary Pokémon, instead venerating only the mightiest Pokémon. Over the years, the Rocket team has developed a comprehensive reward system, beyond mere theft. They focus extensively on the collection and enhancement of Pokémon. Within the ranks of the Rocket team, many formidable trainers thrive. Moreover, with a vast membership, the Rocket team stands as the largest underground organization in the Kanto region, rendering the league powerless to contain its growth, forced instead to merely combat it superficially. Yet Tong mused to herself, acknowledging her considerable bias against the Rocket team. After all, how could an organization that even possesses a Steel-type Mutwo be weak? In just a short span of time, her previous aversion to the Rocket team, influenced by the antics of Jesse and James, began to diminish. Ah, Xiao Tong. Before you were the initial Pokémon available for selection, Dr. Dolan suddenly interjected as Yatong was lost in thought. All right. Yatong snapped back to attention, gazing in awe at the 20 or so Pokeballs arrayed before her. Are there truly so many initial Pokémon to choose from? Indeed. Our Rocket team boasts the largest selection of Pokémon. As a newcomer, you are assured the finest of treatments, Dr. Dolan replied with a broad smile. Take your time. Xiao Tong, I shall step outside for a moment. All right. Yatong nodded, her gaze shifting to the myriad of Pokeballs before her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Charmander. Level 1, Combat Power, 27. Bulbasaur, Level 1, Combat Power, 27. Squirtle, Level 1, Combat Power, 27. As she examined each one, Yatong discovered that all the Pokeballs contained the 3 starter Pokémon, each boasting a fixed combat power of 27. Initially expecting a wider variety of choices, Yatong felt a twinge of disappointment. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, she spotted a unique Pokeball nestled in the corner and hurriedly picked it up, only to find it was a Great Ball. Charmander, Level 1, Combat Power, 38. Chapter 4, The Dark Forces. Why does this Charmander have such a high initial combat power? And why is it housed in a Great Ball? Yatong pondered, perplexed as she grasped the Great Ball. Come forth, Charmander. As the fiery creature emerged, it exuded a distinctly menacing aura. Unlike ordinary Charmanders, this one appeared fierce, marked by a scar-like stripe across its face. Charmander, Combat Power, 38, Level 1. Ability, Blaze. When health falls below 50%, Fire-type moves deal double damage. Nature, Impulsive, significantly boosts speed but greatly diminishes special defense. Skills, Scratch, Ember. With such an extraordinary ability and nature, this Charmander seemed quite intimidating. Observing the creature radiating an air of danger, Yatong felt a shiver run down her spine. With its superior attributes, this Charmander would surely grow into an immensely powerful Pokémon. However, the downside of these traits was its challenging temperament. For instance, Ash's Charizard, while powerful, often disregarded commands. Swallowing hard, Yatong gazed at the fierce Charmander before her, momentarily hesitating before resolving firmly. I aspire to be the strongest member of the Rocket team. How could I possibly fail to master a mere Charmander? Return, Charmander. As she raised the Great Ball, Charmander struggled momentarily against the ball's glow, emitting a low growl, yet ultimately succumbed to being captured. If this fiery temper evolves into a Charizard, I hope it doesn't swallow me whole, Yatong thought nervously, patting her chest as she clutched the Pokeball and stepped outside. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Series task of the Strongest Path completed, earning 500 reward points. Strongest Path task updated. With your newly acquired Charmander, you now possess 3 Pokémon of substantial potential. Please proceed to Pewter City to challenge the Pewter Gym and earn your badge. Task completion reward, 1,000 points. Failure penalty, 1,500 points. The task had been updated. Yatong's expression turned serious. This challenge involved a gym battle, and there was now a penalty. The thought of a 1,500-point penalty was daunting. I must win the Pewter Gym challenge. As she exited, Dr. Dolan, who had been waiting, inquired with a smile. Have you made your selection, Xiao Tong? Yes. Yatong nodded emphatically, producing the Pokeball. You chose this Charmander? Dr. Dolan expressed surprise. This Charmander is unlike the others. It has a particularly volatile temperament and is quite difficult to train. Our team had to employ a Great Ball to capture it. It is not suited for novice trainers. That's all right. I believe I can manage. Yatong replied, feigning bravado, though she had just learned all this. Very well, Dr. Dolan relented after a moment's hesitation. Here are 5 Pokeballs. Take them to capture more Pokemon. Thank you, Doctor. Yatong exclaimed joyfully, accepting the Pokeballs. With her father's gift of 5 and this additional 5, she now possessed 9 in total. Here is a map of the Kanto region and your exclusive badge. Our organization has headquarters in various locations, and you can follow the map to find them. Additionally, members of the rocket team are assigned tasks each month. And considering your young age, the difficulty will be significantly reduced. This month's task is to submit a Pidgey, which will reward you with 3 Pokeballs. Furthermore, should you have any questions, you may consult the researchers at any of our headquarters or contact me directly. Understood. After a series of instructions, Tong nodded repeatedly, finally declaring, "Well then, Doctor, I shall continue my journey." "Go forth," Dr. Dolan affirmed, observing the spirited new trainer with familiarity. He had seen many like her, all yearning for the adventures that awaited them. As Tong departed the Johto headquarters, Dr. Dolan rested his chin in contemplation, musing, "That Charmander will surely put her through a great deal of hardship." Just then, a girl wearing a water blue pendant dashed back, tears streaming down her face. Upon seeing the girl, Dr. Dolan's face revealed a look of concern as he inquired, "Xiaolin, what troubles you?" Grandpa. Xiaolin raised her head, her tear-filled eyes brimming with distress as she flung herself into Dr. Dolan's embrace, sobbing, "I just encountered a trainer around my age on the road who challenged me, and he used an extraordinarily large Pidgeot to injure my Charmeleon. Woe was me. The sister at the Pokemon Center said Charmeleon has sustained severe injuries, and it will be a long time before it can battle again. There, no need to cry." Dr. Dolan comforted her, holding her close and gently stroking her head, though a perplexed expression crossed his features. Could a trainer of his granddaughter's age truly inflict such a heavy wound on Charmeleon with a Pidgeot? After a considerable time of soothing her, Xiaolin's sobs began to subside, prompting Dr. Dolan to ask, "Xiaolin, tell Grandpa, what did the trainer who defeated you look like?" At this, Xiaolin's eyes misted once more as she stammered through her tears. He had a red backpack, very large eyes, and a prominent nose. He also had a very large Pidgeot. Woe is me. The mention of Pidgeot caused the little girl's eyes to swell with emotion. "Fear not, dear. If Charmeleon is no longer with you, I shall provide you with another Pokemon, one even stronger than Charmeleon," Dr. Dolan assured her, his gaze gradually revealing astonishment. Based on his granddaughter's description, it was likely that the trainer she encountered was none other than Tong. Remarkably, he already possessed a Pokemon, and it was not an ordinary one. No wonder he dared to challenge Charmeleon. Indeed, East's offspring was exceptional. With a sigh of admiration, Dr. Dolan looked at the tear-streaked face of Xiaolin and, with a warm smile, produced a Pokeball from his hand, saying, "Do not weep, Xiaolin. Grandpa has a new Pokemon for you." "I don't want it." Xiaolin pouted defiantly. "Be good, take this Pokemon. With it, you can seek your revenge, Dr. Dolan's eyes shimmered with depth, his voice low and serious. "Grandpa tells you, that person will undoubtedly head to Nibby City. If you wish to avenge Charmeleon, take this Pokeball and pursue him." Achoo! At that moment, as Tong strolled along the road, he suddenly sneezed. Someone must be cursing me from afar." He mumbled, but paid it no mind, instead contemplating how to tame that Charmeleon. Such a unique Charmeleon would surely become formidable with proper training, especially considering the high potential of a Charizard. The thought of a battle against the legendary Pokemon filled him with exhilaration. Wait a moment. Wasn't there something like that in the system shop? Smacking his forehead, Tong opened the system shop, filtering through the hundreds of exorbitantly priced items until he found what he was seeking at the very bottom. Friendship candy, 500 points. Feeding this to a Pokemon can enhance both your bond and the Pokemon's loyalty. Note: Pokemon with high friendship are more likely to obey their trainer's commands and exhibit greater combat prowess in battle. This is precisely what I need. Tong's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he exchanged 500 points for the candy. "Come forth, Charmeleon." Charmeleon appeared, its expression still one of caution as it eyed Tong warily. "Here, Charmeleon, eat this," Tong said with a smile reminiscent of a mischievous uncle coaxing a child, extending the candy toward Charmeleon's mouth. Huff, huff. Charmeleon turned its head away, ignoring the offered treat, and instead raised its snout defiantly at Tong. "Come on, eat it." Tong persisted. After a few rounds of tugging, Charmeleon grew impatient, opening its mouth to unleash a shower of sparks toward Tong. In an instant, Tong's hair stood on end, and upon witnessing this, Charmeleon let out a gleeful roar. Hearing Charmeleon's laughter, Tong brushed his hair aside, his expression darkening. "I see you are refusing to listen. Shiny Magikarp, Pidgeot, bind it tightly." Moments later, Tong stood before a thoroughly restrained Charmeleon, hands on his hips, exclaiming, "Damn it. Do you think I'm Ash Ketchum? I won't let you get away with this. Eat." With the candy in hand, Tong pried open Charmeleon's jaws, forcing the candy inside, and shook its mouth a few times to ensure it swallowed. As he performed this ritual, He couldn't help but recall a certain viral video from his previous life featuring a master reprimanding a mischievous dog. Looks like I resemble a bit of a mobster here, he mused. Chapter 5. The Colossal Onyx. Huff huff. Charmeleon struggled as Tong forcibly fed it the candy, but he persisted, only releasing his grip once he witnessed Charmeleon swallow it. Charmeleon coughed a couple of times before suddenly widening its eyes. In the next moment, Charmeleon's fierce gaze softened as it regarded Tong. System notification. Charmeleon has consumed friendship candy, and its friendship level with you has increased. Watching from the side, Tong cautiously extended a hand to stroke Charmeleon's head. Noticing that Charmeleon did not resist, he gathered his courage and lifted it into his arms. Chirp, chirp. Meanwhile, Pidgeot, observing this scene, attempted to approach for some affection, but Charmeleon's expression instantly turned fierce again, and it opened its mouth to unleash another burst of sparks. Hey you! Tong swiftly covered Charmeleon's mouth, relieved that Pidgeot had dodged in time. Otherwise, they would have to return to the Pokémon Center once more. After another round of lecturing Charmeleon, Tong realized he was at an impasse. Charmeleon remained hostile toward his other Pokémon. It seemed he wouldn't be able to alter its temperament in the short term. After several attempts, Tong decided to abandon the endeavor and proceed to the Nibi Gym instead. The journey from Shinto City to Nibi City was not too far, but it spanned across 2 cities, requiring several days' time. Tong did not rush forward, but instead prepared a tent and other supplies. In the short time that followed, he encountered several novice challengers, all of whom he defeated with Charmeleon. As for Pidgeot and shiny Magikarp, they would require practice later on. Everything is ready. Time to move on. Tong exhaled as he stepped onto the broad road ahead. Wait a moment, I seem to have forgotten something. After walking a few steps, Tong halted and began to mentally retrace his steps regarding the events from the anime. In Shinto City, what Pokémon would be suitable for capture? The Colossal Onyx. The thought struck him, and his eyes widened. Between Shinto Town and Shinto City lay a mountain range, home to a gigantic onyx, so massive that its mere trail left behind was wider than the road itself. As the strongest member of Team Rocket, how could he pass up the opportunity to capture such a rare and formidable Pokémon? Without further ado, Tong shouldered his pack and turned to leave. At last, I have found you. Just as he turned around, a clear, youthful voice rang out. It was Shaolin, who had just received a new Pokémon from Dr. Dolan. You again? Tong cast a calm glance in Shaolin's direction and inquired, what do you want? I wish to challenge you once more, to avenge my Charmeleon. Shaolin pointed at Tong, her tone fervent. I do not accept, Tong replied, glancing at Shaolin before turning aside. Excuse me, I am in a hurry. Not acceptable. You must accept my challenge, Shaolin insisted, throwing her Pokeball into the air. Go, Scyther. A red and blue Scyther stood defiantly before Tong. Scyther? Tong examined it with mild surprise. Level 4, Combat Power 99. He noted that Scyther was indeed an impressive Pokémon, not only boasting strong combat prowess, but also possessing flashy moves, with the potential for mega evolution in the future. The little girl appears to possess an extraordinary identity. Tong, lost in thought, cast a contemplative glance at Shaolin and remarked, I am willing to accept your challenge, but first, may I inquire your name? I am Duoluan Lin, Shaolin hurriedly replied, eager to engage in a contest with Tong. Do you know Dr. Duoluan? Tong pressed on. I am his granddaughter, Shaolin answered, her tone tinged with impatience. Are you going to accept my challenge or not? I wish to avenge my little fire dragon. The revelation of being Dr. Duoluan's granddaughter sparked a flicker of intrigue in Tong's eyes as she regarded the petite and adorable Duoluan Lin. Such beauty at a tender age. In a few years, you shall be remarkable. I will accept your challenge, Tong nodded, but then added, what if you lose? Duoluan Lin paused, seemingly caught off guard by Tong's inquiry. Are you suggesting I should let you accept my challenge for free? My little Pokémon also require rest. And should they be harmed, I would be utterly distressed, Tong exaggerated. Duoluan Lin, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Tong, who appeared pitiable, and asked, then, what do you propose? A mischievous glimmer appeared in Tong's large eyes as she replied, if you lose, you must serve as my attendant for a month, tending to my daily needs. You. The words ignited Duoluan Lin's temper, but Tong raised her chin defiantly and said, can't handle the loss. If you can't, I shall not accept your challenge. Provoked by Tong, the young Duoluan Lin retorted, thumping her still-developing chest, who can't handle it? Bring it on. If I lose, I'll be your attendant for a month. Very well, you have spoken. Tong regarded the resolute Duoluan Lin and the imposing Scyther at her side, a triumphant smirk emerging on her face. At Team Rocket's headquarters in Shallow Bay City, Duoluan Lin returned in tears. What's wrong, Shaolin? Dr. Dwalluin, engrossed in his research, turned to look at her with concern. I ran into that person again. I challenged him, and he defeated my scyther with a fierce little fire dragon, Dwalluin Lin cried. Moreover, I promised to serve him for a month if I lost. Now he wants me to go home and pack. What should I do, Grandpa? Boo-hoo. A fierce little fire dragon. It must be him, Dr. Dwalluin pondered thoughtfully. Grandpa, what are you thinking? I'm going to be someone else's attendant. Dwalluin Lin lamented. Oh, right. I'll help you pack, Dr. Dwalluin suddenly realized. Grandpa, you don't want me anymore? Dwalluin Lin's wails grew louder as she noticed Dr. Dwalluin not only neglecting to help, but also preparing to gather her belongings. Oh, right. I'll also bring your medals. Grandpa, don't abandon me. Dwalluin Lin cried even more. And, oh, I'll pack some food for you too. Half an hour later. On a bridge in Shallow Bay City, Tong watched as Dwalluin Lin approached reluctantly, a smile gracing her lips. Adopting a gentlemanly bow, Tong cheerfully addressed Dwalluin Lin. Miss Dwalluin Lin, I look forward to your company over the next month. Humph. Dwalluin Lin, ignored by her grandfather, pouted defiantly. You think I'll serve you? You wicked person? No way. Tong found Dwalluin Lin's sulky demeanor rather endearing, chuckling softly as she placed her hands behind her head and strolled toward Newtown. Miss Dwalluin Lin, do remember to keep up. As the sun began to set, Tong arrived at the towering mountains where a massive onyx resided. Along the way, she had defeated numerous Sandshrews and captured a Caterpie for her task. Watching Dwalluin Lin capture Pokémon indiscriminately, Tong felt exasperated. Caterpie captured. Rattata captured. It seemed that Dwalluin Lin was collecting countless useless Pokémon with reckless abandon. Shaolin, those Caterpies are worthless. Their combat abilities are far too weak, Tong kindly warned. Mind your own business, humph. I want to capture them. Dwalluin Lin retorted, glaring at Tong. And don't call me Shaolin. Sighing. Tong decided not to argue further. It was evident that Dwalluin Lin required some guidance. As they ascended the rugged mountain path, Tong finally spotted a wide, semi-oval road. The path carved by the massive onyx. I found it, Tong exclaimed, excitement illuminating her face as she swiftly vaulted over a hill and dashed along the road. Why are you running? Dwalluin Lin questioned, casting a curious glance at Tong. But after a moment's hesitation, she chased after her. I'm almost there. As they neared the end of the path, Tong could almost hear the sound of rocks grinding together. Mighty Onyx, here I come. With a sudden burst of speed, Tong leaped over the hill, revealing a colossal onyx, its size reminiscent of a gigantic python. Onyx, combat power 780, level 36. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Tong, nearly airborne, quickly retreated back over the hill. Gur? The enormous onyx shifted, its large eyes filled with confusion. Did a big black Rattata just fly past? Chapter 6, The Battle. Nibby Jim. That was terrifying. Once certain that the massive onyx had not pursued her, Tong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Although she had seen it on television, witnessing the immense onyx in person was a frightful experience. A 30-plus level onyx, at least several dozen meters long, loomed like a small mountain. Tong pondered how Ash from the anime had ever approached it. Swallowing hard, she stealthily made her way down the mountain. For now, she would leave the onyx be. She would return once her shiny Magikarp reached level 30 and evolved into a shiny Gyarados. With that size, Tong mused. Not to mention battling. Even a mere turn could potentially obliterate her Magikarp, little fire dragon, and Pidgey all at once. Farewell, I shall return, she vowed, bowing toward the hill before retracing her steps. Why are you back? Dwalluin Lin, catching up, inquired with a puzzled expression. The issue has been resolved. We shall continue onward. Tong replied, not turning her head and quickening her pace. Did you go up only to come back down so quickly? Dwalluin Lin persisted. Tong, who had been walking briskly, suddenly halted, causing Dwalluin Lin to crash into her. What are you doing? Dwalluin Lin pushed Tong, only to find herself pushed back. I went up, Tong replied somewhat nonsensically. And then I came back down. After finishing her sentence, Tong added, next time, please extend the pause in between to show me some respect. What difference does that make? Dwalluin Lin was utterly baffled. Alas, discussing this with a child like you is futile. Tong waved her hand dismissively, continuing her descent. Dwalluin Lin was still too young to grasp the humor in such banter. You're only 10 too. Why do you get to call me childish? Dwalluin Lin chased after her. Wait for me. A few days later, Tong, accompanied by a group of little Pokémon that had ascended to level 15, entered the city of Nibby. At this juncture, he was indeed in formidable shape, having vanquished numerous wild Pokémon and novice trainers along the way, diligently raising his Pokémon's levels. He paused only upon reaching level 15, a commendable feat given that Nibby City known for its relatively low ranking, boasted wild Pokémon of considerably lesser levels. Achieving level 15 was no small accomplishment. His team comprised a Charmander with a battle power of 248, a shiny Magikarp with a battle power of 201, and a Spearow with a battle power of 199. Just one more level, and Charmander would evolve into Charmeleon, undoubtedly resulting in a significant increase in battle power. It must be said that this dual-type Charmander was indeed formidable. Even in its basic form, its battle prowess surpassed that of the shiny Magikarp. Following this trend, until the shiny Magikarp evolved into a shiny Gyarados, Charmander would remain his primary Pokémon. With such battle power, challenging the Nibi Gym should pose no problem. Tong clenched his fist in determination, just as the playful laughter of Doran Lin reached his ears. Turning around, he spied Doran Lin frolicking with 4 or 5 Butterfrees. Butterfree, with a battle power of 77, level 10. Observing this gathering of Butterfrees, Tong felt a slight headache. It seemed Doran Lin had thoroughly harvested the flowers along the route. Xiaolin, come over. We are about to challenge the gym, Tong called out. Oh, got it. Doran Lin replied. Her mood considerably improved over the past few days of camaraderie. As long as the topic of her entourage was avoided, they remained good friends. After winding through the city with Doran Lin, they finally arrived at the Nibi Gym. The gym featured a standard design with a Pokeball prominently displayed at its center, and the decor was quite appealing. Tong glanced around before stepping inside. Upon entry, he was met not by dazzling lights, but by a wave of warmth. 2 middle-aged men were gathered around a small table, enjoying Odin. Caught off guard by this unexpected scene, the 2 men and Tong exchanged dumbfounded glances, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ahem. After a moment, the man clad in a samurai outfit coughed slightly, stood up, wiped his mouth discreetly, and addressed Tong. Greetings. I am Wuning, the gym leader of Nibi. Are you here to challenge me? Yes, my name is Tong, he replied, nodding thoughtfully. A hint of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, Where's your son, Xiaojing? Hearing this, Wuning's expression shifted to one of shock. How do you know my son is Xiaojing? Tong nearly choked, erupting into a fit of coughing. He had forgotten that the storyline mentioned Xiaojing's father had aspired to be a powerful trainer, abandoning his wife and hometown, only to fail and live incognito in Nibi City. Eventually, due to Xiaojing's journey, they would reunite. If Wuning had indeed become the gym leader, then Xiaojing must have accompanied Ash on his adventure. And Tong had arrived too late. This train of thought spiraled further away. Their recognition of one another was their affair, not his. How could a stranger know such details? It made no sense. Coughing even more violently, Tong stammered. I was referring to the previous gym leader, Xiaojing. Oh, is that so? Wuning regarded Tong with some skepticism but dismissed it, adopting a serious demeanor. Since you are here to challenge the gym, release your Pokémon. Referee. Announce the rules. Silence. Referee. Referee. Wuning called out twice, only to turn and find the other referee still engrossed in his Odin. He promptly kicked the man, exclaiming, The challenger is here, and you're still eating. Coming. The referee, startled by the kick, hastily swallowed a mouthful and scrambled to his feet, eventually producing a yellow whistle from somewhere after a lengthy search. Could these two truly manage a gym? The referee, undeterred by Tong's incredulous gaze, wiped his mouth and approached the center, solemnly stating, All right. The rules of the match are as follows. The challenger and the gym leader will each select 2 Pokémon from their respective teams for a 2v2 battle. If either side's Pokémon are rendered unable to battle, they will lose. Understood, Tong nodded, his expression turning serious. Go Charmander. The level 15 Charmander appeared, its fierce gaze startling Wuning momentarily. This Charmander seems rather volatile, Wuning remarked, hesitating before tossing out his Pokeball. Go Geodude. Geodude, with its 2 rocky fists, emerged. Level 15, battle power 168, an adequate opponent. Tong nodded and commanded, Charmander, use Scratch. The rock-type's resistance to fire-type moves was considerable, and with Charmander currently at level 15, it possessed only the move Ember besides. Upon hearing Tong's command, Charmander dashed forward without hesitation, delivering a swift scratch to Geodude. Seeing the aggressive approach of Charmander, Wuning quickly instructed, Geodude, use Defense Curl. Geodude's body curled into a ball, enveloped in a faint glow. Thud. Charmander's claws struck Geodude, producing a dull thud sound, yet it appeared to inflict minimal damage. This is troublesome, Tong thought, furrowing his brow. Charmander, continue using Scratch. Geodude, maintain your Defense Curl. Thud. 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 After several attempts, Charmander failed to break through Geodude's defense. Just as it began to tire, Wu Ning suddenly narrowed his eyes, a glint of determination in them. Geodude, use tackle. Oh no. Yi Tong realized the impending danger and shouted, Charmander, dodge. Alas, it was too late. Geodude lunged forward, landing a solid punch squarely on the exposed chest of Charmander. Phew. Charmander staggered several steps back, its already fierce expression growing even more menacing. Simultaneously, the flames on its tail flared up dramatically. System notification: Charmander, in a state of fury, has entered blaze mode, enhancing fire-type move power by threefold. Chapter 7. Charmander evolves. The Sinister Odin. Why is it that when you strike others repeatedly, they remain unfazed, but the moment someone strikes you, you enter blaze mode? Yi Tong mused, a sense of resignation washing over him. This Charmander's temperament was indeed volatile. I can hit you, but you cannot hit me. If you do, I'll enter blaze mode and retaliate with even greater ferocity. Truly, this Pokémon was emblematic of the strongest Team Rocket leader, dark and perilous. Charmander, use Ember. As the command was given, Charmander roared, opening its mouth wide as a torrent of flames surged toward Geodude. Yi Tong watched in awe. The power of that flame was no mere ember. It was akin to a fiery blast. Wu Ning too recognized the intensity of this ember and immediately shouted, Geodude, run. But alas, Geodude, with no legs, was unable to evade. The ember quickly engulfed Geodude, turning its rocky exterior a brilliant crimson in mere moments, evidently suffering substantial damage. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Tong immediately broke into a smile and shouted, press the advantage, little Charmeleon, unleash Steel Claw. Steel Claw, a steel-type move that little Charmeleon learned at level 11, emitted a faint silver glow as it struck. Clang. A powerful blow left a deep gash on the body of the Geodude, rendering it unconscious. The Geodude was unable to continue the fight. This time, the unreliable referee promptly blew the whistle. Come back, Geodude. Wu Ning recalled his Geodude and regarded Yi Tong with a newfound respect, saying, I underestimated you. You are no ordinary trainer. I've already unleashed my scarred-faced Charmeleon. Do you still think I'm ordinary? Yi Tong secretly scoffed, but maintained a cheerful demeanor, replying, Uncle Wu Ning, it's time for you to send out your second Pokémon. Very well. Wu Ning nodded, his expression growing increasingly serious. You should be cautious in the upcoming battle because I am about to deploy a Pokémon that is far from ordinary. Go Onix. With a rumble, a massive Onix, towering 4 to 5 meters in height, appeared before Yi Tong. With a combat power of 211 and at level 17, was this not just an ordinary Onix? Wu Ning's bravado seemed exaggerated. Yi Tong, somewhat speechless, waved his hand to recall little Charmeleon. Roar. Little Charmeleon let out a low growl, surprising Yi Tong. You still wish to fight? Roar. Little Charmeleon responded, turning its body to face Onix with fierce determination in its eyes. Very well, let us continue the battle. Observing the determined stance, Yi Tong wasted no time in commanding, Little Charmeleon, use Ember on Onix. Whoosh. A large burst of flames surged toward Onix. Given this significant size difference, it would be challenging for little Charmeleon to secure victory. Wu Ning, watching, remarked, you should be cautious, and waved his hand, instructing, Onix. Evade and use Rock Slide. Onix deftly dodged the Ember attack, and simultaneously, a large rock fell from above, heading straight for little Charmeleon. Little Charmeleon, sidestep and attack Onix's head with claws. Yi Tong calmly directed, understanding that, while Pokémon vary in strength, the true determinant lies in the trainer's prowess. Within permissible limits, a skilled trainer could enable any Pokémon to triumph over a stronger opponent. Perhaps sensing Yi Tong's fighting spirit, little Charmeleon roared, swiftly dodging the falling rock and charging toward Onix. With a mighty leap, it struck Onix's head with its claw. Onix squinted momentarily, clearly affected by the blow. Onix, use Bind. Wu Ning commanded sharply. If the colossal Onix ensnared little Charmeleon, victory would be assured for Wu Ning. Without hesitation, Yi Tong shouted, little Charmeleon, jump and use Ember again. Whoosh. Little Charmeleon leapt off Onix, unleashing a burst of flames that struck Onix's head. The amplified power from the intense flames caused Onix to writhe in pain, its body thrashing violently amidst the chaos, debris flying around the battlefield. Yi Tong remained unfazed by the scattered rocks, his lips curling into a smirk as he gestured, little Charmeleon, now's your chance, Steel Claw. Whoosh. Little Charmeleon descended from the sky, accurately landing Steel Claw upon Onix's head. Clang. With a soft thud, Yi Tong caught little Charmeleon as it landed. While Onix's massive form collapsed to the ground, Onix was unable to continue fighting, and Yi Tong emerged victorious in this match. Well done, Yi Tong exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fist and lavishing praise upon little Charmeleon. Roar! Little Charmeleon huffed proudly before its body slumped. A radiant glow enveloped little Charmeleon. System notification: successfully challenged gym leader Wu Nong. Participating Pokémon gained experience. System notification: little Charmeleon has reached level 16. System notification: little Charmeleon meets the evolution criteria. The successive system notifications left Yi Tong momentarily stunned, before a jubilant expression broke across his face. Little Charmeleon can evolve. Is little Charmeleon evolving? Dualunlin, who had been watching the entire match, eagerly approached, having witnessed numerous Pokémon evolve. Yes, Yi Tong nodded enthusiastically, his gaze drifting to Wu Nong, who was crouched beside the fallen Onyx, signaling that everything was fine while also observing the glowing little Charmeleon. Soon, the light dissipated, revealing a fiery red figure before Yi Tong. System notification: little Charmeleon has evolved into Charmeleon. Combat Power 248 GT. GT 348 has learned Flamethrower. System notification: Charmeleon has activated its hidden ability, Solar Power. In sunny weather, special attack is boosted by 1.5x, but HP decreases each turn. Charmeleon. This is incredible, Yi Tong exclaimed, embracing Charmeleon. Following its evolution, Charmeleon's battle prowess had significantly increased, along with the acquisition of a new skill and hidden ability, transforming it into a formidable Pokémon. Oh, how did that scar end up on your belly? Yi Tong remarked, lightly touching the barely noticeable scar on Charmeleon's rounded abdomen. Roar! Charmeleon responded with a huff, gesturing beside its head, then mimicking Yi Tong's movements. The implication was clear: it was tired and needed a moment to rest. Requesting its Pokeball. Wow, winning 2 matches has inflated your ego. Yi Tong chuckled, yet he retrieved the Pokeball, recognizing the toll of consecutive battles. Return, Charmeleon. As he recalled Charmeleon, Yi Tong's gaze shifted back to Uncle Wu Nong. I apologize for the injury to your Pokemon. No worries, your Pokemon is quite strong. Today's battle was astonishing. I never expected little Charmeleon to defeat Onyx, Wu Nong remarked, patting the nearby referee. Long Hai, please present the badge to Yi Tong. The referee. Long Hai looked puzzled. What badge? The rock badge, which I left with you yesterday. Wu Nong exclaimed, now irritated. When did you leave it with me? I was unaware. Long Hai replied, still bewildered, before a look of realization crossed his face. Oh, that ugly thing? I thought it was something else. Wait, let me find it. Long Hai searched himself, but his expression changed. Huh, where's my rock badge? Several hours later, after pooling the efforts of 4 individuals, Yi Tong finally fished the rock badge out from the hot pot. Gazing at the still oily badge, Yi Tong fell silent. Long Hai, noticing Yi Tong's silence and Wu Nang's mounting frustration, chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I might have accidentally dropped it in while cleaning the pot this afternoon. Here, let me wash it for you. Just as he reached for the badge, a splatter of boiling broth leaped from the pot, striking Long Hai's wrist. His hand trembled, and with a splash, the rock badge plummeted back into the pot he had just retrieved it from. Yi Tong fell silent once more. Ah, haha, no worries. I'll fish it out again, Long Hai said, extending a spoon back into the pot. You fool, you're merely stirring it. Wu Nong shouted angrily, shoving Long Hai aside. Let me handle this. With determination, Wu Nong seized the pot, his muscles tensing. With a crash, the pot toppled over. Half an hour later, Yi Tong received the rock badge from Wu Nong, which still bore the aroma of the hot pot. Do you want to wash it again? Wu Nong inquired with genuine concern. I have sponge soap at home, which will surely make it fragrant, and after washing, we can enjoy some Odin together. Upon hearing the word Odin, Yi Tong could not contain her tears. Please, I beg you spare me. Chapter 8. Encountering the original Team Rocket. A bold idea. Declining the invitation for Odin, Yi Tong departed from the Nibby gym, clutching her newly acquired rock badge. The quest for the Path of the Strong was complete, earning her 1,000 points. The mission to pursue strength has been updated. You have successfully obtained the rock badge. Now, refine yourself during your journey. Mission objective. Possess 3 Pokémon of level 25 or higher. Mission reward, 1,000 points. Just a short-term goal to level up, Yi Tong mused, stroking her chin. For a considerable time, the system's tasks had primarily laid the groundwork for the next step, seldom presenting tasks that diverged so sharply as chopping wood followed by planting grass. Thus, the necessity to elevate all her Pokémon to level 25 must indicate a special mission. Her next destination was the bustling city of Hualan, where defeating the Hualan sisters, known for their average combat prowess, should pose little challenge. With her shiny Gyarados and Charmeleon at her side, Victory seemed assured. But what was the true purpose behind the task assigned to her by the system? What's wrong? It's just a few mishaps in the soup pot. There's no need to be so disheartened, said Duolunlin, observing Yi Tong's pensive expression, mistakenly believing she was still upset. You wouldn't understand. This is the mark of an exemplary Pokemon trainer, Yi Tong replied, donning a solemn expression. To think that my first badge was retrieved from the depths of an Odin pot, it's a thought that brings me pain. Is it really that significant? Duolunlin murmured softly. Yi Tong missed the comment, waving her hand dismissively. Never mind. It's time to set off. Our next stop is Hualon, and we must visit Moonview Mountain. With the map in hand, Yi Tong surveyed her surroundings before continuing. We need to hurry, otherwise, Ash will beat us to it. Who is Ash? Duolunlin inquired. Oh, just a friend you don't know? Yi Tong replied evasively. Thoughts of Team Rocket resurfaced as she led Duolunlin to the designated headquarters marked on the map. Upon presenting her identification badge, Duolunlin was taken aback. You're a member of Team Rocket too? Is there a problem with that? Yi Tong shot her a glance. A hint of a smile gracing her lips. So he was part of Team Rocket. No wonder he knew Professor Duolunlin and asked for my assistance. As Duolunlin gazed at Yi Tong's smile, the young girl began to grasp the darker, more perilous undertones of this world. What are you doing here? Preparing to submit a task, or perhaps looking for something you need? Yi Tong asked Duolunlin before entering the task hall to submit her mission and receive 10 Pokeballs as a reward. Standing in front of the task hall, Yi Tong perused the missions one by one when suddenly, her eyes brightened. There have been unusual occurrences at Moonview Mountain, home to Mini Clefairy. It seems a moonstone has appeared. Members accepting the mission, please proceed to investigate. Should you find the moonstone, you will be rewarded with a powerful ground-type Pokemon. A powerful Pokemon? Yi Tong pondered, standing before the task. What could a Pokemon deemed powerful enough to be a reward entail? Whatever, I'll accept it. I need to go to Moonview Mountain anyway. The moonstone is incredibly valuable. I must acquire it. Tearing off the task notice, Yi Tong turned to the front desk to register. At that moment, 3 figures appeared. A dashing man with blue hair, a tall woman with red hair, and a Meowth with a glimmer of humanity in its eyes. Jesse James, the original Team Rocket duo. How surprising they were here. Yi Tong paused her actions, slightly turning to observe the pair. They appeared quite disheveled, their clothes caked in dust, with traces of electric burns visible in their hair. It seemed they had failed yet again in their attempt to steal Ash's Pikachu. Sure enough, before Yi Tong could continue her speculation, James groaned, clutching his waist. Ouch! I feel like that Pikachu is going to electrocute me to death. Who knew that Pikachu's Thunderbolt was so powerful? Jessie, rubbing her shoulder, chimed in. We need to obtain a stronger Pokemon. Exactly. That brat's Pikachu is electric type. If we could get our hands on a ground or electric type Pokemon, we'd be set. Meowth added. Wait, I think I saw a task offering a ground type Pokemon a couple of days ago. I need to check it out. James slapped his forehead and rushed to the task board, only to find the spot where the task had been was now empty. By the counter, Yi Tong watched James's frantic movements and suddenly conceived a bold idea. In the comics, Team Rocket, comprising Jesse and James, was often portrayed as an ineffectual team. Their combat abilities mediocre, primarily serving to provide Ash with experience points. However, after her experiences with Professor Duolunlin, Yi Tong recognized that Jesse and James possessed considerable potential, albeit misdirected. Relying solely on theft to acquire Pokemon could never match the strength of those nurtured and trained by oneself. For instance, Jesse's Ekans, a poison-type Pokemon, had considerable combat prowess, and its evolution into Arbok could be formidable in mid-game. As a member of Team Rocket and aspiring to become its strongest, why not alter the fates of these two? This approach could also create more trouble for Ash, and in the future, they might even serve as her underlings. Oh no, it's gone, James lamented, confirming the task was no longer available. Without a stronger Pokemon, we can't defeat Ash and seize his Pikachu. At that moment, Yi Tong's voice cut through the air. Your task is right here, James. Who called me? James turned to see the composed Yi Tong. He maintained a friendly demeanor with her, flashing a smile as he approached. What child are you from? What were you just saying? Yi Tong remained unfazed, simply waving the task notice in her hand. You have the task? James's mood shifted from annoyance to excitement. He quickly grinned at Yi Tong. Child, that task is dangerous. Your guardians would worry about you. Please hand it over. I'll give it to you if you defeat me, Yi Tong stated, averting her gaze to Jessie. It must be said, Jessie was exceptionally attractive. Despite wearing Team Rocket's uniform, her figure was striking. Such a beautiful woman. Resembling James's fiancée, had he saved a truckload of people in a past life? With that thought, Yi Tong felt a pang of jealousy. You'll give it to me if I win? Is that for real? James inquired, his excitement palpable as he retrieved a Pokeball. Go, Ekans. Observing Yi Tong's demeanor, James was nearly certain she was a novice trainer, believing defeating her would be a trivial task. Ekans, level 9, combat power 111. Yi Tong naturally absorbed the expression of Kojiro into her heart, a smile rich with meaning gracing her lips. Kojiro, have you not yet learned from Ash? Never judge a person by their appearance, she urged. Now go forth, Charmeleon. The Charmeleon, resting within its Pokeball, was suddenly summoned by Yi Tong and glared at her with evident displeasure, gesturing as if to say, I was just about to fall asleep. Why have you summoned me? Isn't this merely inviting trouble? Hurry up, let us finish this battle, so I can return to my slumber. Yi Tong, unfazed, turned her gaze to Musashi and added, Musashi, make your move. The Charmeleon appeared rather formidable. Musashi, eyeing the fierce Charmeleon, cast a wary glance at Yi Tong and cautiously commanded, Arbok, use bite. Hiss Arbok. Confronting the fierce Charmeleon, opened its mouth at Musashi's command, yet hesitated to strike, seemingly fearful of burning its mouth. Observing this scene, Yi Tong shook her head, showing no hesitation as she declared, Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. The Charmeleon, having longed for rest, sprang into action at the command, directing a powerful stream of fire towards Arbok. Caught in a state of panic, Arbok twisted and turned but ultimately succumbed to the flames. Boom. The scorched Arbok collapsed to the ground, appearing gravely injured. A swift one-round knockout, reminiscent of when Yi Tong had used her Firebird to defeat Dolanlin's little fire dragon. The immense disparity in battle prowess, compounded by the difference in trainers, rendered Arbok incapable of mounting any resistance against Charmeleon. Ah, my gas bomb! Kojiro exclaimed, rushing over from the side. Yi Tong regarded the kneeling Musashi with no semblance of mercy, stating bluntly, with a master as timid and cowardly as you, how could your little Pokémon ever hope to grow strong? Chapter 9. Meeting Ash at Crescent Moon Mountain. You call me cowardly and timid? Kojiro lifted his head in disbelief at Yi Tong's words. What else could it be? You cannot even stand up to your fiancé, and to escape. You ran away from home. As a man, you lack even the most basic courage to face your challenges. Instead of seeking to improve yourself, you endlessly seek shortcuts to become stronger. Yi Tong's tone was serious as she directed her gaze at Kojiro, saying, My Charmeleon is also one of the initial Pokémon. If you wish to grow stronger, nurture the companions you have chosen or captured. True strength comes from growing alongside your Pokémon, not merely seizing stronger ones. Kojiro, if you continue down this path, you will only bring harm to yourself. Yi Tong's voice was resolute, and her earnest demeanor seemed far from that of a mere 10-year-old boy. Kojiro, who had initially dismissed her words, fell silent, a hint of disappointment slowly creeping onto his face. I wouldn't allow you to speak to Kojiro that way, Musashi interjected, stepping forward and pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Tong. You accepted Kojiro's challenge, then you must accept mine. Very well, Yi Tong nodded, her voice calm. You, Musashi, incensed by Yi Tong's demeanor, retrieved a Pokeball from her pocket. Just then, a hand reached out. Musashi, there's no need. Yes, right, Kojiro's subdued voice echoed. I have indeed been too cowardly in the past. From now on, I must try to rely on myself. Yi Tong displayed a hint of surprise as Kojiro stood up and earnestly regarded her, then suddenly bowed deeply. This member of Team Rocket, please accept my gratitude. No need for formality. Yi Tong waved her hand dismissively, opting not to dwell on Kojiro and the others. After registering the task, she exited the mission hall. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Dolanlin engaged in a remote conversation with her grandfather, Professor Dolan. Seeing Yi Tong emerge, Dolanlin remarked to Professor Dolan, Grandpa, this is the mischievous boy named Yi Tong. Yi Tong, unperturbed, approached the computer, observing the image on the screen, and politely greeted, Hello, Professor Dolan. Hello, Xiaotong. Professor Dolan responded robustly, suddenly breaking into a smile. Xiaotong, has it been comfortable sharing a tent with my granddaughter these past few days? What? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Tong erupted into a fierce coughing fit, recalling how he had shamelessly insisted he had forgotten his tent and squeezed into one with Dolanlin. Did Professor Dolan know about this? Professor Dolan, we didn't do anything. Yi Tong quickly raised his innocent hands in defense, explaining, although Dolanlin and I shared a tent, we used a partition to separate ourselves, didn't we, Xiaolin? The usually reticent Dolanlin's cheeks flushed crimson as she fidgeted, remaining silent. Hey, your demeanor easily leads to misunderstandings. Yi Tong observed Professor Dolan's increasingly peculiar grin, feeling a sense of panic rise within him, just as Professor Dolan interrupted. Xiaotong, I want to show you something. What is it? Yi Tong instinctively inquired. This. Professor Dolan extended his hand, revealing a fragment of a white eggshell. A mysterious eggshell fragment. When crafted into a necklace for Pokémon, could enhance their battle experience by up to 15 times. A permanent experience booster? Such a remarkable item. Gazing at the system's description, Tong's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly asked, Professor Dolan, where did you obtain this? I found it on the road. Why? Do you want it? Professor Dolan replied. Absolutely. Tong nodded without hesitation, displaying no semblance of politeness. This permanent 15-fold battle experience is akin to activating fast forward. By simply equipping it to a Pokémon, I could rapidly elevate its level and combat prowess. Alright, I'll send someone to deliver it to you. Your next stop should be the Hualan City. Professor Dolan's eyes narrowed as Tong momentarily averted his gaze. Yes, Tong nodded earnestly, not pondering further. Then I would like to ask you for a favor. Upon realizing that the legendary notion of receiving something for nothing was implausible, Tong comprehended this point without difficulty. Nodding and stating, Please go ahead, Professor Dolan, I will do my utmost. When you reach Hualan City, challenge the Hualan Gym, where you will encounter the Hualan Sisters. Professor Dolan's expression shifted at the mention of the Hualan Sisters. They are attractive and talented dancers. I would like you to procure a few signed posters for me to hang in my lab for some entertainment during dull moments. Cough, cough, cough. Observing Professor Dolan veering towards inappropriate topics, Tong hastily coughed several times to interrupt him. I've accepted your request. Nodding, Tong handed the computer to Xiaolin and stepped aside to rest and recover his strength. After being scolded by Tong earlier, Kojiro and Musashi had seemingly vanished without a trace. After a considerable duration, Dalanlin was still on the phone, and Tong, unbothered, propped himself up on his hands, dozing off momentarily. As long as they reached Crescent Moon Mountain by nightfall, everything would be fine. Tong, Grandpa said to bring some nice photos. What does nice photos mean? Finally, Dalanlin set down the phone and turned to Tong. Hearing this, Tong glanced at the 10-year-old child, reflecting that while children in the Pokémon world matured quickly, how much could Dalanlin possibly comprehend at just 10? Taking a deep breath, Tong replied cautiously. How should I express this to you? What your grandfather said about its appearance is, in a broader sense, a question of its usability. Usability for what? Dalanlin inquired, and as if struck by a sudden realization, her face flushed a deep crimson as she raised her small fist to strike at Tong. Tong, you rogue. Hey, how can you call me a rogue? What does that have to do with me? It was your grandfather who said it. Tong chuckled, observing the adorably rosy-cheeked Dalanlin. It seems this little brat understands quite a bit. Well then, let us continue our journey. After a brief bout of playful banter, Tong grasped Dalanlin's hand, leading her toward Moonview Mountain. Several hours later, as the evening scenery unfolded, Tong arrived at Moonview Mountain. The terrain here differed greatly from the mountainous region where the colossal Onyx once dwelled. Moonview Mountain was dotted with numerous rugged paths. Ascending the steep trails, one would find themselves at the summit, the very place where the Moonstone resides. Filled with excitement, Tong advanced ahead, simultaneously releasing his Charmeleon and Spearow. Just as he was about to begin climbing, a familiar voice rang out. Hey, Xiaotong, you're here too? Xiaoji. Pausing his actions, Tong turned to face Xiaoji, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Gang and then circling back to Xiaoxia. TSK, such a young age and already so fortunate. Xiaoxia will surely be remarkable when she grows up. It seemed every protagonist he encountered had an equally captivating companion. Yet, he too had his own little gem. Ahaha, Dalanlin was a slowly nurtured little darling. Xiaoji, you're here too? Rubbing his hands together, Tong glanced at Xiaoji, noting the Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Pikachu, Battle Power 309, Level 18. Indeed, Xiaoji had acquired this Pikachu. And judging by its combat prowess, it was clearly no ordinary Pikachu. Unperturbed by Tong's scrutiny, Xiaoji replied eagerly, Xiaotong, I've earned a badge. How about a battle? I too have received a badge, Tong responded, revealing a rock badge from beneath his clothing. Charmeleon, Spearow. Xiaotong, you seem rather formidable. Xiaoji remarked, his eyes glinting with competitive spirit as he observed Tong's two Pokémon. Before long, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoji transitioned from casual conversation to issuing a challenge, a customary ritual among trainer friends. Xiaotong, accept my challenge. Chapter 10, Under the Moonlight's Radiance, Capturing Pikachu. Oh, you really are something else, Tong sighed, though he said nothing further. Go on, Charmeleon. All right, Pikachu, Xiaoji commanded decisively. Pikachu leapt down from Xiaoji's shoulder, facing Charmeleon. Observing the seemingly harmless yellow rodent before him, Tong did not dare let his guard down. This yellow rodent had dominated multiple versions of the anime. transcending species and types, renowned as the Pika God. This was precisely why Tong hesitated to battle Xiaoji. After all, Pikachu was truly legendary. Seeing that Tong was taking his time to initiate an attack, Xiaoji, who had been waiting impatiently, waved his hand. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Charmeleon, evade and use Flamethrower. The two sides clashed in an instant, revealing that Xiaoji and Pikachu's bond had yet to deepen, and their skills required further refinement. Moreover, Charmeleon, that mischievous creature, paid no heed to the so-called Pika God. With a powerful flamethrower, it unleashed a torrent of flames upon Pikachu, leading to a hasty retreat for the little yellow rodent. Pikachu, take a break. Gently stroking Pikachu's head, Xiaoji turned to Tong with a smile. As expected of Tong, you're incredibly strong. I lost this match. Xiao Gang, standing nearby, marveled. I've never seen such a powerful Charmeleon. Where did you get it? Xiao Tong. Haha, just luck, just luck. Tong chuckled, aware that as a member of Team Rocket, he had to exercise caution regarding his affiliations. Xiaoji's concession came as no surprise, apart from the Pikachu that had been nurtured by his companions. He currently possessed only a Caterpie and a Butterfree that could use sleep powder. Without Pikachu, his chances of winning were almost non-existent. Come back, Charmeleon. After recalling his Pokémon, Tong asked Xiaoji, would you like to go up and take a look? I think I'll pass. Starting tomorrow, I need to focus on training. Unexpectedly, perhaps due to being defeated by Tong, Xiaoji changed his mind about ascending Moonview Mountain, indicating a slight deviation from the expected plot. Tong watched as Xiaoji departed, choosing not to persuade him to stay. Casting a glance at the considerable distance still left to traverse on Moonview Mountain, Tong rolled up his sleeves. All right then, let us get to work. After about half an hour, Duolunlin plopped down onto the ground, expressing her distress. Tong, I can't walk anymore. My feet hurt. Tong regarded her with a cool gaze. But I saw you joyfully hopping around earlier today, bouncing all the way from Shurjian City to Nibby City. Oh, I don't care. I just can't walk anymore. I don't want to. Duolunlin pouted, playfully sulking toward Tong. What do you want me to do then? Tong replied helplessly. Carry me. Duolunlin's eyes lit up. Me carry you? Are you dreaming? As Tong retorted, he noticed Duolunlin rolling on the ground. Get up. The ground is dirty. Soon enough, Tong was trudging along the mountain path with Duolunlin on his back. Faster, faster. She exclaimed with glee, playfully tapping Tong's back. Stop shouting. I'm exhausted, Tong replied coldly, eliciting even more enthusiastic cheers from Duolunlin. Just as he was about to scold her, he caught sight of a scene not far ahead. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, a group of serene Jigglypuff lay peacefully sleeping, some sprawled on the ground while others nestled against their mothers. The scene exuded an air of tranquil harmony. In that moment, the previously noisy duo instinctively fell silent. Let us keep our voices down so we don't disturb the Jigglypuff, Duolunlin whispered. Upon hearing her, Tong felt a slight flutter in his heart. He glanced at Duolunlin under the moonlight, momentarily entranced. All right, he nodded, carefully carrying Duolunlin as he tiptoed past the slumbering Jigglypuff. Throughout the journey, Tong was on the lookout for the elusive Moonstone. The vast Moonview platform was filled with Jigglypuff, the moonlight cascading down and illuminating the earth in a silvery hue. Only the sound of deep, rhythmic breathing permeated the silence. Is that the Moonstone? Suddenly, Duolunlin pointed toward the distance. Following her finger, Tong's eyes widened as he spotted a massive Moonstone standing tall, surrounded by a group of Jigglypuff dancing around it. Though silent, the Jigglypuff's movements were vibrant and lively. This must be the ritual for their evolution, aided by the Moonstone. Tong wiped his nose and watched quietly. Indeed, before long, among the Jigglypuff, one larger specimen began to. The playful Pikachu suddenly took a step forward, placing a paw upon the Moonstone, and was immediately enveloped in a radiant glow. In no time, a Pikachu appeared before the astonished onlookers. Pikachu, Battle Power, 278, level 20. To think that a wild Pikachu on the moonlit mountain would possess such a level. Tong was taken aback, yet maintained a facade of calm as he approached the Moonstone. As he drew nearer, he halted approximately 3 to 4 meters away from the cluster of Pikachus. This Moonstone was remarkably large, likely intended for the entire clan's evolution. If he were to take it, the Pikachus on Moonlit Mountain would be unable to evolve. Tong, put me down. Suddenly, a voice akin to a mosquito buzzed in Tong's ear. He turned to find Duolunlin's face flushed to the tips of her ears. With a gentle thud, he set Duolunlin down, intending to speak, when she abruptly raised a finger to her lips. Shoo! Tong fell silent, observing as Duolunlin tiptoed towards the Pikachus. The Pikachus noticed Duolunlin. Surprisingly, None emitted a shrill cry. Instead, they produced a deep, curious sound, their eyes widening in astonishment. Duolunlin approached the foremost Pikachu and softly introduced herself. Pikachu, my name is Duolunlin. I hope to befriend you. After a brief pause, she cautiously extended her hand, resting it on Pikachu's head. To her delight, Pikachu did not resist, but instead nuzzled against her hand. Duolunlin reciprocated by bowing her head and gently rubbing against Pikachu with her closed eyes. All surrounding Pikachu watched in wide-eyed wonder. Under the moonlight, this scene exuded an extraordinary tranquility. Tong, reluctant to disrupt the serene moment, quietly withdrew to the side. As he ventured forward, he was suddenly greeted by a dazzling expanse of silver light shimmering on the ground. Moonstones. So many moonstones. Tong's excitement surged as he hurriedly collected several pieces, selecting a few smooth and rounded ones. Objective accomplished. He refrained from taking all the moonstones, opting to keep around 7 or 8 for potential future use, leaving a few behind for the clan. Having gathered his treasures, Tong retraced his steps, only to hear the Pikachu emitting a joyous sound. What had transpired? He quickened his pace, only to discover all the Pikachus had gathered around Duolunlin's feet, cheerfully celebrating. Looking up, he saw Duolunlin cradling the very Pikachu she had just befriended. Tong, she exclaimed with excitement. I have captured Pikachu. Captured Pikachu? Tong was astonished, glancing at the Pokeball in Duolunlin's hands, a smile breaking across his face. It appeared that kindness begets kindness. A girl with a gentle heart had been rewarded by a benevolent Pokémon. Just like Duolunlin, a novice trainer who had only tamed a Butterfree, she had managed to befriend a level 20 Pikachu. Shaolin, you're amazing. Tong waved his hand, genuinely praising her. This was the first time he truly acknowledged the little girl who had accompanied him for several days. Duolunlin's laughter rang out like silver bells, her aquamarine pendant shimmering enchantingly in the moonlight. Chapter 11. Teaching Little Kojiro. That night, Tong and Duolunlin set up camp on Moonlit Mountain, resting until dawn. The next morning, they continued their journey towards Hualan City. A few days later, the round, chubby Pikachu was joyfully playing with Duolunlin. Tong, what does my grandfather mean by a beautiful photo? Duolunlin suddenly inquired during their play. Oh dear, I can hardly explain, Tong replied, feeling a headache coming on. Please, just tell me, she insisted, shaking his arm with the typical charm of a little girl. The sensation was quite delightful. With a sigh, Tong relented. Well, a beautiful photo is something to use when you're bored. Ha ha. Her laughter chimed like silver bells, followed by a playful slap on Tong's shoulder. You rogue. Tong felt even more exasperated. For the past few days, Duolunlin had been incessantly questioning him about the meaning of her grandfather's request for a photo. Each time he answered, she would respond with a playful slap and the same accusation. If he remained silent, she would simply await his reply. I have it so tough. Glancing at the beaming Duolunlin, Tong diverted his gaze to his 3 Pokeballs. Charmeleon, level 25, battle power 548, Shiny Gyarados, level 25, battle power 321, and Fearow, level 25, battle power 301. A smile crept across his face. These were still his 3 trump cards, all at level 25. With Gyarados requiring level 30 to evolve due to its shiny form, and Fearow also at level 20, yet it had yet to evolve for reasons unknown. With each evolution, the battle power would increase, and Charmeleon had already distanced itself considerably from the other 2. Fortunately, Fearow had mastered the move Brave Bird at level 25, a commendable flying type skill. After Hualan Gym, my strength will increase significantly. Clenching his fists, Tong envisioned the evolution of his Charizard and Shiny Gyarados. The excitement of their combined strength was palpable. With the addition of that colossal Onix, he would possess an extraordinary team of water, fire, and rock-type Pokémon. The path to becoming a champion was within reach. As he pondered, a sudden noise ahead caught his attention. Through the grass, 2 large letters flickered. Why are you so useless, Ekans? You can't even defeat a Pidgey. It was Kojiro's voice. Why were they here? Tong's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he parted the grass, just in time to see Kojiro reprimanding his Ekans. What's wrong? Why are you scolding Ekans? Tong suddenly called out, startling Kojiro, who grew visibly awkward. Speak. Tong commanded loudly, prompting Kojiro to stumble through his explanation. Essentially, they had traveled along the route, and Kojiro had followed Tong's advice, battling to train his Ekans. Yet, despite all their efforts, Ekans had still lost to a trainer with a Pidgey. Ekans, battle power 199, level 14. After hearing the story, Tong glanced at Ekans, his face darkening as he addressed Kojiro. Kojiro, are you an idiot? Hey, Why are you scolding Kojiro? Musashi interjected. Meowth quickly grabbed Musashi's pant leg, exclaiming Meowth. Musashi, calm down. This kid is quite formidable. We can't defeat him. I don't care. He's just a kid. Why should he scold Kojiro? Musashi insisted, seemingly ready to confront Tong. Tong ignored Musashi's outburst, focusing solely on Kojiro as he threw a pokeball. Go, Firo. The level 25 Firo appeared larger than before, causing the faces of the three to change dramatically. This kid has grown stronger. Musashi clenched her fists but refrained from charging forward, watching Tong's next move intently. Kojiro, command your Ekans to attack my Firo. Tong gazed at the little Zyro, uttering a single phrase. Zyro hesitated while looking at Like, and Tong's voice resonated once more. Strike. Gritting his teeth, Zyro waved his hand. Arbok, use bite against Like. Like deftly evaded the attack, effortlessly dodging Arbok's strike. Observing this, Zyro's countenance fell, and just as he contemplated giving up, Tong exclaimed, continue the assault. Unleash all of Arbok's abilities. Arbok, use glare. Like continued to evade. Arbok, use wrap. Like soared into the air. After several rounds of attempts, Arbok failed to make contact with so much as a single hair on Like. Return, Like. As Tong recalled Like, his gaze shifted to the crestfallen Zyro, and he inquired, are you disappointed in Arbok? Zyro hesitated momentarily, yet upon recalling the recent events, he nodded and replied, yes. I believe Arbok is disappointed in you, for it possesses such a foolish master. Tong's tone suddenly intensified, leaving Zyro bewildered. You only see that Arbok is a poison type. Have you not noticed its ground-type characteristics as well? Moreover, given Arbok's massive and cumbersome physique, what do you intend to combat against a flying type? Upon hearing Tong's words, Zyro began to understand. Though he still expressed some dissatisfaction, but surely it shouldn't be unable to defeat a Pidgey. Do you consider Pidgey to be trivial? At the very least, Pidgey is the evolved form of Pidgeotto, boasting a superior form to your Arbok. Tong initially intended to remark that Pidgey was around level 18. Yet upon realizing that this world lacked such a concept, he opted for a different approach. Does that mean I should simply concede in the face of flying types? Zyro suddenly queried. This is precisely why I deem you foolish, and it is the second reason, Tong retorted, causing Zyro to retract his neck. In the presence of a flying type, you could have seized the appropriate opportunity for Arbok to utilize Poison Sting. Why did you not? Huh. Zyro displayed a puzzled expression upon hearing this, glancing at Arbok and asking, Arbok, can you use Poison Sting? After being scolded for quite some time, Arbok, feeling aggrieved, nodded and emitted a sound of hissing. Over the next hour, Tong meticulously elucidated the intricacies of Pokémon to Zyro and Musashi, covering topics such as evolutionary forms, Pokémon abilities, as well as type advantages and strategies for battles when at a disadvantage. Phew, do you all comprehend now? Tong wiped the sweat from his brow. We understand, we understand. Zyro and Musashi nodded vigorously, akin to chickens pecking at grains. That's excellent. Farewell, Tong stated as he rose to his feet. After taking a few steps, Tong turned back to Zyro and encouraged. Zyro, you must strive diligently, so that one day you may defeat Ash and seize his Pikachu. Zyro appeared taken aback by Tong's unexpectedly gentle demeanor, yet determination gleamed in his eyes as he fervently nodded. Yes. In the city of Hualan. While Tong was at the headquarters of the Hualan Rocket submitting a mission, the previously silent Delunlin suddenly inquired. Tong, why do you wish to aid Zyro in defeating Ash? Is Ash not your friend? Upon hearing this question, Tong's mind raced. He could hardly admit. Because Ash is the protagonist of the storyline, and I fear I would be outmatched should he grow stronger. After contemplating, a smile graced Tong's face as he replied to Delunlin. Xiaolin, because I am a member of Team Rocket. Ah, so all Team Rocket members are my family. Which is more important, family or friends, in your view? Upon hearing this, Delunlin was momentarily stunned, her gaze revealing confusion. Family? Tong chuckled, amused by how easily children could be swayed, before turning to submit the mission. I am here to submit the mission, he stated, presenting the moonstone. The clerk opposite him appeared visibly astonished, glancing at Tong in disbelief. Please wait a moment. After a few seconds, the clerk hastily entered the back, seemingly to consult with superiors. Tong patiently awaited, and shortly thereafter, the clerk emerged with a premier ball, handing it to Tong. This is your mission completion reward. Thank you, Tong replied as he accepted the premier ball, guiding the still-dazed Delunlin to an open area. Once prepared, Tong threw the pokeball. A flash of light enveloped the scene, yet before he could glimpse the Pokémon, a bone hurtled towards him, striking him sharply on the head. Thud! A noticeable bump rapidly formed on Yi Tong's forehead. Karakara. The audacious voice of a Pokémon rang out. Chapter 12. The Hualan Gym. Challenging the three sisters. My heart feels utterly hollow. Yi Tong lamented, rubbing the bump on his forehead as he stared at the Pokémon before him. A creature entirely clad in a brownish-yellow hue, adorned with a white skull atop its head. Karakara, Combat Power 51, Level 1. Abilities, Lightning Rod, immunizes against electric-type moves. Rock Head, prevents recoil damage. Battle Armor, immunizes against critical hits. Moves, Screech, Bone Club, Bone Throw. Nature, Lonely, increases attack, decreases defense. Held item, Bone Club, a special item for Karakara, doubling its attack when held. 3 abilities, coupled with the Bone Club, make Karakara quite an extraordinary Pokémon. Initially displaying irritation, Yi Tong's expression transformed. Karakara was indeed a rare Pokémon. Although small in stature, its combat prowess was formidable, and its fighting spirit was fierce. In essence, Karakara bore a resemblance to the pangolin of the Pokémon world, thanks to the Bone Club's attack boost. A combat power of 51 at level 1 was already quite remarkable among ordinary Pokémon. Well then, pangolin. Oh no, Karakara, greetings. Yi Tong beamed as he extended his hand toward Karakara. He had to admit, acquiring Karakara was a delightful surprise. The Lightning Rod ability effectively counters that yellow rodent. Furthermore, with the combination of Battle Armor and Rock Head, Karakara's combat capability was significantly enhanced. Not to mention, Karakara's potential was quite promising. It could evolve into Garagara at level 26 and later undergo Mega Evolution into a dual Ghost and Fire-type Pokémon. With proper training, Karakara could undoubtedly develop into an impressive Pokémon in the future. Karakara. Karakara regarded Yi Tong's outstretched hand with a fierce glint in its eyes. Slowly, it extended one of its paws toward Yi Tong, issuing a challenge gesture. I am your master, you know? Yi Tong helplessly explained to Karakara. Karakara raised its head, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Tong, disregarding the hand he offered. Do you wish to battle? Yi Tong observed the contemptuous expression on Karakara's face, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Charmeleon, come and have a proper exchange with your little brother. Come, shake hands. Yi Tong stood before the now battered Karakara after Charmeleon had dealt it a thorough thrashing, extending his hand. Karakara, somewhat aggrieved, cradled its head, extending its other paw to shake Yi Tong's hand. Now that's more like it. Yi Tong beamed with satisfaction, patting Karakara on the head, and spoke in an enticing tone. You see, as long as you train diligently by my side, one day when you grow stronger, you'll have the chance to take revenge on Charmeleon, won't you? Karakara's expression brightened with excitement, evidently harboring a grudge against Charmeleon. Yi Tong watched Karakara with a smile, remaining silent. Charmeleon evolves into Charizard at level 36, while you will evolve into Garagara at level 26. The dual superior Charizard may be more formidable than one could ever imagine. But Karakara, your path to vengeance is still a long one. Shaking her head, Yi Tong gently patted the still-dazed Dalamlin and exclaimed, Are you still daydreaming? I was merely jesting earlier. I just felt a bit sorry for Kojiro and wanted to help him. Oh. Dalamlin suddenly snapped back to reality, glanced at Yi Tong, then at Karakara, and impulsively embraced Karakara, exclaiming, What an adorable Karakara. Ignoring my presence, are you? Yi Tong thought, feeling a bit exasperated. Just then, the system's voice echoed. The quest path to power has been completed, earning you 1,000 points. The quest path to power has been updated, having trained your Pokémon. Proceed to challenge the gym in Hualan City and earn your badge. Quest reward, 1,500 points. Failure penalty, 3,000 points. At last, the moment to challenge the gym had arrived. Yi Tong clasped her hands behind her back, striking a pose that embodied the spirit of a true champion as she strode toward the door. Behind her, Dalamlin, still cradling Karakara, suddenly grew contemplative, gazing at Yi Tong's silhouette, and murmured, Are we family? Wandering aimlessly around Hualan City, Yi Tong soon discovered Dr. Dolan in a quaint little shop nestled in a corner. Young one, indulging in such things at your tender age may not be good for your health, chuckled a middle-aged, somewhat greasy man in the shop, handing her a magazine. Yi Tong took it, cast a glance at the cover, and quickly covered her nose, hastily tucking the magazine away. What are you doing? Dalamlin asked, puzzled by Yi Tong's reaction. She then cast her eyes around the shop's counter, her face suddenly flushing crimson. Slap. Yi Tong. You rogue. Half an hour later, with a red handprint adorning her cheek, Yi Tong arrived at the entrance of the Hualan Gym. It's not like I wanted to see it. Why did you hit me? She muttered, glancing at Dalanlin's still rosy cheeks before pushing open the gym's grand doors. Upon entry, Tong froze. This time, there was no uncle selling Odin, only an expansive swimming pool. The Hualon three sisters were swimming, their stunning features accentuated by their striking figures, enhanced further by the swimwear and the flowing water. It's Saturday. There's no performance today, remarked Aoi, the blue-haired sister, as she continued to swim upon noticing someone had entered. One could not deny that the beauty of the Hualon three sisters made watching them swim a true delight. Tong. Dalanlin's voice rang out. What? Tong jolted. Noticing Dalanlin's distinctly unfriendly gaze, gulped nervously, and quickly addressed Aoi. I am here to challenge the Hualon gym. My name is Tong. Oh, a challenger? Upon hearing this, the three sisters simultaneously halted, floating on the water as they turned their attention to Tong. This made Tong feel rather embarrassed, scratching her head as she stammered. If you are busy, I can come back another day to challenge. No, of course, we're not busy, said Botan, climbing out of the water with a smile. It's just that it has been so long since anyone has come to challenge the gym. Your arrival is somewhat unexpected. It has been a while since anyone has challenged. But isn't that because you practice water ballet every day without training your Pokémon? The Hualon Gym badge has even been rated as the easiest to obtain. Don't you know? Tong quipped. Before she could say more, Dalanlin urged, let us get started already. Coming. No need to rush, little sister, Sakura giggled, leisurely making her way up from the pool via the stairs. Just a moment. Let me find the referee. He seems to be cooking in the back. Why is the gym referee always so unprofessional? Are they only part-time referees? Upon hearing the word referee, Tong was reminded of an unpleasant memory and called out. Her exclamation startled the three sisters, who turned to look at her. The competition rules are 3v3. Each of you will send out one Pokémon, and the first to have all their Pokémon unable to battle loses, Tong stated, glancing at Dalanlin. This is my partner, Dalanlin, the granddaughter of Dr. Dolan. Can she serve as the referee? Dr. Dolan? That name sounds familiar, Sakura mused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Oh, that's the one who was researching whether a water-type trainer's body would change due to water-type Pokémon, Botan interjected. You mean that lecherous old man? Sakura exclaimed, realization dawning upon her as she directed her gaze toward Tong. Ahem. Tong cleared her throat awkwardly. If that lecherous old man had known about this matter, why hadn't he mentioned it sooner? Though Dr. Dolan is quite eccentric, it must be said that his academic research is rather commendable. As his granddaughter, my partner is fully qualified to take on the role of referee, Tong declared earnestly. Botan chuckled at Tong's serious demeanor, saying, all right, seeing you so earnest. We accept. I'll go first. Stepping forward, Botan positioned herself opposite Tong, adding, I must clarify one point about the competition rules. The venue is within the swimming pool, and only non-water type Pokémon can battle on the floating boards. Do you accept this condition? Accepted. Tong nodded. Just a heads up, fighting with fire-type Pokémon here is quite disadvantageous, warned Sakura, seemingly concerned about Tong's youth. I understand. Tong replied, without a hint of hesitation, throwing out her first Pokémon. Go, Charmeleon. Chapter 13, A Dragon Appears. The counterfeit emerges. Botan stared at Tong as she released Charmeleon, momentarily taken aback before becoming slightly annoyed. Didn't I tell you? This terrain is not suitable for fire-type battles. Why are you still using Charmeleon? Tong remained silent, her eyes filled with combat fervor as she challenged Botan, release your Pokémon. You. Botan, feeling irritated, retorted, today. I will teach you about type advantages. Go Seeking. The Redhorn Seeking appeared before Tong. Seeking, Combat Power 211, Level 19. Seeing the Level 19 Seeking, Tong's expression suddenly darkened. Seeking evolves into Gyarados at Level 33. While it may seem unimpressive, it possesses two extraordinarily advantageous abilities. Water Veil, which grants immunity to burns, and Lightning Rod, which absorbs electric-type moves. This means that, as a pre-evolution to the water-type Gyarados, Seeking counters both fire and electric types. This could pose a problem. Charmeleon. Can you handle this? Tong called out to Charmeleon. Hearing her voice, Charmeleon's eyes narrowed slightly, and it gestured animatedly before finally mimicking a throat-cutting motion. The implication was clear. What's so great about Seeking? Watch me take it down with my blazing fierceness. All right. Seeing Charmeleon's confidence, a smile spread across Tong's face. The disparity was too great. Charmeleon could easily resolve this without relying on fire-type moves. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, Charmeleon, approach Seeking and use Scratch. With a whoosh, Charmeleon dashed towards Seeking, swiftly closing the distance. Raising its right claw, the unique muscular build above its elbow bulged impressively. This Charmeleon looked exceptionally powerful. Botan was taken aback, quickly directing Seeking, evade. At this moment, Charizard boasted a battle power exceeding 500, establishing a formidable lead of over 300 against the Seeking. The blow landed with unerring precision. Naturally, the Seeking could not evade it. Clang. Squeak. A red mark appeared on the Seeking's forehead, eliciting a pained cry. Seeking. Changpu exclaimed in surprise, urgently calling out, Seeking, use quick attack. Upon hearing the command, Seeking squinted its eyes, and a glimmer sparked from its horn as it launched itself swiftly from the water. Charizard, dodge and use Steel Claw. Charizard sidestepped the Seeking's quick attack, seizing the opportunity as Seeking was momentarily airborne to deliver a powerful strike with its right claw. Clang. The blow sent Seeking hurtling to the opposite end of the pool, and in a brief moment, it resurfaced, unconscious. Seeking. Changpu leapt into the water with a splash, hastily swimming towards Seeking to lift it up. Seeking has lost its combat ability, Doranlin announced with perfect timing, casting a glance at the severely injured Seeking before quietly advising Tong, be gentler, Tong. Avoid inflicting excessive harm on others' Pokémon. I understand. I'll do my best, Tong nodded, his expression tinged with helplessness. The dual-type Charizard was indeed immensely powerful, sometimes beyond his control. You have underestimated us, trainer. Mutant stepped forward, her expression serious as she addressed Tong. Go, Starmie. A peculiar brown starfish materialized. Starmie. Battle power 471, level 21, she declared. It was the evolved form of Staryu, a dual-type water and psychic Pokémon. Tong felt a wave of tension wash over him. This was his first encounter with a fully evolved Pokémon. Charizard, this is Starmie. Are you ready? Roar. Charizard's fighting spirit ignited, preparing for battle. Its expression seemed to convey, what nonsense is this, Starmie? Just watch how my blazing might will vanquish it. Well, you seem a bit feisty, Tong chuckled, his demeanor now serious. Charizard. Use Steel Claw. Starmie. Use Telekinesis. Starmie's counterattack was remarkably unique. It remained motionless, floating on the water's surface, and an invisible wave emerged before it. Clang. Charizard's Steel Claw struck the wave, producing only a faint sound. Huh. Charizard voiced its confusion, seemingly perplexed as to how its attack had been thwarted. Psychic types are truly vexing, Tong mused, frowning at the sight of telekinesis reminding him of the psychic type. It made him think of Mewtwo. His system was quite rigorous, providing battle power assessments that were essentially accurate, leading Tong to wonder how Charizard, despite being of the same level, could possibly contend with Mewtwo, the pinnacle of psychic types. Speaking of psychic types, I vaguely recall a duck that could use telekinesis. Starmie, use Water Gun. As Tong was lost in thought, Mutant initiated an assault. Snapping back to reality, Tong shouted, Charizard, use Ember while channeling Rage. Charizard expelled a plume of sparks, its muscles tensing simultaneously. Whoosh. The clash of fire and water created a massive cloud of steam. Hiss hiss. Water droplets fell from the air. The skirmish was brief. Starmie's water gun extinguished the ember, crashing into Charizard. Splash. Struck by the water gun, Charizard's rage was ignited, its muscles bulging more prominently, significantly enhancing its normal attack power. Charizard, charge in and use your claws. Tong commanded at that moment. Mutant observed the incoming attack without concern, reiterating, Starmie, use telekinesis. Clang. Charizard's strike was once again deflected, yet Tong did not cease his orders. Taking advantage of the lull in telekinesis, he shouted, Charizard, use Steel Claw. Oh. Mutant's expression shifted, urgently calling out, Starmie, use Harden. Starmie's body visibly contracted at an accelerated pace, just as Charizard's attack arrived. Clang. Starmie was forcefully pushed back. Tong pressed on, Charizard, use Flamethrower. Be careful, dodge. Mutant's warning was not yet out when Charizard's Flamethrower had already enveloped Starmie. Boom. The scorching flames, combined with immense force, sent Starmie crashing onto the bank. Starmie. Mutant rushed over, cradling Starmie in her arms, a heartbroken expression on her face. In the world of Pokémon, there is never an absolute type advantage. While practicing water ballet, you transformed your Pokémon and yourself into mere ornaments. Water can extinguish fire, but fire can just as easily evaporate water. Tong remarked, casting a glance at Mutant before shifting his focus to Sakura. Sakura, it's your turn. Trainer. It appears you have yet to grasp the true essence of type advantages. Sakura's expression turned serious as she stretched her body and spoke in a low tone. As the gym leader of the Hualan Gym and a specialist in water types, I cannot allow you to insult water-type Pokémon. Additionally, we are not the fragile ornaments others believe us to be. We simply choose not to harm them. Today, trainer, let me show you what true water-type Pokémon are capable of. Go, Dragonite. A brilliant flash illuminated the pool as the massive Dragonite appeared. Dragonite, battle power 666, level 30. It's Dragonite. Tong could no longer remain composed at the sight of this formidable creature. As a pillar among water-type Pokémon, Dragonite's dual characteristics of rain dish and shell armor, coupled with its size providing endurance and defense, made it a troublesome opponent. Indeed, the Hualan Gym is far from simple. Tong began to understand why the system had assigned him the task of leveling up to 25. Charizard, you can do it. Roar. System prompt. Charizard has entered the Blaze state due to anger. Wow, it transitioned straight to Blaze. Tong was taken aback. Charizard glanced back at Tong, gesturing with determination. Its expression seemed to say, enough talk, let us get to it. Clap, clap, clap. Just as the two sides faced off, suddenly, applause echoed through the air. Two figures clad in Team Rocket uniforms strode through the gym's entrance, accompanied by a Grimer at their feet. For the sake of preventing the world from destruction, for the preservation of peace, to promote love and truth, we are the charmingly villainous Team Rocket. Jesse, James. The familiar lines and attire were unmistakable. If not for the change in names, Tong might have suspected they were the same characters from his childhood. Did you expect the most dashing member of Team Rocket, Meowth, to make an appearance? Meowth stepped forward, dramatically pointing at Tong. Hey, kid, hand over your Charizard. Are these copyright-infringing characters really this brazen? Tong thought to himself, bemused by their antics. Chapter 14, The Arrival of Charizard. The Dream of Promotion. Kid. What kind of look is that? Hurry up and hand over your Charizard, shouted the golden-haired Kobayashi, pointing accusingly at Tong. Grimer, chimed in the Grimer in agreement. Grimer. Battle power 33, level 5. Tong gazed at the Snorlax, which was covering its face, feeling a pang of sorrow as the strongest member of Team Rocket. As for Meowth, at least it could communicate in human language. But here was Snorlax, mumbling incoherently. After much persuasion, he had finally managed to convince Musashi and Kojiro not to become mere experience fodder, and now he had to deal with Miyamoto and Mukamaru. His heart felt heavy. Tong could barely muster the energy to complain. He waved his hand, commanding Charizard to use Flamethrower. With a whoosh, Charizard, in its Mega Blaze state, unleashed Flamethrower, sending both opponents flying. We will certainly return. The voices were automatically filtered out as Tong's gaze shifted to Sakura, his demeanor turning serious once more. It was evident that he was not yet qualified to defeat Dragonair. Sakura noticed Tong's expression and smiled, saying, Trainer, do you still believe you can win? I still believe I will win, Tong replied, shaking his head without elaboration. He accessed the system shop and spent 500 points to redeem a basic berry. It could elevate a Pokémon under level 30 by 1 rank. Charizard eat. Without hesitation, Tong tossed the berry to Charizard. Who? Charizard looked puzzled at the green fruit. You'll understand once you eat it, Tong assured, watching intently as Charizard devoured the basic berry. Soon, a radiant light enveloped Charizard. System notification. Charizard has consumed a basic berry and has risen to level 26. System notification. Charizard meets the conditions for evolution. You evolved Charizard? Sakura was taken aback. Charizard evolved. Doranrin, standing nearby, was also stunned. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed through the gym, and amidst the brilliance, a fire-type dragon emerged. The platform could not withstand the weight of the newly evolved Charizard, abruptly sinking. Charizard's innate heat evaporated all the water in the pool. A long scar stretched from Charizard's eye down to its jaw, accentuated by its exaggerated muscles and the flames dancing on its tail. Every detail testified to the formidable power of the Charizard before them. System notification. Charizard has completed its evolution. Combat power 578, 828, has learned the skill, Fire Punch. The dual-type Mega Charizard has descended. Tong looked at the Charizard before him, excitement coursing through him as he waved his hand. Charizard had evolved and learned Fire Punch. Although it hadn't mastered the Earthquake technique like Ash's Charizard, it was still a highly practical skill, fast and devastating. Charizard turned its head to Tong, releasing a plume of hot air from its nostrils. It seemed to gesture, boasting about its newfound strength. Indeed, it feels good to be this strong. Tong, having awaited this moment for many days, felt elated. He commanded, Charizard, use Fire Punch. With a whoosh, Charizard soared from the water, flames swirling around its fists, launching a powerful punch towards Dragonair. Dragonair dodged. The ensuing battle turned overwhelmingly in Tong's favor. With the evolution into Charizard and the acquisition of both fire and flying attributes, Dragonair's formerly proud physique now felt burdensome. After enduring 364 fire punches from Charizard, Dragonair finally succumbed, collapsing from exhaustion. Tong was not surprised by the outcome. Charizard's combat prowess was undeniable. Even the water-type Blastoise among the starter Pokémon had been thoroughly trounced, let alone Dragonair. With Dragonair incapacitated, Tong emerged victorious in this 3v3 battle. Doranrin, beside him, spoke with excitement. The three sisters of the blue team displayed expressions of disappointment, especially Sakura, who had unleashed her strongest Pokémon, yet still found herself dominated by Charizard. This is the blue badge. Sakura approached Tong and personally handed over the blue badge. Tong accepted it, standing just shoulder height to her. Faced with her soft presence so near, he instinctively swallowed hard. Gulp. In the quiet swimming pool, the sound was particularly jarring. Haha. Who would have thought you were such a lecherous little trainer? Came the teasing voice of Iam from the side. Tong's face turned crimson, and he hurriedly accepted the blue badge, thanking her. No need to thank me. Your strength is impressive, and this is well-deserved, Sakura replied with a smile, extending her hand to him. Your name is Tong, right? Would you like to come watch our water ballet performance tomorrow? It's free for you. Tong glanced at Sakura's fair hand, instinctively nodding, but suddenly felt a chill down his spine. That oppressive aura. A quick glance revealed Doranrin's almost predatory gaze. Thank you, but I must continue my journey to the next gym, so I cannot attend, Tong blurted out, turning swiftly to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered something crucial. Blushing, he returned to the three sisters, all while under Doranrin's piercing glare. Sisters, could you sign this for me? The three sisters exchanged glances at the magazine and erupted into laughter. You know, little Tong, looking at these things at your age isn't good for your health. Iam joked, taking out a pen to sign her name while winking at him. If you want to see more, come back when you're a bit older, and I'll let you grow a little older. Hearing that, Tong nearly choked, coughing as he hurriedly received their signatures and dashed away like a startled bird. On the way, Doranrin casually remarked, those sister swimsuits looked nice, didn't they? Not nice. Not nice. Tong vigorously shook his head, desperately denying it. What swimsuits? What sisters? I don't know anything. Keep pretending, Doranrin retorted coldly, hands on her hips, suddenly recalling the tumultuous scene when the three sisters emerged from the water. When will I ever be that big? With that thought, she quickly shot a glance at Tong before diverting her gaze elsewhere. Hey, why is your face so red? Tong turned to Doranrin, confusion etched on his face. Oh no, I've been found out. Doranrin's cheeks flushed even more. Could it be that you want to see this too? Tong's tone shifted as he pulled out the magazine from his pocket. Slap. Tong, you little rogue. What is wrong with that? Tong looked at Doranrin, who was storming ahead, covering her face, and said with feigned innocence. Mission path to power completed. You have received a reward of 1,500 points. Path to power mission updated. With your dual Mega Charizard, you have attained a certain level of strength. To gain greater influence within Team Rocket, please return to the headquarters to consult with Dr. Doran. Mission objective, achieve status elevation. Mission reward, 2,000 points. The system's notification drew Tong's attention elsewhere. Greater influence within Team Rocket? Consulting with Dr. Doran? Contemplating the task, Tong thought carefully. System tasks were never assigned haphazardly. The issuance of this mission must hold significance. According to the written explanation, it suggested that now he had a Charizard. He was worthy of recognition and should return to inform Dr. Doran of his prowess. Half an hour later, upon returning to Team Aqua's headquarters, Tong found Dr. Doran waiting for him, having appeared there at some point. Dr. Doran, I truly missed you. With an exaggerated tone, Tong enthusiastically embraced Dr. Dolan, who found himself momentarily taken aback, leading to an awkward silence. Tong promptly presented a photo album, causing Dr. Dolan's eyes to sparkle with excitement as he eagerly accepted it, tucking it into his coat. Leaning closer to the doctor, Tong conspiratorially whispered, Doctor, do I resemble a prodigy who ascended to the upper echelons of the rocket team at the tender age of 10, ultimately ousting Bamu to secure the position of leader? Chapter 15, A Call with Bamu. Becoming the team leader. Dr. Dolan, who had been smiling and listening to Tong, suddenly fell silent. Do you genuinely aspire to be among the upper ranks of the rocket team? His voice was low and penetrating as he fixed his gaze on Tong. Feeling a shiver run down her spine under Dr. Dolan's intense stare, Tong stammered, what's wrong? Can't I aim for a higher position? Of course you can. Doctor. Dolan exclaimed, his face lighting up with a brilliant smile as he clasped Tong's shoulder. We in the rocket team are precisely in need of young talents like you. What kind of talent do you wish to embody? A combat specialist or a research expert? Are you trying to frighten me? Yi Tong exhaled in relief, glancing at Dr. Dolan. Naturally, I aspire to be a combat specialist. I still have the Elite Four to contend with. That's splendid. Dr. Dolan nodded vigorously before introducing Yi Tong to the so-called hierarchy of the rocket team. As it turned out, the ranks began with Banmu at the top, followed by the 4 elite, regional leaders, team captains, and finally, the captains of smaller squads. Yi Tong, you are still quite young. I suggest you start as a squad captain, Dr. Dolan advised after outlining the hierarchy. Moreover, given your current lack of accomplishments, I can only recommend you for the position of squad captain to the higher-ups. Start as a squad captain? Yi Tong rubbed her nose, recognizing that she had little choice given Dr. Dolan's insistence. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a system notification chimed in. System notification. If the host assumes the role of squad captain, the task will be deemed an automatic failure. Damn it, you old fool. You're setting me up. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yi Tong nearly jumped up, casting a displeased glance at Dr. Dolan. The notification indicated that if being a squad captain equated to failure, then Dr. Dolan must have been aware that she could secure a higher position. Curse you, old fool. Oh, I mean Dr. Dolan. Yi Tong patted Dr. Dolan's shoulder, adopting a serious tone. Dolan Lin's combat aptitude is rather mediocre. As I prepare to challenge the prestigious Golden Badge Gym, the battles will inevitably become more perilous. It seems I cannot take her along. At this, Dolan Lin immediately erupted, exclaiming, "Why wouldn't you take me with you?" It's unavoidable, Yi Tong sighed, adopting a look of resignation. As a squad captain, my authority is limited. I can only protect you on my own. Not bringing you along is for your safety. Don't worry, I can protect myself. I will train hard. Dolan Lin insisted, her youthful enthusiasm shining through as she failed to perceive Yi Tong's pretense, believing he truly intended to leave her behind. How can you protect yourself? I must be responsible for your safety, Yi Tong replied earnestly to Dolan Lin. Tears welled in Dolan Lin's eyes as she pleaded, I can do it. I will train hard. Train your Butterfree. Their potential is too limited. Yi Tong shook his head, making a show of preparing to leave. At that moment, Dolan Lin's anxiety peaked, and she hurriedly followed after him. Wait, don't go. I don't want Butterfree anymore. I can let it go. I will raise powerful Pokémon from now on. I know I can. No, that is your passion. I won't force you to abandon what you love. Yi Tong feigned indifference, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the tearful Dolan Lin, who remained blissfully unaware of the truth. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dr. Dolan wavering at the sight of Dolan Lin's distress. Yi Tong. I believe I may have misspoken earlier, Dr. Dolan finally interjected. Oh, what do you feel was poorly articulated? Yi Tong turned to Dr. Dolan. I believe your talents are more than sufficient to qualify you for the position of division captain, or rather, team leader. Dr. Dolan stated earnestly, showing no sign of insincerity. Forget it. Yi Tong shook his head. This left Dr. Dolan bewildered. Wasn't the goal to secure a position? Now, it seemed Yi Tong was rejecting the opportunity. I believe my abilities are average. Without any accomplishments, I am unworthy of the title of team leader, Yi Tong added swiftly. As a person of discernment, Dr. Dolan immediately grasped that Yi Tong was sulking. Oh, come now, little Tong. How could your talents possibly be unworthy of the team leader position? As for accomplishments, you are still young. You have ample time to accumulate them, he reassured her politely. After a lengthy exchange of courteous words, Dr. Dolan picked up the computer on the table and declared, I will contact Banmu immediately to request your appointment. Is that really appropriate? Yi Tong feigned politeness, though a trace of apprehension stirred within him. This old man was far from ordinary. His authoritative tone and familiarity with Banmu revealed the high regard in which Dr. Dolan was held within the rocket team. How could such a figure be relegated to merely overseeing novice trainers at the headquarters? Reflecting on this, the image of another amiable old man, Professor Oak, floated into Yi Tong's mind. Why were these seemingly impressive professors always stationed in beginner villages? As he pondered, Dr. Dolan had already connected the call. A middle-aged man clad in a suit appeared on the screen, seated in an opulent red chair. Banmu, the gym leader of the Constant Pavilion and the supreme leader of the rocket team. Upon seeing Banmu, Yi Tong felt a slight tightening in his chest as he instinctively tightened his grip on Dolan Lin's back. Yi Tong, please don't abandon me. Dolan Lin, with tear-filled eyes, looked up at him as Dr. Dolan continued conversing with Banmu. Gazing at Dolan Lin, Yi Tong felt a surge of regret. He quickly wiped away her tears and reassured her, I will never leave you behind, not ever. Really? Dolan Lin's tears subsided as she fixated on Yi Tong. Through their time together, Dolan Lin's perception of Yi Tong had gradually shifted from initial disdain to admiration. Children often idolize strength, and Yi Tong's triumphant moment defeating a Dragonite alongside his Charizard had perfectly embodied the image of a young hero. Moreover, Yi Tong's sporadic charm, reminiscent of a 20-year-old artistic soul, left a lasting impression on Dolan Lin. Traveling alongside such a person brought her immense joy, and she wished to continue their journey together. Thus, when Yi Tong spoke of leaving her behind, her emotions flared up immediately. Yi Tong, observing Dolan Lin, sighed deeply, nodded earnestly, and declared with conviction, "I mean it. No backing out. Whoever backs out is a puppy. Let's make a pact." A smile broke across Dolan Lin's face as she extended a hand toward Yi Tong. "All right." Yi Tong chuckled in resignation, reaching out his hand just as Dr. Dolan's voice chimed in. "Yi Tong, Bammu wants to speak with you. Bammu is calling me." Yi Tong's heart tightened at once, and the hand that had reached out halfway withdrew as he hurried over. "Hey, you," Dolan Lin said impatiently. But upon seeing Yi Tong rushing to answer the call, she could only pout in annoyance. "So you are Yi Tong?" Bammu inquired, his gaze scrutinizing as he faced Yi Tong from behind the computer. Indeed, a strong person exudes an undeniable aura. Even through the screen, Yi Tong felt a subtle pressure. "Wait, I'm just a 10-year-old kid. What do I have to fear?" With this thought, a smile broke across Yi Tong's face as he nodded at Bammu. "Boss Bammu. I am Yi Tong. I heard you wish to become the squad leader?" Bammu said, stroking the smooth fur of Meow Boss beside him, his eyes still fixed on Yi Tong. "Yes," Yi Tong replied without hesitation. At this point, there was no need for denial. Upon hearing this, Bammu nodded and asked, "What about the future? Do you aspire to be a regional commander?" At this, Yi Tong's eyes sparkled with childlike innocence as he pointed at Bammu, declaring, "I want to sit in Boss Bammu's position in the future." Gulp. Upon hearing this, Dr. Dwalluan, who had been watching from the side, nearly choked on his own saliva. I thought this little brat was just making a slogan about Bammu, but he actually said it directly to Bammu himself. "Are you hoping to be hunted down by the 4 generals and end up in a shell on the back of a dragon?" Bammu, slightly surprised at Yi Tong's boldness, remained silent. The air fell into a moment of silence before Bammu suddenly applauded. A child with great ambition, truly deserving of being Dongan's offspring. Bammu's face broke into a smile as he gazed at Yi Tong and remarked, "Little Yi Tong, you are still too young. Think about sitting in my position after you win the championship at the Stone League." "All right, I will work hard," Yi Tong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Ha ha." Observing Yi Tong's childlike enthusiasm, Bammu's wariness dissipated, and he waved his hand, saying, "Since you are Dongan's son, becoming a squad leader is well within your capabilities, Dwalluan." "Ah." Dwalluan quickly agreed. "Arrange for little Yi Tong to have a squad leader position." Bammu added thoughtfully, "Let us place him in the first squad of Chongpan." Chapter 16. The Old Man Dwalluan. The only subordinate. The first squad of Chongpan. Dr. Dwalluan paused at the mention of this name, then looked at Yi Tong with a knowing smile and nodded. "All right. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With a snap, the screen cut off, and Dr. Dwalluan turned to Yi Tong, his expression laden with meaning. "Yi Tong, it seems you are quite the clever little rascal." Yi Tong understood Dr. Dwalluan was referring to his earlier antics, but feigned innocence. "What is the doctor talking about? I am just a small child. Forget it." "I won't bother with you," Dr. Dwalluan said, not pressing further, as he led Yi Tong outside to begin the personnel registration. This personnel registration merely involved entering Yi Tong's name into the roster of the first squad of Chongpan, while also reviewing the current team members and issuing a badge. When Yi Tong clearly saw Dr. Dwalluan inputting his name as the captain of the Chongpan squad, he finally noticed something amiss. The captain's column in the roster for the first squad of Chongpan was entirely blank. Looking further down, he found only a solitary entry for a small team. Team leader, Kojiro. Members, Musashi, and a talking Meow Meow. What the heck? Upon reading this list, Yi Tong's voice shot up several octaves. "Bammu. Are you kidding me?" The sound resonated, drawing the attention of everyone nearby, who seemed astonished at the audacity of someone daring to call out Bammu's name within the rocket branch. Only Dr. Dwalluan, standing nearby, chuckled at Yi Tong, extending a hand as if to console him. "Don't cry, kid. Here, this is your badge for being the captain of the first squad of Chongpan." With tears in his eyes, Yi Tong reluctantly donned the golden 3-stripe badge, realizing that Bammu's straightforwardness meant that the so-called first squad was merely a facade. The only member was the troublesome Kojiro. Complete the series of tasks towards the Path of Strength and gain 2,000 points. The series of tasks towards the Path of Strength has been updated. As the newly appointed captain of the Rocket Team's first squad of Chongpan, you now possess greater authority. In the time to come, please expand your team further based on the current foundation. Task requirements. Add 3 members. Task reward, 3,000 points. The system's task refresh left Yi Tong's already modest family situation further strained. Where could a mere child like him find people to join the notoriously hunted rocket team? Contemplating the upcoming journey and the myriad of Pokémon he needed to train, Yi Tong felt overwhelmed. Don't cry, don't cry. Let me see your Charizard, Dr. Dwelluin said, patting Yi Tong's shoulder with a smile. I won't look. Farewell. Yi Tong, feeling a headache coming on, had no intention of lingering. Clasping his fists together as he prepared to leave. Are you leaving? Dr. Dwelluin asked with a beaming smile, his tone languid. Then the item I brought for someone. Seems it can only be given to someone else. As he spoke, Dr. Dwelluin produced a fragment of a white shell. Mystical egg shell fragment. Upon seeing the fragment, Yi Tong's face lit up with joy, pulling out a Pokeball from his bag. Look, Charizard, come out and show our dear Dr. Dwelluin. Roar. As Charizard emerged, its face was filled with fury. I've been sleepless lately, and after a battle, I finally managed to catch a nap. Why did you wake me up again? As it flailed its claws in protest towards Yi Tong, Charizard suddenly spotted Dr. Dwelluin, and its expression shifted. This old man seems to be the one who secretly captured me back at Charizard Valley, doesn't he? Recalling that night when he was peacefully napping in his cozy nest, only to have shadowy figures descend from the sky and whisk him away. Charizard squinted its eyes at Dr. Dwelluin, a low growl emanating from its throat as flames began to flicker at the corners of its mouth. Charizard, long time no see. Dr. Dwelluin waved at Charizard, hastily retrieving a peculiar candy from somewhere and tossing it towards Charizard. You better get lost. Just as Charizard was about to swat the candy away, it caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Huh, this seems to be that thing. In an instant, Charizard turned tail and, without hesitation, devoured the candy, its eyes widening in surprise. Over the next few seconds, Charizard swayed unsteadily before gesturing towards Yi Tong. That is a sleep-inducing candy. Thud. Before Charizard could finish its gesture, it collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly. This is a sleep-inducing candy, made from the petals of a Bulbasaur. Possessing a unique fragrance that makes Pokémon desire to consume it, Dr. Dwelluin explained. However, this candy is only effective on ordinary Pokémon. If your Charizard trains for a while longer, it may very well become immune to the effects of the sleep-inducing candy. Sleep-inducing candy, with its peculiar fragrance, allows for anything to happen upon consumption. Unbeknownst to her, a peculiar advertisement from an overseas gambling website suddenly echoed in Yi Tong's mind, causing her expression to turn somewhat strange. Dr. Doran, however, paid no heed to Yi Tong and meticulously examined the Charizard, scrutinizing it from head to tail, including its wings. Splendid. This Charizard has evolved splendidly. Its musculature is quite developed, indicative of frequent physical combat. Indeed, Yi Tong nodded in agreement. She had predominantly commanded the veteran Charizard to battle under restrained attributes lately, thus it could primarily utilize skills like Claw and Steel Claw. No wonder the old Charizard had mastered Flame Punch upon evolving. This must be part of the reason. Take this fragment and make use of it. My research indicates that Pokémon equipped with this fragment seem to experience accelerated growth. After inspecting the Charizard, Dr. Doran offered the mysterious eggshell fragment to Yi Tong without further ado. The fragment had been polished and featured a circular hole. Yi Tong fashioned a cord from the task desk and hung it around the Charizard's neck. Just then, the Charizard, feeling playful, flipped over and inadvertently shoved the mysterious eggshell fragment into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. You rascal. That is not a snack for you. Yi Tong hastily attempted to intervene, but Dr. Doran waved his hand dismissively, calmly stating, No need to worry. I've tested the durability of this fragment. An ordinary Charizard cannot possibly crush it. Crack. Before he could finish, the mysterious eggshell fragment shattered. Dr. Doran's eyelid twitched. Of course, your Charizard is no ordinary specimen. My eggshell fragment is a long-term experience enhancer. Tears streamed down Yi Tong's face as she rushed forward, but the Charizard, seemingly unimpressed after a few chews, spat the eggshell fragment out with a puff. Plop. The fragment landed right in front of Yi Tong. The broken mysterious eggshell fragment now conferred a staggering 125-fold experience boost to the Pokémon that carried it. Phew, thankfully it's still usable. Seeing this, Yi Tong hurriedly picked up the half-shattered fragment, disregarding the saliva on it, and tucked it into her pocket. This is my precious, shiny Magikarp. No one can touch it. After securing the fragment, Yi Tong recalled the Charizard into its Pokeball and cast a glance at Dr. Doran. That crafty old man, so devious. Thinking of the various mischiefs Dr. Doran had perpetrated, Yi Tong clenched her fist, remaining silent as she patted Dr. Doran and prepared to leave. Yi Tong, where are you headed? Dr. Doran inquired from behind. To Leafless City to collect a badge, Tong replied, not pausing in her stride. Wait a moment. Doctor. Doran waved his hand. Don't you have a Firo? Bring it over. I'd like to have a look. No, I'm leaving. Tong quickened her pace without looking back. Upon exiting, Tong unexpectedly encountered the exuberant Xiao Zilong, who had just returned from an unknown errand. Tong, he exclaimed, tossing out a pokeball. Come, see my Arbok. Isn't it much stronger now? The Arbok that emerged exuded a completely different aura. If the previous Arbok had been timid and weak, the current one truly resembled a venomous serpent, its gaze sharp. Hiss. The Arbok flicked its tongue at Tong. Arbok. Combat power, 244, level, 21. Wow, what a remarkable transformation. Tong marveled at the system notification. In just a few days, Xiao Zilong had managed to elevate the Arbok to level 21. Just one level away from evolving into an Arbok, it was clearly of a different caliber. It seemed Xiao Zilong was indeed a trainer with considerable talent. A smile graced Tong's face as she praised, Xiao Zilong, impressive. You've made significant progress. All thanks to Tong's guidance, Xiao Zilong replied with a bashful smile. You've done well yourself, Tong remarked. Then, with an inexplicable tone, added. But in the days to come, you mustn't call me Tong anymore. What should I call you then? Little Tong? Xiao Zilong looked puzzled. Call me Captain Tong. With that, Tong produced her badge as the captain of the first team of Jotaro. Captain. Xiao Zilong stared at the badge in disbelief, then pulled out his own badge, which clearly stated he was the leader of the first squad of the first platoon of the first team. He had unwittingly become Tong's subordinate. With a thud, Xiao Zilong knelt down without uttering a word, while his Meowth, sensing the moment, also knelt down, exclaiming, Boss, we pay our respects. Xiao Zilong glanced at Meowth, hesitating. But Tong waved her hand. No need for that. Xiao Zilong, come here. I have a task for you. Xiao Zilong approached, his face full of confusion. You are to help me recruit a few individuals. Our first team currently lacks personnel, and many tasks cannot be initiated. You will find a few people along the way to join us. Once accomplished, I'll promote you to the position of platoon leader with a raise, setting you on the path to marry a wealthy beauty. Marry a wealthy beauty? Xiao Zilong's eyes dimmed suddenly. Oh, no. It's not about marrying a wealthy beauty. Tong recalled Xiao Zilong's tragic past, and quickly amended, I will reward you with rare Pokémon, making you the second strongest in Team Rocket. How does that sound? Absolutely. Xiao Zilong nodded vigorously, then dragged Musashi out, saying, let us go. We're off to help Tong recruit people. Tong watched them depart with a contented smile, realizing Xiao Zilong was a promising individual. As she reflected, her gaze swept over Meowth beside Xiao Zilong, and a system notification lit up. Mysterious Meowth, combat power, 5, level, 1, Mysterious Meowth, a Meowth with a prefix? Wait a moment. Tong called out. Generally speaking, unless something truly unique is present, it's unlikely for a Pokémon to have a special prefix. Just like the dual superior Charizard, the system description remained cold and impersonal. Thus far, the only Pokémon she had with a prefix was her shiny Magikarp. Tong, do you have something to say? Xiao Zilong turned his head to look at her. No, nothing important. Tong hesitated, initially contemplating acquiring Meowth, but ultimately abandoned the thought. You go ahead, if possible. You might consider nurturing Meowth. Nurture me? Meowth was taken aback, pointing at itself in sheer astonishment. Tong gave Xiao Zilong a deep look, then addressed Meowth. Meowth. You have never been ordinary. The tale of Meowth's journey to learn human language was long and complex. Simply put, it had fallen for a female cat who expressed a fondness for human-like speech, prompting Meowth to strive for improvement. After acquiring the ability to speak, it sought out the female cat, only to discover she had moved away. As she reminisced about those years of youthful heartbreak, Tong waved her hand, choosing not to elaborate further. Go now. Xiao Zilong wore a puzzled expression, but since Tong had spoken, he could only nod and exit the door. A scion forced to leave his affluent family due to the pressure of an unwed fiancé, a trainer who ostensibly embraced villainy yet had a fondness for adorable Pokémon, and a Meowth adorned with a mysterious prefix yet possessing negligible combat prowess. This trio appeared to be anything but simple. All right, we should continue on our journey. Tong shook her head, dismissing the past from her mind, and uttered to Dr. Doran. System notification, the series of side quests, Journey to Become a Stronger Trainer, has been updated. You are about to head to Leafless City. Please prepare for your journey. In the training hall of Xiaoming, new training methods were being explored. The task reward, Charizard would gain the ability to enter its Super Blaze state at any time. The penalty for failure, Charizard would become furious. A side quest exclusive to the old master? A hint of confusion crossed Yi Tong's face. This task ostensibly required her to challenge Xiaoming, yet in reality, it was a means to unlock a new ability for Charizard. Entering the Super Blaze state at will was significantly more convenient and practical than before, as it no longer required a depletion of stamina to activate. All right, let us challenge Xiaoming, Yi Tong declared, waving her hand. Xiaoming, the trainer renowned for his 100 consecutive victories with the Pangoro, was someone she was eager to face. In the afternoon, Yi Tong arrived at Xiaoming's dojo as promised. Gazing at the modest dojo adorned with the number 98, she was taken aback. Why 98? Has Ash already been here? Upon entering, a boy dressed in ordinary attire stood up, regarding Yi Tong with curiosity. A new challenger? He inquired. At his words, Yi Tong raised an eyebrow. Xiaoming's fervor was palpable, emanating a sharp intensity even in casual conversation. Easily broken, Yi Tong mused. Xiaoming is unlikely to become exceptionally powerful in the future. You've achieved 98 consecutive victories. Who was the last challenger? Yi Tong casually asked, releasing a pokeball. The last one? Xiaoming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I can't recall. Just that he talked a lot, something about a carpenter. Yi Tong was at a loss for words and chose not to elaborate any further, tossing out her pokeball. Go, Charizard. With a thunderous roar, Charizard emerged, instantly raising the temperature of the surroundings. Roar. Charizard glanced at Xiaoming, suddenly noticing the mysterious shard hanging around its neck. Its large eyes filled with bewilderment. It gestured towards Yi Tong, as if asking, what is this? Oh, it's beneficial for you, Yi Tong replied, casting a glance at Xiaoming to gauge his reaction. Given the presence of a powerful Charizard that had undergone 2 evolutions, any ordinary trainer would likely find it daunting to contend against. You possess such a formidable Charizard, Xiaoming remarked. Surprisingly, his fighting spirit only intensified. Go, Diglett. As Diglett emerged, the stark contrast in size between it and Charizard became even more pronounced. Come on, challenger. Let me witness the strength of your Charizard. Diglett, combat power 444, level 33. Yi Tong's expression shifted to one of surprise as she grew increasingly serious. Generally, Pokémon with higher evolution levels possess greater potential. And since Diglett typically evolves at level 22 but was still at level 30, it indicated that this Diglett's potential was extraordinary. No wonder Xiaoming was dubbed a beast trainer. It was indeed justified. With a swift motion, Yi Tong commanded, Charizard, use Flame Punch. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed a blazing strike towards Diglett. Diglett, dig. Xiaoming shouted fiercely. Diglett swiftly burrowed underground, narrowly evading the attack. Charizard, fire at the entrance with Flamethrower. Yi Tong bellowed. Flames cascaded down, surging into the hole. Xiaoming's expression turned grave. The flames advancing into the tunnel could easily suffocate Diglett. Diglett, surface. Charizard, use Steel Claw. With a roar, Charizard pursued as Diglett darted away, turning the battle into a one-sided affair, with Charizard relentlessly pressuring Diglett. Throughout, Diglett had yet to mount a single counterattack. Clang. As Charizard shattered another rock, it paused momentarily, exhaling a plume of hot air. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower again, followed by Steel Claw. Yi Tong ordered swiftly. Despite Diglett's immense potential, the delay in its evolution hindered its combat prowess. If it were a fully evolved Dugtrio at level 30, Charizard certainly wouldn't have been able to exert such dominance. With a determined push, Charizard finally struck Diglett, sending it crashing to the ground with a thud. The battle concluded there. You are quite strong, Xiaoming exclaimed as he cradled Diglett, casting a glance at Yi Tong in admiration. You're impressive too. Your Diglett managed to hold its ground against Charizard for so long. Yi Tong complimented. If your Diglett had already evolved into Dugtrio, the outcome might have been different. Indeed, I also wish for it to evolve, Xiaoming admitted, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he gazed at Diglett. But for some reason, despite battling numerous times, it still hasn't evolved. I've considered many strategies and even consulted training masters, yet the issue remains unresolved. It hasn't evolved despite many battles? Yi Tong's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that Diglett was holding an Everstone? Xiaoming, may I take a look at your Diglett? Yi Tong inquired. Sure, Xiaoming nodded, handing Diglett over to her. Half an hour later, Yi Tong successfully extracted a small, shiny red orb from Diglett's decayed tooth cavity. Mystic Firestone. Pokémon carrying this stone may learn fire-related skills. Yet it also possesses the capabilities of an Everstone, so it's advised to carry it cautiously. I found it. This is it, Yi Tong exclaimed, her fist pumping in excitement. Chapter 18. Task completed. What is this? Xiaoming inquired, peering at the object in Yi Tong's hand with a puzzled expression. It's an Everstone. It inhibits Pokemon evolution. Yi Tong refrained from disclosing the full capabilities of the mysterious stone, holding it aloft. Now that I've removed it, Diglett should be able to evolve. Suddenly, as if validating Yi Tong's words, Diglett, previously unconscious, was enveloped in radiant light. Diglett is evolving. A nearby Doran exclaimed in astonishment. With a cacophony of sounds, the light dissipated, revealing a massive Dugtrio. Dugtrio, combat power 876, level 30. An increase of over 400 in combat power? This Dugtrio is impressive, Yi Tong thought, equally astonished. While Charizard, having witnessed Diglett's evolution, displayed a similar expression. Wow, this little one looks so powerful after evolving, Xiaoming exclaimed, embracing Dugtrio with palpable excitement. Yi Tong watched with a smile, realizing she had altered the course of events. With Dugtrio, Xiaoming would surely embark on his journey. As the Beastmaster adeptly resolved his Diglett issue, the future remained uncertain. Indeed, in the following moments, Xiaoming repeatedly expressed gratitude to Yi Tong, affirming his intention to commence his travels. Yi Tong wholeheartedly supported him while subtly implying the Everstone's utility for herself. Yi Tong, as a token of my appreciation, please accept this Everstone, Xiaoming offered. Having received a satisfying response, Yi Tong felt elated. Upon exiting Xiaoming's dojo, she was eager to bestow the mystical stone upon Charizard, only to discover it emitted a discontented sound, gesturing toward Yi Tong in protest. The general message was clear. You expect me to wear something you dug out of Diglett's teeth? Absolutely not. After much effort to obtain your cooperation, it appears you are becoming rather evasive. With a sudden chill in her demeanor, Yi Tong produced the hypnotic candies she had casually taken from Dr. Dwelin. What is this? The Charizard's eyes widened in alarm as memories of that fateful night flooded back to him, when he had nestled in the cozy bed prepared by his mother. Enough with the pleasantries. Will you wear it or not? Yi Tong glared at the Charizard, hands planted firmly on her hips. With a flurry of compliance, Charizard bowed his head, approaching Yi Tong with a docile demeanor. Now that's more like it. Come here. Let me put this on you. Yi Tong smiled as she affixed the mysterious stone around Charizard's neck, aligning it perfectly with the remnants of the mysterious eggshell. A resonant chime echoed, and an inexplicable surge of energy coursed through Charizard, causing his eyes to widen as if he had suddenly grasped a profound revelation. With a mighty roar, flames erupted from his tail, intensifying in brilliance. System notification. Charizard has activated its Super Blaze state. It worked, Yi Tong exclaimed, pumping her fist in the air before instructing Charizard. Now, let us see if you can deactivate it. With a puff of heated air from his nostrils, Charizard flicked his tail, and the flames diminished. System notification. Charizard has deactivated Super Blaze state. Success. Yi Tong beamed with joy, and at that moment, another system notification chimed in. Side quest of the Path of the Strong has been completed. Reward. Charizard gains the ability to freely activate and deactivate Super Blaze state. Yi Tong, where shall we go next? Dwelin Lin inquired cautiously from the side. For reasons unknown. Ever since Yi Tong had mentioned she did not want Dwelin Lin to accompany her, Dwelin Lin had felt an unusual sense of anxiety, fearing that Yi Tong might truly abandon her. For our next destination, let us head to Withered Leaf City, Yi Tong declared, and then suddenly recalled another location. The Jangwei Lighthouse seems to be en route to Withered Leaf City. Let us stop by there for a moment. With determination, she set their course, and the two travelers embarked on a new journey, each with their respective belongings. Not long after their departure, at Xiaoming's gym, Xiao Ji and his companions arrived. Glancing at the door marked with a reds over the number 98, Xiao Ji wore a puzzled expression. Has Xiaoming already lost? Pushing open the door, he inquired, excuse me, is this Xiaoming's Beast Tamer gym? Xiaoming, who was busy packing his belongings, nodded upon seeing the newcomers. Yes, but I have already lost, and am about to set off on my journey. You've lost? Who could be so formidable? Seeing the massive Dugtrio, Xiao Ji's excitement surged. To defeat such a powerful Dugtrio, they must be an incredibly skilled trainer. I must seek their guidance. Hearing this, Xiaoming lifted his gaze to meet the eager Xiao Ji, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he replied, that trainer is named Yi Tong. The journey was far from tedious. Throughout the voyage, Yi Tong diligently trained her Pokémon. During this time, her Fire Sparrow evolved into a big-mouthed sparrow, its appearance rather unappealing, causing Yi Tong some distress. By this point, the disparity in strength among her Pokémon became increasingly apparent, with the level 29 Charizard boasting a combat power nearing 1000, while the similarly leveled Big Mouth Sparrow only achieved a power of slightly over 700. As for her unevolved shiny Magikarp and subsequent Corphish, their combat power hovered around 600. Shiny Magikarp, you must evolve soon. Tong called forth her shiny Magikarp, gently stroking its scales. The current situation is not very optimistic. While my veteran Charizard is indeed formidable, he is not invincible. When faced with equally strong Pokémon, victory will rely on his Super Blaze state. In the event of a 5v5 battle or more, if Charizard's stamina wanes and my other Pokémon cannot keep pace, we could easily find ourselves in a stalemate or worse. Defeat. Clearly, it was imperative to invest time in training her Pokémon and to seek out others worthy of cultivation. Tong, we've arrived, Duoluin Lin suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a particular direction. Tong swiftly turned to see a grand lighthouse atop a small hill, its light dimly shimmering in the twilight. Let us proceed. Tong waved her hand as the pair advanced towards the lighthouse. Jingwei Lighthouse, the site of Dr. Jingwei's research on ancient times, was rumored to be a place where ancient dragonites would appear. Upon entering the lighthouse, they found Dr. Jingwei engrossed in his research. Greetings, trainer, he said, looking up and offering a warm smile. Hello, doctor. I wish to inquire about the frequency of appearances of the ancient dragonite. An inquiry about the ancient dragonite. Doctor. Jingwei set aside his pen, adjusting his glasses as he regarded Tong with interest. Indeed, I have long heard rumors of the presence of ancient dragonites here. Your interest in ancient life forms is commendable. Tong's tone turned serious as she continued. I have always held a fascination for ancient life, which is why I greatly admire your work, doctor. Those who delve into the realm of science tend to possess upright character, and for such individuals, sincere praise regarding their scholarly pursuits is often sufficient. Upon hearing Tong's words, a look of gratification spread across Dr. Jingwei's face. I never expected that there are still trainers who take an interest in these matters. In the ensuing conversation, Dr. Jingwei elaborated on ancient life forms, informing Tong that the ancient dragonite might make an appearance in approximately half a month. Upon hearing this, Tong resolved to remain there for a while, as it would provide an opportunity to train her Pokémon. What if? Oh no, what if I were to capture that ancient dragonite? That would be a monumental leap forward. The thought nearly made her drool with excitement, and had it not been for Duoluin Lin's timely intervention, she might have embarrassed herself before Dr. Jingwei. Doctor, I must take my leave now. I shall return in half a month. At the lighthouse entrance, Tong waved goodbye to Dr. Jingwei, and, just a few steps away, she encountered Xiao Ji and his companions. Tong, what brings you here? Xiao Ji was the first to speak. Haha, just paying a visit to Dr. Jingwei. Tong replied with an inexplicable sense of joy. Gradually, she felt liberated from the narrative shadow cast by Xiao Ji since their journey began at Moonlight Mountain. I see. I was actually hoping to pay him a visit as well, Xiao Ji remarked, suddenly struck by inspiration as a fierce determination gleamed in his eyes. Tong, accept my challenge. Chapter 19, The Mighty Galarian. Ancient Dragonite. Once again, Tong felt a headache coming on as she helplessly replied, I have matters to attend to today. Let us save it for next time. Very well. Seeing Tong decline, Xiao Ji did not press the issue, stowing away his pokeball with a hint of disappointment. Go ahead and challenge the gym in Withered Leaf City, but don't let me get too far ahead of you. Tong chuckled, glancing at Xiao Ji. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Ji and his companions would soon find themselves lost in a fog, with a long journey ahead to reach Withered Leaf City. I won tea, Xiao Ji retorted, his competitive spirit reignited. As they departed, Tong continued her path towards the seaside. As evening descended, the dim sky enveloped the shore where waves crashed upon the sand, creating a soothing melody. Let us use this time to train our Pokémon here, Tong suggested, gazing at the vast sea, for it is home to many wondrous Pokémon. Absolutely. Duoluin Lin eagerly agreed, her eyes sparkling, as young girls are often captivated by the morning sun and the ocean at sunset. Half a month later, Korokora. Defeat the Ink Seahorse with the Bone Boomerang. With Tong's command, Korokora shouted and hurled the Bone Club with great force, striking the Ink Seahorse with precision. System notification. Korokora has defeated the Ink Seahorse, leveling up to level 26. System notification. Korokora meets the evolution criteria. As Korokora was enveloped in a radiant glow, Tong exhibited a hint of relief. At long last, Korokora had completed its evolution. Over the past fortnight, he had trained fervently, and now, Charizard had reached level 31. Bolstered by experience and formidable combat prowess, boasting a combat strength of 1030. Pidgeotto was nearing the threshold of level 30 with a combat strength of 777, while Shiny Gyarados was also approaching level 30 with a combat strength of 783. Only Korokora had been captured later and started training from level 1, necessitating battles against weaker Pokémon, thus consuming a considerable amount of time. Gala. With a crisp sound, Gala completed its evolution. Thud. Just as Tong intended to command, the bone club just thrown by Gala unexpectedly returned from an unforeseen angle, striking Tong squarely on the head. A large bump gradually forming. Gala erupted into joyous laughter. Tong pointed at Gala, poised to scold, but suddenly froze. Galaga's combat strength, 999. Level, 26. Abilities, Lightning Rod. Immunity to electric-type moves. Rock Head, no recoil damage. Battle Armor, immunity to critical hit attacks. Skills, Screech, Bone Club, Bone Boomerang, Glare, Charge. Iron Head, Nature, Lonely. Held item, Bone Club, doubles normal attack. Combat strength of 999, how formidable. Tong was somewhat taken aback. Though he was already aware that the 3-ability Gala was strong in the early to mid-game, he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Charizard's combat strength at level 26 had been merely over 800. His gaze shifted to Charizard. Noticing Tong's attention, Charizard exhaled a puff of hot air and flexed its right arm, as if to say, "Look at these muscles. I outmatched this little one wielding a bone by 1,000-fold." A smile graced Tong's face. Indeed, Charizard had no rebuttal. Galaga's impressive combat score was likely due to its immunity to electric-type moves and critical hit damage. In a true battle, a Charizard of the same level would likely surpass Galagala. Tong, today is the day we agreed to meet Dr. Jinghui, said Delunlin, emerging from the tent. Her eyes sparkling. Galagala has evolved, she exclaimed, embracing Galagala and affectionately ruffling its head. Galagala submitted to Delunlin's caress, tilting its head back slightly, eyes narrowing in contentment. Galagala, you fickle Galagala, Tong remarked, playfully smacking Galagala. Let's go, it's time to depart. Soon. The two arrived at Jinghui Lighthouse. Tong released several Pokémon that had battled tirelessly, allowing them to rest below, and took Charizard, a flying-type Pokémon, into the lighthouse. You've arrived. Upon entering, Dr. Jinghui exclaimed excitedly, according to my observations, the ancient Dragonite will arrive at the lighthouse tonight. Wonderful. Tong responded with enthusiasm. The ancient Dragonite was indeed a legendary creature, and he was about to witness it firsthand. Come, follow me up the lighthouse. Grasping Tong's hand, Dr. Jinghui led them to the topmost level. The sky gradually darkened, and the trio awaited in silence. The light from the lighthouse appearing particularly warm against the backdrop of the full moon. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the distance. As if the clouds were being stirred, creating a powerful gust of wind. It's coming. The three perked up, especially Tong, whose eyes shone with anticipation. Whoosh whoosh. The sound continued, and amidst the tense atmosphere, an enormous ancient Dragonite emerged from the clouds into view. Tong gasped, exclaiming, "My goodness! This Dragonite is as large as 5 Charizards." Charizard. Dr. Jinghui hastily retrieved his research manual and sketch paper, beginning to document the extraordinary sight of the ancient Dragonite. "Wow, Tong, look!" Delunlin suddenly spoke, pointing aside. "The moon is so round." "Oh, my heart feels completely unguarded. Now's not the time to comment on the moon's roundness." Tong responded helplessly, his gaze fixed on the ancient Dragonite. Ancient Dragonite, combat strength. Level. System notification. The level of the Pokémon exceeds that of the host's highest Pokémon, unable to view specific values. The question mark values and the ancient prefix confirmed it was indeed the ancient Dragonite. Tong concluded, his hand clutching the Ultra Ball, trembling slightly. If I throw an Ultra Ball, will it be obliterated by its dragon rage? Glancing at Charizard, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, Tong found it amusing. He suddenly nudged Charizard, chuckling, "Old Char, go for it." Roar roar. Charizard's wings flapped in a flurry as it struggled to stabilize, turning its head to Tong. Gesturing frantically, "You want me to go for it? You are being utterly unreasonable and nonsensical. Ha ha ha, don't be so tense. It hasn't even approached us yet." Tong laughed heartily, but noticed Charizard's eyes widening even more. "Why are your eyes so wide?" Whoosh. Suddenly, the wind seemed to whistle past his ear. Tong turned to face the ancient Dragonite, only a few meters away, nearly suffering a heart attack. "Human, you seem to carry an unusual scent." A deep voice resonated. The ancient Dragonite could speak? Tong's expression was one of disbelief. Facing the ancient Dragonite, he forced a smile and stammered, "Perhaps. I am somewhat handsome." Ancient Dragonite. Dr. Jinghui. Delunlin. That joke isn't very amusing. The ancient Dragonite turned its head, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Tong. Its deep voice resounding once more, "Trainer, I know your intentions. Your current power is insufficient to control me." Yi Tong awkwardly chuckled, concealing the Ultra Ball behind his back. "A remarkable trainer. I shall see you next time." The ancient Dragonite intoned, flapping its wings and soaring back into the clouds. Chapter 20. The Weeping of Gala Gala and Combat Ability. Phew, that was truly terrifying. In that brief moment of contact, Yi Tong's back was drenched in cold sweat. The ancient Dragonite's remark about an unusual power, was it referring to the system or the fact that he was not a soul of this world? Did Pokémon truly possess legendary powers? What if his secret were discovered? The more he pondered, the more his heart raced. It seemed prudent to avoid encountering such legendary Pokémon until he was sufficiently powerful. Dr. Jingwei, however, was elated. Although their time with the ancient Dragonite was brief, the invaluable close encounter had allowed him to record a wealth of precious data. After declining Dr. Jingwei's invitation to linger longer, Yi Tong exited Jingwei Lighthouse. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted the shiny Gyarados and Pidgeotto, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. "Where's Galagala?" With a fleeting glance, Yi Tong noticed that Galagala was missing and inquired, "Where's Galagala?" Gulu and Gio, the two little sprites, emitted sounds that conveyed their ignorance. Growing anxious, Yi Tong, accompanied by Delunlin, began searching for Galagala nearby. Not long after, in a secluded part of the forest, Yi Tong suddenly heard the sound of weeping. Was that Galagala's cry? As Yi Tong glanced at the full moon, a realization dawned upon her. Parting the underbrush, she discovered Galagala sitting on the ground, clutching a bone staff tightly, weeping in the moonlight. "Why is Galagala crying?" Delunlin asked, puzzled. Yi Tong explained, "The skull atop Galagala's head typically belongs to its mother, as does the bone it holds." Her eyes softened with tenderness as she continued. "Each unique Galagala carries the memories of its mother. During the full moon, Galagala recalls its mother and becomes profoundly sorrowful, with its cries echoing like a lamenting human." Understanding this, Delunlin felt a pang of sympathy for Galagala. After hearing Yi Tong recount the tale, she approached Galagala gently from behind and softly patted its back, offering comfort. "Do not be sad, Galagala. Your mother watches over you from above." Galagala, wiping its eyes, sadly nestled into Delunlin's embrace. There, do not cry," Delunlin murmured soothingly as she held Galagala close. Standing a short distance away, Yi Tong watched in silence, reflecting on how she had focused too much on the sprite's strength and overlooked their inherent essence. Each little sprite possessed its own uniqueness and story. Even the humble Caterpie had its cherished green leaf. As night deepened, Yi Tong took the now sleeping Galagala from Delunlin, gently stroking its head before returning it to its Pokeball. Subsequently, an update on the side quest of the Stronger Path series appeared, having been moved by Galagala's story. Please capture 15 little sprites within the upcoming period. The task reward was 3,000 points. A side quest update? Capture 15 little sprites? Yi Tong raised her eyebrows slightly at the notification. Although she understood that the system would not assign tasks frivolously, the demand to capture 15 sprites in one go felt bewildering. She pondered the purpose behind such a request, especially since nurturing her sprites already consumed considerable time. Never mind. I shall capture them first and consider training later. In the ensuing days, Yi Tong trained her sprites while making her way to Withered Leaf City, completing the system's task. As she delved into the task, her perspective shifted. Upon arriving in Withered Leaf City, she encountered numerous sprites of varying levels, eliminating the need to start from level 1. Some higher-level sprites could even be sent into battle immediately. Gradually, Yi Tong successfully captured 15 sprites and completed the system's task, earning 3,000 points. Yet no new side quests appeared. Perhaps the timing is not right? Feeling somewhat deceived, Yi Tong reassured herself, the system cannot be so unkind. Thus, Yi Tong arrived at Withered Leaf City. Is this really Withered Leaf City? Gazing at the city before her, Yi Tong felt a wave of nostalgia. After visiting the Rocket headquarters, she stumbled upon a peculiar task on the mission board. The gym leader Magikarp has repeatedly rejected the organization's recruitment efforts and has injured several team members. We seek capable trainers to challenge Magikarp. Successful challengers will receive 3 Ultra Balls and a rare sprite as a reward. Challenging Magikarp? Has he even angered the Rocket team? Yi Tong expressed her surprise at the task. Magikarp was indeed the gym leader notorious for injuring challenger sprites with his Raichu. Her visit was fortuitously timed for such a challenge. Without hesitation, she accepted the task. 3 Ultra Balls and a rare sprite were an enticing reward. On her way to the gym, Yi Tong gathered information about Magikarp, discovering that his reputation matched the in-game narratives. Upon entering the Withered Leaf Gym, She pushed open the grand doors. "Ah, another trainer come to challenge me?" Ma Jisher's voice rang out with an unmistakable arrogance. "Yes, I am here to challenge the gym." Yi Tong nodded, suppressing a smile as she observed Ma Jisher, who remained blissfully unaware of the battle that awaited him. "The rules are simple, a 1v1 battle. Each of us will send forth our strongest sprite, and the victor will be determined." Ma Jisher stated slowly. "Very well," Yi Tong replied, producing an Ultra Ball. "Go, Raichu." Ma Jisher indeed sent forth his Raichu, boasting a combat power of 978 and level 31. Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu, was stronger and more formidable in appearance. "Ma Jisher, you may not know who I am." Yi Tong did not hastily release her Ultra Ball. Instead, she leisurely produced a badge. "The Rocket Team's badge? You are the commander of the 1st Hokkaido Division?" Ma Jisher stared at Yi Tong, taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the fact that she had ascended to such a position at a young age. Of course, had he known the true nature of the 1st Hokkaido Division, he likely would not have been so surprised. "Ma Jisher, you have repeatedly insulted the Rocket Team and harmed my comrades. As the commander of the 1st Hokkaido Division, I hereby challenge you." Yi Tong stated her intentions, feeling it necessary to assert her status. "Go, Galagala." Emerging from the light, Galagala brandished its bone staff, displaying a fierce determination against Raichu, which was of similar size. "Raichu, use Thunderbolt," Ma Jisher commanded, seemingly oblivious to any impending differences. Raichu's tail lifted, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt that enveloped the gym. "Haha, cry out in agony beneath Raichu's thunderbolt, little one," Ma Jisher jeered with an overconfident flourish. Yet, Yi Tong remained unfazed by the overwhelming thunder, uttering a surprising command. "Galagala, ignore it, and use Bone Whirlwind." Galagala. Without hesitation, Galagala hurled its bone staff at Raichu, while simultaneously, Thunderbolt struck Galagala. "Haha," Ma Jisher laughed, but his expression quickly shifted as he saw the Thunderbolt seemingly absorbed by Galagala, cascading down from its skull and surrounding its body. "Lightning Rod. Your Galagala has the Lightning Rod ability," Ma Jisher exclaimed in disbelief, his face turning pale with fear. In that moment, the Bone Whirlwind struck Raichu squarely on the forehead, producing a sharp sound as Raichu collapsed. Raichu is unable to battle. The combination of immunity to electric-type moves and the direct hit from Bone Whirlwind resulted in Galagala's swift victory over Raichu in a single round. "Ah, I have lost." Ma Jisher knelt on the ground, crying out in despair. Those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably meet their demise. Yi Tong cast a cold glance at Ma Jisher, then strode over and extracted the medal from his collar, briefly displaying it before him. "This is the sanction from my Rocket Team against you. Farewell." Chapter 21, The St. Anu. Encounter with the Champion. Wait, those who commit unjust acts will inevitably face their own demise. It seems somewhat inappropriate for a member of the Rocket Team to utter such words. With the Leaf Badge in hand, Yi Tong had now collected 3 medals. In comparison to the previous 2 gyms, the Leaf Gym, with its lightning rod-like characteristics, posed little challenge. This Ma Jisher is quite commendable. Not only did he bestow a medal upon me, but he also helped me earn some extra reward. I am here to submit my mission. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Rocket Leaf, Yi Tong presented his task, prompting a bewildered expression from the staff. Hadn't he just accepted the mission? How could he return so swiftly? "Please hold on. I need to notify my superiors." The staff hurriedly made their way inside. Before long, the staff re-emerged, holding 3 Ultra Balls and a rare Pokemon's Pokeball. "This is your task reward," he said, handing over the Pokeball while adding, "Boss Banmu is quite pleased with your performance and has instructed you to contact him upon your arrival in Blimpluchi City." "Banmu wants me to contact him?" Yi Tong replied, a look of confusion crossing his face, yet he simply nodded without further inquiry. Through the ancient Aerodactyl, Yi Tong had gained a deeper understanding of these formidable Pokemon. There is a distinction between strength and weakness. Even Banmu's mere presence exuded a palpable pressure, indicating his prowess as a trainer. "I wonder if the Steel Mutuo has appeared by now." Yi Tong shook his head and retrieved the reward Pokeball. Zubat. Combat Power, 153, Level, 10. Ability, Levitate, cannot be knocked out. Nature, Timid, Special Attack increases, Physical Attack decreases. Skills, Leech Life, Supersonic. Mediocre. Yi Tong pursed his lips. The flying and poison-type Zubat held no remarkable attributes, and to deem it a rare Pokemon seemed far-fetched. Never mind. I'll give this to Kojiro when he returns from his mission. He will receive one in the storyline too. After some contemplation, Yi Tong devised his plan. Let us depart. Time to head for Blimpluchi City. Shortly after Yi Tong's departure, 2 familiar figures arrived at the Leaf Rocket headquarters. After wandering around the headquarters, They accepted the top task from the mission board, proceed to the St. Anu, instigate turmoil aboard the St. Anu, and seize the opportunity to capture a multitude of trainers' Pokémon. Task reward, promotion. In the afternoon, Tong arrived at the grand ship, St. Anu, accompanied by Doranlin. Having purchased 2 tickets along the way. What a colossal ship! Doranlin exclaimed as she stood before it. Indeed, quite impressive, Tong replied, observing the throngs boarding the vessel, many accompanied by their Pokémon. Without a doubt, numerous challenges would unfold aboard the St. Anu, which could be considered a sizable training ground. Anticipation surged within him as he watched his shiny Magikarp on the verge of evolution. Tong quickened his pace and boarded the ship. Trainer, accept my challenge. A brash youth blocked Tong's path the moment he stepped on board, issuing a challenge. Bring it on, I accept. Tong nodded, and both trainers released their Pokeballs simultaneously. Bulbasaur, Combat Power, 513, Level, 19. Charizard, Combat Power, 1030, Level, 31. Charizard, Unleash Flamethrower. Boom. As Bulbasaur emerged, it was engulfed by Charizard's flamethrower and fell. The brash youth exclaimed, "This is what battle is about. I love it. You even have a Charizard?" Faced with the fearsome Charizard before him, the youth felt a wave of despair. Trainer, how many badges do you possess? Not many, just 3. Tong replied with a smirk, revealing the 3 badges emblazoned on his jacket. The Leaf Badge, he had actually defeated Majiji. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Majiji was incredibly strong, and only a handful of trainers with advantageous types had managed to claim victory and earn his badge. Most trainers at this moment were no match for Majiji. In stark contrast, Majiji had fallen to Tong. One could imagine the prowess of this seemingly youthful trainer. The crowd gazed at Tong in awe as he felt a bit bashful and rubbed his nose. Can I pass now? Of course, the brash youth stepped aside. The crowd parted, seemingly out of respect for Charizard and Tong. This made Charizard feel quite boastful, raising its head and deliberately allowing the mysterious fragments hanging from its neck to jingle. To describe Charizard's demeanor as ostentatious would be an understatement. Look at you. Back then I asked you to handle the ancient Aerodactyl, and you acted like a tail-wagging dog. Tong teased Charizard. Roar? Charizard's eyes widened at this remark, gesturing animatedly towards Tong. You are the tail-wagging dog. Your whole family are tail-wagging dogs. After a brief exchange, Charizard stomped away, its expression filled with indignation. After a moment, seemingly unable to contain its frustration, Charizard halted and gestured again towards Tong. I wasn't wagging my tail. Yes, you weren't. My bad. Tong chuckled, approaching Charizard and patting its back. I apologize. Roar. Upon receiving Tong's apology, Charizard lifted its head, displaying a proud expression, nostrils flaring towards Tong. As if to say, I accept your apology, You prideful Charizard, Tong remarked, patting Charizard once more before glancing at his ticket and making his way to his room. Doranlin did not follow. Instead, she eagerly challenged other trainers. Perhaps Tong's previous words had spurred her on. During this time, Doranlin had been diligently training her Pokémon. Although her levels did not match Tong's, with his assistance, she had acquired several commendable Pokémon. Leaning against the railing was a girl clad in a tight red outfit, with 6 Pokeballs of various colors fastened to her waist. She observed the playful exchange between Tong and Charizard. This kid and his Charizard seemed rather interesting. She mused with a smile before slowly making her way to her cabin, which happened to be directly across from Tong's. As the ship set sail, it must be noted that in his past life as a homebody, Tong had never been on a ship. Unfortunately, this was his first experience, and he suffered from seasickness. Ugh. After vomiting several times in his room, Tong felt dizzy and unsteady as he opened the door, yearning for some fresh air on the deck. Creak. Just then, the door opposite Tong opened, and a figure clad in red emerged. Glancing at the stumbling Tong, she hesitated momentarily before following him. In the dead of night, the bow of the St. Anu was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. This is much better. Tong breathed in the fresh air at the ship's bow, feeling rejuvenated. Isn't it curious how some people are born with seasickness while others are not? The differences in individuals are often irreconcilable. Hey, would you like some seasickness medicine? As Tong patted his chest, a delicate hand extended towards him, holding a few colorful pills. Tong lifted her gaze, and her eyes were captivated by the visage of a strikingly beautiful girl, whose bright eyes shimmered with astonishment. It was none other than the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia. Almost instinctively, Tong uttered the name of the girl standing before her. You know me? Cynthia inquired, a hint of surprise coloring her tone. Of course I do, the only female champion, Tong replied, though her gaze involuntarily strayed to an inappropriate direction. This bodysuit is a bit tight, huh? Gulp. The sound of her swallowing echoed particularly loudly in the stillness of the night. Cynthia abruptly halted her movements, fixating her gaze on Yi Tong in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. I'm a bit thirsty. Yi Tong offered a nervous smile in explanation. Here, Cynthia said curtly, handing Yi Tong a seasickness pill before turning to leave. Watching Cynthia's retreating figure, Yi Tong regretted her own actions and slapped herself on the face. Look at you, drooling over a beauty. When will you learn to change this bad habit? Unbeknownst to Yi Tong, Cynthia cast a glance back, her lips curling into a knowing smile that hinted at deeper thoughts. Chapter 22, A New Mission, Battling the Champion. The next morning, Yi Tong awoke feeling somewhat groggy. Sleepily, she stepped out of her house, only to find Cynthia leaning against the door across from her. Upon seeing Yi Tong emerge, Cynthia glanced at her and let out a soft huff. Hello, Yi Tong greeted awkwardly, just as Dalanlin stepped out. What's wrong? Dalanlin asked with concern, noticing Yi Tong's pallor. Nothing, just a bit seasick. Yi Tong waved her hand dismissively. Let us head up. We'll battle for half the day and take a break. By noon, we'll arrive at Lumio City. All right. Dalanlin nodded, and the two made their way to the ship's cabin, with Cynthia following behind. Thus began a day filled with battles. Given the crowd, Yi Tong found little opportunity to employ her shiny Magikarp, mainly relying on her Gyarados. The power of her Gyarados, with its 3 abilities, opened many eyes, and her prowess continued to earn her admiration. Gyarados return. After a morning of intense battles, Yi Tong recalled her Gyarados, which had finally reached level 28, surpassing the strength of Charizard. Meanwhile, Dalanlin's battles were nearing their conclusion. Her combination of Pidgeot and Scyther was formidable, and she emerged victorious in most encounters. Yi Tong waved from a distance, calling out, "Time to rest." "Coming," Dalanlin replied, offering an apologetic smile to the trainer eager to challenge her, before gradually making her way to the dining hall below. The dining area of the SS and was located on the 2nd underground level. As Yi Tong and Dalanlin descended, they caught sight of several figures clad in Team Rocket uniforms darting past a corner. "Jessie?" Yi Tong exclaimed, her expression one of confusion as she hurried after them. It didn't take long for her to catch up with the 5 members. Gibson, Woodward, Jessie, James, Meowth. "What are you all doing together?" "Yi Tong, we finally found you." Jessie beamed at Yi Tong, eagerly introducing the others. "These 3 are the teammates I found for you, but 2 are still out on a mission. No need for that." Yi Tong waved her hand. "I'm already familiar with them." "Is it really you?" Woodward spoke up first, addressing Yi Tong. "I wondered how a little kid could be so strong. Turns out you're the leader of Team Rocket's first squad." "Indeed, Yi Tong. As soon as we heard about you from Jessie, we rushed over," Gibson added. "Gooey gooey," Grimer chimed in from the side. "All right, I get it, Grimer. You can be quiet now," Yi Tong said, covering her face. Gibson and Woodward were akin to the old Jessie and James, but even more cringeworthy. "Here, take these Pokeballs as a reward for joining the team." Yi Tong sighed, retrieving several Pokeballs from her pocket and handing them to Gibson and Woodward. When she reached Meowth, he shook his head. "I don't need any," Meowth said, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tong, a sly smile playing on his lips. "I joined Team Rocket solely to follow you." "Well then," Yi Tong nodded, contemplating for a moment before producing a rare Zubat Pokeball and handing it to Jessie. "Here's a rare Pokemon for you as a task reward." "Thank you, boss," Jessie exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Remember what I said. Theft is never a true path to strength," Yi Tong said, casting a meaningful look at Jessie. "Understood," Jessie replied eagerly. "Good." Yi Tong nodded and casually asked, "By the way, what are you all doing on the SS and planning to head to Lumio City?" "Not at all. We accepted a mission to sink this ship and seize a multitude of trainers' Pokémon," Jessie stated with a serious tone. Yi Tong fell silent, staring at Jessie, unable to find words. "We have to do this, boss. We earn merits for taking on this task. The more merits we accumulate, the more likely you are to get promoted," James chimed in. "Promoted? Wouldn't that make me a regional commander?" I'll think about it. This mission could be feasible." Yi Tong mused, resting her chin on her hand. The 6 aboard the ship exchanged glances and soon erupted into laughter, filling the air with a harmonious atmosphere. After lunch, Yi Tong and Dalanlin ascended to the cabin. System prompt: Path to Strength mission completed, awarded 2,000 points. Path to Strength series updated. On the SS, and you encountered the Sinnoh champion Cynthia, and soon, an intense battle awaits you. Mission requirements: defeat Cynthia. Mission completion reward: 5,000 points. Failure penalty: 10,000 points. "I have to battle Cynthia?" Yi Tong exclaimed, startled by the system update as they climbed the stairs. I haven't even finished 8 gyms yet. How am I supposed to win against the champion of Sinnoh? I might as well bang my head against a wall. Recalling the 6 pokeballs at Cynthia's waist from yesterday, Tong felt her head throb. Winning seemed impossible, and losing would mean a deduction of 10,000 points. How daunting. Tong, what's wrong? Dalanlin asked, noticing Tong suddenly halt in her tracks. Nothing. Tong waved her hand, regaining her composure. The tasks assigned by the system were certainly not insurmountable. She just needed to find a way. There was always a chance. With that thought, Tong felt considerably better and waved. Let us go. As soon as they stepped onto the deck, Tong froze. There stood Cynthia, leaning against the wall, appearing as if she had been waiting for a long time, a smile gracing her lips. I never expected such a young genius trainer to be part of Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, Tong couldn't help but smile back, nodding. Thank you for the compliment. I hardly consider myself a genius trainer. Cynthia's gaze bore into Tong, sending an unsettling chill down her spine. Then, she retrieved one of the 6 pokeballs, a brown one. Genius trainer, would you care to have a friendly match? The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the aura of a champion enveloped Cynthia. Tong felt the pressure mount, yet she maintained a forced smile. You are the champion. Your Pokémon strength is far too high. Indeed. During my recent month in the Kanto region, I have diligently captured new Pokémon and re-challenged the gym. Cynthia waved her hand dismissively, offering no further words, and tossed out a Pokeball. The battle rules were set for a 1v1 match, and I was well aware of your formidable Charizard. Let it emerge. Go forth, Tyranitar. The Tyranitar boasted an impressive combat power of 1480 and was at level 42. It was truly the Kanto region's Tyranitar. Tong swallowed hard, feeling a surge of trepidation as he gazed upon the imposing creature. So, what do you say, genius trainer? Care to give it a try? Cynthia's expression bore a hint of derision as she regarded Tong. A challenge is a challenge. Tong had no intention of declining. The system task was presented, leaving him no room for retreat. A level 42 Tyranitar was already far superior to the champion Pokémon he had envisioned. Go, Charizard. With a roar, Charizard reappeared, drawing the attention of those aboard the ship. The veterans recognized Charizard instantly, while the sight of Tyranitar elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Tyranitar, a dual ground and rock-type powerhouse. The voices around him faded into the background as Tong anxiously focused on Tyranitar, calmly issuing orders. Charizard, activate your solar power. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed its fiery might. The system announced, Charizard has entered its solar power state, enhancing its fire-type attacks by 3-fold. Another notification followed. Under sunny weather, Charizard's solar power is activated, increasing its combat strength while also amplifying stamina consumption each turn. Sunny weather? Glancing up at the clear blue sky, Tong nodded. This weather was indeed optimal for Charizard's battle. Charizard, are you confident in taking down this Tyranitar? Tong stood beside Charizard, his determination surging. With a fierce roar, Charizard's muscles rippled, its expression growing more menacing. Oh. Solar power combined with a super fire-enhanced and fiercely aggressive Charizard? Cynthia quickly discerned Charizard's capabilities, a smile gracing her lips. As per our usual, Kanto shall strike first. Charizard, use Flame Punch. Tong wasted no time, promptly commanding. With flames engulfing its fist, Charizard surged toward Tyranitar. As the Flame Punch approached, Cynthia's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a flick of her wrist, she ordered, Tyranitar, utilize Meteor Mash. Tyranitar roared, its massive form seemingly erupting with a unique power. Its glowing right fist colliding with Charizard's blaze. The impact sent dust swirling. Both Charizard and Tyranitar staggered back several paces, their weight thudding heavily against the ground. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Tyranitar, evade while employing Earthquake. Tyranitar, go for a rampage. Charizard, take to the skies. As their attacks fell short, both trainers shouted in unison, use Flame Punch. Execute Meteor Mash. The clash echoed once more, with Charizard and Tyranitar locking eyes, both radiating fierce combat spirit. With solar power and super fire activated, Charizard was able to hold its ground against Tyranitar for now. Tong analyzed the situation with composure. Cynthia was indeed the champion, exhibiting no weaknesses in her Pokémon's tactics. He could only rely on Flame Punch to contend with her Tyranitar. However, under the solar power effect, Charizard's stamina was depleting faster than anticipated. Sure enough, Tong soon noticed beads of sweat cascading down Charizard's neck, forming a tiny stream, causing his expression to darken. At this rate, I will lose. Ah, genius trainer. Your Charizard seems unable to endure much longer, Cynthia remarked, amusement glinting in her eyes as she observed the airborne Charizard. Truthfully, she held a positive impression of Tong. Yet her disdain for Team Rocket was palpable. During her travels in Kanto, she had encountered members of Team Rocket several times, each time teaching them a lesson. Yet her loathing for them remained unabated, especially for one named Woodworker Lang. As she pondered, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Woodworker Lang and Miyamoto attempting to sneak away. You again? Tyranitar, use Meteor Mash. A cold glint flashed in Cynthia's eyes. Bang! We will be back. Woodworker Lang shouted defiantly. After dealing with them, Cynthia's gaze returned to Tong, her tone icy. Tong's mind raced as he faced the unyielding Tyranitar before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With its immense offensive and defensive prowess, coupled with a champion trainer, achieving victory with his current level seemed exceedingly daunting. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Tong raised his hand with fervor. Charizard, maintain flight. With a roar, Charizard ascended into the air. The ground-type Tyranitar found itself at a standstill against the airborne Charizard, creating a momentary stalemate. Is this your strategy? Cynthia's expression shifted to one of disappointment, seemingly disdainful of Tong's time-stalling tactics. Charizard's solar power is uncontrollable. Keeping it airborne will only hasten its fatigue. This command will lead to your slow demise. You will still lose this duel. Tong's expression remained calm, as if he had not heard Cynthia's words, stubbornly insisting. Charizard, deactivate Super Fire and circle in the sky. Stubbornly ignoring her, Cynthia decided not to issue further commands, merely waiting. As time passed, Charizard's stamina, under the influence of solar power, dwindled rapidly. It was evident that maintaining flight was becoming increasingly arduous. Soon, Cynthia declared, instructing Tyranitar, prepare to execute Horn Drill. Wait until Charizard lands, then deliver a decisive strike. Horn Drill, Tyranitar's ultimate move, could incapacitate an opponent if it connected. Charizard's flight grew more strained, and the situation became increasingly perilous. The light emanating from Tyranitar's horn intensified, causing even the onlookers to tense with anticipation. At last, in a crucial moment, Charizard's stamina was nearly exhausted, and it began to plummet toward the ground. Now, Tyranitar, execute Horn Drill. Cynthia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she commanded. Tyranitar roared, responding to the order, its horn glowing brightly as it charged toward Charizard. Charizard was on the brink of collapse. If struck, it would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Tong concede. Charizard is about to be hurt. Dornlin cried out anxiously from the side. Yet Tong closed his eyes, ignoring the warning. The distance between them closed, and just before the attack was about to land, a steady voice resonated. Cynthia, you have lost. Tong's eyes opened at that moment. Charizard, evade. As the command rang out, Charizard, seemingly devoid of stamina, suddenly flapped its wings and, like a diving falcon, ascended just in time to narrowly avoid Tyranitar's horn drill. Oh no! Cynthia's realization dawned, and she understood she had fallen into Tong's trap. Once horn drill was initiated, Tyranitar would forsake all defense. If it missed, it would be at its most vulnerable. Tyranitar, use, too late. Charizard, activate Super Fire and unleash Flamethrower. The towering flames enveloped the ironclad Tyrannosaurus in an instant, leaving it utterly defenseless. The dual-enhanced fiery jets possessed the power to obliterate it. Indeed, as the flames dissipated, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus lay toppled on the ground, stripped of its combat capabilities. Well done, old flame, Tong exclaimed, giving a gentle pat on Charizard's wing before turning to the side where Cynthia stood, smiling as he remarked. It seems the genius trainer has triumphed. Cynthia, gazing at Tong, glinted with cold determination. It was merely a ruse. Whether it was a trick or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I emerged victorious, Tong replied nonchalantly, though his expression suddenly turned grave. Congratulations. The Path of the Strong series task has been completed, granting you 5,000 points. Task update. Having defeated Cynthia, you have earned her respect. Now, please extend an invitation for her to join your journey. Completion reward, 5,000 points. Failure penalty. You will incur enmity with Cynthia and face pursuit. What the heck? Trying to recruit Cynthia could lead to being hunted down? What sort of task is this? Memories surged forth, recalling a middle-aged man before a television in a quaint cabin, telling a young boy, if you don't join Team Rocket, you will be hunted. Tong shook his head vigorously, turning to Cynthia and suddenly breaking into a smile. Would you consider joining me on my travels? Join you? Or join whom? Cynthia retorted. Indeed, Team Rocket was not well regarded. Tong wiped his face, pondering how, once he became the leader of Team Rocket, he ought to improve its image. Of course. Join me, He maintained his smile. I have always operated alone, treading the path of strength rather than that of plunder. Enough of such rhetoric. I have heard it from Team Galactic already. Cynthia shook her head, descending the stairs to the cabin, denying Yi Tong the chance to continue. Team Galactic. The villains of the Sinnoh region were evidently more formidable than Team Rocket, and Cynthia's words clearly indicated her refusal of Yi Tong's invitation. Had he failed? A tinge of disappointment washed over Yi Tong as he shook his head helplessly, glancing at the system panel, which still indicated the task of recruiting Cynthia was active. Wait, there was no failure prompt. Could it be that he still had a chance? Just then, the SS and shook violently. Stinging jellyfish, so many stinging jellyfish. Someone exclaimed. Yi Tong hurried to the edge of the ship, where indeed, he witnessed a vast swarm of stinging jellyfish crashing against the SS, and, boom, the ship rocked again. And Yi Tong recalled what Kojiro had said about sinking the vessel. Looking up, he spotted the distant shoreline where Kojiro and the others were leisurely paddling in a lifeboat. Upon seeing Yi Tong, Kojiro waved and gave a thumbs-up gesture. Yi Tong's eyes widened in fury, shouting, "You fools, I'm still on the ship. Are you trying to drown me too?" The ship continued to sway, and soon someone shouted, "The cabin is breached." As expected, Yi Tong felt the water level rising. The ship was taking on water. In this critical moment, someone summoned a water-type Pokémon, leaping onto the sea with its help. For a moment, it seemed everyone had grasped a lifeline, all crying out for help. Unfortunately, most of the water-type Pokémon were small, unable to accommodate many, with some even unable to save their trainers. As the ship threatened to sink, Cynthia returned to the surface, eyeing the rocket trio in the lifeboat with a frosty expression. "So, these are your companions?" she inquired. Yi Tong was at a loss for words when suddenly, as if making a resolute decision, he commanded, "System. Exchange for a beginner's Pokémon fruit. Come forth, shiny Magikarp." In mere seconds, Yi Tong summoned shiny Magikarp and tossed the fruit into its mouth. System notification, shiny Magikarp's level has risen to 30. System notification, shiny Magikarp has met the evolution conditions. Enveloped in radiant light, shiny Magikarp soon transformed. Its size comparable to that of the SS, and, with a thunderous roar, a massive creature emerged on the sea's surface. Cynthia gasped at the sight of the colossal beast, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. He actually possesses a shiny Gyarados. Chapter 24, Cynthia's following. In the twilight glow of the sunset, shiny Gyarados. My heavens, look! How can there be such a gigantic Gyarados in the world, especially the rarest of shiny Pokémon? Whose Pokémon is that? In an instant, all those in peril halted their actions, gazing at the shiny Gyarados. System notification, shiny Gyarados has successfully evolved. Combat power, 876-1752, mastering the skill Dragon Rage. Acquiring a new ability, Intimidate, reduces opposing Pokémon's combat power upon entry. The increase in combat power was staggering. Yi Tong marveled at the magnificence of the shiny Gyarados. Truly a shining gem and a formidable beast. In a single bound, he leaped atop shiny Gyarados' head, calling out, "Everyone, this is my shiny Gyarados. Quickly climb aboard." As Yi Tong instructed, shiny Gyarados lowered its head, allowing those on the brink of drowning to ascend its back. Those who could not fit were assisted by their water-type Pokémon. "Let us set sail for Blue Purity City," Yi Tong announced, seeing that everyone was awaiting his command. Shiny Gyarados' tail fin swayed, propelling them forward. Nearby, Kojiro and Musashi, seated in their lifeboat, were momentarily dumbfounded. What is going on? Aren't we on a mission? Suddenly, from above, Charizard swooped down, landing before the lifeboat. "That's the boss's Charizard," Kojiro exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Charizard exhaled a hot breath and extended a claw, holding several Pokeballs. "What's Charizard trying to convey?" Kojiro asked, puzzled. "I don't know," Musashi replied, shaking her head. "Did the boss catch so many Pokemon that he can't hold them all, and wants us to store them for now?" The two exchanged baffled glances when suddenly, Shota spoke up, "I understand now. You can actually comprehend Charizard's language?" Musashi exclaimed, astonished as she stared at Shota. Ever since Shota joined the team, the Beastmaster had showcased his remarkable prowess countless times, earning respect from both Kojiro and Musashi. "Of course, if you pay attention, Pokemon can communicate," Shota remarked, focusing on Charizard before slowly closing his eyes. After a while, he opened them and spoke in a solemn tone. "Charizard, I sense your fighting spirit." Charizard. With a roll of its eyes, Charizard flipped its claw, discarding the Pokeballs into the ship's cabin, then flapped its wings and took flight. On shiny Gyarados' back, many expressed their gratitude to Yi Tong, who remained unfazed, casting a sidelong glance at Cynthia. His decision to save others was largely influenced by her. aiming to reshape her perception of Team Rocket. The sound of Charizard flapping its wings resonated in the air, prompting Yi Tong to lift his gaze, revealing a smile. So, did you give them a taste of their own medicine? With a whoosh, Charizard landed before Yi Tong and gestured animatedly. The essence of its message conveyed the notion that those few were rather foolish. He had tried to communicate with them in vain and had ultimately tossed the ball into the ship before departing. With a sidelong glance at Yi Tong, Charizard continued to gesture, implying that Yi Tong, this little rascal, was indeed the cleverer one. Yi Tong smiled, sensing an inexplicable connection with Charizard. Although Charizard could not articulate words, there were moments when a mere gesture or a glance sufficed for mutual understanding, a vital aspect that had contributed to his victory over Cynthia. All right, need I remind you of my identity? The fact that I can command this old dragon speaks volumes about my prowess. After exchanging a few playful jests with Charizard, Yi Tong retracted the Pokémon, his expression turning contemplative. The numerous Pokeballs he possessed were intended for Kojiro and his team to complete their mission. Indeed, the system's tasks were never without purpose. The earlier request for him to gather so many Pokémon had its rationale. Could it be that the system anticipated he would rush to rescue someone due to Cynthia, which might jeopardize Kojiro's mission? Yi Tong, why did you choose to save them? Just as Yi Tong was lost in thought, Cynthia finally posed her question. There's no particular reason, Yi Tong replied with a casual smile. They are under my command. Naturally, I must bear the consequences of their mistakes. Mistakes? Isn't that the very thing Team Rocket thrives on? Cynthia's tone dripped with disdain, yet it was evident that she was slightly swayed. Not quite. You must understand. It's Team Rocket you refer to, not me, Yi Tong asserted, his expression turning serious as he addressed Cynthia. I joined Team Rocket for my own reasons. But I adhere to my principles. I believe in strength, but more importantly, I believe in myself. Team Rocket may have committed unspeakable acts in the past, but that was a different Team Rocket, rigid and unyielding. It is not the Team Rocket of today, nor the one it will become, and certainly not my Team Rocket. Listening intently, Cynthia's expression gradually shifted to one of contemplation. Yi Tong's words carried significant weight, not only indicating that he would not emulate the malevolent actions of the former Team Rocket, but also expressing his dissatisfaction with the rigid foundation of the organization, hinting at a subtle ambition to supersede it. Well said, Cynthia finally remarked after a prolonged silence, tilting her head slightly. So, how long have you rehearsed that line? That, my dear, was an outpouring of heartfelt sentiment. Yi Tong replied, a hint of guilt creeping into his expression. Truth be told, he had just spent an extensive period contemplating how to improve his image in Cynthia's eyes, leading to such a declaration. Cynthia smiled at him, her silence speaking volumes. Seizing the moment, Yi Tong earnestly proposed, Cynthia, would you travel with me? Travel with you? Do you think you can become a champion in the future? Cynthia raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Of course, Yi Tong declared, his fist clenched resolutely. Everything I am doing now is for the sake of becoming the champion of the Kanto region. Ha ha, little man, don't be too hasty with your proclamations, Cynthia chuckled, her gaze shifting toward the approaching city of blue purity. Yi Tong chose not to press further, instead glancing at Doranlin, who was sitting by the shimmering Gyarados. Lost in thought, it was evident that Doranlin was feeling a twinge of jealousy. Perhaps it was a natural inclination for women to feel a primordial rivalry against the female champion whom Yi Tong was so keen to befriend. Remembering that Yi Tong had initially considered not bringing her along, Doranlin was increasingly irked. What is so special about a champion? How much better can she be? Besides her Pokémon being stronger and her appearance more mature, what else is there? As she pondered, Doranlin cast a glance at Cynthia, whose alluring figure was accentuated by her form-fitting attire. All right, I concede, her figure is better than mine. Engulfed in her thoughts, Doranlin felt disheartened, believing she held no advantage compared to the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia. Suddenly, a wave surged forth, and the shimmering Gyarados' fin created ripples in the water. Lost in her reverie, Doranlin stumbled and fell into the sea. Just as she was about to scream, a somewhat inexperienced hand grasped her and pulled her back to safety. Doranlin, what were you thinking? Yi Tong stood before her with a smile, having rescued her from her watery plunge. Startled, Doranlin froze for a moment before throwing herself into Yi Tong's embrace. Wah! Yi Tong, are you abandoning me again? Yi Tong felt a pang of guilt at her words. It seemed that his previous remarks, made in an attempt to sway Professor Doran, had left a deeper scar on this young girl than he had anticipated. Calm down. How could I ever abandon you? Yi Tong reassured, patting the sobbing Doranlin gently. My invitation to Cynthia was merely to have someone inspire me. It doesn't mean I would forsake you. Wah! You're lying. You've abandoned me. Dornlin continued to cry mournfully. The ensuing dialogue trapped them in a cyclical argument. You've abandoned me. I haven tea. You're deceiving me. You've abandoned me. I'm not deceiving you. Then you must have abandoned me. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Tong gently lifted Dornlin's chin. Then tell me, what do you want? Sniff, sniff, Dornlin whimpered, her tear-streaked face gazing up at Tong, her voice quivering as she replied. Then, let us make a promise. A promise? You didn't keep your promise last time. Dornlin sniffled again, returning to her tears. Realizing what was troubling her, Tong quickly took her hand. All right, let us make a promise. At that, Dornlin ceased her sobbing, merely looking at him with teary eyes. Tong comforted her gently, patting her back. As the sun began to set, their small figures elongated on the surface of the sea, and in that moment, the lingering glow of the sunset appeared particularly enchanting. Not far away, Cynthia observed the scene, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 25, Blue Purity City. Are you not leaving? As they walked the path to Blue Purity City, Tong turned to Cynthia, a hint of mirth in his eyes. Humph, I merely wish to see what great deeds you, the illustrious leader of Team Rocket's first squad, can accomplish, Cynthia retorted lightly, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Tong chuckled, unfazed. Women are just like that. In truth, there were alternative routes to Golden City that didn't necessitate passing through Blue Purity City. However, Tong had his own agenda. As for what that agenda entailed, he glanced at Cynthia and Dornlin before shaking his head, deciding to keep it to himself for the time being. System notification, the Path to Power Series task is complete. Earning a reward of 5,000 points. The Path to Power Series task has been updated. After experiencing the and news of your possession of a shiny Gyarados has spread. As a member of Team Rocket, please use your strength to defeat those who covet your Pokémon. Task requirement. Defeat the captain of the 3rd squad of Blue Purity City. Task reward, 5,000 points. Failure penalty, 10,000 points. Defeating the captain of Blue Purity City? Upon hearing the system prompt, Tong felt a slight urgency. Although he was a member of Team Rocket, that did not mean he was immune to others coveting his Pokémon. He had refrained from using his shiny Gyarados for precisely that reason. I shall have a word with this captain of the 3rd squad. Clenching his fists, he reminded himself that he was no longer the novice trainer he once was. He had already acquired 3 gym badges and much more. Charizard, Gyarados, and Hoot are 4 remarkable Pokémon with commendable strength. Any aspiring trainers eyeing these creatures must first assess their own capabilities. Soon after taking a moment to recuperate in the city, Tong made his way to the headquarters of Team Rocket in Blue Plush City. Upon entering, numerous gazes converged upon him. Team Rocket's reputation for being well-informed in the Kanto region is well known. It is likely that before Tong even set foot on land, news of his shiny Gyarados had already reached their archives. Are you Tong? A well-dressed young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, approached him and inquired. Interestingly, Team Rocket members are not mandated to wear their uniforms, as maintaining a low profile is of utmost importance. Of course, if one were as devoted to Team Rocket as a certain Kojiro, that would be a different matter altogether. Tong lifted his gaze to meet the man's eyes, his expression far from amiable. I am Tong. And you are? I am Rue Jun, the captain of the 3rd squad in Blue Plush City. The young man introduced himself, casting a glance at the Pokeball at Tong's waist, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed. I heard that the new ship you were on sank yesterday. I hope you're all right. No need to elaborate, Tong interjected, speaking directly. If you wish to acquire my shiny Gyarados, you must first defeat me. Rue Jun was taken aback. He hadn't even spoken yet, and Tong had already challenged him. Tong smirked at Rue Jun's astonished expression, as though he possessed foreknowledge. You seem to have misunderstood me. I was merely inquiring, Rue Jun stammered, slightly embarrassed, and turned to leave. Defeat me, and you may claim my shiny Gyarados. Tong's voice called out from behind, prompting Rue Jun to stop. After a brief pause, he turned back, feeling somewhat flustered under Tong's penetrating gaze, sensing that the young boy saw right through him. And if I lose? Rue Jun asked, retrieving a Pokeball. If you lose, then your most powerful Pokémon shall belong to me, Tong replied coolly. The rules are 2v2. Once all Pokémon on one side can no longer battle, the match is over. Cynthia, you will be the referee. Cynthia nodded and stepped aside. The 3 of them looked at Rue Jun, who appeared conflicted. Ultimately, he tossed out his Pokeball. Go, Frogadier. The Frogadier, with a combat power of 1011 and level 33, had an unusual appearance that made Tong cover his face with his hand. It resembled a large round ball with 2 protruding eyes and 4 short limbs, Certainly not as impressive as its evolution, Greninja. Yitong shook his head. Rui Jun had evidently done his homework, knowing he had a formidable Charizard at his disposal. Nevertheless, it mattered little. In Yitong's presence, there existed only absolute dominance. Devoid of type advantage. Charizard, go! With a bellow, Charizard flew out of its Pokeball and charged forward but quickly retreated upon seeing Frogadier's peculiar shape, as though it had encountered something utterly repulsive. Turning to Yitong, Charizard gestured dramatically, clearly unimpressed. What is this creature? It's hideous. It's quite the sight indeed. Yitong replied with a roll of his eyes. Huh. Charizard, upon hearing this, spread its wings and flexed its biceps. With this physique and these magnificent wings, am I not the most dashing of the Charizard lineage? Yes, the most dashing, Yitong waved dismissively. Now, swiftly finish this. I have a meal to attend to. Charizard, use Fire Punch. With a powerful swing, Charizard's strike was formidable and impressive. Frogadier, use Pound. Rui Jun commanded. As a captain of Team Rocket, he certainly possessed a baseline level of skill. Boom. The collision of Fire Punch and Pound sent shockwaves through the arena, both Pokémon staggering back several paces. Charizard, incensed, thought, how could such an unattractive Pokémon push me back? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, unleashing a fierce roar as flames surged around him. System notification. Charizard has entered Blaze mode. Observing the imminent eruption of Charizard, Yitong did not intervene. Frogadier, with its muscular build, was one of the few water-type Pokémon inclined toward close combat. However, its positioning was rather awkward, average attack and defense stats, and the speed it once prided itself on as a Froakie had diminished post-evolution. Overall, it was a rather lackluster Pokémon. Rui Jun's effort in training it to level 30 and utilizing a Water Stone for evolution was indeed commendable. Within moments of the fierce exchange, Charizard, fueled by Blaze mode, unleashed a Fire Punch with unparalleled strength. Frogadier stood no chance in close combat. With a resounding punch, Frogadier was sent sprawling, evidently losing its ability to battle. Just as Cynthia was about to declare the outcome, Yitong raised his hand, commanding, Charizard, use Flamethrower. A torrent of flames engulfed Frogadier, leaving it severely injured, likely in need of weeks to recover. Return, Frogadier, Rui Jun said, heartache evident as he recalled his Pokémon, looking at Yitong with a questioning gaze, as if to ask why he continued the onslaught. What are you staring at? I am a member of the underworld. Such actions are merely par for the course, Yitong replied with a cold demeanor. Since the system indicated this was a moment to establish his reputation, he would certainly make the most of it. Now, bring forth your second Pokémon. Rui Jun's expression shifted, hesitating for a moment before tossing out another Pokeball. Go. Electabuzz. A small, yellow Pokémon adorned with black stripes appeared before Yitong, boasting a combat power of 1110 and level 35. Electabuzz? Yitong gazed at the newly emerged creature, momentarily taken aback. Electabuzz evolves into Electivire, a powerful and rare Pokémon. To think the captain of the third squad in Blue Plush City possessed such a rare creature. Excellent. I shall take this Pokémon, Yitong declared, clapping his hands in delight. He was currently in need of an electric-type Pokémon. Go, Galarian Zigzagoon. Lightning Rod. You possess the Lightning Rod ability, Galarian Zigzagoon. Rui Jun's face turned pale, his body trembling. Half an hour later, Yitong acquired the Electabuzz Pokeball from the dazed Rui Jun. Electabuzz, combat power 1110. Level 35. Ability, static, 50 chance of paralysis when hit. Nature, timid, increases special attack, decreases physical attack. Skills, Volt Tackle, Quick Attack, Leer, Thunder Shock, Noise, Thunder. The super static ability of Electabuzz was impressive. No wonder it took so long to subdue despite its high combat power without evolving. Yitong nodded in satisfaction. While super static may not be as potent as Blaze, it was nonetheless a significant ability. No wonder Rui Jun's Galarian Zigzagoon with the Lightning Rod ability had struggled for so long before yielding. With proper training, this Electabuzz could achieve great things in the future. I will take Electabuzz now. Should you disagree, you may challenge me again in the future, Yitong stated, glancing at the still-dazed Rui Jun before stepping past him. Chapter 26, A Conversation with Banmu. Off to Golden City. The members of the Rocket team at headquarters gazed at Yitong in awe, instinctively stepping aside. Having decisively defeated a major captain, Yitong had validated his strength, imparting a lesson to those who coveted and doubted him. System notification. The path of the strong series of tasks has been completed. Reward, 5,000 points. The path of the strong series of tasks has been updated. You are no longer a novice trainer. After resolving the previous troubles, Please proceed to Golden City to challenge the Golden Gym and earn your badge. Task completion reward, 6,000 points. Task failure penalty, 12,000 points. Approaching the counter, Yi Tong addressed the clerk. Hello, could you please connect me with Boss Bamboo? He mentioned last time that I should contact him in Lampuluki City. Connecting you with Boss Bamboo now, the clerk exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before hastily retreating into the back room. What on earth lies within that place? Why do these clerks always rush inside? Yi Tong mused, straining his neck to peer into the depths of the office. Beside him, Charizard mimicked his actions, extending its neck as well. There's nothing to see. What could be so mysterious? After a fruitless wait, Yi Tong grumbled, only to turn and find Charizard's eyes wide as saucers, startling him. Whoa, you scared me. What are you doing? With an air of calm, Charizard exhaled a puff of hot air and gestured. Why can't I look too? Yi Tong felt somewhat deflated, shifting his gaze. Behind him, Dalamlin chuckled at the scene. Charizard is increasingly resembling Yi Tong, Dalamlin remarked to Sharona. Indeed, there is a resemblance, Sharona nodded, a peculiar expression gracing her features. It was on the ship that Sharona first noticed Yi Tong due to his extraordinary Charizard, and their subsequent battles had indeed imparted valuable lessons. She rarely encountered someone who could bond so well with their Pokémon, particularly one as temperamental as Charizard. Yi Tong, it seemed, was rather unique. With a contemplative thought, Sharona turned to Dalamlin, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she asked, Liline, have you not acquired a gym badge yet? Dalamlin appeared flustered at the inquiry. My Pokémon don't enjoy battling, so as she spoke, Dalamlin produced her Pokeballs, revealing a collection of Pokémon with moderate battle capabilities, Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Porygon. I understand. Sharona nodded. Given Dalamlin's demeanor, she had a good grasp of her Pokémon's nature. I'm also striving to battle harder. I will definitely earn a badge soon, Dalamlin declared earnestly. Actually, that's not necessary, Sharona replied, causing Dalamlin to pause in surprise. Did you know? Capturing Pokémon does not strictly require you to be a battling trainer. You can also become a coordinator. Sharona's gaze turned contemplative as she continued. I heard from Yi Tong that you are the granddaughter of a professor. You should be familiar with what a coordinator is, correct? Yes, Dalamlin nodded. Coordinators, in contrast to trainers, do not prioritize battles, but rather focus on aesthetics. They train their beloved Pokémon to enhance their appearance and perform skills in a more dazzling manner. This is the essence of being a coordinator. Similarly, coordinators also participate in competitions and can achieve championship titles. However, in this era, trainers are abundant while coordinators are relatively rare, thus holding a more ordinary status. Honestly, I believe you are more suited to the path of a coordinator. You likely have engaged in many battles thus far, Sharona observed, her tone unassuming. Having been a champion and witnessed countless battles, she could discern who was suited to be a trainer and who to be a coordinator. Dalamlin hesitated, reflecting on Sharona's insight. She had never considered this before, but now it felt like a light bulb had turned on in her mind. Indeed, her battling talent was rather average, as evidenced by her 2 defeats at Yi Tong's hands. Yet, the prospect of becoming a coordinator lingered in her thoughts. She glanced at Yi Tong's back, a hint of conflict crossing her face. After a moment, she shook her head, saying, I think I'll wait a bit longer. I'm not quite sure yet. Sharona nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further. There was no need to delve into discussions about life with a stranger. Yi Tong, Boss Bamboo, is on the line. At the counter, Yi Tong, who had been waiting idly, finally received the communication device from the clerk. Seeing Boss Bamboo still seated in his chair, Yi Tong greeted him courteously. Hello, Boss Bamboo. Ah, greetings, young Yi Tong, Bamboo smiled, addressing him. I hear you have already acquired 3 gym badges? Yes. Yi Tong affirmed with a nod. Excellent, excellent. Bamboo applauded, his expression cheerful. It seems you are one step closer to becoming the leader of the rocket team. Yi Tong chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Bamboo's recollection of his jest. Now, I understand you are preparing to head to the next gym. I won't take up more of your time. Let us get straight to the point, Bamboo said, his demeanor turning serious. Please go ahead, Yi Tong replied, his tone becoming more attentive, eager to learn what Bamboo had to say. You should be heading to Golden City next, Bamboo sighed. Athena went to Golden City some time ago and has since disappeared. It is said she vanished within the gym. I hope that when you challenge the gym, you can inquire about her whereabouts from the gym leader. Athena? Yi Tong furrowed his brow. Athena, one of the 4 elite members of the rocket team, possessed strength rivaling that of the Elite 4. How could she vanish in the Golden Gym? Shaking his head, Yi Tong chose not to dwell on it further, simply responding. Understood. I will ask the gym leader after completing the challenge. Thank you, Yi Tong. Once you complete this task, I will ensure a satisfactory reward for you, Bamboo added. Concluding the communication, System notification. The side quest path of the Strong has been updated. As you prepare to challenge the gym, please capture a Psychic-type Pokémon. Task completion reward, 3,000 points. A Psychic-type Pokémon? For dealing with Nasi? This time, Tong did not feel puzzled by the system's task. The strength of Nasi at the Golden Gym was formidable, and that Kadabra could prove troublesome. Fortunately, he had already made preparations. Sharona, Dalamlin, let us set off. We're headed to Golden City. Tong called out to the two, leading the way outside. Oh no, first we should grab a bite to eat. A few hours later, the trio, laden with their belongings, set forth on the path to Golden City. Meanwhile, at the Rocket headquarters in Lampuluki City, Kojiro and his companions had arrived, submitting the tasks with the Pokeballs Tong had provided. Do you think Tong would be furious if he found out we turned in all his Pokeballs? Kojiro asked, glancing nervously at the staff counting the Pokeballs. I have no idea. Kojiro shook his head. They had deliberated for a day and finally resolved to take action, but now they regretted it too late. Was sure. You have a call, a clerk suddenly announced from the workbench. Me? Was sure exclaimed in surprise, walking over. Moments later, he returned with an even more astonished expression. What happened? Kojiro inquired, concern etched on his face. That was Boss Banmu on the line, Was sure said, looking bewildered. Banmu called you? Several individuals displayed expressions of astonishment as Musashi continued, saying that all members of the Tokuwadai 1st Brigade were to challenge the Golden City's Golden Dojo. Chapter 27, Maiden Canyon. A terrifying night. In the ensuing days, Tong and his companions found themselves on a journey, with nothing unexpected occurring. However, the newly acquired Electrode brought Tong immense joy. This electric-type Pokémon inherently possessed formidable offensive capabilities, and Electrode was among the elite, making battles along the way exceedingly effortless. The Pokémon's level steadily climbed, generally hovering around level 35. Charizard, with a power level of 1235, had been relegated to a secondary position, overtaken by the 1318-powered Gyarados and the 1914-powered Shiny Gyarados. It was only marginally superior to the 1210-powered Electrode and the 1001-powered Pidgey. Tong accepted this outcome, although Charizard was powerful. Its base stats and initial Pokémon identity dictated that its potential would not soar too high. With the system's guidance and his own experience, Tong understood this well. After all, this wasn't an anime. Having a Charizard tear apart an Articuno was no small feat. Without further training, Charizard might stagnate in its growth. Alas, old Char. You're past your prime, Tong lamented while observing Charizard engaging in a spirited battle with Gyarados. Charizard's expression shifted immediately upon hearing this. System prompt. Charizard has entered its blaze state. Roar. In the next moment, Charizard, who had been in a heated state, seized Gyarados and flung it away. Turning. Charizard spread its magnificent wings and gestured defiantly. How could I possibly be past my prime? I'm still going strong. Tong chuckled at this display and quickly reassured. Alright, old Char is indeed my strongest Pokémon, far surpassing Gyarados. Hoo-hoo. At this, Charizard made a gesture of acknowledgement. You're finally perceptive. Meanwhile, Gyarados, unceremoniously tossed onto a nearby tree, thought. So I was merely a tool, huh? Love it. After recalling a few Pokémon, Tong revealed a hint of solemnity. His emotions for Charizard were profound, filled with expectation and affection, perhaps even surpassing that for the shiny Magikarp he had initially acquired. After all, there was a deep connection between them. It was unlikely he would encounter another Charizard like this, even if he captured 100 more. With this thought, Tong resolved firmly, raising his fist. So what if Charizard has a limit? With the system at my disposal, I possess countless means to elevate its potential. As long as it desires to grow, I shall always accompany it on its journey towards strength. Maiden Canyon at last. Observing the canyon ahead, Tong finally released a breath of relief and came to a halt. What's wrong? Dorleen inquired. Tong shook his head, replying, we shall rest here for the night. But isn't it still early? No, I'm a bit tired. He gestured dismissively, appearing somewhat fatigued. Then let us rest here for the night. Dorleen nodded and then gazed at the elongated canyon, asking, but why is this place called Maiden Canyon? Well, I'm not entirely sure why it's called Maiden Canyon. Wait, I think I might know, Tong mused, shaking his head before lifting his gaze to the canyon and suddenly sporting a playful smile as he said to Dorleen. Xiaolin, look at this canyon. It splits into two sections, with a very narrow indentation in between. Beyond that lies a forest. Doesn't it seem rather feminine? Dorleen, who had been listening intently, grew increasingly uneasy, finally realizing something peculiar as she caught sight of Tong's grin. Tong, you're so lewd. With that, Dorleen swung her hand. Come on, I'm just speaking the truth. Can you really blame me? Yi Tong exclaimed, swiftly darting away. Accustomed to her strikes, he recognized the imminent slap as Dorleen raised her hand. Dorleen missed her target, but didn't relent. Don't you dare run, she yelled, pursuing Yi Tong. Sharona, observing from behind, felt a faint blush creep onto her face as she followed suit. After a playful chase, the trio settled at a nearby hotel. Later that evening, once everyone had fallen asleep, Yi Tong stealthily slipped out of the hotel. Guided by memory, he navigated through winding paths until he finally halted before a stone statue. Ghastly, come forth, he declared, attempting to exude an air of mastery. Silence followed. Did I go to the wrong place? After waiting for a spell, Yi Tong shifted direction and arrived at a large stone. Come forth, Ghastly. Still, no response. After several attempts at various locations, he remained unanswered, leaving Yi Tong perplexed. This can't be right. Doesn't Ghastly love to emerge at night to scare people? Surely it wouldn't pass up a chance to frighten a child. What are you searching for? A deep voice suddenly resonated in his ear. I'm looking for the Millennium Ghastly of Maiden Canyon, Yi Tong instinctively replied, only to realize something was amiss. At this hour, who else would be wandering around? Turning around, he found a massive black orb glowing with a purple hue, with lantern-like eyes fixated on him. What are you? Yi Tong stammered, nearly collapsing in shock as he stumbled back several paces. You're looking for me, aren't you? The enormous Ghastly grinned, its eyes revealing a human-like smile. Ghastly. This 3-meter-wide Ghastly. And it speaks? Yi Tong gulped, overwhelmed with a sense of trepidation. This Ghastly, while doing nothing, instilled a primal fear within him. The anime has deceived me. How could a millennium-old Ghastly be so diminutive? Ancient Ghastly combat power. Level. Its stats exceeded his own by a wide margin, akin to the ancient Aerodactyl, and it bore the prefix of ancient. Alas, my life is forfeit, Yi Tong murmured, trembling as he retrieved a pokeball. Little child, you carry a strange scent about you, the Millennium Ghastly remarked. Yi Tong managed a smile that was more pained than joyful. In the next moment, as if steeling himself, he hurled the pokeball. Old Char, come out and bolster my courage. A flash of crimson light erupted, and Charizard soared into the air. System prompt. Charizard's combat power has diminished to 999 due to the intimidation effect of Ancient Ghastly. Intimidation? Is it a trait akin to that of shiny Gyarados? Yi Tong felt a bit of relief, realizing his fear stemmed from this. Hoo. In the air, Charizard gestured rapidly. What on earth is that? It's terrifying. After a moment, seeming to recall something, Charizard dove down and scooped up Yi Tong, swiftly landing and kicking up a cloud of dust before ascending into the sky. Old Char, you still have some sense. Yi Tong gave Charizard a thumbs up, surprised that in a critical moment, it knew to protect him. As the cold wind whipped around him in the sky, Yi Tong began to regain his composure. The stats of this creature were beyond his ability to capture, and he had little chance of outsmarting or overpowering it. Moreover, just like Gengar, the ancient Dragonite can perceive the myriad scents that linger upon itself. Such an ancient Pokémon is indeed a challenge to capture. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Alas, it seems that Gengar remains unyielding. Perhaps I should seek another Pokémon to challenge the Goldenrod Gym. With a sigh, Yi Tong gently patted Charizard's head and prepared to return. At that moment, a peculiar voice echoed from behind the duo. Heading to the gym? Take me along. Hastily turning around, they discovered that Gengar, who had only moments ago been present, had vanished without a trace. Charizard and Yi Tong simultaneously pivoted, and there, once again, loomed the oversized eyes and formidable black orb of Gengar. Oh my goodness! Came the startled exclamations of Yi Tong and Charizard, their panic palpable. Chapter 28, Goldenrod Gym. The terrifying Nessa. The following day, Yi Tong, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, made his way to Goldenrod City. Yi Tong, what happened? Did you not rest well yesterday? Doranlin inquired with evident concern, noticing Yi Tong's disheveled state. Not really, just a bit of insomnia, Yi Tong replied, his eyelids drooping heavily. Not far off, Charizard also exhibited signs of drowsiness, yawning repeatedly. In this condition, do you think you can challenge the gym? Chimed in Cynthia thoughtfully. Nessa of the Goldenrod Gym is a formidable leader. No problem, Yi Tong waved dismissively. He was aware of Nessa's prowess, but today, he could only manage so much. Casting a glance at Charizard and recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, Yi Tong summoned Charizard back into its Pokeball. System notification, side quest path to greatness completed. You have earned 6,000 points. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yi Tong could only chuckle wryly. Far from a successful capture, it felt as if he himself had been the one ensnared. Yi Tong, a sudden voice called out, prompting him to turn around, where he spotted Ash and his companions. Before he could utter more than a few words, Ash eagerly declared, "This time, it's my turn to challenge you." With hands on his hips and a flourish of his jacket, he proudly displayed 3 badges. Indeed, Ash had quickly acquired 3 badges, a testament to his narrative-driven prowess. Observing Ash's battle-ready demeanor, Tong remained composed, producing a Pokeball. "Come forth, unleash your strongest Pokémon. Let us settle this in a single match." "All right," Ash replied, excitement evident as he shrugged. "Go, Pikachu. Pika Pika." As expected, it was that familiar yellow rodent. Tong could only smile in resignation, but the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Pikachu boasted a combat power of 1360 and was at level 35. A level 35 Pikachu with such formidable power? How is this possible? Tong mused, recalling that Pikachu was the evolved form of Piku and not even Raichu, with notoriously low base stats. This was utterly unprecedented. Who was overseeing this? "This Pikachu seems rather extraordinary. It likely possesses some unique trait," Cynthia interjected. "I advise against using your shiny Gyarados, as it could very well lead to your defeat due to type disadvantages." Tong regarded Cynthia with newfound seriousness. After all, this was the god of thunder, and one must accord it due respect. "In that case, go forth, Galar." Galar emerged, brimming with battle spirit, brandishing a bone staff. "Come at me," Tong challenged Ash. "Pikachu, use quick attack." "Pika." With a swift cry, Pikachu transformed into a streak of lightning, rushing towards Galar. "Galar, avoid it, and use Bone Club." With a deft sidestep, Galar evaded Pikachu's charge and hurled its bone staff forward. Pikachu, dodge and use Thunderbolt. Galar, undeterred by the electric attack, executed a headbutt. Pikachu, unleash Volt Tackle. Galar, ignoring the oncoming Thunderbolt, once again employed Bone Club. After several exchanges, Galar's Lightning Rod ability rendered Pikachu's electric attacks ineffective. Ash, undeterred by this, continued to command Pikachu to employ electric moves until, at last, Galar's Bone Club struck Pikachu squarely on the forehead. With a dull thud, Pikachu cried out in pain and collapsed. "Pikachu!" Ash shouted, rushing to cradle his fallen partner, who weakly emitted a final Pika before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Galar, return." Tong called back his Pokémon, feeling a twinge of concern. In that final clash, he had realized that Galar had indeed sustained damage from the electric attack, indicating that the Lightning Rod ability had failed. If the battle had persisted longer, Galar's ability might have become ineffective. Ash's Pikachu had managed to circumvent the absolute counter of its ability? This was perplexing. Tong pondered how to contend with this yellow rodent, as it was clearly not adhering to the established norms. After a moment of reflection, Tong decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Fortunately, Ash's performance in the Indigo Conference had not been stellar, which should not adversely affect him. He merely needed to exercise caution in the future. "So, Ash, are you convinced?" Tong squinted at Ash. True to form, Ash displayed only mild disappointment before quickly regaining his composure, shaking his fist defiantly. "This time you won. But I will train harder and challenge you again." "Very well," Tong waved dismissively, unconcerned. He, too, would strive to grow stronger. Watching Ash and his companions depart, Tong felt a pang of nostalgia. Compared to Ash, he found himself admiring Green more. Focused, persistent, and composed, a quintessential protagonist. In reality, Green had consistently outperformed Ash since childhood, often advancing further in gym challenges, even ahead of Tong. Had he not been so fixated on rivaling Ash, he might have forged a more illustrious path, rather than settling for a career as a researcher. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the protagonist's aura. Charizard effortlessly dispatched Blastoise, and this yellow rodent's combat prowess had transcended its base stats. Tong felt a mix of awe and trepidation. Perhaps he could alter Green's fate. Such a formidable trainer should not be relegated to the role of a researcher. Having reached a decision, Tong pressed onward without hesitation. Approximately half an hour later, another group arrived at the location Tong had previously traversed, none other than Jesse's trio along with Meowth. Upon discovering a disheveled area, the typically reticent Clement spoke up. "The scent of battle lingers here. Someone has fought in this place." The sudden proclamation left the others momentarily stunned. Observing Clement's serious demeanor, Jesse gulped nervously. "Clement, what do you mean by the scent of battle?" Clement, with an air of mystery, touched the soil and sniffed it. "Someone has fought here, and one of the combatants was Tong. Just ahead," he declared, lifting his gaze and dashing forward. Behind him, Jesse and the others were left in a state of disbelief, utterly astonished. Can one truly smell the essence of a person from the soil? By afternoon, Tong and his companions finally arrived at Goldenrod City. "Let us go to the Goldenrod Gym," He exhaled deeply, resolute as he took the lead. Are you not going to rest a moment? Cynthia inquired. No need. We must resolve this swiftly, Tong replied, shaking his head as he quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived at the Golden Hall. Under the setting sun, the already somewhat chilling atmosphere of the hall became even more unsettling. Creak. As the grand door of the hall swung open, a gust of cold wind rushed towards Tong's face. A new challenger? Hee. At the end of his gaze, Nasi, clutching a doll, let out a sinister giggle. The peculiarity did not lie in her laughter, but rather in the absence of any expression on Nasi's face, while the doll in her grasp displayed a smile. This felt eerily akin to a supernatural phenomenon. Why had he been encountering such oddities these past 2 days? Gulp. Tong swallowed hard, steeling his nerves as he took 2 steps forward and bowed slightly. Master Nasi, I am Tong from Jinshin Town, here to challenge you. A little trainer from Jinshin Town? Very well, I accept your challenge, Nasi replied, her voice echoing hollowly. She glanced at Tong, her attention drawn to the presence of Sharona behind him, her doll now wearing a look of confusion. Sharona, are you going to challenge me again? Have you two fought before? Tong's expression betrayed his curiosity. From Nasi's tone, it appeared they had battled previously, and it seemed Sharona had lost. Did Nasi possess the strength to defeat Sharona? Goodness. Sharona offered no response, merely shaking her head and stepping back. Gulp. With a semblance of an answer. Tong swallowed again and took another step forward, inquiring, what are the rules of the match? Rules? Anything goes, Nasi replied nonchalantly. Anything goes. So it could be 1v1, 3v3, or even 6v6, depending on how you wish to battle. Nasi's gaze shifted to the pokeballs at Tong's waist, and she chuckled softly. However, I would recommend a 1v1. I've heard from others that you seem to possess a shiny Gyarados among your Pokémon. Facing me with it might give you a fighting chance. As the master of the Golden Hall, it was no surprise that Nasi had received news of his shiny Gyarados. After all, his exploits aboard the Saint and had inevitably spread among many aboard the ship. A 10-year-old trainer from Jinshin Town, with a shiny Gyarados and a Charizard. Single and without any arranged marriage. Have you made up your mind? After a brief pause, Nasi pressed, her doll wearing a look of curiosity. I've decided. Let's go with 1v1, Tong nodded. Alright then, use your strongest Pokémon. It's been a while since I've seen other interesting Pokémon, Nasi casually agreed. Retrieving a Pokeball from behind her doll and resting her chin upon her hand. I will not use my shiny Gyarados, Tong stated slowly. Observing Nasi's doll display a look of puzzlement. Then which Pokémon do you intend to use? That fiery Charizard, or the electric-type Galala? Neither. Tong shook his head and slowly stepped back, his expression suddenly turning grave. Come forth, Ghastly. Chapter 29, Capturing the Ancient Ghastly. A new task. Here it comes. Little brother. A purple orb of light gradually materialized before Tong, its eyes sharp and unmistakably the ancient Ghastly. Nasi gazed at the newly appeared Ghastly, her doll displaying surprise. Is it you? The Ghastly of the Girl-S Canyon? Indeed, it is I, Ghastly sneered, floating slightly up and down. Didn't you claim that without a trainer, no one could challenge you? Now that I have a trainer, can I? Is this Brett your trainer? Nasi's gaze shifted to Tong. Under the weight of her emotionless stare, Tong shrugged his shoulders, managing a wry smile. Since last night, after he had declared his intention to challenge the gym, this ancient Ghastly had been following him, insisting on aiding him in his challenge to the gym to become a Ghastly with a badge. Thus, he had endured a night of torment, which explained his current state of fatigue. Noticing Tong's silence, Nasi nodded and turned her attention back to the ancient Ghastly. Ghastly, are you truly resolved to follow him? Indeed, I have made my decision, the ancient Ghastly replied, displaying an impatient demeanor. Are we going to fight or not? If we're going to battle, let us get on with it. I want to obtain a badge and move on to the next place. Yes, we will battle. Nasi's doll bore a contemplative expression. And after a moment's thought, she tossed out a Pokeball. Go Hypno. A peculiar yellow Pokémon, holding a spoon, leapt from the Pokeball. Its appearance bizarre, yet oddly harmonious. Hypno, Combat Power 1410, level 40. So it is Hypno. A level 40 Hypno. Tong tightened his fists at the sight. Hypno, evolved from Kadabra, was a quintessential psychic-type Pokémon, known for its troublesome and hard-to-counter tactics. Hypno? The ancient Ghastly stared at the Hypno, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. A millennium ago, I encountered a very powerful Hypno, yet I emerged victorious. You must be its great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchild, so I won to bully you. Let us keep it at the same level. As it spoke, the Ghastly's form gradually shrank, and a system prompt chimed. Ghastly, Combat Power 1770, level 40. A combat power of 1770 at level 40 is not too outrageous, Tong thought, feeling relieved by the visible stats. At level 40, his shiny Gyarados should possess close to 2,200 combat power. By this calculation, this Ghastly was not an exceptionally top-tier Pokémon at the same level. Before Tong could ponder further, the battle between Hypno and the ancient Ghastly had already commenced. Hypno, use Shadow Ball, Nasi commanded. As Hypno conjured 2 dark orbs and hurled them at the ancient Ghastly. The ancient Ghastly evaded effortlessly, smirking. Is that all you've got? Take this, here's a taste of my Shadow Ball. With that, the ancient Ghastly formed 2 Shadow Balls of its own and sent them flying back. Hypno, use Protect. Huh. Now taste my Psybeam. Hypno, teleport while countering with Illusion. The battle between the psychic Pokémon was indeed dazzling, with an array of skills unleashed in rapid succession. Shadow Ball. Illusion, Hypnosis, a myriad of unimaginable techniques at the fingertips of Hypno and the ancient Ghastly. Hypno, use Petrification. Huh. At this level, your Petrification won't affect me. Eat my Shadow Ball. Meanwhile, as Nasi continued to direct Hypno in battle, Tong observed the ancient Ghastly's movements with a calm demeanor. This Ghastly had lived for an eternity, possessing an almost instinctual mastery of combat. Tong hardly needed to provide any commands. Given the space and his limited understanding of psychic types, he was merely a spectator. It seemed he would need to learn how to handle psychic Pokémon more adeptly in the future. Capturing this ancient Ghastly was imperative, as it would undoubtedly become a significant ally. Determined, Tong focused on the ongoing battle, which remained fiercely contested. He couldn't tell if it was Hypno's strong defense or another factor, but the ancient Ghastly maintained a dominating presence, yet struggled to secure victory. This Ghastly had a vast array of skills, likely a result of its long existence, having surpassed the limits of a typical Pokémon. Sharona spoke up from the side. Her voice serious. When did you capture it? That's a bit of a complex question. Tong hesitated for a moment before suddenly smiling. What did we have for dinner last night? Sharona gazed intently at Tong, her silence pregnant with meaning, before her eyes drifted towards the arena as she languidly remarked. That Guiz is on the verge of victory. On the verge of victory? Tong exclaimed, startled, and promptly turned his gaze to the battlefield. At that moment, the ancient Guiz had finally breached the defenses of Hudi, evading Hudi's spoon illusion, and executed a face-to-face hypnosis, successfully lulling Hudi into a deep slumber. Hee. Naz, your Hudi still has much to learn, the ancient Guiz chuckled, its large eyes gleaming with a cunning smile as it prepared to unleash Dream Eater. Dream Eater, a move capable of inflicting tremendous damage on sleeping Pokémon, echoed with a sickening crunch. The arena resonated with the agonizing sounds of Hudi, who, in its torment, collapsed onto the ground. In this match, the ancient Guiz emerged triumphant. Strutting boldly before Naz, the ancient Guiz grinned. Naz, hand over the badge. We must be on our way. Naz fell into a moment of silence, but eventually extended the badge from her grasp. The Guiz, taking the badge in its mouth, swaggered back to Tong and tossed the badge to him. You little rascal, quickly put away the badge. Tong caught the badge, scratching his nose. Feeling an odd sensation. Why did this Guiz evoke a sense of paternal instinct? What are you staring at? Can I show a bit of pride for the badge I possess? The Guiz retorted, casting a glance at Tong before turning to Naz. Naz, are you feeling unsatisfied? Of course, I am. Unexpectedly, Naz nodded. What is there for you to be unsatisfied about? The Guiz inquired. You are not his Pokémon, Naz replied calmly. That trainer should still be unable to command you, correct? According to the gym rules, to challenge the gym, one must utilize their own Pokémon. Thus, I should reclaim this badge. Upon hearing Naz's words, the Guiz's voice grew loud. Reclaim it? Reclaim what? But you are clearly not his Pokémon, Naz declared, her vacant gaze seemingly possessing the power to pierce through one's soul. Who says I'm not? The Guiz, flustered, looked at Tong and hastily urged, Kid, quickly take out the Pokeball and let her see. Tong hesitated, glancing at the Guiz and then at the doll in Naz's hands. A knowing smile dawning upon him, he retrieved a Pokeball, exclaiming, Return, Guiz. Am I only worthy of an ordinary ball? The Guiz grumbled at Tong's red and white ball, but complied, transforming into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the Pokeball. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications chimed in. The series task path to power has been completed, earning 6,000 points. Updated task. The ancient Guiz, due to a moment of pique, has genuinely become your Pokémon. However, due to the limitations of the Pokeball, the ancient Guiz can only exhibit a level equivalent to your highest level Pokémon. Please swiftly raise your Pokémon's level in the coming time. Task requirement. Elevate your highest Pokémon's level to 40. Completion reward, 6,500 points. Deadline, 1 month. The subtask path to power has been updated. Please inquire with Naz regarding the Team Rocket commander, Athena, and earn her praise. Task reward, increased standing within Team Rocket. Holding the red and white Pokeball containing the captured GUIs, Tong was momentarily taken aback. Elevating Pokemon levels was understandable. But what was the meaning of the subsequent side quest? Earning Athena's praise? Did that imply he had to request compliments from her? What if she praised his looks? Across from him, Naz, observing the GUIs enter the Pokeball, revealed a smile of satisfaction, her voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. I once encountered it in Maiden's Canyon. Back then, it was proud and obstinate, unwilling to accompany anyone or venture outside. I wonder what factors led it to choose to leave with you. It is not simply to challenge the gym. Tong was about to interject with a question when Naz waved her hand, stating, "Take good care of this GUIs. After a millennium of solitude, it finally has a companion." The words 1,000 years of solitude carried an inherent melancholy, amplified by the emptiness in Naz's voice, rendering them profoundly poignant. Tong felt an inexplicable surge of sympathy for the GUIs. Having spent a millennium in Maiden's Canyon without trainers or friends, its existence seemed devoid of joy, save for scaring people at the temple fairs. "I will strive to do my best," he nodded at Naz, bowing respectfully, and then inquired, "Naz, the gym leader, may I ask if you have any information regarding Athena?" "Athena?" A flicker of emotion crossed Naz's voice as she cast a glance at Tong. "What is your relation to her?" "I am the captain of Team Rocket's first squad, Tokiwa," Tong replied, producing his badge with a polite demeanor. "Commander Athena has not reported back in a long time, and Boss Banmu instructed me to inquire here." "Banmu sent you to ask me?" Upon hearing Banmu's name, Naz's doll displayed an expression of anger. "What does Athena have to do with me? You all should leave." As she spoke, Naz rose, and an unexpected chill swept through the gym. Tong, noticing Naz's intense reaction, was about to withdraw when a voice echoed from behind. "Naz, it's all right." As the words fell, a woman with her hair tied up emerged from behind a screen. The moment she stepped forth, the atmosphere in the arena grew significantly heavier. "Athena, one of Team Rocket's Elite Four, possesses remarkable strength." "Commander Athena?" Tong tentatively inquired. Indeed, Athena nodded, her gaze scanning Tong from head to toe with a scrutinizing glint. "You are the son of Dongan?" "Yes, I am," Tong replied, his expression tinged with confusion. Why did everyone keep referring to him as Dong and son, as if his father were some illustrious figure? Could it be that his father was a hidden powerhouse within Team Rocket, holding divine beasts and multiple champion titles, concealing his identity in Masera Town? No wonder. Athena nodded, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. "Your father, back when he was sweeping the floors at headquarters, was indeed a remarkably gifted individual, always leaving a few additional scuff marks." "Tong, what do you mean by leaving more scuff marks? Was my father writing large characters on the floor?" "Ha ha ha," Athena laughed, looking at Tong. "I was just joking. You need not know your father's identity for now." "Phew, that is more like it." Tong exhaled in relief. After all, he was someone favored by the system, so his identity couldn't be too shabby. However, the fact that he had been sweeping floors at headquarters did indeed provoke a few veins to surface on his forehead, and he quickly said, "Commander Athena, let us discuss serious matters." "You little rascal," Athena remarked, turning her attention back to Tong. "Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss?" "It's about Boss Banmu. He sent me to inquire about your news." Tong straightened his back and addressed Athena. "What news about me?" Athena replied, turning her back, and nonchalantly stated, "Eating well, drinking well, sleeping well, feeling good, everything is fine." Tong was momentarily stunned. Athena then turned back, her expression puzzled. "What's wrong? Do you have something else to say?" It seems there is nothing else." Tong scratched his head, recalling that Banmu had indeed asked him to inquire about Athena's news, and aside from that, he had not been instructed to do anything else. However, this situation felt rather strange, akin to taking an arduous exam only to pass a note to the fool sitting in front of him. The note inquired whether you would be able to answer the first fill-in-the-blank question, to which he replied with a casual, "I know. If you have nothing else to discuss, you may as well head back." Athena gestured dismissively at Tong, seemingly losing interest. At that moment, Tong suddenly recalled the recent system task to earn Athena's praise. Observing Athena about to re-enter, he hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait. Young man, do you have something else to say?" Athena paused. Tong puffed out his chest, gazing at Athena, and inquired, "General Athena, what do you think of me?" "What do you mean?" Athena displayed a look of confusion. "How do you perceive me?" Tong, brimming with anticipation, silently urged, "Praise me, praise me, praise me." "You?" Well, you're not bad, Athena responded, still puzzled. Not bad. She said I'm not bad. Tong felt a surge of excitement, but awaited a system notification that never came. Isn't this enough praise? His heart sank as he glanced at Athena and asked, "Could you be a bit more specific, General?" Upon hearing this, Athena appeared contemplative. Your strength is commendable, and your appearance is quite acceptable. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. Anything beyond that? Tong pressed on, mustering his courage. Athena frowned in confusion. Beyond that, what else is there? Casting a glance at Sharona and Doranlin, Athena added, "Your romantic prospects seem promising? Anything else?" Tong persisted. "You have good luck?" After several hints failed to elicit a response, Tong finally blurted, "Oh, I just wanted to know if you think I can become a high-ranking member of Team Rocket." Athena was taken aback by his question. Then a knowing smile graced her lips. "Oh, is that what you meant? What else would I be asking about? Whether you need a son-in-law?" Tong mused internally, though his face broke into a radiant smile. "You're quite promising," Athena contemplated briefly before offering her answer. "Once you acquire 8 gym badges, you should be eligible to assume the role of a regional leader. Of course." Pausing, she looked at Tong and continued, "I see exceptional potential in you. If you demonstrate extraordinary strength early on, it is not beyond possibility that you could become the next general." System notification earned Athena's praise. Side quest, Path of the Strong completed. At last, it was accomplished. Upon hearing this announcement, Tong nearly leapt with joy and promptly thanked Athena. "Thank you, General Athena." "You young man." Athena smiled, smirking playfully as she added, "If I recall correctly, Musashi is under your care, so please look after her well." Musashi. Upon hearing this name, Tong was suddenly alert, as it was rumored that Athena and Musashi were mother and daughter. Understood, he nodded vigorously, aware of the responsibility that came with adulthood. "Now, you should take your leave." After waving him off and watching Tong and his companions exit the gym, Athena's expression turned contemplative. "Auntie, do you truly think this young man is impressive?" Natsi inquired softly from beside her. "Well, he seems adequate," Athena nonchalantly nodded. "I believe the son of Dongan cannot be lacking, especially considering the strength he has displayed thus far justifies my praise." Natsi's doll exhibited a look of surprise, pausing for a moment before asking, "So, Auntie, do you intend to cultivate him as the next successor?" "Let us see. It's still too early to say," Athena remarked, falling silent. Shortly after Tong and company departed, Musashi and her companions finally tracked their way to this location. The scent of battle lingered. Tong had fought here. Xiao Ming spoke up again, startling both Xiao Zilong and Musashi. "Why are you so jumpy today?" Xiao Zilong asked Xiao Ming, then turned to Musashi. "Should we go in and take a look? Boss Banmu seems to have assigned us a task." "Let us go." Creaking open the door, they found the gym empty, save for 2 pokeballs lying on the ground. "What is this?" Xiao Zilong approached, picking up a pokeball, only to discover a note beneath it. "Let us see what it says," Musashi suggested, taking the note. Xiao Zilong, "Musashi, in light of your outstanding performance while accompanying Captain Tong, I am rewarding both of you with 2 Pokémon as a personal gesture. Please continue your excellent work. General Athena." "General Athena is personally rewarding us with a Pokémon?" Musashi exclaimed in surprise, tossing the pokeball. Roar. Out emerged 2 large Pokémon, 1 pink and 1 blue. Both Xiao Zilong and Musashi covered their mouths, their faces alight with astonishment. Chapter 31, The Frenzy of Gyarados. Reset Fruit. Having departed from the Golden Gym, Tong embarked on his journey to the Rainbow Gym. The battles between Golden City and Rainbow City had intensified, with numerous trainers possessing evolved Pokémon, their levels generally ranging from the 20s to 30s. As for the Pokémon themselves, Tong found no significant new discoveries. He wished to capture some new ones, yet most were rather ordinary. Throughout this journey, he encountered predominantly grass-type Pokémon, such as Oddish and Budew. Tong found these battles somewhat tedious but pressed on, reminding himself, experience. This is all experience. However, on a brighter note, with the addition of a talking Ghastly, the journey was not entirely dull. "Hey, I say, how can you be so crafty at such a young age?" Ghastly remarked as he observed Tong directing his Charizard to chase a Chimchar, returning with a bounty of fruits from a hidden cave. "You wouldn't understand." Tong replied with a mysterious smile, reflecting on how his 20-plus years on Earth and 10 years with Pokémon had made him feel like a middle-aged man. Glancing at Sharona and Doranlin beside him, he turned to Ghastly. "Haven't you lived for over 1,000 years? Why haven't you evolved into Jengar? By all accounts, you should have reached the evolutionary threshold long ago." Ghastly, hearing this, appeared puzzled and looked at Tong, saying, "What evolutionary threshold is there for Pokémon?" Tong rubbed his nose. unsure how to respond, as he couldn't exactly explain that he had inferred it from the system, his past life, anime, and games. Can you deduce the evolution timeline of other Pokémon, too? I told you. You're quite peculiar, Ghastly remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Tong. Its rotund form turning away haughtily. I just think Ghastly looks good. Why would I want to evolve? Evolution can make you stronger, Tong countered. Upon hearing this, a flicker of sadness crossed Ghastly's usually cheerful eyes. For Pokémon like me, the desire to become stronger has long since faded. Ghastly floated ahead. Is it unhappy again? Tong observed Ghastly, feeling a mix of helplessness and empathy, as he had witnessed this behavior several times over the past few days. His attitude towards it had gradually shifted from anxious questioning and comforting to a resigned understanding. Tong, Ghastly is upset. Why don't you comfort it? Dornlin nudged him. Ignore it. It's just putting on an act, Tong retorted, maintaining his pace. After a short while, the seemingly downtrodden Ghastly suddenly turned its head. Hey, what are we having for dinner tonight? Should we eat fish? Tong shrugged at Dornlin, then approached. As they brushed past each other, Tong paid no heed to Ghastly, prompting it to chase after him. Hey, kid, tell me, what are we having for dinner? Generally speaking, ghosts do not require sustenance. However, ever since Guise tasted the culinary creations of Tong, he has developed an insatiable fondness for food. Each day, he inquires incessantly about what to eat, demanding an array of culinary delights. Guess what? Tong paused, turning his head to utter a remark before continuing onward. Guise floated slowly, watching as Tong sprinted ahead, cursing loudly. You little brat. When I first came into your possession, you called me Senior Guise. Now that you have grown weary, you completely ignore me. Are you not just a scoundrel of a trainer? Upon hearing Guise's words, Dornlin erupted into a melodic laugh, playfully patting Tong's shoulder. Indeed, Tong is quite the scoundrel. Even Sharona displayed a hint of amusement, her beautiful eyes glimmering with mischief. Tong exclaimed, "Help me." Just as he was at a loss for words, a cry for help suddenly rang out ahead, quickly followed by the exclamation, "My Machoke has gone berserk." Tong and Sharona exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement, swiftly dashing forward. Their formidable strength warranted their leadership in this situation. "Wait for me," Dornlin called out from behind. Guise lagged at the rear, floating slowly in the air, his large round visage etched with anxiety, shouting, "Don't forget about me. I'm restricted by the Pokeball, so I cannot run as fast." A figure darted towards them from the front, halting before Guise. It was Tong. "At least you have a conscience, or else Guise would have just begun to smile," he began, but before he could finish his thought, Tong had already embraced him. "Respect me a little. I am of the elder generation," Guise protested while being cradled in Tong's arms, gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery, struggling to speak. Soon, they arrived at the scene of distress, where a Machoke was pursuing a stunningly beautiful girl dressed in vibrant attire. Scattered around were numerous boxes, undoubtedly the cargo that Machoke had been transporting. Machoke's combat power is 799, level 24. Is Machoke truly going berserk? Tong mused, astonished by the scene before him. Machoke, evolved from Machoke, is known for its immense strength and gentle disposition, often serving as a laborer in households. Generally, such Pokémon should not attack their trainers in a frenzy. System notification, side quest updated. Subdue the Berserk Machoke. Quest reward, a fruit that alters Pokémon potential. A fruit that alters Pokémon potential. Upon reading this system notification, Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Merely hearing its name indicated that it was something extraordinary. "Trainer, please help me." At that moment, the girl noticed Tong and his companions, urgently calling for assistance. "Fear not, I shall rescue you." Without waiting for Sharona and Dornlin to respond, Tong boldly stepped forward, startling the two girls beside him. "Charizard, go!" Roaring, Charizard soared from its Pokeball, exhaling a gust of heated air, prepared to speak. But Tong's hands swiftly followed. "Stop posing, Charizard. Hurry and save her." Charizard, momentarily bewildered, cast a glance at Machoke and ascended into the air. Boom. Charizard, significantly larger than Machoke, effectively caught its punch with ease. Charizard seemed to flaunt its strength, casting a glance back at Tong, as if to say, "Impressive. I sent it." Yet, the next moment, Charizard's expression changed as it realized its grounded claws were slowly retreating. It was being pushed back by Machoke. "Charizard, fight back!" Tong shouted upon witnessing this scene. Hearing Tong's voice, Charizard's excitement surged, and with a mighty roar, it flexed its muscles, inching Machoke back. At that moment, the girl dashed to Tong's side, her face still reflecting shock. "What happened to your Machoke?" Tong inquired, steadying the girl. She shook her head, visibly perplexed. I don't know. I found 2 strange fruits on the road and fed one to it, and then it became like this. Trainer, can you help me understand what went wrong? It was perfectly fine this morning. Don't worry, I will help you subdue it. Upon hearing the mention of fruits, Tong already had his suspicions. Turning to Charizard, he adopted a calm demeanor. Charizard, activate Mega Blaze. Roar. System notification. Charizard has entered Mega Blaze mode. Using Flamethrower. Whoosh. A torrent of flames erupted from Charizard's mouth, enveloping Machoke in an instant. Once the flames subsided, Machoke lay defeated on the ground. Machoke. The girl rushed over, stopping a few steps away, clearly shaken by Machoke's earlier rampage. Let me handle this, Tong said, moving closer to observe Machoke quietly. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. He gently touched Machoke, feeling a tingling sensation. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint electric charge coursing over Machoke's body. Tong recognized this. It was the classic ability of electric-type Pokémon, Static. It has a 30% chance of paralyzing any Pokémon that attacks. Without a doubt, this Machoke had acquired the Static ability. Goodness. Can these fruits even alter Pokémon abilities? Tong's expression shifted. Then, feigning calm, he said to the girl, Can you show me the other fruit? Here. The girl handed over a purplish-red fruit. This fruit, infused with the essence of a time deity, can reset the abilities and talents of ordinary Pokémon. Wow, a resetting fruit. Tong swallowed hard, discreetly stowing the fruit away, then turning to the girl. This fruit has a stimulating effect on Pokémon, which can cause them to go berserk. I suggest you discard it. The girl did not hesitate at all. Okay, then I'll give it to you. Thank you for saving me, trainer. With that, she hurriedly began to gather her belongings. Tong watched her, feeling a twinge of guilt for deceiving her out of a resetting fruit. Miss, where are you headed? After a moment's thought, Tong asked, If you're going to Rainbow City, we can travel together. It's not safe for you to go alone. You're also going to Rainbow City. The girl's face lit up with excitement. I'm from Rainbow City. I came out to gather supplies for my perfume shop. That is wonderful. We can travel together, Tong replied with a smile, instinctively moving closer to the girl, then beckoning Charizard. Charizard, carry the luggage in Machoke. Let us set off. Charizard. Chapter 32, The Fragrant City of Perfumes. The Fiery Gym Battle. On the road, Tong learned that the girl being pursued was named Diane, the proprietor of a perfume shop in Rainbow City. She had brought Machoke along to gather rare materials essential for perfume making. After all, being the legendary perfumed city, the competition in the perfume business was fierce, compelling Diane to seek out unique ingredients. Upon discovering Diane's occupation, Dalanlin exclaimed with delight, chasing after her with inquiries about perfumes, while even Sharona could hardly contain her curiosity, asking about the availability of certain scents. Observing the 3 girls animatedly engaging in conversation ahead, Tong couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding scene. Beside him, the mischievous Ghastly floated languidly, a mocking expression adorning its visage. Oh, the little brat seems to be clueless. Perfume has always been a woman's cherished delight. You know this well, yet I have yet to see you seek out a female Ghastly. Tong rolled his eyes, retrieving a pokeball. Return, Ghastly. Hey, I haven't finished my sentence. Ghastly exclaimed, irritation flaring as it prepared to continue, only to be enveloped in the luminous glow of the pokeball, which promptly returned it. Phew, I should have anticipated that this chatterbox would be a nuisance, Tong sighed, pulling out the reset berry hidden within his pocket. System notification, side quest path to power complete. Reward, 1 reset berry. He paid little heed to the system's announcement, focusing instead on the reset berry. According to the system's introduction, the reset berry could alter a Pokémon's traits and personality, meaning it could endow a Pokémon with characteristics from other types. For instance, a Machoke could acquire the Static ability. Which Pokémon should I use it on? Tong pondered, eyeing the Pokeballs at his waist. His dual-level Charizard, now at level 37, certainly did not require it, nor did his shiny Gyarados, which boasted both Swift Swim and a shiny trait. The 3-ability Electivire, with its super trait, also had no need for it. This left him with one option. His gaze shifted to the final Pokeball. Fearow. No, that's right, it's now a Fearow. It had been quite some time since Tong had utilized it, to the point where he nearly forgot that his Spearow had evolved. Spearow has a rather pleasant ring to it, while Fearow sounds rather unappealing. He rubbed his nose, recalling that he had captured this Spearow due to its impressive size, which surpassed that of the average Spearow. However, beyond its larger stature, the Pokémon lacked any other remarkable qualities. Should I use the reset berry on it? This thought crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head. Fearow had long ceased to be a core member of his team. and the gap between it and the mainstream Pokémon would only widen in upcoming battles. Even if it acquired a new trait, it would hardly manifest any significant power. Never mind, I shall consider whom to use it on later. Resolutely, he retrieved the Pokeball once more. Come forth, Ghastly. In a flash of light, Ghastly reappeared. Its expression one of indignation. What is the matter with you? Now I can't even speak. Tonight, we're having fish. Tong quickly interjected, silencing Ghastly before it could continue, and hurriedly moved forward. It appeared that this Ghastly had been pinned up for a millennium, incessantly blabbering like an incessant reading pen, pointing out everything it didn't understand. Rainbow City was vast, filled with enchanting fragrances, and the architecture predominantly exuded a charming style. Truly, this is the city of perfumed beauties, Tong marveled, while Diane led the way ahead. In no time, the three arrived at Diana's perfume shop. It was evident that her perfumes were indeed exquisite. Even in the absence of the proprietor, the shop bustled with patrons. By afternoon, the trio finally exited Diane's establishment. To express her gratitude for Tong's assistance, Diane generously gifted several popular perfumes, even selecting a special fragrance tailored for him. What am I, a boy, supposed to do with these? Tong muttered, gazing at the translucent light blue perfume in his hand. The bottle appeared rather luxurious, adorned with intricate designs, and even sealed. It emanated a unique, refreshing scent. As Tong became lost in contemplation over the perfume, a pair of lantern-like eyes appeared from the opposite side, accompanied by a deep voice. Give me some. Whoa. Tong startled, instinctively stepping back several paces, his heart racing at the sudden appearance of Ghastly. Young man, you need to work on your courage, Ghastly remarked, fixating on the perfume in Tong's grasp. Hurry, give it to me. What do you mean, a Pokemon wanting perfume? Get lost, Tong retorted, hastily tucking the perfume into his pocket and darting forward. I'm a gentleman too. Why can't I use men as perfume? Ghastly chased after him. You're just a ball. What qualifies you as a gentleman? You shall not waste my perfume. There are male and female Pokemon. I don't care. You must let me have some today. As Tong and Ghastly bickered while running off, behind them, Cynthia and Dawn exchanged amused smiles. Noticing Cynthia holding a pink perfume, Dawn, somewhat shy, asked, Sister Cynthia, what brings you to the Kanto region? To collect more badges? Well, you could say that. Cynthia acknowledged with a nod, glancing at Tong, her tone growing serious. However, to be precise, I am aiming to secure more regional championships. More regional championships? Dawn's eyes widened slightly. For her, claiming a championship was a distant dream. Yet, reflecting on Cynthia, who was a few years her senior, Dawn felt a pang of inadequacy. Indeed, Sister Cynthia is already the champion of Sinnoh. Securing the Kanto championship should be relatively easy for her. Cynthia, perceptive to Dawn's change in demeanor, patted her shoulder and spoke soothingly. There's no need for you to feel disheartened. Your talent lies elsewhere. During this time, I have observed that you are truly suited to be a coordinator. With proper guidance, you should be able to master it in no time. With a little dedication, you could even become the champion among coordinators. Hearing Cynthia's words, Dawn fell silent. Tong was on the verge of acquiring his fourth badge. While she was still uncertain about when she could challenge a gym, her only formidable Pokemon, a Scyther, had yet to evolve. After a moment, Dawn lifted her gaze towards the seemingly distant figure of Tong, sighing, perhaps I should wait a bit longer. I'm not quite ready yet. Cynthia followed Dawn's gaze and seemed to understand, nodding in agreement without further comment. Before long, Tong arrived at the gym. Moments later, having gathered her composure, both Dawn and Cynthia made their way to the gym as well. All right, today I shall challenge the fourth gym, Tong declared, standing resolutely before the Rainbow Gym. The gym leader, Erica, was also a perfume enthusiast, rumored to be the owner of a renowned perfume shop. Most of her Pokemon were grass-type, making them relatively easy for Tong to handle. However, he recalled that in a certain storyline from a game, there were instances where Team Rocket would appear and attempt to set the gym ablaze during challenges. As he pondered this, his attention was suddenly drawn to two suspicious figures not far away, brandishing torches. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Miyamoto and Mukong. Hey, don't you dare set fire. Without taking a moment to assess the situation, Tong shouted. The two crouching figures were startled by his voice, causing their torches to clatter to the ground. Boss, is that you? Mukong and Miyamoto looked at Tong, bewildered. I'm here to challenge the gym. Why else would I be here? Tong rolled his eyes, questioning. What are you two planning? Setting the gym on fire to boost Team Rocket's notoriety? Oh, right. Right my foot. Get lost, hurry up. Don't delay my gym challenge. Tong waved them off, frustrated by these two fools who Instead of following Jesse and James, were constantly concocting absurd schemes. During his scolding of the two, Tong reiterated that the members of Team Kanto did not need to engage in such antics to elevate their status. Fame is secondary. One merely needs to cultivate their Pokémon diligently. Do you comprehend? After a lengthy discourse, Tong directed his gaze towards the two individuals before him. Understood, Mu Gongling nodded, his eyes brimming with a perplexing mix of understanding and confusion. Beside him, Miyamoto exhibited a similar expression, also nodding in agreement. Gooey, Shocho and I similarly nodded in acknowledgement. I implore you, return that thing. Tong gazed at the trio, feeling an overwhelming headache. Suddenly, a flicker of flame danced through the air before Tong, followed by a waft of charred scent. What is that odor? Tong inquired, his brow furrowing as he sniffed the air, only to turn and realize the source of his distress. Mu Gonglong's torch had ignited the nearby trees, resulting in a conflagration. By the heavens, the gym is on fire. Quick! Extinguish it. Huichio Shugo. Mu Gongling panicked, hastily throwing out a Pokeball. Fool, that's a fire-type Pokemon. Tong's eyes nearly bulged with fury as he shoved Mu Gongling aside and launched his own Pokeball. Shining BB Dragon, go! Half an hour later, the gym doors creaked open, and the recently awakened Elygia emerged. Tong and his companions stood dumbfounded, the atmosphere momentarily steeped in silence. The extinguished wooden walls of the gym and the surrounding foliage still emitted wisps of smoke. Well, Tong looked at Elygia, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Gym leader, you may find this hard to believe, but your gym spontaneously caught fire. Do you think I would not believe you? Elygia replied with a playful smile. Tong from Pallet Town, is it? You've certainly given me quite the surprise. You know me? Tong's countenance reflected his confusion. Elygia waved her hand dismissively. Of course, I am aware of you, the young trainer who emerged from Pallet Town, endowed with remarkable talent and possessing a shining BB Dragon and a formidable array of Pokémon. The first 4 gym leaders have already shared your tale with me. So, have you come here merely to set my gym ablaze? And no, this is not my doing. Tong stammered, suddenly noticing Mu Gongling and Miyamoto attempting to sneak away. Thieves, halt! He seized both of them. You two, having recklessly set another's gym on fire, shall remain here and assist in its repair. Aye. Mu Gongling struggled to articulate a response, faltering for quite some time. Regardless of your excuses, just fix it. Elygia waved her hand. Tong, are you here to challenge the gym? Yes, I am here to challenge the gym, Tong admitted, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Very well, come inside, Elygia nodded, turning to enter the gym. Tong and the others followed closely behind. Upon crossing the threshold, a delightful fragrance enveloped them. Upon closer inspection, they discovered 2 counters laden with perfumes. A woman clad in purple attire was busily arranging the perfumes, revealing that the Rainbow Gym leader was also a paragon of beauty. This is my assistant, Xian, who will also serve as the referee for this match, Elygia gestured. Tong wiped his nose, clutching several Pokeballs tightly in his hand. The referee named Xian leisurely finished organizing the perfumes before stepping into the arena and announcing. The rules are as follows. A 3v3 battle. Each participant will use 3 Pokemon, and the side whose Pokemon all lose their fighting ability shall be deemed the loser. Do you have any objections? None, Elygia replied, producing her Pokeball. None, Tong echoed, retrieving his Pokeball as well. Then let the match commence. The challenger attacks first, Elygia stated, her gaze fixed upon Tong. All right, Tong acquiesced, throwing out his Pokeball. Having anticipated that Elygia would employ Grass-type Pokemon, he felt no hesitation. Go, Charizard. With a resounding roar, Charizard materialized in the arena, its massive form a testament to its nearing level of 40. Significantly larger than during its initial evolution, and it had even mastered new skills. Indeed, your Charizard is extraordinary, Elygia remarked, her demeanor turning slightly serious as she retrieved a Pokeball from her waist. Go, Vine Whip. With a cry, Vine Whip appeared, resembling its namesake. Tong's brow furrowed slightly. It was rather unappealing. Vine Whip boasted a combat power of 1068 at level 41. For Elygia to have nurtured this Pokemon to such a level was no small feat, especially when his own Doduo only had a combat power of 1077 at level 36. Charizard, activate Mega Blaze and unleash Flamethrower. System notification. Charizard has entered Mega Blaze mode. Without a moment's hesitation, Tong had resolved to unleash his ultimate move. Charizard soared high, and under the amplification of Mega Blaze, the might of Flamethrower reached terrifying levels. Vine Whip, use Protect. Elygia commanded, her expression grim. Following her directive, Vine Whip swiftly curled into a ball. In mere seconds, flames engulfed Vine Whip. With a combination of combat power suppression and type advantage, the attack left Vine Whip sprawled on the ground, evidently injured. Vine Whip is unable to battle. Referee Xian raised her hand to declare, "Return, Vine Whip." Elygia called back her Pokémon. After a moment of contemplation, she released her next Pokémon. Go, Sleep Flower. Sleep Flower, with a combat power of 1110 at level 42, was also a Grass-type Pokémon, and this time, Elygia chose to strike first. Sleep Flower, use Seed Bomb. Rat-a-tat-tat. Upon receiving the command, Sleep Flower opened its mouth wide, launching numerous green seeds towards Charizard like a machine gun. Sleep Flower resembles a pea shooter, Tong thought, his expression somewhat peculiar, but he shook his head and ordered Charizard dodge, and simultaneously unleash Flamethrower. With its flying type advantage, Charizard effortlessly evaded the barrage of seeds, and, following Tong's command, unleashed another Flamethrower. I concede this round. Observing the nearly identical outcome, Elygia swiftly recalled Sleep Flower without hesitation, as flames scorched the ground beneath them. Well, it seems today I cannot triumph over you. She clapped her hands, a resigned smile gracing her features. All of her Pokémon were grass types, and with Tong's formidable Charizard, victory appeared to be a distant dream. Come forth, this is my final Pokémon. Go, Stinky Flower. Without a moment's hesitation, Elygia threw out Stinky Flower and commanded, Stinky Flower, use Stun Spore. A powdery substance materialized, causing Tong's expression to shift dramatically. The Stinky Flower's Stun Spore was no mere paralysis. It was overwhelmingly odorous. Charizard, quickly use Heat Wave to blow the Stun Spore back. Tong urgently commanded. Charizard, sensing the foul scent from afar, responded with a powerful flap of its wings. Two swirling red tornadoes materialized, swiftly dispersing the Stun Spore. Stinky Flower, use Solar Beam. At the same time, Elygia called out her second command. Solar Beam? Hearing this, Tong paused momentarily. Solar Beam was a formidable grass-type move, renowned for its destructive power. To witness a Stinky Flower capable of such a move was indeed astonishing. However, Solar Beam required charging time. Using it at this moment seemed like presenting oneself as a target. Charizard, interrupt Stinky Flower's Solar Beam. Tong gestured emphatically. The Charizard exhaled a breath of scorching heat, raising a fist the size of a sandbag. Take this, Flame Punch. With a thunderous crash, Charizard dove from the sky, delivering a heavy blow that sent the Oddish flying, simultaneously interrupting its charge of Solar Beam. The Oddish succumbed to defeat, and with this triumph, Tong emerged victorious. A remarkable 1-against-3, and it was practically a crushing victory. Elygia picked up the fallen Oddish, her heart aching as she returned it to its pokeball, then turned her gaze to Tong, seemingly harboring a hint of reproach. I had hoped to give it a shot with Solar Beam, but you saw right through it. Truly, there's no way to deal with you. Huh, Tong scratched his head. When you shouted Solar Beam so loudly, how could I not realize it? I must be quite foolish. Elygia, oblivious to Tong's thoughts, approached the referee and received a rainbow badge, handing it to him. Here, Tong, you now possess 4 gym badges. Tong gazed at the badge, his face lighting up with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Upon reflection, the battles in this gym had been relatively effortless, thanks to the type advantages that allowed him to secure a decisive 1-against-3 victory. You know, old Charizard, you're quite impressive, Tong remarked, patting the majestic creature. Charizard shot a sidelong glance at Tong, gesturing as if to say, what do you mean impressive? I'm clearly formidable. Indeed, you're strong. And all credit for this gym belongs to you. Tong promptly acquiesced, accepting the badge. Suddenly, with a loud thud, 2 figures tumbled from the roof, Miyamoto and Kaguro, whom Tong had sent to repair the gym. What on earth happened to you two? Tong asked, a touch of exasperation in his voice as he looked up, his heart sinking. They had managed to fix one part of the gym's roof, only to leave another section in disrepair. It was evident they had merely shuffled their efforts. Boss, I'm out of here. The moment Tong was about to explode, Kaguro and Miyamoto wasted no time in scuttling away. My heart truly has no seams left. Tong sighed, shaking his head at the scene. He suddenly felt a sense of admiration for Kojiro and Musashi, at least after his own awakening. They had proven to be decent trainers. If all went well, the next time he encountered Kojiro, his Arbok would likely have evolved into an Arbok. Tong, are you a member of Team Rocket? Just as Tong was lost in thought, Alicia's voice interrupted him. Team Rocket? Oh no, I've been discovered. Without needing to guess, Tong knew that it was the attitude of Kaguro and Miyamoto that had given him away. Alicia, being a legitimate gym leader without any hidden background, should have despised Team Rocket. Well, actually, he began to explain, but Alicia waved her hand to interrupt him. You needn't be anxious. Your affiliation with Team Rocket does not affect me in the slightest. That's a relief. Tong wiped his nose and smiled sheepishly. He was acutely aware of Team Rocket's reputation, a fact that needed no further elaboration from Alicia. Alicia looked at Tong, her gaze seemingly laden with significance. I know that the leader of Team Rocket is that enigmatic gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym, Banmu. He is deeply inscrutable and harbors grand ambitions. Being his subordinate is hardly a promising path. Rather, you should focus on excelling in gym battles and challenging the league. With your talent and skill, it won't be long before you emerge as a rising star. How did Alicia know Banmu's true identity as the leader of Team Rocket? Filtering out the other words, Tong focused on this crucial point. A look of perplexity crossed his face. He couldn't fathom why Alicia would know Banmu's identity at this moment. Until Mutuo's exposure. Wasn't Banmu always portrayed as the elder of Tokiwa Gym? Alicia seemed to notice Tong's expression, pausing slightly before saying, before I became a gym leader. Banmu once invited me to join Team Rocket. Ah, I see. Tong nodded, glancing at Alicia. It appeared her strength was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, Banmu would not have personally extended such an invitation. Thank you for the reminder, Alicia. I will be cautious. Given her kind advice, Tong felt it inappropriate to remain silent. Whether he would heed her words was another matter entirely. He had already resolved to surpass Banmu and establish the strongest Team Rocket. Alicia, we must continue our journey to the next gym, so I won't linger any longer. He remarked casually, waving goodbye to Sharona and Dolanlin as the three departed the gym. Alicia watched them leave, initially wishing to say more. But upon seeing Tong's resolute demeanor, she ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh. Beside her, Xian observed the scene with irritation, approaching Alicia. Gym leader. Why speak to that arrogant brat? Look at him, dismissing your well-meaning advice against remaining in Team Rocket. He shows no gratitude. His temper is just like his father's. Oh, it's fine. I suspected he would not appreciate it. Alicia waved her hand dismissively. After all, he was the son of Dongan, and his stubbornness would undoubtedly mirror his father's. At this point, Alicia gazed into the distance, her expression tinged with nostalgia. In the past, Dongan had similarly plunged into Team Rocket without hesitation, and that decision had led to many years apart. I hope his son can stay away for a few less years. She sighed, turning to close the door. Just then, a deep, magnetic male voice called from behind. Alicia, wait a moment. Startled, Alicia turned to see a scruffy-looking middle-aged man. Dressed casually in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and sandals, he appeared like a typical overweight, slovenly uncle, if not for the visible muscles on his bare arms. Seeing this man, Alicia's expression turned incredulous as she covered her mouth. Dongan, what are you doing here? I thought you had retired? Just out for a stroll, visiting old friends. Dongan yawned, offering no further explanation as he brushed past Alicia and entered the gym. What are you doing here? The previously calm Xian found herself flustered upon seeing Dongan. Can you two come up with something new? Dongan replied with a hint of exasperation, taking a seat. Alicia, could you brew some tea for us? Alicia paused, looking at Dongan before suddenly breaking into a smile. Of course. Moments later, the two sat at a small table, their expressions serious. Alicia regarded Dongan, who was calmly sipping his tea, hesitating before finally asking, Dongan, why did you leave Masera town? Dongan chuckled lightly, shaking his head nonchalantly. What can I say? My son is out, and a father can't help but worry. But didn't you promise Banmu never to leave Masera town? Alicia's tone turned anxious. If he finds out, there could be a lot of trouble. Don't worry, he won't discover my whereabouts. Dongan waved his hand dismissively. How have you been lately? I've been well, Alicia replied, her expression growing contemplative. I opened a perfume shop. The master of the dojo managed to maintain a semblance of stability in life. That is reassuring. Dongan nodded, promptly finished his tea, and stood up. Well, the tea is gone, and I must take my leave. You are leaving? Iligia also stood up, her voice tinged with urgency. Yes, otherwise I won't be able to catch up with that insufferable brat. Iligia, let us meet again when time permits, Dongan remarked hastily, making his way towards the exit. Creak. Bang. The door opened and shut, leaving the spacious dojo with only Iligia and Xian. It's uncanny how much he resembles his father. Time passed, and it was unclear who among them spoke first, their voice echoing in the dojo, lingering without dissipating. As evening approached, Tong and his companions made their way to the Rocket Team's headquarters in Rainbow City. One must admit, the headquarters of the Rocket Team is always strategically concealed. Many times, one could easily overlook it. For instance, the headquarters in Rainbow City is hidden behind a perfume shop. Isn't it peculiar to see a group of burly men entering and exiting a perfume store? Yi Tong navigated through the sea of women in the shop, wary of being bumped into by someone towering over him. After a convoluted journey, he finally arrived at the headquarters. Upon entering, Yi Tong was taken aback. How come the headquarters also sells perfume? Surrounded by various fragrances and women selecting their purchases, Yi Tong found himself speechless, pondering the genius behind this underground marketplace. He approached the mission wall, scanning the tasks presented, and was stunned. Collect 10 star grass plants to create fragrant rice perfume, submit them to headquarters, and receive a rare Pokémon. The perfume shop run by Ami is thriving. Please investigate the reason. Reward, 10 standard Pokeballs. On the northern hills, there grows a rare lamp flower clinging to the cliffs. Please assist in gathering them. Rewards vary based on quantity. Have they truly integrated regional culture into their tasks? Every mission revolves around perfume. What is going on at the headquarters in Rainbow City? It has transformed into a perfume hall. Is the allure of Rainbow City truly that potent? Yi Tong chuckled, surveying the tasks without finding one suitable for him, and could only shake his head in resignation. Forget it. Onward to the next destination. Turning around, Yi Tong realized that Duolunlin and Sharona had vanished from sight. From behind a shelf, Duolunlin's voice floated over. Hee hee. Sister Sharona, look at this perfume. They say it can make one smell like a Pikachu. How amusing. Peering through the gap in the shelf, Yi Tong caught a glimpse of the two, faintly noticing a dazzling splash of white. Hee hee, Sharona looks rather appealing in that strapless outfit today. He leaned in closer just as Duolunlin moved the perfume bottle on the shelf, revealing a face full of eager anticipation. Ah, Duolunlin was startled, and upon recognizing Yi Tong, her expression soured as she slowly raised her hand. Yi Tong, I'm just browsing. You two carry on, Yi Tong exclaimed. Feeling the imminent eruption of a volcano, he hurriedly raised his hands and dashed outside. Stop, you scoundrel! Duolunlin pursued closely, their small figures weaving swiftly through the crowd. Ultimately, the pursuer gained ground, delivering a resounding slap. Chapter 35, Culinary Breeding Street. Duolunlin leaves the team. 5 medals. On the way, Yi Tong took out his 5 medals, polishing each one before hanging them on the inner layer of his clothing. After all, they symbolize his honor and deserve proper care. Unbeknownst to him, months had slipped by since his journey commenced, and he had already collected over half of the 8 dojo medals, leaving only the shallow red dojo, the crimson lotus dojo, and the final evergreen dojo. The journey through the Kanto region seemed to be nearing its conclusion. After a brief moment of organization, Yi Tong continued forward. There exists a breeding street in Rainbow City that certainly merits exploration. At this moment, Yi Tong was not concerned about Ash catching up to him. If all went as expected, Ash was likely struggling with nausea and was currently on the path to capturing a Ghastly, preparing for another gym challenge. Not long after sparring with a few trainers along the way, Yi Tong arrived at the breeding street, known to be home to top-notch breeders. Breeders, in essence, are trainers capable of creating delectable Pokémon food and caring for Pokémon in an alternative fashion. The Pokémon on Breeding Street appeared exceptionally well-groomed. Their fur smooth and their gazes gentle, indicating they were well taken care of. But where is Xiaoxue? I haven't seen her. Yi Tong glanced around, muttering to himself. In the storyline, there is a girl named Xiaoxue who is an exceptional breeder, and he certainly wanted to take a look this time. If he could recruit her into his team, that would be splendid. What's wrong? Looking for a woman? A languid voice emerged as a purplish-black orb gradually revealed itself. Come back, Ghastly. Yi Tong didn't turn back, calmly retrieving a Pokeball. But I haven't. Ghastly could only manage half a sentence before being enveloped in light and returned to its Pokeball. Yi Tong shifted his gaze back to the front, and suddenly, his eyes brightened. Around the corner stood a brightly dressed girl intently grooming a Pikachu. There. Yi Tong's face lit up with excitement, and he waved his hand, beckoning Duolunlin and Sharona, who were watching from the sidelines, to join him. What is going on? I haven't tea. Duolunlin began to grumble. But upon seeing the beautifully groomed Pikachu in front of Xiaoxue, her attention was instantly captivated. Wow, that Pikachu is so adorable. Duolunlin couldn't help but approach the Pikachu, and Yi Tong followed closely behind. Thank you for the compliment. Xiaoxue, hearing Duolunlin's praise, looked up at the group, a hint of shyness evident as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This is my own Pikachu. I haven't groomed it for a while, so it looks a bit shabby. Not shabby at all. It looks fantastic. Duolunlin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly asked, May I pet your Pikachu? Of course. Xiaoxue replied with a smile. As a breeder, receiving admiration for her meticulously cared-for Pokémon was a testament to her skills. That is wonderful, Duolunlin cheered, cautiously extending her hand to touch Pikachu. Pikachu, in turn, nuzzled against her hand. It's touching my hand, Duolunlin exclaimed, her voice rising, nearly bouncing with excitement. Yitong couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Yet seizing the opportunity, he addressed Xiaoxue. I'm Yitong, a trainer from Pallet Town. This is my partner, Duolunlin, and we also have Sharona. Just call me Xiaolin. Duolunlin interjected. Nice to meet you, Xiaolin, Xiaoxue responded with a sweet smile. Glancing at Yitong and nodding. I'm Xiaoxue, a breeder. Hello, Xiaoxue, Yitong greeted with a smile, continuing, your breeding skills are truly impressive. Thank you for the praise. I simply enjoy grooming these little Pokémon and prefer not to have them battle, Xiaoxue replied. Hearing this, Duolunlin, who was petting Pikachu, suddenly paused. Is it really okay not to battle? Of course. Pokémon aren't born to fight. It's merely the trainers who assign them that purpose. Yitong was oblivious to Duolunlin's hand and naturally uttered, indeed, Pokémon fight because of their trainers. If a trainer does not wish for them to battle, then they need not engage in combat. Xiaoxue, standing nearby, readily agreed, her expression clearly reflecting her strong agreement with Yitong's statement. Upon hearing this, Duolunlin straightened up nervously, looking intently at Yitong and asking, then if we do not battle, can I still travel with you? Yitong was taken aback by this question. On the side, Sharona wore a knowing expression, as if she had anticipated this moment. Xiaoxue was also stunned, gazing at the two, bewildered by the unfolding situation. After a few seconds passed without Yitong responding, Duolunlin's once bright eyes dimmed. All right, I understand. I will continue to strive to battle, she said resignedly. What do you mean by if you do not battle, you can still travel with me? Yitong suddenly interjected. Duolunlin lifted her head, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she responded, my battling talent is quite average, and I do not enjoy fighting. However, if I follow you, won't I just be a burden? Oh, so that's how it is. Yitong finally comprehended Duolunlin's sentiments, a smile spreading across his face. I never said you needed to battle. Throughout our journey, I don't recall ever saying that. He gently patted Duolunlin's shoulder and continued. I don't want to be a burden to you either. I can't rely on you to protect me forever. Duolunlin retorted, her spirits sinking once more. Squatting down, she petted her Pikachu and murmured, but I truly dislike fighting. What can I do? I don't wish for this. Compared to battling, I prefer my Pokémon to be happy and beautiful, just like this Pikachu. Yitong was momentarily speechless. It seemed this was the first time he grasped Duolunlin's perspective. Indeed, throughout their journey, she had not exhibited any desire to battle, except for a brief period after he had motivated her to fight. Most of the time, she seemed more interested in leisurely activities. With a sigh, Yitong did not dwell on it too much. Glancing at Duolunlin, he said, it's not necessary to battle if you don't want to. If you're willing, you can stay here and learn about Pokémon breeding from Xiaoxue, and later continue traveling with me. Really? Duolunlin's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this. Of course, it's true, Yitong affirmed with a serious nod. After all, he was not in need of any additional combat prowess. If he could have someone knowledgeable in breeding, it would at least enhance the Pokémon's diet. Old Spray is feeding on berries every day, and at this rate, he might get thin. Duolunlin's gaze shifted to Xiaoxue, filled with anticipation. It was evident that, due to her Pikachu, Duolunlin had a keen interest in breeding. Xiaoxue responded with an understanding smile. If you wish to stay, you are welcome to do so. That is wonderful, Duolunlin exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. But quickly her expression fell again. However, I want to be able to travel with you for the remainder of the journey. Yitong waved his hand in reassurance, saying, it's all right. After I complete the gym challenges and the league in Kanto, I will be heading to other regions. If you've learned enough by then, you can continue traveling with us. Duolunlin's worries eased, and she nodded earnestly. Okay, I will study hard during this time. Yes. In the ensuing moments, Yitong bid farewell to Duolunlin and exchanged a few words with Xiaoxue, reassuring Duolunlin that he would take her along in the future before departing from the breeding street. As they walked along the empty road, Sharona remained silent, and Yitong was at a loss for words, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat awkward. Without that young girl around, it felt a bit off. Yitong sighed, not expecting Duolunlin to leave the group in favor of breeding. But he understood that it was her passion. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Yitong halted in his tracks, turning back to glance at the fading breeding street, extending his empty hand with a peculiar expression. Wasn't I trying to recruit companions? How did I end up losing one without gaining any? Chapter 36, The Mighty Ebi-Lang. A peculiar task. Leaving Breeding Street with a heavy heart, Yitong continued onward. The road from the Rainbow Gym to the next light red gym passed through a city shrouded in dark clouds, where Yitong anticipated a brief stop. The upcoming path seemed somewhat strange. Although it was a main road flanked by forests, many winding paths led into the dense woods. Charizard, use Fire Punch to defeat Rattata. With a spectacular uppercut from Charizard, the previously evasive Rattata was sent crashing to the ground. System notification, victory, in battle. Charizard gained experience, leveling up to 40. Combat power increased from 1471 to 1526. System notification, the Stronger Path Series task completed, earning 6,500 points. Strong Path Series task updated. Main Pokemon leveled up to 40. Your strength has begun to emerge. Please continue enhancing yourself in the upcoming journey to prepare for the forthcoming gym challenges. Task requirement, level up Pokemon to 45. Task reward, 10,000 points. Another leveling task? Tong, having just exhaled in relief, felt a sense of frustration upon seeing the new system task. It had been quite some time since he captured Jengars, and he had finally managed to raise his Pokemon's levels to 40, only to find the next task requiring them to reach 45. Meanwhile, side tasks were frequently updated, providing him with substantial rewards. Was it possible that main tasks were structured this way, overwhelmingly abundant in the early stages, only to become mere formalities in the mid-stages? With a sigh, Tong resigned himself to the leveling task. All right, let us get to training, he called out to Charizard, lead the way, and let us continue battling. Upon hearing this, Charizard became irked, flailing its arms in protest. I'm the one who finds the fruits, battles in the gym, and carries the luggage. Now you want me to lead as well? The capable bear more responsibilities. After all, you are the most dashing of the Charizard clan, right? Tong quickly offered words of comfort. With a huff, Charizard exhaled but proceeded deeper into the jungle. Sigh, this old spray can't stand being praised. Tong chuckled as he followed Charizard, while Sharona observed him thoughtfully, seemingly surprised. You and this Charizard seem to share a deep connection? One could say we share an understanding. Though we generally know what the other is thinking, Tong wiped his nose, realizing that Sharona had noticed their bond throughout their journey. No wonder you were able to execute that counterattack, Sharona remarked, casting a deep glance at Tong before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Tong chuckled awkwardly. Sharona's demeanor was rather aloof, and their exchanges throughout the journey had been limited to just a handful of straightforward sentences. In an entire day, they spoke less than 10 times, with many of those conversations revolving around meals. Often, out of boredom, Tong would summon Jengars or chat with Charizard to pass the time. Despite this, Tong had witnessed Sharona's prowess several times, gaining a clear understanding of her formidable strength. Aside from the initial Tyranitar, Sharona had 3 Pokemon at around level 45, Rapidash, Houndoom, and Frogadier, all possessing commendable combat capabilities. As for the other 2 Mashokes, I have yet to witness Cynthia employing them. However, it can be surmised that they are likely of a higher caliber, possibly exceeding level 50, which would qualify them for the advanced ranks of the Indigo Conference. I can only roughly estimate that the prowess of a champion is not to be underestimated. Moreover, these Pokemon were recaptured by Cynthia after her arrival in Kanto. Had she been in Sinnoh, she would undoubtedly possess even stronger Pokemon. While I was lost in thought, Charizard suddenly roared twice, and not far from my view, a Machoke appeared. This particular Pokemon bore a resemblance to a small tree creature I once saw in a blockbuster back on Earth. Additionally, it sported red boxing gloves on its fists, resembling a feeble boxer. However, unlike typical Mashokes, this one was exceptionally muscular. Its previously lanky form now brimming with an imposing presence due to its well-defined muscles. With a battle power of 1321 and a level of 45, I was taken aback. A Machoke of level 45. I glanced at its stats, astonished, and surveyed the surroundings littered with broken trees and various large stones. The area was remarkably smooth, evidently the result of this Mashoke's handiwork. This must be the renowned fighting Machoke. I rubbed my eyes, for the physique of this Machoke was on an entirely different level compared to the one depicted in the story. Its arms were more robust than my thighs, nearly rivaling Charizard in size. In the narrative, Ash had Pikachu engage in close combat with it. Surely, with Pikachu's diminutive stature, it would be knocked out in a single blow. This Pokemon, I must have it. In an instant, I resolved to capture it. Machoke, being a fighting-type Pokemon, is inherently strong, albeit challenging to nurture in the early stages. Now, with this wild Machoke already at level 45, I could utilize it almost immediately after capturing it, saving me a considerable amount of effort. Taking a few steps forward, I addressed the Machoke. Esteemed Machoke, would you care to join my team? I shall lead you to victory. The Machoke gazed at me with a look of confusion. I said, would you like to join my team? Noting its lack of understanding, I repeated my proposition. The Machoke remained perplexed. Would you like to join my team? I raised my voice slightly. The Machoke continued to express its bewilderment. Just as I was losing hope, Charizard, observing our prolonged lack of communication, interjected and pushed me aside to converse with the Machoke. It seems that Pokémon have a common language. In no time, Charizard completed the exchange and gestured the outcome to me. The gist of Mashoki's response was quite straightforward. It challenged me to a direct battle using fighting skills. If I won, it would join me. If not, it would remain steadfastly independent. What audacity, I thought, raising an eyebrow. I had never encountered such a brazen Pokémon before. System prompt. Side quest updated. You have encountered a fighting specialist Machoke on your journey. Please allow Charizard to duel with it. Quest completion reward. 1 month without Charizard. Upon seeing the quest notification, I couldn't help but wear a solemn expression. This task appeared deceptively simple. It was merely a designated side quest for Charizard, requiring only that Charizard engage in combat with Machoke. However, what did it mean to lose Charizard for a month? The thought alone sent a shiver down my spine. For Charizard was my cherished companion. The sudden emergence of this side quest demanding a month's absence from Charizard left me quite anxious. I inhaled deeply while contemplating Machoke before me, then managed to muster a congenial smile. Perhaps I should forego this task. After all, this Machoke pales in comparison to my Charizard. Yet, if I chose not to proceed, the side quest would not refresh, leading to stagnation in my growth. After much deliberation, I ultimately resolved to accept the challenge. Side quests aimed at enhancing Charizard typically yielded positive outcomes, much like the previous encounter with Ash, which had granted Charizard the ability to automatically activate and deactivate its blaze state. I reasoned that this time would likely be no different. Ultimately, I decided that I could simply rely on other Pokémon for a month if need be. With a sigh, I nodded at Charizard, who seemed to understand my intent and struck a pose of determination. Let us do this. Chapter 37. Mashoki's Combination Punch. Charizard's determined training roar. Charizard bellowed, charging fiercely at Machoke. Charizard, activate Blaze and use Fire Punch. I shouted, aware that we could only employ fighting techniques, thus testing the mettle of my command as a trainer. System prompt. Charizard has entered Blaze mode, tripling Fire-type power, with flames engulfing its fists, bolstered by the Blaze enhancement. Charizard's strike appeared formidable, seemingly igniting the very air around it. Meanwhile, Machoke squinted its eyes, a glint of sharpness indicating that it had activated its ability, Keen Eye. With this advantage, Machoke deftly evaded Charizard's powerful punch and swiftly maneuvered to the side. Charizard, use Fire Punch to the right, I urged, my heart racing as I watched intently. Roar. Charizard responded, launching another Fire Punch. This time, Machoke did not dodge. Instead, it crossed its arms before its chest, successfully blocking Charizard's attack. Prerequisite. High probability of blocking incoming attacks. With a resounding clash, Machoke countered, its right fist ignited with flames like a swirling vortex, striking upward toward Charizard. Fire Punch, a Fire-type fighting skill. Charizard, evade, I shouted, but Charizard was a moment too late, catching the blow squarely on the chin. Whoosh. The punch sent Charizard reeling backward, struggling to regain its footing, when Machoke closed the distance, raising its left fist, a chill emanating from its knuckles. Icicle Punch, an Ice-type fighting skill. Charizard's eyes widened in surprise, and before it could retaliate, it was struck again. Thud, thud, thud. Machoke executed a rapid series of punches, its form becoming a blur as it dashed toward Charizard, fists crackling with purple lightning. Thunder Punch, an electric-type fighting skill. Boom. The electric surge knocked Charizard back once more. As Machoke prepared to charge again, I urgently called out, Charizard, block with your wings. Upon hearing my command, Charizard swiftly covered itself with its wings, just as Mashoki's fists came raining down in succession. Rapid Punch, a normal-type fighting skill. Clang, 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 clang. Each punch landed on Charizard's wings until, on the fifth strike, Charizard could no longer withstand the assault, opening itself up to vulnerabilities. Chirp. At that moment, Mashoki's eyes glimmered with intent. Slowly, it raised its right fist, a golden light enveloping it. Ultimate move, 1,000,000-ton punch. Boom. The strike connected, sending Charizard crashing violently into a nearby tree, the impact resounding through the air. With a thud, Charizard fell to the ground, clearly having lost the ability to continue fighting. Beside him, Tong, who had only uttered 2 sentences from beginning to end, stood frozen in disbelief. After a long pause, he finally managed to exclaim, wow, this is incredibly intense. The Flame Punch, Thunder Palm, Ice Punch, and a barrage of continuous strikes, culminating in the Precedent and Million-Ton Punch, all interspersed with rapid movements. Throughout the encounter, aside from the initial 2 attacks launched by the Charizard, it was nothing but a relentless series of combos. An Eberran with over 1,300 combat power effortlessly defeated a Charizard boasting more than 1,500, and it was achieved with such ease. Exaggeration, indeed, was an understatement. Approaching to help the Charizard to its feet, Tong gently patted its head, offering a comforting remark. "It's all right, old friend. Losing is part of the game." In that moment, Charizard remained in a state of shock, its eyes wide as it slowly turned its head in response to Tong's words, gesturing, "I'm bewildered. I'm utterly bewildered." Tong chuckled softly, patting Charizard's head once more, concluding, "Well, if you can't defeat it, we won't attempt to capture it now. Return when you've grown stronger." Hearing this, Charizard's discontent was palpable. As the most handsome and powerful of its kind, the thought of being bested by an Eberran was intolerable. The mere notion of such an embarrassing defeat reaching Charizard Valley would tarnish its reputation, making it difficult to win the affection of other female Charizards in the future. The more it pondered, the angrier it became. Suddenly, Charizard sprang to its feet, letting out a furious roar directed at Eberran. "Grr! You scoundrel, return my reputation." With a thunderous charge, Charizard lunged at Eberran. The latter, however, remained composed, dodging Charizard's heavy punch with ease, and seized upon the opening with a sharp gleam in its eyes. Humph! With a series of explosive strikes, Charizard staggered and fell once more. After a couple of minutes, Charizard seemed to recall something, flipping back up and charging once again at Eberran. Once more, the ground shook with the impact of their clash. This time, Charizard took a considerable while to straighten up, gesturing to Tong with a semblance of surrender, implying, "I concede." After the gesture, Charizard tilted its head and fainted. Tong could only manage a wry smile, lamenting that enduring one round of combos wasn't enough. It had to endure 3. Eberran was undeniably formidable in combat. Observing the panting Eberran, Tong felt a sense of helplessness. If only Charizard could unleash its fiery breath, it might stand a chance against Eberran. Relying solely on close combat, Charizard truly found itself at a disadvantage. Despite Eberran's average base stats, it possessed a significant edge in hand-to-hand combat, proving to be a natural-born boxer. At this juncture, Cynthia astutely remarked, "This Eberran has evidently reached the pinnacle of its species through rigorous training and self-improvement. Your Charizard cannot surpass it. Let's move on." Tong nodded in resignation, glancing at Cynthia before asking, "Aren't you going to give it a try?" "I lack a fighting-type Pokémon," Cynthia replied, shaking her head, seemingly aware of Tong's probing intentions. In its current tier, it's challenging to find a contender for this Eberran in close combat. Her words brought Tong some comfort. If even the champion of Sinnoh was unable to handle Eberran, it was entirely reasonable for him to feel outmatched. "Let us go, old friend," Tong sighed, waving his hand as he reached for the Pokeball to recall Charizard. Yet Eberran swiftly intervened, pointing at Charizard, then at itself. "You wish for Charizard to follow you?" Tong questioned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Eberran nodded affirmatively and, with a swift ice punch, roused Charizard from its slumber to communicate. At first, the interaction appeared tense, with Charizard nearly raising its fists in defiance a few times. However, in due course, both parties calmed down. After a while, Charizard turned to Tong, conveying its intent. Essentially, Eberran was so moved by Charizard's perseverance that it wished to impart combat skills, and Charizard, aspiring to be the most handsome and powerful of its kind, decided to train under Eberran for a month before returning to Tong. Tong, though foreseeing this outcome, was still taken aback. Charizard seeking training from Eberran? A sudden thought struck him as he recalled Eberran's combo punches. If he refused, he might find himself on the receiving end of those strikes. "All right, learn well. And when you're finished, come back to me," he said, glancing at Eberran's piercing gaze, shivering slightly. After all, having Charizard learn under Eberran wouldn't be detrimental. In the meantime, he still had other Pokémon to use for gym challenges. Thus, it was decided that Charizard would train for a while. Gore, Charizard acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. But in pursuit of becoming the most handsome and powerful Charizard, it had no choice. Ultimately, after Tong spent 3,000 points in the system shop to acquire a communicator enabling interaction between Pokémon and trainers, he received a notification, side quest, the Path of the Strong completed. Equipping Charizard with the communicator, Tong reluctantly departed the forest, continuing on his journey. Chapter 38, Encounter with Little Mao. After Musashi's Nido, once again traversing the open road, Tong found himself in a morose state. The route from Rainbow City to the Pale Red Gym was nothing short of a treacherous path. First, Doranlin aspired to become a breeder, and now Charizard was off to refine its combat skills. With 2 companions now absent, Tong felt a pang of unease. The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became. He retrieved a Pokeball. "Come forth, Gooies." The purple-black sphere materialized, revealing Gooies, who observed Tong's downcast demeanor and grinned. "What's the matter? When others were leaving, you didn't plead for them to stay, yet now that they have gone, you're feeling glum?" As expected, this creature had a knack for delivering unsavory remarks. Rolling his eyes, Tong picked up the Pokeball again. Wait, don't!" Gooies exclaimed, suddenly anxious. "I finally got to breathe some fresh air. Let me say a few more words." "What more could you possibly say?" Tong inquired, locking eyes with Gooies. "I think that little brat leaving is a good thing. Just look, now you can focus entirely on battling. It's a tremendous blessing. Consider this, without her around. It's just you and this incredibly attractive young lady," Gooies continued, only to be interrupted when Cynthia lifted her head. "Isn't that quite convenient for mutual learning?" Tong maintained a calm gaze on Gooies, waiting for it to finish before replying. "Are you done?" Yes." Gooies paused, taken aback. "Return, Gooies." "Hey, you little rascal." The atmosphere fell silent once more, and this time Tong felt his spirits lift considerably. It's quite nice without any noise." Continuing his journey, Tong encountered several trainers heading to the Pale Red Gym, engaging in friendly battles along the way. It was worth noting that those challenging the Pale Red Gym possessed commendable strength. Tong no longer possessed a Charizard, yet he still held in his grasp formidable Pokémon such as Electabuzz and Gyarados, making the battles relatively manageable. By the afternoon, Tong and his companion had traversed most of their journey, and with just a little further progress, they would arrive at Black Cloud City. System notification: defeated trainers grant experience to battling Pokémon. System notification: Shiny Gyarados has leveled up to 40, combat power 2219. As Tong gazed upon the enormous shiny Gyarados before him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Its combat power of 2200 was indeed as he had anticipated. Shiny Pokémon were significantly more powerful. "This shiny Gyarados is exceptional," Cynthia remarked, observing the magnificent creature. It was the first time Tong had heard such a commendation from her. If only other Pokémon could also become shiny, Tong mused. An unusual thought crossing his mind. He accessed the system shop and, after scanning through the offerings, fixed his gaze on a particular item. Shiny fruit. When used on a Pokémon, it has a chance to transform it into a shiny Pokémon. "Well, this truly exists," Tong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the prospect. Shiny Pokémon and regular ones belong to entirely different tiers. "Let me see the price of such a treasure. For a million?" Upon seeing the price, Tong immediately covered his face, realizing that such luxuries were beyond the reach of someone with merely 40,000 points. "It seems there's a battle ahead," Cynthia suddenly interjected, glancing at Tong. "It appears to involve your subordinates." Tong's expression turned inquisitive as he indeed recognized familiar voices up ahead. "It sounds like Kojiro and the others. What are they doing here? Let's go take a look," he said to Cynthia, hastening forward. After climbing over a hill, he arrived at an open area where he spotted Kojiro, Musashi, and Meowth. Before them stood a 10-year-old boy clad in a blue jacket. "Shigeru!" Tong exclaimed in surprise. He had finally encountered Shigeru, a rival of Satoshi, who had consistently outpaced both him and Satoshi in their earlier gym battles. This was the first time he had seen Shigeru since leaving Masera Town. "Tong." Shigeru looked up, equally astonished. "Boss." Kojiro and the others echoed, their eyes wide with surprise as they turned to Tong. Tong waved his hand dismissively as he approached them. "Shigeru, what are you up to?" "Not much, just these guys challenging me," Shigeru replied, shaking his head, his tone seemingly calm. Tong then noticed that Kojiro, usually clad in Team Rocket attire, was dressed in casual wear, while Musashi sported a fashionable beret along with a uniform skirt. "We've been following the boss's advice and training diligently, challenging trainers and gyms along the way," Kojiro explained, scratching his head bashfully, then revealing a medal. "I earned the Nibby badge from the Kanto Dojo. Is that so? Well done." Tong nodded with a smile, pleased with Kojiro's development. It appeared that his efforts to mentor Kojiro were yielding results. He was now even adept at concealing his identity. If this continued, he might one day become a gym leader. By the way, Musashi's outfit is rather stylish, Tong thought, before quickly clearing his throat to refocus. He discreetly shifted his gaze and said to the group, "Since you wish to challenge Shigeru, go ahead. I shall serve as the referee." With that, Tong stepped back a few paces, glancing at Shigeru, eager to learn more about him and assess the strength of his Pokémon. The battle rules were set for a 3v3 matchup. Shigeru would send out 3 Pokémon, while each of Tong's friends would send out 1. A side would lose if all its Pokémon were unable to continue fighting. I'll go first, Kojiro declared, stepping forward and tossing out a Pokeball. Go, Arbok. Hiss. Arbok, combat power 821, level 31. Indeed, it's Arbok. Tong nodded in satisfaction. In such a short time, Kojiro had managed to elevate Arbok to level 31, which was commendable. What Pokemon would Shigeru deploy? Shigeru glanced at Arbok, pondered briefly, then threw his Pokeball. Go, Rapidash. Rapidash, combat power 1352, level 41. Rapidash, known for its incredible speed, was a favored choice among many trainers, including Cynthia. The outcome seemed predictable. After a mere glance, Tong surmised the result. Rapidash's superior level and combat power would easily overwhelm Arbok, combined with its daunting speed. As anticipated, the ensuing battle unfolded as Tong had predicted. Arbok, unable to counter the swift assaults of Rapidash, succumbed after a few exchanges. Kojiro, feeling frustrated, recalled Arbok and looked to Musashi. Musashi, it's up to you now. Understood. Musashi responded, retrieving her Pokeball. Tong, however, was puzzled. He knew Musashi was a coordinator and not particularly gifted in battle, suggesting she might not possess formidable Pokemon. Why would Kojiro rely on her? Go, Nidoqueen. In an instant, Musashi's choice dispelled Tong's doubts. Nidoqueen, evolved through a moonstone, was a commendable Pokemon indeed. Musashi, you possess such a remarkable Pokemon. Impressive. Tong exclaimed genuinely, admiring the imposing figure of Nidoqueen in the arena. This was gifted to me by General Apollo. Kojiro has a Nidoqueen as well, but he hasn't trained it properly, so it hasn't been effective, Musashi explained, her face alight with excitement. General Apollo gifted you both with these? Tong mused, momentarily taken aback. He had his suspicions about Apollo's identity. Why would he present them with Nidoqueen? Was he attempting to recruit them? Surely not. As Tong pondered, Shigeru had already sent out his second Pokemon. Go, Pidgeot. Chapter 39. The initial battle, Xiaoming vs. Shigeru. Pidgeot, the evolved form of Pidgey, was a common flying-type Pokemon, with a portion boasting impressive battle capabilities. Pidgeot, combat power 1379, level 42. Clearly, this Pidgeot belonged to the stronger category. Tong wiped his nose and shifted his attention to Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, combat power 1048, level 33. There was still a noticeable gap. Tong shook his head. While Kojiro and Musashi had made significant progress recently, the disparity against Shigeru remained stark. The subsequent battle continued to be one-sided. Musashi, not particularly adept at combat, struggled with Nidoqueen against the flying-type Pidgeot, appearing especially helpless. From start to finish, aside from a few attempts at offensive maneuvers, Musashi found herself on the defensive. Ultimately, Pidgeot unleashed a combination of Hurricane and Thunderbolt, leaving Nidoqueen unable to continue fighting. With this, Shigeru claimed victory in the second match. As the result was announced, Tong's gaze shifted to Xiaoming. The Beastmaster Xiaoming would likely deploy his Swampert, as expected. Indeed, upon noticing Tong's stare, Xiaoming stood up, his fighting spirit surging forth. Go, Swampert. The King of the Mountains possesses a battle power of 1480 at level 40. Indeed, this Xiaoming shows great promise with such stats. Tong looked at him, nodding in admiration. Xiao Mao gazed at the colossal King of the Mountains that had just emerged, his expression tinged with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he threw out his third Pokemon. Go, Blastoise. With a mighty roar, the Blastoise, bearing two formidable water cannons, materialized in the arena. At that moment, Tong sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere. Blastoise boasted a battle power of 1530 at level 43. How could this Blastoise's strength be so formidable? Tong pondered, somewhat baffled. Typically, initial Pokemon at this stage should possess battle powers around 1000. His own Charizard had achieved 1500 due to its dual typing. Yet this Blastoise, only 3 levels above his Charizard, also reached a staggering 1500. It must possess a special ability or a unique nature. As Tong formulated a strategy, he felt something was amiss. Ash's Charizard was known to be a fierce fire type, while this Blastoise also exhibited a special attribute. Under the absolute dominance of the water type over fire, how could Ash's Charizard possibly defeat this Blastoise? The power of the narrative is indeed formidable. Simultaneously, the battle in the arena commenced. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Xiao Mao commanded calmly. Blastoise bent slightly, unleashing 2 colossal jets of water. Xiaoming swiftly ordered. King of the Mountains, evade and use Earthquake. The ground trembled violently as King of the Mountains unleashed its Earthquake, while Blastoise maintained a sharp gaze, striving to stabilize itself. King of the Mountains, use Body Slam. King of the Mountains curved its body, charging directly at Blastoise. Blastoise, use Body Slam. Blastoise's massive feet stomped the ground, executing a body slam as well. The two titanic creatures collided, sending dust soaring into the air, obscuring the view for everyone present. Tong felt a pang of anxiety as he glanced back at Cynthia, only to find her remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by the swirling dust. "Can you see?" Tong asked, astonished. Cynthia slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting Tong's as she replied nonchalantly, "I cannot see." Tong was taken aback. "Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon. King of the Mountains, use Protect." A resounding thud echoed through the dust as the fierce sounds of battle continued, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the two colossal Pokémon. The dust only thickened, obscuring any semblance of clarity. Tong, feeling somewhat helpless, contemplated before tossing out a Pokeball. "Come forth, Gengar." As the large Gengar emerged, it was immediately taken aback by the swirling dust. "What's happening? Are you digging?" it quipped. "Digging? Nonsense." Tong rolled his eyes, urging Gengar, "Hurry, you're a ghost type. Pass through the dust and assess the battle. Then relay the information back to me." "You scoundrel, you summoned me just to do your bidding? I won't be having fish for dinner tonight." Gengar replied in a languid tone, but eventually acquiesced, floating into the dust with an air of leisure, seemingly unfazed. Tong watched eagerly, yearning for its report. "Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. King of the Mountains, use Sand Attack." After a couple of minutes, a battered Gengar floated back from the dust, its face etched with bitterness. "Tong, they hit me." The battle raged on. Although Tong could see nothing, the sounds of the skirmish offered him some insight into the unfolding events. As the commotion gradually subsided, the dust began to clear. Tong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he caught a glimpse of Xiao Ming and Xiao Mao locked in a tense standoff, seemingly readying their final moves. At last, as the dust settled, Xiao Mao struck first with a decisive blow. "Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon." As the command left his lips, Blastoise's body coiled, and the two water cannons erupted in a dazzling display of light. The Hydro Cannon, a move of immense destructive power, bore the sole drawback of requiring a charge-up. If it landed now, it would undoubtedly conclude the battle. Xiao Ming, realizing this, narrowed his eyes and commanded, "King of the Mountains, use Fury Swipes to interrupt it." The massive form of King of the Mountains surged forward, its claws aglow with a brilliant red light. In an instant, it struck multiple times, inflicting wounds upon Blastoise, which grimaced in pain, yet the Hydro Cannon continued its charge. Time ticked away, and just as King of the Mountains was about to break through Blastoise's defenses to thwart its ultimate attack, the Hydro Cannon finally reached its zenith. Boom! The colossal Hydro Cannon enveloped King of the Mountains, transforming the arena into a blinding spectacle. It was over. Tong closed his eyes, knowing the Hydro Cannon had struck true, sealing the fate of the duel. He gave Xiao Ming a thumbs up, truth be told. He was pleasantly surprised that Xiao Ming could contend with Xiao Mao to such a degree. After all, Xiao Mao was a seasoned trainer with 5 badges, a force to be reckoned with. The fact that Xiao Ming could hold his own until the very end spoke volumes of his strength. Indeed, he had not misjudged this young man. "You've won," Xiao Ming said sincerely, withdrawing his injured King of the Mountains. "You are quite strong, a formidable opponent," Xiao Mao acknowledged, his gaze shifting to Tong. "Xiao Tong, care for a match?" "I think not. Your condition is not ideal, and I have no desire to take advantage of that." Tong shook his head, his decision rooted in a sense of fairness. Chapter 40, Battle Summary. The Legend of Black Cloud City. "Very well. Let us save our rivalry for another time," Xiao Mao acquiesced. Unlike Ash, he was much calmer, recognizing that his current state was not suited for battle, and thus refrained from pressing the issue. Casting a glance at Tong, Xiao Mao inquired, "Xiao Tong, how have you been? Have you challenged any gyms?" "Not too bad. 5 so far," Tong replied, showcasing his badges. For the remainder of their time together, Tong and Xiao Mao exchanged insights on training and shared experiences from their journeys. Though he had already known, Tong was still taken aback to learn that Xiao Mao had illuminated over 70 entries in his Pokédex. Tong, unlike Ash and Xiao Mao, had not captured many Pokémon along the way. His solitary endeavor to collect Pokémon had only been due to a system task. "All right, Xiao Tong. I must continue my journey to the next location. I look forward to our next encounter, when we can battle." With that, Xiao Mao bid farewell to Tong, hastily setting off for his next destination. "Goodbye," Tong waved, watching the small, resolute figure recede into the distance, a hint of reflection crossing his mind. This Xiao Mao truly was a fervent individual devoted to Pokémon. He must find a way to recruit him into his team in the future. However, it is indeed not an opportune moment at present. Xiao Mao shares a cordial relationship with Professor Okido, who harbors a rather unfavorable disposition towards Team Rocket. Coupled with the situation on Ash's side, it presents a considerable obstacle. I can only wait for another opportunity. After expressing this sentiment, Tong turned to the others, while Sharona, standing nearby, cast a glance before turning away. Boss, I've done my utmost, but why did we still lose? Kojiro said, seemingly disheartened. During this time, he had trained vigorously, hoping to showcase his progress to Tong, yet he found himself facing such a dismal defeat. It's all right. You have performed admirably. Tong reassured, patting Kojiro on the back with a tone of solemnity. The trainer we just faced possesses a strength that far surpasses both you and Musashi. It is entirely normal that you could not defeat him. Do not be disheartened. Keep pushing forward. I hope to see you perform even better next time. After offering some words of encouragement, Tong's gaze shifted towards Musashi. After a cursory appraisal, he remarked, Musashi, your shortcomings still lie in combat. You must continue to strive for improvement. I understand, Musashi replied with a serious nod. Lastly, Tong's attention turned to Xiaoming, who at that moment lifted his head, seemingly eager for Tong's assessment. Quite good. Indeed, Tong mused after a lengthy contemplation. Quite good, Xiaoming responded, displaying a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he tentatively asked, Can I do even better? Of course, as long as you desire it, you can certainly improve, Tong remarked, glancing at Xiaoming before suddenly adding, in fact, during that last encounter, your Blastoise could have effortlessly evaded the Hydro Cannon by utilizing Dig. Right. Upon Tong's reminder, Xiaoming's eyes lit up with realization. Well then, I shall press on. You all should train diligently as well. After encouraging them once more, Tong waved his hand, preparing to move forward. Boss, wait, Kojiro called out. Catching up to Tong. Is there anything you need us to do? Tong was about to respond with a negative, but at that moment, a system notification chimed in. System notification, series side quest, path to power updated. Seeing that Kojiro, Musashi, and Xiaoming are growing, I am very pleased. For the time being, please allow the three of them to develop the team. Quest requirements. Expand the Tokiwa first team to 30 members. Quest reward, Mysterious Pokémon. Mysterious Pokémon. Tong's eyes gleamed, and he shifted his tone, revealing a smile. I am genuinely thrilled to witness your growth. From this point forward, please assist me in recruiting additional members. Understood, boss. Kojiro replied eagerly. Tong watched Kojiro with a beaming smile, realizing that time was passing, and Kojiro was steadily becoming his right-hand man. Kojiro, upon my arrival in Heiyun City, I will appoint you as the captain of the first squadron of the Tokiwa first team. All the recruits you gather will remain in your squadron. Upon hearing Tong elevate his position, Kojiro was taken aback with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, boss. Thank you. Keep up the good work, and next year, I'll arrange for you to marry a sister-in-law, not just any wife. Tong chuckled, suddenly recalling Meowth. Glancing over to see the system notification light up again. Mystical Meowth Combat Power. 5, Level 1. Meowth still isn't battling? Tong inquired, puzzled by the unchanged status of Meowth. Boss, I don't like fighting, Meowth expressed with a look of trepidation. Tong sighed in resignation, recalling how Doran had expressed a similar sentiment days prior. If you dislike battling, then you need not engage, just accompany Kojiro. Waving his hand, Tong refrained from elaborating further. After instructing them on several pertinent matters, such as avoiding recruits like Miyamoto and Magong, he set off for Heiyun City. Heiyun City, renowned for its industrial prowess, boasted a highly developed heavy industry sector with large power plants capable of supplying electricity to the entire steel city. Perhaps due to this, the sky above Heiyun City was perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of black clouds, enveloping the entire city in a palpable sense of pressure. After settling into his accommodations, Tong strolled about the city. To be honest, Heiyun City did not leave a particularly striking impression on him, save for the memory of Ash's yellow-skinned mouse catching a cold here, which led to a power outage caused by Shuckle. There's one more thing. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Tong gazed skyward at the black clouds, sensing the faintest hint of lightning. Zapdos! It has appeared in this city, Tong thought, his excitement mounting. After the initial thrill, he composed himself, setting aside the question of the legendary Pokémon's rank. The sheer ferocity of its combat prowess was likely beyond his reach, let alone the prospect of capturing it. Moreover, with his old Charizard absent, he had no means to ascend to the skies. It was hardly feasible to have Pidgeot carry him aloft. Tong, I feel that the atmosphere here is somewhat unusual, Sharona remarked suddenly while walking beside him. At her words, Tong's heart skipped a beat as he turned to her. What feels different? I'm not quite sure, Sharona replied. shaking her head as she gazed at the sky and then scanned her surroundings. I just sense a powerful force nearby this city. Noting Yitong's silence, Sharona waved her hand dismissively. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Let's go grab a bite to eat. Watching her walk away, Yitong exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, she was the champion of Sinnoh. If she discovered that Zapdos was here, one could only imagine the chaos that might ensue. According to legend, Zapdos seeks out areas rich in electricity to restore its own depleted energy, and it was highly likely that it was drawn here by Heiyun City's formidable industrial power supply. If predictions held true, this was likely the weakest moment for Zapdos. If a confrontation were to arise, this Sinnoh champion might indeed stand a chance. At that point, Yitong would have nowhere to lament his fate. Thank goodness she hasn't noticed. Thank goodness she hasn't noticed, he muttered to himself, patting his chest before hastily following after her. Chapter 41. Farewell, Doran. The motorcycle is acquired. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the largest power station in Kanto. It was indeed somewhat exaggerated. From a distance, Yitong could see a towering smokestack that pierced the clouds, its height surpassing all other structures in the city. Black smoke billowed continuously from the smokestack into the sky, its flow unending. There were dozens more smokestacks like this one, and with such a massive output, it was no wonder that Heiyun City was perpetually cloaked in darkness. Indeed, every city possesses its unique characteristics. There are cities like Rainbow City, known for its fragrant beauty. And then there's Heiyun City, a hub of heavy industrial development, each a city with its own distinct charm. Let us first visit the headquarters. Taking out a map, Yitong quickly made his way to Team Rocket's Heiyun City headquarters. After presenting his badge at the front desk and appointing Kojiro as the squadron leader, he then turned his attention to the task counter. From top to bottom, the tasks listed were mundanely ordinary, with rewards that were equally unimpressive, leaving Yitong disinterested. Just as he was feeling a bit bored, suddenly, his eyes lit up. A group of foul-smelling sludge Pokémon has gathered around the power plant, feasting on industrial waste. Your task is to capture 10 sludge or stinky sludge. The more you capture, the more bountiful your rewards will be. There is no limit to the rewards for capturing sludge, which makes this task rather peculiar. Yitong rubbed his nose, pondering the intentions of the Team Rocket's regional leader in Black Cloud City. Wait a moment. It seems that when Ash arrives in Black Cloud City, the sludge will cause a blackout at the entire power plant. Could this be the reason behind it? Without a moment's hesitation, Yitong accepted the mission, intrigued by the prospect of interfering with the storyline. Are you genuinely interested in sludge? Observed Cynthia, her expression one of bemusement as she watched Yitong's excitement over the task. Sludge, the Pokémon exuding a repugnant odor, resembled a clump of purple muck, and its color was related to the type of refuse it consumed. Industrial waste was purple, household trash was yellow, and other types of garbage might be a kaleidoscope of hues. Shaking his head, Yitong turned to Cynthia with a serious expression, saying, "How could I possibly be interested in sludge? I am merely exhilarated to be contributing to the advancement of Team Rocket." With a silver tongue, Cynthia regarded Yitong's words, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Yitong scratched his head and approached the front desk with the mission form. Just as he stood there, a voice emerged from within. "Is that you, Yitong? Long time no see." Startled, Yitong looked up to see Professor Doran stepping out from inside. "Professor Doran? What brings you here?" Yitong questioned, his expression one of curiosity. It seemed peculiar for the esteemed professor to leave Nibby City, appearing first in Kamek City and now in Black Cloud City. Well, Professor Doran began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by a young and beautiful woman in a white lab coat who hurried past with her head down. Yitong's gaze turned even more inquisitive as he looked up and down at Professor Doran, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "Professor, do take care of your health in your old age." Cough, cough. Professor Doran cleared his throat, responding with a forced smile. "Yitong, we are engaged in academic research, so do refrain from making baseless assumptions. That research seems rather physically demanding," Yitong remarked lightly, not dwelling on the issue. The professor's notorious reputation had reached even the three sisters of Kamek City, and Yitong could easily infer the nature of his private life. "Why have you come to Black Cloud City?" Yitong inquired again. "Well, I've been feeling a bit restless lately," Professor Doran replied, glancing at Yitong, suddenly breaking into a smile. "By the way, how did you find my granddaughter? I heard she decided to stay in Rainbow City and didn't continue traveling with you." At this question, Yitong scratched his head. She mentioned wanting to study breeding and happened to meet an exceptional breeder, so she decided to stay. "I see." Professor Doran nodded, not lingering on the topic. Instead, he produced a capsule, his face alight with joy. Come, let me show you my latest research." "What is so special about this capsule?" Yi Tong inquired, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he examined the yellow capsule in Professor Doran's hand. Oh, you wouldn't understand. This is a compression capsule utilizing advanced compression technology. It can hold a multitude of items, similar in principle to a Pokeball, Professor Doran explained, holding the capsule in his hand before opening it. With a loud clatter, the floor seemed to shake as a motorcycle appeared before Yi Tong. The motorcycle looked incredibly striking. Its red and black design sleek and aerodynamic, complete with dual exhaust pipes. What caught Yi Tong's attention most was the signature written in gold at the end, Professor Doran. Yi Tong felt at a loss for words, yet he could not deny how captivating the motorcycle was. Every man harbors a passionate dream, one that includes a magnificent motorcycle and a legendary sword, riding into action to rescue a beautiful damsel from the clutches of villainy. Professor Doran, could you possibly give me this motorcycle? Yi Tong blurted out within 5 seconds of seeing it. Absolutely not. I intend to ride this motorcycle for academic research. Professor Doran shook his head vigorously, addressing Yi Tong with utmost seriousness. This motorcycle is not only uniquely designed, but also amphibious. Moreover, it can be stored in a capsule, making it the perfect choice for travel. Yi Tong chose to disregard the professor's self-aggrandizing remarks, his eyes fixed intently on the motorcycle. Professor Doran, noticing Yi Tong's eager gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could utter a word, Yi Tong lifted his gaze and coldly remarked, Professor Doran, what do you suppose would happen if I reported your academic research with the lovely researcher? Oh, you little rascal. Professor Doran exclaimed in a panic as he clutched the motorcycle. If you give me the motorcycle, I won't report you. A mischievous grin spread across Yi Tong's face. This old man had tricked him several times, and now it was his turn to turn the tables. Thus began a vigorous negotiation between the two. You little rascal, I once gifted you such a splendid Charizard. And now you want my motorcycle? Aren't you being a bit greedy? You and the lovely researcher are engaged in academic research in the headquarters room. My granddaughter has traveled with you for so long, sharing a tent, and I haven't even asked you anything yet. And now you want to throw it back in my face? You and the lovely researcher are engaged in academic research in the headquarters room. I even provided you with mysterious fragments to help your Pokémon grow faster. Don't you have an ounce of gratitude? You and the lovely researcher are engaged in academic research in the headquarters room. Is there no originality left in your words? Oh yes, you and an unknown woman are in the same room doing unspeakable things. After several exchanges, Professor Doran conceded, glancing at Yi Tong with resignation as he handed over the capsule. Now, take this capsule and leave my sight immediately. All right, I shall take my leave. Yi Tong replied cheerfully as he accepted the capsule, beginning to fiddle with it. Hey, be careful. The switch is on the top of the capsule. Don't break it. Professor Doran exclaimed anxiously, observing Yi Tong's somewhat rough handling of his prized motorcycle. Understood, Yi Tong acknowledged, flipping the capsule over to discover a small red button. Upon pressing it, a beam of light shot towards the motorcycle, and in the next moment, the motorcycle shrank and returned to the capsule. How truly remarkable, Yi Tong marveled, feeling the capsule's weight remain unchanged, and then turned to Professor Doran with a beaming smile. Thank you, Professor. Now be gone. Professor Doran grimaced, feeling a pang in his heart. All right, I'm off, Yi Tong exclaimed, briskly making his way outside, eager to ride the motorcycle. Having been impoverished on Earth, where even affording basic necessities was a struggle, he never imagined he would fulfill this dream in another world. The thought alone filled him with excitement. Professor Doran watched Yi Tong depart, his expression surprisingly calm. Shortly after Yi Tong left, a red figure appeared beside Professor Doran, a distinctive female voice resonating. What do you think of that lad? Do you believe he has potential to cultivate? Uncertain. After all, he is merely 10 years old, and the future remains an enigma. Dr. Dolan shook his head, casting a glance in the direction where Yi Tong had departed, and added, however, this lad is undoubtedly driven by profit. His opportunistic demeanor aligns perfectly with the image of Team Rocket. Chapter 42, Release That Stinky Sludge. After departing from the Rocket headquarters in Heiyun City, Yi Tong arrived at an open expanse and produced the capsule he had received from Dr. Dolan, activating the switch. Clang. The familiar sound echoed as the motorcycle reappeared before him. Gazing at the bike, Yi Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, Motorcycle, oh motorcycle. Here I come. However, as he approached the motorcycle, he was confronted with a painful reality. He couldn't mount it. The motorcycle was clearly designed for adults, towering high above him, and at merely 10 years of age, he had yet to undergo any significant growth. His petite frame made it impossible to swing a leg over. Was this the world's cruel jest against him? Yi Tong's expression turned sorrowful as he looked at the motorcycle, What could be more disheartening than being unable to ride it? I'll help you, called out Sharona, unable to bear the sight any longer. Tong paused, turning around, acutely aware of the height difference between him and Sharona. With a resigned nod, he accepted her assistance, and with her help, he finally managed to mount the motorcycle. Hurry up and get on, he urged excitedly, gripping the handlebars tightly. Sharona hesitated, glancing at the vehicle. Though it was long, the seating capacity appeared limited, suggesting it was intended for solo riding. If she climbed on, some physical contact with Tong was inevitable. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately said nothing and settled onto the motorcycle. At that instant, Tong felt an unusual sensation and turned to see Sharona averting her gaze. Should I suddenly accelerate and then abruptly brake? Several images flashed through his mind. And in the next moment, Tong slapped himself. What am I thinking? How could I be distracted while riding a motorcycle? Steadying himself, he shouted to Sharona, "Hold on tight," and revved the throttle. Virum. The motorcycle's exhaust emitted a tremendous cloud of smoke, and in an instant, it shot forward like a stone released from a slingshot, becoming a streak of lightning. "Oh ho, power plant, here I come," Tong yelled with exhilaration, while behind him, the immense inertia and pressure caused Sharona to instinctively cling to him. In a brief moment, Tong arrived at the power plant, leaping off the motorcycle with a flare and shaking his hair dramatically. Indeed, a man with a motorcycle exudes a different aura. Time to capture that stinky sludge, Tong declared, striding towards the imposing structure of the power plant. The contrast between the plant from afar and up close was striking. A wall separated them, revealing chimneys as thick as a person, and machinery continuously churned, producing a deafening roar. "Goodness, this noise is utterly excessive," Tong complained, covering his ears as he pressed on. "Stinky sludge feeds on refuse, so it likely resides near the sewage pipes. It shouldn't be too far from here." Wiping his nose, Tong located the power plant's drainage pipe and, following it downward, soon encountered the stinky sludge. Oh no, a horde of stinky sludge. My heavens. This sludge is utterly repugnant. Although he had anticipated this, having previously encountered the stinky sludge belonging to the carpenter, seeing the purple, gooey masses in the murky water nearly made him retch. Beside him, Sharona also frowned, clearly struggling to suppress her own disgust. After a moment, Tong emerged from his nauseated state, examining the stinky sludge horde and retrieving a pokeball. Stinky sludge, combat power 35, level 4. Stinky sludge, combat power 47. Level 5. Stinky sludge, combat power 35, level 4. Most of these stinky sludges were level 4 or 5, with low combat power. Tong pondered for a long time, unable to devise a plan for capturing them. Defeating them, one of these sludges could easily be crushed underfoot. Convincing them? Asking such creatures to follow him was frankly humiliating. After much deliberation, Tong ultimately decided on a different approach. He would simply toss pokeballs. If he could capture them, great, and if not, so be it. Without hesitation, Tong retrieved the ordinary pokeballs he had accumulated and purchased 20 more from the system store at 100 each. Thud thud thud. For the next stretch of time, Tong engaged in a monotonous task, tossing pokeballs, capturing, storing, or moving on to the next one. Remarkably, the stinky sludge displayed a rather docile temperament. Even in the face of capture failures, none of them retaliated against Tong. Fortunately, the stinky sludge remained non-aggressive. Otherwise, if one had leaped from the inky waters toward him, he might have reacted unpredictably. As time passed, the number of stinky sludge he captured gradually increased. 1, 2, 5, 10. At last, upon capturing the 13th, Sharona could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "How many more stinky sludge do you intend to capture?" Almost done, Tong replied, pinching his nose. He had about 30 pokeballs, and capturing around 20 should suffice. Doubling the task's quota would likely yield commendable rewards. Let's move to another location. After several failed attempts at capturing a stinky sludge in the area, Tong decided to abandon the spot and proceeded further down the drainage. Suddenly, a stinky sludge caught Tong's eye. It was a specimen thrice the size of the others, frolicking joyfully in the sewage. Stinky sludge, combat power 99, level 10. Wow. This stinky sludge has impressively high combat power, Tong remarked, astonished. Typically, creatures like stinky sludge possess combat powers around 13 or 14 at level 1, equivalent to 4 or 5 caterpies. By level 10, they might reach 50 or 60. Yet this one boasted a remarkable power of 90, significantly surpassing its counterparts. Moreover, wild stinky sludge rarely attain level 10. Could it be due to its consumption of industrial waste? Time to capture it, he thought, discreetly swapping out for a high-grade ball he had acquired earlier. Go. The high-grade ball sailed through the air in a graceful arc, aimed directly at the stinky sludge's head. At that moment, the creature turned, noticing the pokeball. In the blink of an eye, it extended a pair of appendages from its body. Smack! The high-grade ball returned along its original trajectory. Tong caught it, momentarily taken aback. This stinky sludge is rather quick on the uptake. Once more, he hurled the high-grade ball again, only for the stinky sludge to deftly swat it away once more. Smack! Holding the high-grade ball, Tong's frustration mounted. I refuse to be outmatched by you, stinky sludge. Again. Smack! Again. Smack! After several attempts, Tong's expression gradually twisted into one of irritation as he observed the stinky sludge joyfully rolling in the sewage. You think this is a game? He retrieved a pokeball and hurled it with determination. Clatter, clatter. Bring it to me. Clatter. As Gia La appeared. A glimmer of peril flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the murky, foul-smelling sludge before him. With a sharp cry, he hurled the bone club in his hand with unerring precision. Thud! It struck the roiling muck squarely, and after a few moments, the sludge began to rise to the surface. This is more like it, thought Tong, who then clapped his hands and sauntered over to the foul mass, menacingly declaring, "Let us see if you can still take it." After uttering his threat, Tong produced a high-grade pokeball. At this point, the sludge had succumbed to unconsciousness, and the likelihood of capture seemed exceedingly high. Come on. Just as he was about to toss the pokeball at the sludge, a resonant voice rang out. Release that sludge. Chapter 43, Deceiving a Squad Leader. Upon hearing this voice, Tong lifted his gaze to see a burly man charging towards him. Standing at 2 meters tall with a formidable waist, his approach felt akin to an earthquake in motion. Electrode, come forth and protect me. Tong summoned his electrode, of comparable size, to ensure his safety. The burly man, seemingly oblivious to the electrode's presence, rushed directly in front of Tong, insisting, "Release that sludge." As he spoke, he panted heavily, as if he had sprinted the entire way. "Why should I release it?" Tong retorted, scrutinizing the man. "You were the one who discovered it first." "No." The man shook his head, continuing to catch his breath. "Was it reserved for you?" Tong pressed on. "No." The man shook his head again. "Then why are you bothering me?" Tong rolled his eyes and raised the pokeball once more. "Hey, wait." The man grasped Tong firmly and finally divulged, "That sludge is one I have already captured." "You've captured it?" Tong regarded the man and then glanced at the massive sludge. For some inexplicable reason, he instinctively began to believe him. A man of such stature paired with a giant sludge was indeed a unique sight. "Is it truly yours?" Tong inquired, still unsure. "It is indeed mine," the man affirmed, producing a pokeball from his pocket. "Return, sludge." A bright light emanated, and the enormous sludge was drawn back into the pokeball. It truly belonged to someone else, Tong realized, now completely convinced. No wonder he had been unable to capture it earlier. It was already claimed by another. "I wasn't aware that this sludge had an owner." "My apologies," Tong politely offered, glancing at the man. "No worries. I merely happened upon this area and saw many sludges, thinking it would be fun for my own to play for a while," the man replied. He then looked at Tong and asked, "By your attire, you are a Pokémon trainer, correct?" "Indeed, I am a trainer traveling to challenge the gym leaders." Tong nodded, proudly revealing the 5 badges he wore beneath his coat. "You've already obtained 5 badges? Impressive." The man's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a hint of embarrassment as he added, "I've only just earned 4 badges myself." Cough, cough. Tong nearly choked on his own saliva. "What? You've already got 4 badges? My goodness, can you really earn 4 badges with that sludge? Is it really that easy to challenge the gyms nowadays?" Tong gaped at the man, momentarily at a loss for words. "Yes, I've obtained 4 badges," the man replied, seemingly perplexed by Tong's intense reaction, until he glanced at the sludge beside him and appeared to understand. "Oh, you misunderstood. I didn't use the sludge to challenge the gyms." As he spoke, the man tossed out 2 pokeballs, revealing 2 formidable figures. Golem, combat power 978, level 31. Magikarp, combat power 905, level 31. "These are my main Pokémon. I primarily rely on them to challenge the gyms," he clarified to Tong. "I see, I misunderstood," Tong chuckled awkwardly. Golem and Magikarp, both around level 30, could indeed secure 4 gym badges if utilized effectively. Surveying the burly man, Tong felt a spark of interest. The man appeared robust, yet not particularly clever. Why not take advantage of this and bolster his team with a promising recruit? After all, relying solely on a few underlings like Kojiro wouldn't attract any formidable allies. Most were mere cannon fodder. As the leader of the strongest Team Rocket, it was unthinkable for his base to consist solely of weaklings. Since they had crossed paths, he might as well recruit the man. With this thought in mind, Yi Tong smiled at the imposing figure before him. Good sir, I am Yi Tong, a trainer from Pallet Town. This is my partner, Cynthia. May I ask your name? I am De Yong Kinoshita from Jubilife City. You may call me De Yong, the burly man replied. De Yong, a name perfectly befitting your stature, Yi Tong remarked. In the ensuing moments, Yi Tong utilized every ounce of his cunning to subtly suggest to Kinoshita that his strength stemmed from joining an organization that facilitates rapid growth. Kinoshita, intrigued, inquired, what kind of organization could enable such swift advancement? Upon hearing Kinoshita's question, Yi Tong's smile widened triumphantly as he adopted a cautious demeanor. Speaking in a deliberately mysterious tone, I cannot disclose the organization's name, but I can assure you that its benefits are plentiful. Upon joining, you receive a Pokémon. And every month, members are assigned tasks to complete for rewards, sometimes even receiving exceptionally rare Pokémon as prizes. Moreover, someone of your potential will undoubtedly be valued. And it won't be long before you ascend to a higher rank within the organization. Hesitant, Kinoshita cast a glance at Yi Tong and murmured, but the Kanto region is governed by the League. Joining a personal organization might lead to repercussions. Nonsense. As long as you abide by the law. How could there be any consequences? Yi Tong countered, continuing his enigmatic persuasion. Moreover, I must tell you, just a few months ago, a remarkably powerful trainer joined our organization. And the leader has already decided to make him the next successor. How powerful is this trainer? Kinoshita inquired. Powerful enough that if he were to take over the organization, it could potentially rival the League within a few years, Yi Tong boasted, shamelessly extolling the virtues of this young trainer and the strength of the organization. Beside him, Cynthia observed with a discerning eye, likely deducing that the trainer Yi Tong spoke of was none other than herself. Regardless of Cynthia's thoughts, the outcome remained unchanged. Kinoshita was swayed by Yi Tong's rhetoric and agreed to join the organization. Elated, Yi Tong wasted no time in outlining the next steps. Take this badge to the designated location on the map. Once there, simply inform the counter staff that you wish to join the organization and mention I recommended you. Yi Tong presented his subordinate badge to Kinoshita. Thank you so much, young brother. Kinoshita received the badge with a mix of reverence and eagerness, promptly departing with the map in hand. A smile graced Yi Tong's face. He had given Kinoshita the badge of the second squad leader of the 1st Division in Jubilife City. As long as Kinoshita reported with this badge, he would be automatically appointed as the second squad leader. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the notion that a well-built physique accompanies a simpler mind holds true. Here we have a robust fellow delivered to us. One cannot let such a gift go unappreciated. Yi Tong's face radiated with a brilliant smile as he retrieved another Pokeball, eager to continue capturing Grimers. If he were to join, he would surely have second thoughts, as all this talk of futility was in vain. Beside him, Cynthia observed Yi Tong, her laughter infectious, before she casually remarked. Yi Tong's grin grew even brighter, yet as he chuckled, the smile gradually faded. Back in Pallet Town, he had similarly entered Team Rocket with just a badge in hand. The team required monthly reports, and failure to comply would result in being hunted down. Contemplating the words of that man from his memories, Yi Tong felt a surge of anger. He wondered what that scoundrel of a father was up to now. Perhaps he was hiding away somewhere, sipping tea and indulging in wellness routines. Once I become the leader of Team Rocket, the first order of business will be to expel this unreliable father from the team. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yi Tong spun the Pokeball in his hand and hurled it towards a nearby Grimer. Thud! A dull thud resonated, followed by a visible swelling on the Grimer's head, causing it to writhe in pain and spray filth everywhere. This Grimer is as irritating as my father, Yi Tong muttered, casting a glance at the creature. Grimer, am I like your father? Chapter 44, The Dual Super Abilities of the Leek Duck. As night approached, Yi Tong had successfully captured nearly 20 Grimers along with one evolved Mook. Not too shabby indeed. Cradling a collection of Pokeballs, Yi Tong felt a sense of satisfaction. Passing by the power plant once more, he vaguely spotted a swarm of small Pokémon shimmering in the darkness, emitting electric sparks. Most of them were Magnemites and Magnetons, which thrived on electricity, hardly practical, thus Yi Tong paid them little heed. The night was long and fraught with dreams. So Yi Tong hopped onto his motorcycle and swiftly made his way to the Team Rocket headquarters in Black Cloud City. The roar of the motorcycle echoed down the road, inciting a chorus of complaints. What a racket at this hour. I'll report you to the neighborhood committee. What era is this, still riding motorcycles? Do you think you're in a gang? As the streetlights flickered to life, Yi Tong wore an audacious grin, revving the throttle with gusto. Before long, Yi Tong arrived at the headquarters, the motorcycle-esque growl attracting numerous gazes. Upon seeing a young lad accompanied by a stunning beauty, envious glances were exchanged among the onlookers. Look at that little kid, he has got a beauty with him. Striding confidently to the counter, Tong dumped his Pokeballs onto the surface. I'm here to submit my Grimer capture assignment. With a clatter, a multitude of Pokeballs rolled out, leaving the counter staff wide-eyed. So many Grimers. The attendant was momentarily stunned, hastily gathering the Pokeballs. After a considerable time, the attendant neatly arranged the Pokeballs and, glancing at Tong, exclaimed in astonishment. You've achieved the highest completion rate and can earn a rare Pokemon. A rare Pokemon. Tong's expression lit up with intrigue, urging, quick, let us see it. One moment please. The attendant turned and disappeared into the back, only to return shortly, his face tinged with embarrassment. Please bear with me. The doctor in charge of this task has encountered a minor issue. The doctor responsible for the task? Tong raised an eyebrow. As he was only familiar with a few of Team Rocket's doctors, notably the rather unkempt one. Cough, cough, little Tong, long time no see. Dr. Doran, somewhat disheveled, emerged as he adjusted his attire. Dr. Doran, you're still here? Tong's surprise was palpable. Doran had been present since the afternoon, and now he had yet to depart. His health seemed remarkably well. Research can be quite taxing, wouldn't you agree? Dr. Doran offered a sheepish smile, glancing at the Pokeballs Tong had presented, revealing a hint of astonishment. So it was you who completed my task? You initiated this assignment? Tong mirrored the doctor's surprise, deducing that this batch of Grimers was likely intended for disrupting the power plant operations. I did initiate it. Though it was a sign from above, Dr. Doran clarified, prompting Tong to nod in understanding. I thought as much. How could a doctor have so much free time? Come now, doctor, let me see the rare Pokemon you promised. Tong rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Dr. Doran chuckled at Tong's eagerness and produced a Pokeball, exclaiming, You little rascal, you just borrowed my motorcycle this afternoon. And now you wish to claim my rare Pokemon too. Isn't this all for the glory of Team Rocket? Tong interjected, snatching the rare Pokeball eagerly. It was still a high-quality ball, and Tong scrutinized it closely. Should I release it? Dr. Doran inquired. Yes, Tong nodded, realizing he could glean little from mere observation. Go. He threw the Pokeball, and a flash of light illuminated the surroundings. A duck with a leek appeared before Tong. Upon seeing him, the green-feathered duck showed no fear, brandishing its leek and squawking, quack, quack. A leek duck? Tong gazed at the newly emerged Pokemon, his expression one of disbelief. The leek duck, akin to the Psyduck but with a different lineage, boasted slightly superior combat capabilities, yet little else distinguished it. To put it simply, if you dyed a Psyduck white and gave it a leek, the result would be quite similar. Moreover, the most critical point was that this creature had no evolutionary form. Unlike Psyduck, which had some utility post-evolution, this one would remain a leek-wielding duck even at level 100. Dr. Doran, is this truly the rare Pokemon you spoke of? Tong turned his head, casting a dubious glare at Dr. Doran. Perhaps you should take another look, Dr. Doran replied awkwardly. When I received this leek duck from the research facility, I conducted tests and found that its abilities seemed to differ from those of ordinary leek ducks, categorizing it as a rather unique specimen. Different abilities? Upon hearing this, Tong turned his gaze back to the leek duck, which was now waving its leek. System information materialized before him. Leek duck combat power, 35. Level 1. Abilities, super sharp eyes, attacks are difficult to evade and easily strike critical hits. Super mental power, cannot faint, and has significant immunity to psychic type attacks. Nature, stubborn, increases physical attack, decreases special attack. Item, leek duck s leek. While carrying this leek, the leek duck truly embodies its essence. Skills, peck, sand attack, cut. Wow. Upon reviewing the system details, Tong exclaimed in awe. Dual super abilities. Sharp eyes and mental power, significantly immune to psychic attacks while easily landing critical hits. This was quintessential for battling Mewtwo. Just consider how formidable a single super ability can be. As demonstrated by Charizard, who repeatedly dominated opponents with its overwhelming Blaze ability. The sheer power of a single super ability is astounding. Imagine the potential of this leek duck with dual super abilities. It would undoubtedly become a formidable Pokemon, capable of overpowering an entire class of opponents, particularly against psychic types. The abilities of the species serve as a natural suppression. How about that? I did not deceive you, did I? Observing the astonishment in Tong's eyes, Dr. Doran revealed a smile. I am indeed truthful. Tong's smile was nearly overflowing. With such an impressive allium duck, how could there be any dissatisfaction? Dr. Doran approached the allium duck, gently stroking its head, and, with a hint of regret, remarked, "I am well aware of this allium duck's uniqueness. To be honest, I find it hard to part with it as well." Before Dr. Doran could finish his sentence, the allium duck, being petted, suddenly narrowed its eyes, its gaze turning sharp and piercing. In the next moment, the allium duck struck upward with a sudden ferocity. The super-sharp gaze hit the mark. The sound that followed resembled the cracking of an egg, sending a shiver down Yi Tong's spine. Watching Dr. Doran's complexion shift from pale to crimson and then to a shade akin to liver, Yi Tong hastily said, "Well, Dr. Doran, I shall take my leave with the allium duck now. Come back, allium duck." Stowing the allium duck away, Yi Tong tossed aside his motorcycle, leaping onto it alongside Sharona. And within mere moments, they had departed from the rocket headquarters in Heiyun City. Shortly thereafter, a hauntingly pained scream echoed from the rocket headquarters. Chapter 45, The Rocket Team's Exclusive Mall. Experience Storage Device. The following morning, after resting for a night in Heiyun City, Yi Tong and Sharona set out toward Xinhong City. As they traveled, Yi Tong observed the allium duck not far away, provocatively taunting a wild green caterpillar, a contemplative expression crossing his visage. This allium duck possessed an insatiable fighting spirit, hardly requiring Yi Tong's assistance in seeking opponents. Its rapid growth was assured simply by its proximity. Furthermore, having provided it with the shards of the mysterious eggshell from the shiny Gyarados, it would not be long before it caught up with the rest of the team in terms of level. Currently, he had a total of 7 Pokémon, the shiny Gyarados, an ancient Ghastly, an Electabuzz, a Gyarados, a Fearow, the old Charizard still training with Abalong, and the allium duck before him. The shiny Gyarados needed no further elaboration as it would undoubtedly be a future powerhouse. The Electabuzz was specifically effective against water types, while Gyarados excelled against electric types. The old Charizard and ancient Ghastly constituted the backbone of his strength, with the allium duck serving to counter psychic types. The only one of little use remained the Fearow, which, despite nearing level 40 in combat prowess, barely reached 1300 to 1400, significantly lower than that of an equally leveled Ghastly. The shiny Gyarados, old Charizard, and Electabuzz all possessed exceptional traits, whereas the Fearow's abilities were rather mundane, only proving useful against cumbersome ground types. Thus, it seemed the Fearow was somewhat superfluous. A solution must be devised. Casting a glance at Sharona, who seemed unaware of his thoughts, Yi Tong silently accessed the system mall interface. Although the system panel was invisible to others, it was inevitable that one would appear dazed while viewing it. Yi Tong recalled the time he was unceremoniously slapped into the soup by his father at the dinner table. Shaking his head to dispel the odd thoughts, he focused on the system mall. It must be said that the system mall offered an astonishing array of items. First, filtering out the Divine Beast Exchange page, he scrolled through the various listings. Evolution potions, evolution stones, carrying items, and assorted goods. Ah, this system even sells reset fruits. Yi Tong's eyes brightened upon spotting a particular fruit. Reset fruit, 10,000 points. 1 fruit for 10,000 points? This reset fruit appears rather ordinary, with my current status. I could procure several. A smile graced Yi Tong's face as he continued to skin downward, reaching the end without uncovering anything that could alter the potential of the Fearow. The only exception was the shiny potion, which could grant a Pokémon the shiny trait and transform it into a shiny Pokémon, priced at 3 million points. 3 million. 3 million. 3 million. If I had that kind of money, why wouldn't I turn the Charizard into a shiny or acquire 7 or 8 divine beasts? Such a trivial item. Cursing under his breath, Yi Tong was about to close the system mall when he suddenly noticed a new section that had not previously appeared. Rocket Team Series Items. What is this? I don't recall seeing this before. Yi Tong's face lit up with curiosity. He was certain he had not encountered any Rocket Team Series items before. Could it be that they emerged only after his recent affiliation with the Rocket Team? He decided to take a look. Glancing at Sharona once more, he noted that she had clearly caught on to his unusual behavior, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "What is it?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Yi Tong hastily shook his head, feigning interest in the road ahead. "Strangely," Sharona remarked, shifting her gaze to the allium duck nearby. At that moment, the allium duck swung its leek, swiftly knocking a large beetle from a tree, and followed up with 2 kicks to ensure its opponent was incapacitated before moving on. One could not help but admire the allium duck. Even Sharona had gained an entirely new appreciation for it after just one morning. With her keen eye as a champion, she easily discerned that this allium duck possessed a remarkable trait, perhaps more than one. Its combat prowess was formidable, and its desire to battle equally intense. Since their departure, The allium duck had been engaged in combat without requiring any guidance from Tong. It was easy to foresee that it would soon become exceedingly powerful. This trainer's Pokémon seemed perpetually extraordinary, whether it was the shiny Gyarados or the Charizard evolved from an initial Pokémon common in Kanto. They appeared significantly stronger than usual, even exhibiting a telepathic bond with their trainer. Upon further reflection, aside from the Charizard, Gyarados, Fearow, shiny Gyarados, Electabuzz, and the ancient Ghastly, there was also this allium duck. This trainer, named Tong, had remarkably acquired 7 extraordinary Pokémon simultaneously. Was it sheer luck, or was there something more at play? Contemplating this, Sharona's gaze towards Tong shifted. She harbored an instinctive feeling that this seemingly naive young trainer was far more complex than she had initially perceived. Meanwhile, Tong remained oblivious to these thoughts, engrossed in the newly unveiled items within the System Mall. The Rocket Team series merchandise was limited, yet each item left Tong in awe. Among them were numerous items requiring specific ranks, such as the very first one, Rocket Team Rampant Smoke. This item can induce a state of frenzy in Pokémon, significantly enhancing their combat strength. But it may also lead to loss of control. Price, 6,000 points. Rank requirement, Rocket Team Squad Leader. The Rampant Smoke must have been the reason the poison sting jellyfish attacked the Saint Anno. Tong rubbed his nose and continued to peruse, recalling various inventions that had appeared in the anime. Machine Gyarados, a Gyarados manufactured by the Rocket Team, boasting a combat power of 300, capable of housing numerous items. Price, 10,000 points. Rank requirement, Rocket Team Division Leader. Specialized capture device for Ash's Pikachu, a trap designed specifically to capture Ash's Pikachu, resistant to electricity and tearing. Price, with 10,000 points. The required position is Team Leader of the Rockets. Are these 2 items for sale as well? Tong displayed a look of astonishment. Weren't these items crafted by Kojiro and Musashi? As she continued to peruse, Tong came across an even stranger item. Doran Motorcycle, a sleek motorcycle designed by Duranbo. Priced at 30,000 points, requiring the position of Rocket Squad Captain. Is this motorcycle for sale as well? Tong felt as though she had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. The inventions of Team Rocket were indeed manifold, encompassing all manner of peculiar and bizarre items. Despite being overshadowed by Ash's narrative aura, many of them were functional. There were also several items shrouded in darkness, obscured from view, likely due to Tong's insufficient rank, resulting in them being locked. This system is rather user-friendly, taking my identity as a member of Team Rocket into consideration. Perhaps I should acquire one to test it out. Tong rubbed her hands together, meticulously examining the Rocket Team's page for a considerable time, until she finally pinpointed a product. Experience Storage Device. Wearing this item allows a portion of the battle experience gained by the equipped Pokémon to be stored within, which can then be applied to other Pokémon directly. Priced at 10,000 points. Redeemable for the position of Rocket Team Captain. This is it. Without further hesitation, Tong exchanged for the Experience Storage Device. According to the instructions, she merely needed to engage in a high-level Pokémon battle, and after some time, she could bestow the stored experience onto other Pokémon, thereby accelerating their level progression. In simpler terms, it allows one Pokémon's battle experience to be reduced while the diminished portion is preserved for distribution to others. Exchange. Upon pressing the button, Tong was momentarily dazzled, and a triangular claw-shaped object resembling a magnet materialized in her hand, featuring 2 buttons, one for storage and one for release. Goodness, how did this appear so suddenly? Tong felt somewhat flustered, especially with Cynthia nearby. How could she explain the sudden emergence of an object in her hand? What is wrong with you? Cynthia queried, her brow arching at Tong, who seemed to have been burned by the item. Nothing. Tong quickly exhaled, hastily stashing the Experience Storage Device into her bag. Thankfully, she and T noticed. Thankfully. How mysterious, Cynthia remarked once more, turning her head away. Yet, unbeknownst to Tong, a peculiar expression began to surface on Cynthia's face. Chapter 46. Cynthia's Misunderstanding and the Ducklet's Painful Strike in the ensuing days. Tong fully capitalized on the Experience Storage Device. To enhance the efficiency of experience acquisition, she employed her shiny Gyarados. With its intimidating presence and massive physique, it effortlessly defeated the wild Pokémon it encountered. However, as a consequence, the number of trainers daring to challenge her dwindled. The shiny Gyarados had grown to resemble a mobile hill, instilling fear from a distance. Only a handful of audacious challengers dared to confront it, and most were swiftly defeated. System notification: defeated a Primeape, gained experience. Shiny Gyarados reached level 40, Combat power exceeds 2218. Learn new skill. Hydro pump. System notification. Path to strength quest completed. Reward. 6. 500 points. Path to strength series quest updated. Having attained a level 40 Pokemon, you now possess the strength to challenge the Vermilion Gym. Please challenge the Vermilion Gym and successfully obtain the Vermilion Badge. Quest reward. 7,000 points. Failure penalty. 14,000 points. Phew, it's done. Glancing at the shiny Gyarados shimmering in the sunlight, Tong exhaled, relieved to have reached level 40. During this time, she had primarily utilized the shiny Gyarados and Ducklet. Thanks to the experience storage device and the experience shards given to Ducklet, the shiny Gyarados' experience gain had been rather slow. I should have asked my old friend to share that half of the shards with me, Tong muttered, realizing it had been nearly half a month since she last saw her old friend, unsure of how it was faring. Given its personality, if it had made substantial progress, it would likely have given Abilash a good thrashing by now. Alright, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Tong cast a glance at the silent Cynthia and stealthily approached the shiny Gyarados' other side, removing the experience storage device, and waved to Ducklet. Gah? Ducklet displayed a puzzled expression but still tucked away its leek and approached Tong. Over the past few days, Ducklet's level had risen to 10. Here's a little something for you, Tong declared, cryptically pressing the experience storage device against Ducklet's back, then promptly activating the release button. Gah. Ducklet's previously blank expression transformed into one of astonishment, its eyes widening. Subsequently, Ducklet visibly began to grow in size at a remarkable rate. In the distance, Cynthia, who had witnessed the entire event, wore an expression of shock. Ever since Tong had produced this mysterious item a few days prior, she had been quietly observing. And only today did she comprehend how extraordinary this object was. Directly accelerating a Pokemon's growth rate? This Tong. Could she possibly be engaged in some nefarious research? Cynthia fixated on Tong, gradually recalling certain matters related to Team Rocket. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Kanto, she was somewhat aware of the less savory aspects of Team Rocket, including some unethical experiments. Indeed, could it be that Tong was not as innocent as she appeared? System notification. Ducklet's level increased by 31. Combat power rose from 449 to 1299. Learn skills, Swords Dance, Agility, and Blade Backstrike. A combat power of 1300, impressive indeed, Ducklet. On the other side, Tong, while stroking Ducklet, felt her eyes squint with satisfaction. At this rate, once Ducklet's level increased sufficiently, it would be ready for battle. However, as she marveled at Ducklet's newfound strength, Tong suddenly sensed a chill at her back. Turning her head, she found Cynthia gazing at her with a frosty expression, causing her to shudder slightly. It was over. She had been discovered. Tong, facing Cynthia's penetrating gaze, braced herself and inquired, "You know, don't you?" "Indeed." Cynthia replied with a nod, her tone icy. "I had initially hoped to discern what differentiates your so-called ideals of Team Rocket. But it appears you are merely a deceiver full of falsehoods. Like Baram and the others, you do not regard Pokemon as companions, but as tools. I fail to comprehend why these Pokemon would choose to follow a master like you. Have you considered the potential harm your actions could inflict upon this Ducklet by utilizing such an item? I can only imagine the number of Pokemon sacrificed to create such a device. You are utterly unworthy." Cynthia, who had seldom spoken so much at once, expressed her ire with a cold tone, her words laden with palpable anger. Her statements were not unfounded. She was aware that Team Rocket had conducted numerous experiments involving a plethora of Pokemon. This was precisely why they resorted to rampant Pokemon theft. The majority of their inventions related to directly enhancing Pokemon's combat capabilities, often leaving lingering side effects despite the temporary boosts in strength. Thus, witnessing Ducklet's sudden surge in power, Cynthia instinctively suspected that Tong had employed such a device, utilizing countless Pokemon for experimentation. Tong was momentarily taken aback, her expression gradually morphing into one of complexity, followed by an unmistakable peculiarity. "Am I resorting to unscrupulous means to cultivate Pokemon? Conducting experiments on them? What on earth are you talking about? Shouldn't you be inquiring why I conjured an experience storage device out of thin air?" She seemed to realize there was a misunderstanding. With a resigned expression, Tong picked up the experience storage device and handed it to Sharona. "See, this is an invention from Dr. Dorian, known as the experience storage device, which has no adverse effects on Pokemon." As time passed, Tong elaborated on the utility of this device to Sharona, consciously avoiding topics related to leveling up, merely stating that it accumulates combat experience corresponding to battles. After Sharona conducted her own experiment and confirmed the device's function, She finally recognized her earlier misjudgment regarding Yi Tong, causing her face to flush crimson. Well, now you know you were mistaken, Yi Tong remarked, a rare smile gracing her features upon witnessing Sharona's flustered demeanor. Gritting her teeth, Sharona finally uttered, I thought I was the sort who would go to any lengths for Pokémon to grow stronger? Yi Tong raised an eyebrow, her expression turning serious as she replied, to me, Pokémon have always been genuine companions, not mere tools for battle. For instance, Charizard longs to return to the Cherisific Valley, so I promised it that I would allow it to go home when we pass by. Gyarados, on the full moon, misses its mother, so I accompany it every month to provide comfort. Shiny Gyarados loves pineapples, which is why my backpack still carries some. There are countless examples that testify to my words. I believe you must have witnessed some of them along our journey. Sharona's gaze deepened as she absorbed Yi Tong's words, and after a while, she softly murmured, I'm sorry, what was that? Yi Tong feigned surprise. Sorry, Sharona repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. What? Yi Tong perked up with interest. You. Sharona's expression shifted to one of annoyance as she realized Yi Tong was teasing her. Oh, come on, it was just a jest. Yi Tong waved her hands dismissively, a smile illuminating her face. It's no big deal. Let us go, the Ashen Red Gym isn't in the city. We need to venture into the mountains. With that, Yi Tong strode ahead, leaving Sharona momentarily stunned before she followed suit. In the depths of the mountains, the path was exceptionally treacherous, compounded by tangled underbrush and loose stones, causing Yi Tong to nearly stumble several times. I wonder how idle that Aju is to choose these remote mountains for training. After climbing over a large rock, Yi Tong exhaled deeply, reflecting on how challenging it was for a 10-year-old child to traverse such rugged terrain. Remembering the scene from the anime where Ash battled a mighty tree, Yi Tong couldn't help but mutter a curse. Heavens, grant me strength to press on. Ga? Nearby. The ever-energetic Farfetch'd seemed to take note of Yi Tong's words, stealthily approaching from behind. Suddenly, its eyes gleamed with determination. Blade strike. Super sharp gaze. Critical hit. A piercing scream echoed through the mountains. Chapter 47. Farfetch'd's Initial Battle. Shiny Gyarados makes its entrance. At last, they arrived, clambering over an odd boulder. They finally spotted the Ashen Red Gym nestled behind the trees. Yi Tong, clutching her behind and leaning on the leak, hobbled toward the gym, while Sharona watched with an unmistakable smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Not far off, Farfetch'd anxiously eyed the leak in Yi Tong's possession, fearful it might be broken. Don't look at me like that. Yi Tong shot a glance at Farfetch'd, ignoring its plight as she swung the leak around dramatically. Farfetch'd's eyes nearly bulged from its sockets, torn between the urge to charge forward and the fear of doing so. Yi Tong chuckled, finally ceasing her antics with the leak. That rascal. It nearly sent me packing with that sneak attack. As a form of punishment, Yi Tong had taken its beloved leak as a makeshift walking stick, nearly driving Farfetch'd to its wits' end along the way. All right. I'll return it to you. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ashen Red Gym, Yi Tong tossed the leak back to Farfetch'd, which immediately clutched it tightly to its chest, resembling a long-lost lover. If you try to ambush me again, I'll take your leak up the mountain and toss it down, Yi Tong scolded, retrieving a pokeball to return Farfetch'd before knocking on the gym's door. Come in, a deep male voice resonated from within. Creaking open the door, Yi Tong beheld a man clad in ninja attire seated upon a tatami mat, his eyes gently closed. This man bore a rugged visage, with scars etched across his features, exuding an air of quiet intensity. Aju, the gym leader of Ashen Red, and the future poison-type champion of the Chengdu region. Leader, I am Yi Tong from Masera Town, here to challenge the gym, Yi Tong stated politely, sensing an underlying strength from the man as she took a few steps forward. Yi Tong. Upon hearing her name, Aju paused, his eyes snapping open. The sharpness of his gaze was palpable. You appear to be affiliated with Team Rocket, am I mistaken? Taken aback, Yi Tong glanced at Aju, a flicker of alarm crossing her features. How did he know she was with Team Rocket? I am. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded, realizing there was no rule against Team Rocket members challenging gyms. Of course not, Aju replied, shaking his head without further elaboration, and stood up. The rules are 2v2. If all Pokémon on one side are unable to continue, they lose. Do you have any objections? None, Yi Tong affirmed, her expression turning serious. Although she found the situation somewhat odd, she was resolved to compete earnestly. Very well, Aju said, tilting his head slightly before glancing at Sharona beside Yi Tong. Sharona, the Sinnoh champion, you shall serve as the referee. Understood, Sharona nodded, positioning herself between the two. Sharona even battled at the Ashen Red Gym? Tong marveled at Aju's recognition of Sharona, her eyes widening with surprise. While Sharona had mentioned traveling alongside her to challenge gyms, Tong had hardly seen her engage in battles, implying she had acquired badges from several gyms already. Aju, known as one of the most formidable among the Elite Four of the Kanto region, if one could earn his badge, it would likely mean success at the other gyms as well. 6, 7, or has she obtained 8? Tong pondered, glancing at Sharona and then back at Aju. Aju, the gym leader, swiftly threw a pokeball. Go Farfetch'd. Ga. Farfetch'd, still clutching its leek, appeared on the field. Tong cast a knowing glance at the Farfetch'd, a grin spreading across her face. Farfetch'd, if you lose this battle, I'll be using your leek for stir-fry. Ga. At her words, Farfetch'd's expression shifted dramatically, raising the leek defiantly toward Aju, ready for battle. This Farfetch'd seemed rather extraordinary. Aju regarded it with a hint of indifference before tossing out his own pokeball. Go Mothim. A purple moth-like Pokémon of average size emerged, adorned with intricate wing patterns, exuding an aura of uniqueness. The end-stage moth, with a combat power of 1431 and a level of 42, stood before Tong. A frown crossed her brow as she observed the formidable creature. The end-stage moth, an evolved form of the wool ball, possessed a natural aptitude for flight, coupled with poisonous and psychic abilities that rendered it exceedingly troublesome. The onion duck, with a combat power of 1300, lagged 10 levels behind. It was uncertain whether it could prevail. Onion duck, use backstrike. Tong commanded with a wave of her hand. Backstrike, which involved striking the opponent with the back of the weapon, bore limited lethality but boasted a swift cooldown, making it an excellent opening move. Quack! The onion duck let out a cry as it formed an odd gesture with its leek, and then struck fiercely at the end-stage moth. This maneuver resembled the sword-drawing technique of a Japanese samurai. Observing the onion duck rush towards the end-stage moth, Aju remained remarkably calm, instructing, end-stage moth, use petrification technique. A sudden hum resonated through the air as an invisible wave manifested. The end-stage moth had unleashed its petrification technique upon the onion duck. According to the game's mechanics, this technique prevented the opposing Pokémon from using its previous form for 4 turns, but in reality, it could petrify the creature outright. If hit directly by the petrifying wave, the battle would essentially be over. Tong, witnessing this, bellowed, onion duck, dodge. Huh. The onion duck froze momentarily, caught off guard. What are you doing? Quickly evade. Tong's voice grew louder with urgency. In that fleeting moment, the petrifying wave enveloped the onion duck, yet astonishingly, it seemed unscathed. Yea? Tong was taken aback. As was Aju. The onion duck scratched its head in confusion, glancing at the bewildered duo before approaching the end-stage moth and delivering a solid blow. Thud. The end-stage moth was struck down to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The onion duck continued to batter the creature with its leek, ensuring it had lost all combat capability before finally lifting its head to regard the stunned onlookers. Quack! Both Tong and Aju exclaimed simultaneously. It was at this moment that Tong realized, rushing forward to embrace the onion duck. Onion duck, I forgot. You possess super psychic power. Super psychic power essentially grants immunity to psychic-type moves. No wonder the onion duck had completely disregarded the end-stage moth's petrification technique. This trait was undeniably formidable. Super psychic power? Aju, having overheard Tong's declaration, paused momentarily before responding with a grave tone. I see. With that, Aju silently retrieved the end-stage moth and tossed out a second pokeball. Go cross-bat. A piercing cry echoed as a bat-like creature appeared, its form resembling a cross. Instantly, Tong felt a surge of pressure. The cross-bat boasted a combat power of 2053 at level 49. A level 49 cross-bat? Over 2,000 combat power. Tong regarded this formidable opponent with concern. The cross-bat was the evolved form of the big-mouth bat, equally tenacious. Truly, the future poison-type king possessed exceedingly troublesome Pokémon. With such an overwhelming disparity in combat power, victory for the onion duck seemed unlikely. Return, onion duck. Tong waved her hand, recalling it, and subsequently threw out her second pokeball. Go, shiny Gyarados. Roar. The roof of the gym was blown apart as the massive form of the shiny Gyarados emerged, unfurling like a colossal serpent, its fierce expression delivering a powerful impact. System notification. Due to the intimidation of the shiny Gyarados, the crossbat's combat power is reduced to 1810, with an instinctive reduction of over 200 in combat power. The shiny Gyarados possessed a base power of 2,200, creating a staggering gap of 400 in combat effectiveness. This will be my first time using you in a challenge. Tong exhaled, stroking the Gyarados scales as she glanced at Aju. This Gyarados, so it belongs to you. Aju's face displayed a renewed sense of astonishment. Recently, he had occasionally spotted a Gyarados in the mountains and had wondered why it was present. Now, he understood it was this individual's. Gym leader, shall we continue battling? Tong inquired, assessing Aju. With such a significant size and power disparity, victory for the Crossbat seemed improbable. Of course, Aju shook his head, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Crossbat, use supersonic. The battle was set to commence. Chapter 48, The Shallow Red Metal Acquired. To Tong's surprise, under Aju's command, the confrontation between the Crossbat and the shiny Gyarados remained fiercely contested for an extended period. Conversely, Tong's inexperience nearly led the shiny Gyarados into peril multiple times. Fortunately, after enduring a direct supersonic attack, the shiny Gyarados activated its unique trait, the shiny mystic scales. With thrice the defensive power, the Crossbat could not inflict substantial damage, ultimately succumbing to a decisive dragon rage. With the Crossbat defeated, Tong emerged victorious. At this moment, Sharona announced, "You have triumphed. Here is the shallow red metal." Cradling the Crossbat, Aju presented the shallow red metal to Tong, offering a commendation. "Your strength is impressive. At such a young age, you have opened my eyes. Your praise is unwarranted." Tong accepted the medal sincerely. Recognizing the invaluable lessons learned from Aju during the battle, it was evident that his combat experience paled in comparison to Aju's. Aju effectively employed a strategy of using lesser strength against greater foes, often evading Gyarados attacks while capitalizing on counterattacks. Had it not been for the shiny Gyarados' inherent might, Tong might very well have faced defeat. Truly, the future Poison-type king was formidable. It appeared he had a long road ahead. In terms of battle experience alone, he had much to absorb. After a moment of contemplation, Tong raised his head and addressed Aju. "Well then, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Aju interjected, pausing Tong and revealing a contemplative expression. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Tong, you are still young. I advise you to join the alliance. The rocket team has no future." "Huh." Tong's expression turned curious upon hearing this. Aju regarded Tong in silence, then calmly retrieved 2 items from the side. Upon seeing these items, Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. The rocket team uniform. The general's medal. You were a general of the rocket team?" Tong exclaimed, astonished. The 4 great generals of the rocket team were Apollo, Athena, Lance, and Lambda. There was no general named Aju among them. Once, but now? Aju's gaze grew distant, filled with nostalgia, before returning to Tong. "I am now the gym leader of the Shallow Red Gym." "Did you withdraw from the rocket team, then?" Tong inquired, a look of understanding crossing his face. "Yes, though I still maintain some connections with old friends." Aju nodded, informing Tong, "I am aware that you are the new prodigy of the rocket team, the son of Dongan, and that those above, including Bamu, hold you in high regard." To call me a genius is quite the overstatement." Tong chuckled lightly before turning to Aju, inquiring, "I actually believe that the system of Team Rocket is not all that bad. May I ask, what prompted you to leave Team Rocket, Senior?" During the time spent within Team Rocket, Tong had observed numerous commendable aspects, such as the task system implemented at each city headquarters, which effectively stimulated the enthusiasm of the team members while ensuring the headquarters' continuous development. "The system is indeed commendable, but that is something you cannot yet perceive," Aju replied, his tone growing somber. "Tong, you are still young. I wonder if you can truly grasp what I am about to share. Do you know? Bamu harbors immense ambition, so great that he will not tolerate the presence of another equally ambitious individual within Team Rocket. The reason you currently regard their system favorably is simply due to your youth. As your strength grows and poses a threat to Bamu, you will find yourself targeted. Only then will you comprehend the darkness that shrouds Team Rocket's system." "What do you mean by not allowing a second to emerge?" Tong nodded, a hint of contemplation flickering across his features. Aju's meaning was not difficult to discern. He was essentially conveying that if Tong aspired to become a leader in the future, achieving that within Team Rocket would be exceedingly challenging. This notion was easily grasped by Tong. Bamu, the ultimate antagonist of Team Rocket, was a character emblematic of nefarious forces. How could he allow anyone else to take his place? Moreover, it was evident that Aju had likely faced similar challenges during his time in Team Rocket. As one of the 4 elite commanders, his position was also closely aligned with Bamu. Having now exited Team Rocket, it was plausible that his departure was related to the very issues he alluded to. "In truth, your talent is quite formidable. You would garner attention even if you joined the League," Aju continued, noticing Tong's hesitation. Furthermore, the Kanto region is currently under the League's absolute dominion. Regardless of how powerful Team Rocket may be, or should you ascend to become its next leader, what change could you truly affect? But what if one day Team Rocket were to seize control of the Kanto region? Tong countered suddenly, the moment these words left his mouth. Both Aju and Sharona displayed expressions of astonishment. How could Team Rocket possibly dominate the Kanto region? Such a notion was unprecedented to their ears. Aju, with a look of incredulity, retorted, an organization that plunders wantonly and disregards the lives of Pokémon is doomed to a short existence. That was in the past. Tong shook his head, his tone grave. If I were to take the reins of Team Rocket, I would completely restructure its operations. Restructure? How so? Please elaborate. Aju, intrigued by the audacity of this young boy, leaned in to listen. Eliminate the dross while preserving the essence, Tong declared with fervor. The existing commendable systems, such as the task and appointment protocols, could be retained, and in conjunction with the League, we could adopt the gym and regional leader system. This way, we could maintain the original operations of the Kanto region while instilling a renewed sense of vigor. You are overly simplistic in your thinking, Aju shook his head. Glancing at Tong, the dross of Team Rocket is far beyond what you can currently comprehend. Moreover, with Banmu still at the helm, any attempt to modify the overarching structure of Team Rocket is futile. I will become the leader of Team Rocket one day and effectuate this change, Tong boldly proclaimed, his youthful visage revealing an unmasked desire that had long been buried within. At that time, I will ensure that Team Rocket dominates the entirety of Kanto. Aju regarded Tong, feeling a sense of unease at the unfamiliar expression of ambition etched upon the boy's face. Such a young child harbored such grand aspirations? After a prolonged silence, Aju ultimately refrained from further comment, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, I wish you success in your endeavors. Thank you, Senior. I shall take my leave now, Tong responded with a gesture of farewell, waving to Sharona as he began his descent down the mountain. System notification, the Path to Power Series quest has been completed, earning you 7,000 points. The Path to Power Series has been updated. Having departed from the Shallow Red Gym, you are now set to challenge the Crimson Lotus Gym on Crimson Lotus Island. This journey is fraught with peril. Please ensure that one of your Pokémon is trained to level 50. Reward points, 9,000. Level 50? That's quite high. Upon receiving the system notification, Tong was taken aback. Level 50 was already approaching the standard for the Quartz Conference. After all, was such a high requirement necessary for a trip to Crimson Lotus Island? Alright then, it appears I must continue leveling up on this journey. Tong clapped his hands. The system's tasks would not be arbitrarily assigned. Since it required him to reach level 50 and mention potential dangers, there would undoubtedly be challenges ahead. Not that I'm stubborn, but I must train diligently. Good job today, Ducklet. Tong summoned the Ducklet into his arms, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. Oh, let me borrow your leek for some fun. With that, while Ducklet was momentarily distracted, Tong snatched the leek and dashed down the mountain. Quack, quack. Ducklet, alarmed, hurried after him. Only Sharona lingered at the back, watching Tong's playful retreat with a contemplative expression, murmuring to herself. Can he truly become the leader of Team Rocket and command Kanto? Chapter 49, The Consequences of Sharona. The galactic team emerges. During the ensuing journey, Tong was in no rush. To reach Crimson Lotus Island, he first needed to traverse the wild plains, followed by the Grand Canyon, before boarding a ship that would take him past Twin Islands, ultimately arriving at Crimson Lotus Island. While there were other routes available, Tong had compelling reasons to visit these specific locations. In the wild plains, he sought out Dratini and Bagon, which are the initial forms of Dragonite, an image of the ancient Dragonite from the Radiant Lighthouse still vivid in his mind. The Grand Canyon held the allure of fossil Pokémon, notably the fossil Pterodactyl, a remarkably powerful Pokémon that he was eager to encounter. As for Twin Islands, Articuno, one of the legendary bird trio, resided there. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to pay a visit. Alright, let's head to the wild plains first. After all, there's still plenty of time, at the very least. I should wait for Charizard to return. Tong contemplated, knowing that the ultimate showdown between Charizard and Blastoise awaited him on Crimson Lotus Island. Hey, Sharona, how many badges do you have now? Glancing at Sharona, Tong feigned nonchalance. Badges? Are you referring to those in Kanto? Sharona appeared thoughtful for a moment before replying. 7. You have 7 already, and you still had to think about it? Tong rolled his eyes, then felt a twinge of astonishment. Sharona's strength was indeed formidable. Considering the time frame, she must have only recently arrived in Kanto, yet she had already amassed 7 badges in such a short span. However, based on his recollection, Sharona's remarkable prowess seemed absent from the court's conference in Kanto. Otherwise, given her Garchomp, she would easily have overwhelmed all opponents and claimed the championship. Was there a particular reason she ultimately did not participate? According to the timeline, she had arrived in Kanto before him, so even without him, she should have attended the court's conference, right? As this thought crossed his mind, Tong suddenly had an epiphany and turned to Sharona, asking, Sharona, which gym badge do you still lack? Upon hearing this, Sharona lifted her head, meeting Tong's gaze, and solemnly replied, the Tokiwa gym. As expected, it was the gym overseen by Banmo. Tong's expression brightened with understanding. Yet surprisingly, Sharona added, when I first arrived in Kanto, my initial challenge was against the Tokiwa gym. My Pokémon were not particularly strong, and I lost, which led me to decide to travel for a while before attempting the challenge again. So that was the case. Tong nodded, increasingly aware of the answer. Sharona had lost to Tokiwa during her first visit to Kanto, feeling unsatisfied, and thus embarked on a journey, hoping to strengthen her skills before continuing. However, by the time her travels concluded, the formidable Steel Mutwo had emerged. No matter how powerful Sharona became, defeating that Mutwo was beyond her reach. Ultimately, she failed to acquire the 8 badges and did not participate in the court's conference. The sequence of events quickly crystallized in Tong's mind. System notification. The side quest path of the Strong has been updated. Sharona's adversaries from the Sinnoh region are imminent. Please assist Sharona in vanquishing her foes. Reward. Increased affection from Sharona. Adversaries from the Sinnoh region are soon to appear. Before Tong could utter another word, his face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. What sort of foes could Sharona have in the Sinnoh region? Most likely, it was the Galactic team, who worshipped Palkia and Dialga. Goodness. They were a far more formidable villainous organization than Team Rocket. What's wrong? Sharona asked, noticing Tong's sudden pallor, her tone laced with unexpected concern. Are you unwell? No. Tong shook his head, though his gaze scanned the surroundings nervously, his palms slightly damp with sweat as he clutched his Pokeball. Seeing Tong's demeanor, Sharona displayed a hint of confusion, but ultimately said, let us continue. With that, she took long strides forward. Tong had initially intended to stop her, but ultimately could not find a suitable reason, trailing behind her instead. They walked for quite some time until the sun climbed high in the sky, yet the adversaries mentioned by the system had yet to materialize. Is the system malfunctioning? Tong scratched his head, just as his attention sharpened. Not far away, beneath a large tree, 2 figures clad in white uniforms, one male and one female, were quietly awaiting something. Galactic team. Upon recognizing their uniforms, Tong clenched his fists. Indeed, the enemies had appeared. Sharona evidently spotted them as well, halting her steps, her expression darkening. The 2 figures leaning against the tree wore mocking smiles, with the male saying, well, if it isn't our little champion, Sharona. What do you want, Galactic team? Sharona's voice turned icy, revealing her palpable disdain for the organization. Rumor has it that little champion has come to Kanto alone, so we were dispatched to find you. You haven't forgotten how many of our plans you've thwarted, have you? The man maintained his impassive expression. Humph, and what of it? If you wish to trouble me, then come at me, Sharona retorted defiantly, her hand resting on the Pokeball at her waist. Well, our little champion is still so spirited, the man said, stepping forward, his long fingers gripping 2 Pokeballs. Approaching within a few steps of Sharona, he cast a glance at the Pokeball on her waist and smiled. I hear you didn't bring your Pokemon to Kanto? Upon hearing this, Sharona's expression faltered momentarily before her demeanor hardened again. What of it? Tong felt a surge of alarm at this revelation. It was evident that both opponents were quite powerful. Would Sharona be able to contend without her Garchomp? Let us hope they aren't too strong, ideally around level 40. Tong thought, his shiny Gyarados Pokeball firmly in hand. Currently, it was the only Pokemon he possessed with a combat power exceeding 2,000. And he would have to rely on it. Nothing much. I merely wish to experience what it feels like to defeat the Sinnoh champion. The man's expression shifted to a chilling coldness as he hurled a Pokeball. Arise, Drapion and Toxicroak. Drapion, combat power 2493, level 51. Toxicroak, combat power 2330, level 51. Before Sharona could speak, Tong exclaimed, what the? They actually threw out 2 Pokemon over level 50? Little one, have you never encountered such powerful Pokemon before? The Galactic man smirked, his gaze returning to Sharona. Sharona, you should know who I am, right? The regional commander of Jubilife City, Jinzhong. Sharona replied with a nod, then turned her attention to the woman beside him, and the regional vice commander, Mamanli. With that, Sharona pulled Tong behind her, her tone slightly anxious as she said, Tong, both of them are quite strong. You should stay back to avoid getting hurt. No, I will help you. Tong stubbornly shook his head, stepping forward. You will help me? Sharona displayed a flicker of surprise, which soon morphed into a hint of gratitude. She was well aware of Tong's capabilities at that moment. His Pokémon were inadequate to confront Xinjiang. Yes, Tong replied, meeting Sharona's resolute gaze. Hide. Nonsense. The system task is here, and I have my shiny Gyarados ready. Well, this little one wants to fight too, Xinjiang continued with a sardonic tone directed at Sharona. Indeed, the charm of a female champion is profound. How dare you? Tong muttered under his breath, stepping forward and pointing an accusatory finger at Xinjiang. You. Gazing at the unique Drapion and Toxicroak native to the Sinnoh region, Tong gulped nervously, directing his finger at Mamanli. You, the flat-chested one, come and accept my challenge. Who are you calling flat-chested? Mamanli, who had been merely observing, erupted in fury, standing tall. My chest is plenty ample. I shall teach you a lesson for your insolence. Go Hippowdon and Wylord. Chapter 50, the first move. Hippowdon, Combat Power 2038, level 50. Wylord, Combat Power 1999, level 49. Two massive Pokémon appeared before Tong, Hippowdon and Wylord, resembling a hippopotamus and a whale, respectively. In this world, they were indeed a hippopotamus and a whale. Both water-type Pokémon approached level 50 with combat powers near 2000, and Tong, upon witnessing this, scratched his head. Compared to Xinjiang, this was far more manageable. Nodding, he turned to Sharona and asked, Sharona, I will challenge Mamanli. Can you handle Xinjiang? Of course, Sharona affirmed, tossing out her Pokeballs. Go, Tyranitar and Rapidash. With a thunderous roar, the massive Tyranitar and the fiery Rapidash materialized, instantly intensifying the atmosphere. Tyranitar, level 49, combat power 2173. Rapidash, level 49, combat power 2110. Evenly matched. Tong assessed the combat power of the two Pokémon, recognizing they were comparable to Xinjiang's. With Sharona's assistance, they should be able to triumph with ease. Alright, I shall join the fray now, Tong declared, stepping back to create distance from Sharona as he released his Pokeball. Come forth, shiny Gyarados. With a mighty roar, the shiny Gyarados emerged, instantly leaving all the opposing Pokémon in a state of shock, causing them to instinctively retreat a step. System notification. Due to the intimidation of shiny Gyarados, the combat power of all enemy Pokémon has decreased. In the midst of the intense battle, the system notifications displayed formidable statistics. The combat power of the Poison Skull Frog reached 2320, the Hippo Beast stood at 2038, and the Manatee Beast was at 1999. Observing this extensive list of system prompts, Tong clapped his hands, realizing that victory in this competition was no longer a daunting task. Shiny Gyarados. The sight of the magnificent shiny Gyarados caused Xinjiang to clench his teeth, lowering his voice as he inquired, Who are you? How could such a Pokémon exist? Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself, Tong remarked, tapping his head, and then produced a medal from his pocket, his expression swiftly turning serious. I am Tong, the captain of Team Rocket's First Division. The captain of Team Rocket? Xinjiang stared at the medal, momentarily taken aback. How could a captain be so young? Mumonli hesitated slightly, stating, We are from Team Galaxy, here too. Enough, you needn't elaborate, Tong interjected, gesturing dismissively. If my memory serves me right, both Team Galaxy and Team Rocket have established territories and domains. What gives you the right to enter our territory without permission? Each region has its own villains, all bound by their regulations, save for the constant bickering between Team Aqua and Team Magma. Tong recalled how Duranbo had emphasized the importance of these territorial rules to him, cautioning against inciting conflict between factions. Who says we Haven T receive permission? Mumonli, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to explain. However, Xinjiang interrupted, pulling her aside and casting a menacing glance at Tong. Stop talking so much. Just eliminate him, nobody will know. With a sinister smile, Xinjiang declared, just in time, I also desire that shiny Gyarados. You must be dreaming, Tong scoffed, confident in his understanding of the battle's dynamics, bolstered by the detailed combat statistics. Cynthia, battle. Shiny Gyarados, use Hydro Pump on Manatee Beast. With a wave of his hand, Shiny Gyarados unleashed a Hydro Pump, splitting the battlefield in two. The Manatee Beast, struck by the powerful attack, displayed a pained expression. Facing Tong, Mumonli found herself unexpectedly challenged by the youthful trainer and commanded, Hippo Beast, use Bite. With a fierce roar, the Hippo Beast charged at Shiny Gyarados, its massive jaws wide open. Tong could only imagine the destructive power of such a blow. Shiny Gyarados dodged to the left. Without hesitation, he directed his Pokémon to evade the Hippo Beast's assault. Manatee Beast, use Water Gun. Simultaneously, the Manatee Beast launched its attack, and Shiny Gyarados was caught off guard. Taking the hit directly, Shiny Gyarados, use Rain Dance to alter the environment. Not hesitating, Tong commanded, and with a mighty roar, Shiny Gyarados summoned dark clouds overhead, causing rain to pour down. In the rain, Shiny Gyarados' ability would enhance its speed and amplify the power of its water-type moves. Having executed this strategy, Tong breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize something amiss. Both the Hippo Beast and Manatee Beast were also water-type Pokémon. Haha, Tong. Do you not even know basic knowledge? Mumonli mocked, waving her hand. Hippo Beast, use Tackle. Manatee Beast, unleash Water Gun once more. In an instant, Shiny Gyarados found itself at a disadvantage, ensnared by the two titanic creatures. After enduring another Water Gun attack, Shiny Gyarados let out a furious roar, evidently displeased by the onslaught. Damn it, if it weren't for Gyarados' lower level, I would make you pay. Tong glared at Mumonli, who wore a smug expression, irritated by the unfairness of a 2-on-1 battle. Is this truly the strongest Pokémon you possess? As Shiny Gyarados struggled against the relentless assault of the Manatee Beast and Hippo Beast, Mumonli's initial caution dissipated, and she began to taunt Tong. Do you have any other Pokémon to summon? Let your sister see. With that, Mumonli turned her gaze to Shiny Gyarados, her eyes glinting with avarice. Typically, a trainer possesses only two main Pokémon, and given Tong's youth, she presumed he had only Shiny Gyarados as his primary fighter. Otherwise, he would have called upon others from the start. Moreover, if she captured Shiny Gyarados, she would undoubtedly devote all her resources to its training, leaving no room for distraction in nurturing a second Pokémon. Confident that Tong had no additional powerful Pokémon, Mumonli chuckled, urging him, come on, little brother. Quickly release your other Pokémon. Tong regarded her with a puzzled expression. Release others? All of them. Yes, Mumonli nodded, a proud smile gracing her face. Surely your other Pokémon are not too weak? If they are, there's no need to bring them out. Well, they are somewhat weak, Tong admitted, placing his hand on his waist. It seems that our Team Galaxy is indeed stronger than your Team Rocket. With exaggerated flair, Mumonli remarked, glancing at the increasingly disadvantaged Shiny Gyarados, and waved dismissively. Fine, just release them for your sister to see. All right. Tong nodded calmly, and one by one, he released his Pokeballs. Level 40, Combat Power 1770, Old Ghost. Here comes the little brother. Level 40, Combat Power 1839, Galaga. Galaga. Level 39, Combat Power 1439, Spearow. Chirp. Level 32, Combat Power 1501, Farfetch'd. Quack quack. Level 40, Combat Power 1689, Electabuzz. Boom. 5 Pokemon materialized behind Tong, some wielding bone clubs, others brandishing leeks. Glowing with energy, while one with massive wings overshadowed Tong, exuding an imposing aura. Under the pressure of Shiny Gyarados, each of these Pokemon was capable of battling either the Hippo Beast or the Manatee Beast. Mumonli, witnessing Tong release his Pokemon, was momentarily stunned. This is all my Pokemon. A faint smile appeared on Tong's face as he turned his gaze to Mumonli, slowly stating, you think you can boast while tying up one of my Pokemon 2-on-1? Mumonli stammered, pointing at Tong, momentarily at a loss for words. What's this you business? Prepare to meet your end, Aunt Ping. Tong retorted, exhaling a breath of frustration, signaling his Pokemon to charge at Mumonli. Panicking, Mumonli hastily reached for a new Pokeball, preparing to summon another Pokemon to join the fray, but Farfetch'd had already reached her side. Knockback strike, super sharp gaze. Critical hit. Smack. Ah, my hand. The Pokeball flew from her grasp as Mumonli tumbled to the ground. Well done, Farfetch'd. Tong cheered loudly from the side, rallying the other little sprites to launch an assault on the Hippowdon and the Walrein. With newfound allies, the Shiny Gyarados surged with excitement, previously besieged. It was now the one on the offensive. Meanwhile, Jin Zhang, witnessing Mumonli's defeat, felt his pupils constrict sharply. What? That brat possesses such formidable Pokemon. The situation had clearly escalated, and it was no longer the time for lingering disputes. Poison Frog, use Mud Bomb. Without hesitation, Jin Zhang commanded, and the Poison Frog opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive clump of mud that instantly obscured the vision of several onlookers. After this maneuver, Jin Zhang swiftly darted forward to assist Mumonli, then turned to look at Cynthia, whose expression was fluctuating between different emotions, and remarked, Cynthia, your allies are truly impressive. They are not my allies, Cynthia replied with a shake of her head, her tone calm. They are my companions on this journey. I am not anyone's subordinate. A few sprites clustered around Yi Tong, who regarded the duo with a hint of mockery. Cynthia's words stirred something within him. Companion. It was the first time Cynthia had referred to him in such a manner. Galactic Team, you should be aware of the consequences of trespassing on our Team Rocket territory. Right? Standing opposite Jin Zhang, Yi Tong toyed with the badge of the chief of the Tokyo 1st Brigade, addressing the two. Consequences? If you want something. Come and take it yourself, Jin Zhang retorted coldly, flicking his sleeve as he turned to depart. Thinking of leaving? Have I consented to that? Yi Tong's eyes narrowed slightly, just as he prepared to pursue them. Suddenly, a tremendous bird call echoed from the sky. A massive shadow loomed overhead as a Mukahawk descended. With Jin Zhang and Mu Monli effortlessly leaping onto its back, their figures quickly receding into the distance. Yi Tong, I will remember you, next time we meet. You are as good as dead, Jin Zhang called back, a mocking expression plastered across his face as he perched atop the giant Mukahawk. Wow, I've never encountered someone so audacious in my life. Yi Tong seethed with anger, shouting, Firo, chase after them. Just as he was about to sprint forward, Cynthia caught his arm, saying, Yi Tong, don't go. That S. Hikari S. Mukahawk, he is a high-ranking member of the Galactic Team. Yi Tong paused, looking up to see a display of data materializing before him. Mukahawk, combat power 3182, level 61. Over 3,000 combat power. That is troublesome. He halted his advance, casting a glance at Jin Zhang on the Mukahawk, and shouted indignantly, Yin-Yang person, you better not let me catch you. Who are you calling Yin-Yang person? Jin Zhang erupted in fury. And what about you? Yi Tong retorted, then turned to Mu Monli, equally scornful, F Airport, don't let me catch you either. Who are you calling F Airport? Mu Monli fumed. For the next several seconds, Yi Tong and the Galactic Team members engaged in a fierce exchange of insults, with Yi Tong dominating the verbal onslaught. The two were nearly driven to leap off the Mukahawk to confront him head-on, but fortunately, the Mukahawk flew swiftly, leaving no room for their tempers to escalate. As the Mukahawk vanished from sight, Yi Tong clapped his hands together, feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction. Humph. Even if I can't catch you, I will still make your life miserable. I, the ancestor of the 9-year clan, will not let you off so easily, Yin-Yang person. Cynthia watched Yi Tong with a smile that she quickly suppressed, her gaze shifting forward as she spoke softly. Yi Tong, thank you. Without your intervention, we might have faced real danger. Oh, it's nothing, just a trivial matter. After all, we are companions, Yi Tong waved dismissively, though his smile was nearly bursting forth. Some people are feeling quite elated. Being needed is truly wonderful. A voice drifted from behind Yi Tong. Come back, guys. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, and Yi Tong retracted his pokeball to glance at Cynthia, who was fixated ahead, prompting him to awkwardly scratch his nose. This silly guy's ruining my moment. Just as Yi Tong lamented Guy's interruption, a notification from the system rang out. System notification. Side quest path to strength completed. Side quest path to strength updated. Defeated the Galactic Team. Please proceed to the Wild Plains and capture approximately 50 small Pokémon. Quest completion reward. Significant increase in the strength of the Tokyo 1st Brigade. Yay! What does this side quest entail? Capturing Pokémon to significantly enhance the strength of the Tokyo 1st Brigade? What does my capturing Pokémon have to do with Team Rocket? It's not like I'm doing it for them. Yi Tong displayed a contemplative expression. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion. There had previously been a side quest for Kojiro to recruit members, and it was likely completed successfully. The system's request for him to capture so many wild Pokémon was probably to reward Kojiro and recruit new team members. So, does that mean I am indeed capturing them for them? As he pondered this, Yi Tong's brow gradually lifted, and he began to understand the pattern of the system's quests, no longer feeling like a headless chicken running around aimlessly. These system tasks are more akin to optimal solutions. For instance, when Cynthia encountered the Galactic Team, his timely intervention to save her would undoubtedly earn her favor, while the system had merely preemptively provided the choice and corresponding answer. There are many such examples. Earlier, capturing 25 small Pokémon to deal with the SS and would allow him to gain Cynthia's allegiance. Only a level 40 Gyarados could defeat that Zubat. Overcoming Xiaoming would reveal the mysterious Fire-type Char to assist the old Charizard in controlling the Super Fire. All these could have other approaches, but in hindsight, only the solutions provided by the system at the time proved to be the best. The system tasks, whether main or side quests, serve to assist him in preemptively selecting the optimal solution, ensuring a smooth journey ahead. Following this path, it would inevitably lead to earning badges, gaining companions, and acquiring power, ultimately becoming a true powerhouse. So, this is what it means to walk the path of strength. Tong rubbed his nose at last, fully grasping the essence of the system tasks. As for the system itself, what is its significance? Does it possess some special meaning? Why had he arrived in this world? Bound to this system? Tong, are we ready to set off? Cynthia's voice interrupted his reverie. Huh, what? Tong snapped back to reality, realizing he had been daydreaming. Slapping his own face twice for clarity, he thought, what use is it for a trainer who hasn't even become a champion to ponder so deeply? No matter the reason, the priority is to grow stronger. What are you doing? Cynthia stared at Tong, who had just slapped himself, momentarily taken aback. Nothing. Just a headache, Tong feigned, scratching his head before summoning his motorcycle. Let us head out directly to the wild plains. Sure, Cynthia nodded, then instinctively moved to stand behind Tong. What are you doing? Tong looked at her, puzzled. Cynthia smiled, glanced at Tong, and gestured towards the motorcycle seat, softly stating, I'm helping you. Tong, feeling helpless, climbed onto the motorcycle with her assistance. The engine roared to life, kicking up a spray of dirt as they sped down the path. Chapter 52, The Greedy Caesar. Playing music to cattle? The journey from the shallow red gym to the wild plains was not far. Walking would typically take 2 to 3 days, but with the motorcycle, it only took a little over an afternoon. It must be said that Tong's motorcycle is truly striking, roaring down the road and causing many onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. At last, they have arrived. The thunderous sound of the motorcycle abruptly ceased as Tong and his companion reached the entrance of the Wild Wilderness Zone. The Wild Wilderness Zone, a unique area in the Kanto region, is home to exceedingly gentle Pokémon, which can typically be captured with relative ease using Pokeballs. Perhaps it is due to the influence of the Wild Wilderness Zone that the number of wild Pokémon diminishes as one approaches it. With a thud, Tong dismounted from the motorcycle and spotted the elderly Caesar at the entrance, holding a hefty staff. This encounter could very well result in a confrontation. Tong swallowed hard and approached the elder, respectfully stating, Esteemed elder, I am Tong from Pallet Town, and I wish to enter the Wild Wilderness Zone to capture some Pokémon. Upon hearing Tong's name, a flicker of unusual light shone in the depths of Caesar's murky eyes, though it quickly dissipated. The elder rummaged behind him in a small hut, emerging with a collection of Pokeballs along with a fishing rod. These are wilderness balls and a fishing rod. You may only use these to subdue Pokémon. After utilizing 30 wilderness balls, you will be unable to capture any more. Excellent, Tong exclaimed with a smile, eagerly reaching out to accept them, but Caesar withdrew them. Young man, there is a new regulation this year for the Wild Wilderness Zone. Each person must pay 30,000 alliance coins to enter. With that, the elder extended his hand toward Tong. Is there a fee to enter? Tong stared at Caesar in surprise. He had never encountered such a stipulation in the anime. Unfortunately, training Pokémon incurs costs, and due to a financial crisis faced by the Alliance this year, we must now collect entrance fees, Caesar explained, clutching his hefty staff once more. Very well, Tong sighed resignedly, rummaging through his belongings to produce a stack of Alliance coins. Thankfully, he had managed to earn some extra funds through odd jobs recently. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. After collecting the coins, Caesar's face broke into a smile as he handed over the wilderness balls and fishing rod. Shifting his gaze to Cynthia. You seem to have visited before? Yes, Cynthia nodded politely. I am the trainer who captured only a single Rhydon. Ah, I remember now, Caesar exclaimed, then inquired, will you be entering again this time? No, I am merely accompanying my companion, Cynthia replied, shaking her head. Very well, you may proceed. Tong stepped through the grand entrance of the Wild Wilderness Zone, momentarily gazing at the splendid scenery, exclaiming, Ah, this expanse of breathtaking landscapes is truly a paradise for Pokémon. As he spoke, a thought struck him. The system had seemingly requested that he capture 50 Pokémon within the Wild Wilderness Zone, yet he only possessed 30 wilderness balls. How could he accomplish this? Oh no, how was he to manage? Tong glanced around, a mischievous grin gradually spreading across his face as he retrieved a standard red Pokeball. Surely, capturing a few with a regular Pokeball would go unnoticed. Cough, cough. A cough from behind startled Tong, and he hurriedly tucked the Pokeball away. Turning around, he found Caesar leaning against the entrance, tapping his hefty staff. Breaking the rules will result in punishment, he remarked casually, casting a sidelong glance at Tong. Gulping, Tong straightened up and returned to the elder, tentatively asking, Elder Caesar, I have a special request. Could I possibly obtain 50 wilderness balls? 50 wilderness balls? Caesar's tone turned icy, his gaze fixed coldly on Tong. 30 wilderness balls is the rule for each individual. Does that mean it's not possible? Yi Tong hesitated to inquire. Possible, Caesar replied, setting the staff aside, but it will cost extra. Yi Tong. Minutes later, Yi Tong re-entered the wild wilderness zone. That greedy old man has emptied my pockets, he muttered as he patted his now empty trousers, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Moo. A herd of toros thundered past Yi Tong, shaking the very ground beneath him. Toros. I recall that in the anime, one trainer's toros could overpower the legendary birds. I shall attempt to capture a few. With that, Yi Tong seized a wilderness ball, diving into the endeavor of capturing Pokémon. A level 10 toros with only 198 combat power? Surely, that cannot be right. No, thank you. A level 1 Monferno with a mere 23 combat power? Too low. Reject. Ah, this Nidorino has decent combat power. I shall capture it. In no time at all, Yi Tong had amassed quite a collection of Pokémon, all boasting respectable combat abilities. As he had yet to encounter a Dratini or a Dragonair, he was not in a rush and continued to search for promising Pokémon. As he strolled, he bypassed a large tree and suddenly spotted a Rhydon leisurely grazing not far off. Rhydon, combat power 777, level 27. A level 27 Rhydon. Yi Tong's expression shifted to one of surprise. Typically, wild Pokémon, especially those in the wild wilderness zone, rarely exceed level 15. How could such a high-level Rhydon be present here? At that moment, Cynthia, perhaps sensing Yi Tong's intrigue, glanced at the Rhydon and thoughtfully remarked, "That Rhydon is likely the leader of its herd." Leader? Yi Tong's interest piqued at this revelation. Cynthia's Rhydon had left a lasting impression on him, and he recalled the considerable effort he and his Charizard had expended to secure victory against it. I shall capture it. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tong prepared to subdue the Rhydon before him. Even if he had no personal use for it, it would be a valuable addition to his team. With a few swift steps, Yi Tong approached the Rhydon, placing his hands on his hips and assuming a confident stance. Rhydon, would you care to accompany me on my journey? I can help you grow stronger and become the mightiest Rhydon in the world. Silence enveloped the air for 2 seconds, as the Rhydon continued to graze, seemingly oblivious to Yi Tong's words. Hey, did you not hear me? Yi Tong raised his voice slightly. Still, there was no response. Hey. Leaning closer to the Rhydon's ear, Yi Tong shouted, I am asking you if you wish to join me on a journey where you can grow immensely strong. This time, the Rhydon reacted, lifting its head while still chewing on a blade of grass. It regarded Yi Tong slowly and let out a low moo. In that moment, the Rhydon swallowed the grass, glanced once more at Yi Tong, and without any hesitation, turned around and ambled away. Watching the Rhydon's leisurely tail swaying, Yi Tong experienced for the first time what it felt like to be ignored by a creature. Truly, this was akin to playing music to a cow. Beside him, Cynthia could not contain her laughter as she observed the scene. That Rhydon clearly has no interest in you. Pokémon of its kind are generally not inclined toward combat, and having spent so long in the wild wilderness zone, it is unlikely to wish to venture elsewhere. Cynthia's explanation somewhat eased Yi Tong's discomfort and provided him with an exit from the situation. I knew it. How could there be a Pokémon that wouldn't want to accompany me? He rubbed his nose, boasting slightly, and continued forward, capturing a few more decent Pokémon along the way. 46, 47, 48. All right, only 2 more to go. Yi Tong paused as he gazed upon the last 2 wild Pokeballs, clearly designated for capturing the Dragonite and Dratini he had been seeking. However, in this vast expanse of wilderness, where could those 2 dragons possibly be? As he surveyed the open fields around him, a sense of uncertainty washed over him. Just when he was at a loss for where to search, a familiar voice reached his ears. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world. Miyamoto, Mukong, what were these 2 fools doing here? Upon hearing their voices, Yi Tong's expression turned to one of confusion. Casting a glance at Sharona, he suggested, let us go take a look. Chapter 53, Young Fengxiu. The Curious Dratini. Following the sound, it wasn't long before he parted a patch of grass and discovered the Mukong trio, flanked by a Venusaur and a Monferno. Standing opposite them was a young boy, roughly Yi Tong's age, with a trembling Dragonite and Dratini behind him. The 2 sides faced off, and it appeared that the boy had no Pokémon of his own, merely extending his arms protectively around the 2 young dragons. A fleeting glance at the fishing net in Mukong's grasp made Yi Tong rub his face in exasperation. It seemed the plot was unfolding as the notorious Mukong duo sought to capture the Dratini and Dragonite, with the righteous boy stepping in to shield them. What are you 2 up to now? Yi Tong questioned, feeling a headache coming on. Little Kojiro had gradually become a reliable aid. Yet now appeared Mukong. What an aggravating turn of events. Was it truly necessary for the narrative to include such bumbling characters? Would there be a Mukong alongside Kojiro? And a larger Kojiro following him? Boss, what brings you here? Mukong approached Yi Tong with surprise, hastening to his side. I'm here to capture some Pokémon. And you're asking why I'm here? Yi Tong waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the wary boy and the two little dragons as data began to materialize before him. Injured Dragonite. Battle Power 173. Original Battle Power 856. Level 31. Dratini. Battle Power 45. Level 1. A Level 1 Dratini with a battle power of 45 was indeed impressive. Yi Tong quietly marveled, then turned to the two before him, his expression turning stern. What are you two doing here? Seeing Yi Tong's displeased demeanor, Mukong instinctively recoiled, hesitating before explaining. Captain Kojiro has been competing with a new burly captain to see whose squad is stronger. He sent us to fetch some Pokémon to bolster our team. That burly captain must be the infamous Mukanata Daichi, who had indeed taken his post seriously. For some reason, the thought of Mukanata made Yi Tong chuckle. A captain who could be so easily swayed by a few words was quite amusing to him. Here, take these wild Pokeballs and scram. I intend to capture that Dratini and Dragonite. Yi Tong handed over the Pokeballs to Mukong, hastily urging the trio to leave. Every time they appeared, misfortune followed. First with the sinking of the Saint Anu, and then the burning of the gem. Were it not for his familiarity with these two, Yi Tong might have suspected Mukong was sent by the League to eliminate this Rocket Team prodigy. Boss, this. Mukong hesitated, staring at the multitude of Pokeballs in his hands. Don't hesitate, or you'll face defeat. Hurry back to help Kojiro turn the tide. We can't let your first squad's reputation be tarnished by the second. With a mix of coaxing and persuasion, Yi Tong managed to send Mukong and his companions on their way. He then turned his attention back to the boy who stood protectively in front of the two dragons. Hello, I'm Yi Tong. He approached the boy with a friendly hand extended. Perhaps due to their similar ages, the boy lowered his guard slightly and replied, Hello, I'm Fengxiu. Fengxiu, what a lovely name, Yi Tong remarked, then tilted his head to glance at the Dratini before continuing. I am a trainer, and I've come here specifically to capture Dratini. Would you allow me to try? You're a trainer? A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Fengxiu's eyes. Indeed. I've already challenged 6 gyms. Yi Tong then displayed his 6 badges. Wow, those are actual gym badges. You are truly a trainer, Fengxiu exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he stepped closer to Yi Tong. May I touch your badges? Of course, Yi Tong smiled, granting permission. With the go-ahead, Fengxiu nearly leaped with joy, gingerly reaching out to feel Yi Tong's badges. Yi Tong couldn't help but smile at the child's innocence. In this world, trainers with numerous badges garnered much respect. You seem around my age. Why haven't you become a trainer yet? Yi Tong inquired, observing Fengxiu. Not yet. Fengxiu's face fell, and he lowered his gaze. I still have a year to go before I can leave. A year? That is not long at all. Yi Tong instinctively reached out to pat Fengxiu's head, but midway through, he recalled he was also just a 10-year-old child, and awkwardly withdrew his hand. Noticing Fengxiu's despondency, Yi Tong pondered for a moment before smiling. He retrieved a great ball from his pocket and offered it to Fengxiu. Here, this is a gift for you. You can use it to capture a Pokémon. Is it a Pokeball? Fengxiu looked up, astonished. Yes, and it has a particularly high capture success rate, Yi Tong affirmed. Fengxiu's expression turned hopeful, but then he hesitated, saying, This is too precious. My mother said I shouldn't accept gifts from others. Yi Tong was impressed by Fengxiu's response. Even in such a situation, he could still refuse. This child would surely grow into a person of great integrity. He can be nurtured. Forcing the Pokeball into Fengxiu's hands, Yi Tong insisted, It's nothing. As friends, we can exchange small gifts. Accept it, and we will be good friends from now on. Friends? Fengxiu looked up, puzzled, glancing between the great ball in his hand and Yi Tong. Yes, friends. Yi Tong nodded earnestly. If you truly feel uncomfortable, just return it when you earn your gym badge and have more great balls to spare. At least now, with this Pokeball, you can become a trainer ahead of time. Ultimately, Fengxiu accepted Yi Tong's proposal, nodding vigorously. I have to go now. You're going to capture those 2 Pokemon, right? He tucked the great ball into his pocket. Yes, thank you for protecting them, Yi Tong replied sincerely. Those 2 bad guys seemed familiar to you. No. We are enemies. I used a Pokeball to scare them off. All right then, I'm leaving. After confirming that Yi Tong meant no harm, the spirited boy departed. Once Fengxiu was gone, Yi Tong turned his gaze back to the still trembling Dragonite and Dratini, a wicked smile spreading across his face. The injured Dragonite had average potential, and Yi Tong had no intention of capturing it, focusing instead on the Dratini. Dratini, come into your brother's embrace. With that, Tong made his way toward the Dratini. As the mini-dragon gazed at the malevolent, smiling Tong, it crouched timidly behind Hakron, preparing to retreat further away. Suddenly, as if jolted by an electric shock, the mini-dragon froze in place. In the next moment, it cautiously peeked out from behind Hakron, unexpectedly inching closer to Tong. This left Tong momentarily stunned as he watched the mini-dragon approach him, ultimately sniffing at the back of his hand. Chirp chirp. After a quick sniff, the mini-dragon suddenly called out, squinting its eyes, and affectionately rubbed against Tong's hand. What is happening? Tong found himself at a loss for words, merely watching as the mini-dragon nuzzled against his arm. A bold thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that I am the long-lost father of this mini-dragon? Chapter 54. Obtaining the mini-dragon. Tong reappears. Chirp chirp. After a brief bout of nuzzling, the mini-dragon lifted its head, nudged Tong with its horn, and glanced back at Hakron. Hakron, in turn, called out and looked at Tong with a somewhat complex expression. Please, don't look at me like that. I'm just a 10-year-old child, still human. It's impossible, this can't be mine. Tong sighed in resignation, while Sharona calmly remarked, Tong, this mini-dragon seems to be quite fond of you. Have you ever had contact with its kin? Upon hearing this, Tong suddenly realized, nodding vigorously. The Jingwei Lighthouse. The ancient Aerodactyl. That must be it. It should be quite strong. Sharona nodded in agreement, then spoke in a serious tone. Dragons revere the strong. You have absorbed the aura of a powerful member of the Aerodactyl lineage, which is why the mini-dragon is drawn to you. I get it. It sees me as that Aerodactyl? Tong responded. Not necessarily. It's likely more about your aura, Sharona clarified. If all goes well, you should be able to easily capture this mini-dragon. All right, I'll give it a try. With a determined nod, Tong retrieved a wild ball and tossed it toward the mini-dragon. A brilliant light erupted, and the mini-dragon, showing no resistance, was effortlessly captured. Success! Tong jubilantly shook his fist, picking up the wild ball to examine the detailed information. Mini-dragon combat power, 45. Level 1. Ability, shed skin, 33 chance to remove abnormal status each turn. Nature, extremely timid, greatly increases speed, significantly lowers normal attack. Skills, glare wrap, extremely timid, greatly increased speed. Tong was astonished by the mini-dragon's remarkable speed stats. With the inherent speed of its evolved form, the Aerodactyl, combined with this speed enhancement, it would be as swift as lightning. As for the significant reduction in normal attack, the Aerodactyl hardly needed a few punches. It was not like it was a Snorlax. So it was inconsequential. This Aerodactyl, once nurtured, would be extraordinarily powerful. Holding the wild ball, Tong felt a surge of excitement. Chirp chirp. At that moment, Hakron emitted a sound, its expression seemingly filled with concern as it looked at Tong. Are you implying I should treat your child well? Tong pointed at himself. Chirp chirp. Hakron nodded. Very well. Tong nodded in return, glancing at another wild ball, asking, do you want to join us? Chirp chirp. Hakron shook its head, seemingly struggling to move slightly. All right then. Seeing Hakron's refusal, Tong was not disheartened. He had merely intended to obtain the mini-dragon, which he had successfully done. All right. Sharona, we are ready to leave. Waving his hand, Tong and Sharona set off on the path they had come from. Senior Caesar, you still have one wild ball unused. Passing by the entrance, Tong glanced at Caesar, who was holding a ball, and tossed the last wild ball over. Caesar caught it, looking at Tong with mild surprise. Having captured 49 Pokémon in such a short time with 50 wild balls, he wondered what kind of Pokémon Tong had acquired. Tong simply smiled at Caesar, choosing not to divulge. Curious about what Pokémon he had captured? Huh. I shall not tell you. Whistling, Tong and Sharona departed the wild area, heading toward their next destination. Not long after Tong's departure, a group arrived at the wild area. The leader was clad in peculiar attire, a long white cloak that enveloped his body completely, while the others wore masks or gauze, obscuring their faces. Old Caesar, spotting this enigmatic group, felt a surge of anxiety and raised his gun. This is the Alliance's wild area. Who are you? With a swift motion, the cloaked leader extended a hand, grasping a badge, and a deep male voice resonated. Alliance search warrant, by order of the Dragon Envoy. Here to locate the lost mini-dragon and Hakron. The badge, golden in hue, bore the carvings of 4 dragon Pokémon and prominently featured the Alliance's emblem in the center. Upon seeing the badge, old Caesar's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly stepped aside. A flurry of footsteps echoed as the group hastily entered the wild area, only to emerge moments later, halting before old Caesar. The figure in the white cloak stood at the forefront, looking down at Caesar with a grim expression. Caesar, where is the mini-dragon? The mini-dragon is gone? Impossible. I saw it this morning, Caesar replied hastily. We searched the wild area thoroughly, and aside from Hakron, we found no trace of the mini-dragon. The cloaked figure spoke again, a hint of anger seeping into his voice. Caesar, this mini-dragon was entrusted to your care by the dragon envoy. If you let it slip away, can you bear the responsibility? Caesar certainly could not bear that burden. Yet the mini-dragon had indeed been present that morning, and no one had entered the wild area today. It was unlikely anyone had taken it. Just as he began to voice this thought, old Caesar's voice abruptly halted, his eyes widening in realization. That young man. He must have been the one who took the mini-dragon. Looking toward the path ahead, Tong was nowhere to be seen. The figure in the white cloak noticed the change in Caesar's expression and inquired ominously, is there more to it? Yes, but I don't know what it is. Old Caesar shook his head, seemingly resigned as he sat down. Humph. Observing Caesar's demeanor, the cloaked man scoffed coldly. Caesar, I will report this matter to the dragon envoy. Prepare to face the inquiry from above. With that, the figure in the white cloak swept his cloak around himself, and the group swiftly departed as they had arrived. Old Caesar watched the group leave, letting out a weary sigh. Caesar, what troubles you? A voice suddenly rang in his ear. Startled. Caesar instinctively raised his gun toward the person beside him, only to freeze upon recognizing the scruffy middle-aged man before him. Yi Dongan, what brings you here? Yi Dongan smiled wryly, waving his hand dismissively. What can I say? When my son is out and about, how can a father not be concerned? I thought I would drop by to check on an old friend. Humph, don't try that with me. You made me take the blame for spying on a certain higher-up 2 years ago, resulting in my retirement to this wild area. Do you think I've forgotten? Old Caesar retorted, turning away. Oh, that was your idea. You said you wanted to retire, so I thought of a way. Yi Dongan chased after him, cheerfully suggesting. Since we've met, how about we share a drink? I can't drink right now. Caesar cast a sidelong glance at Yi Dongan, exclaiming. Your son has absconded with the mini-dragon that the Dragon Master entrusted to my care, and now the Dragon Master seeks accountability from me. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Fear not, for I have come precisely to address this predicament, Yi Dongan replied, waving his hand with an air of mystery as he produced a pokeball, placing it upon the table. Go on, take a look. What trickery is this? Caesar muttered, seizing the pokeball and tossing it carelessly. With a flash, a mini-dragon materialized within the room. A mini-dragon, Caesar exclaimed, hastily returning the creature to its pokeball before turning to Yi Dongan, lowering his voice. Where on earth did you acquire this? That is of no concern to you. In any case, you need not worry about the Dragon Master seeking retribution now, do you? Yi Dongan replied with a self-satisfied smile as he fiddled with the pokeball. So, shall we indulge in a drink or two? Absolutely. Caesar responded with delight, retrieving a prized bottle of fine wine from beneath the cabinet and slamming it onto the table. Let's drink heartily. Chapter 55, Stun Town. The Swift Mini-Dragon. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, gazing upon the quaint town nestled against the mountains, Yi Tong exhaled deeply, tossing a scallion to the scallion duck. Here, take this. Quack, quack, quack. The scallion duck hastily caught the scallion, tenderly stroking it before casting a fierce glare at Yi Tong. Don't be so stingy. This scallion serves as a fine support, Yi Tong remarked, scratching his head before reclaiming the scallion duck. Indeed, over the past couple of days, he had discovered the myriad functions of this scallion. It was not only remarkably resilient, but also quite pleasant to hold. Most notably, it emitted a delightful fragrance. He pondered how it would fare in a soup. A wistful expression crossed his face. Beside him, the familiar Cynthia glanced at Yi Tong, her tone calm as she said, if you intend to use the scallion from the scallion duck to make soup, you might want to be cautious of its potential counterattacks. How could I harbor such nefarious thoughts? Yi Tong stammered, instinctively tightening his legs. Cynthia cast him a sidelong glance before diverting her gaze. Ahead lies Stun Town. Let us rest there for the day. Pointing toward the small town at the mountain's foot, Yi Tong continued, Stun Town is renowned as the Town of Evolution Stones, a title derived from the various evolution stones found upon the mountain. Let us proceed, Cynthia nodded, producing a pokeball from seemingly nowhere and rubbing it in her hands. What is that? Yi Tong inquired, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This is an EV, one that I previously owned, Cynthia explained. Now that we've arrived, I intend to collect some evolution stones for EV's evolution. Oh, EV, Yi Tong acknowledged, his interest piqued. What do you plan to evolve it into? A Flareon or a Vaporeon? EV is a particularly unique Pokémon, possessing highly unstable genes, which grants it 8 possible evolutions. The most common transformations involve evolution stones for its fire, water, and electric forms, while the moonlight and sunlight trigger its Espion and Umbreon forms, respectively, along with Leafeon and Glaceon that require specific conditions. Each form boasts distinct appearances and abilities, yielding varied impacts and effectiveness in battles. Flareon? Vaporeon? Cynthia replied, her expression perplexed. Does Eevee have those two evolution options? Indeed. Tong exclaimed, realizing he had misspoken. He coughed to cover his slip. It should be possible. Let us head inside. With that, Tong hastened forward. How peculiar, Cynthia remarked, watching Tong's retreating figure with an odd expression. Too many words lead to missteps. Tong muttered as he entered Stun Town. Compared to the desolate nights of Pallet Town, Stun Town buzzed with life, filled with bonfires and throngs of people. Indeed, there are many EVs here, Tong noted as he observed the various EVs among the bustling crowd, casting a contemplative glance at Cynthia. He pondered whether to share with her the evolution methods of other Pokémon. After much deliberation, he ultimately shook his head. Introducing Eevee's 8 evolutions now might lead to unforeseen complications. Let us not rush. We can discuss it later, he resolved, turning to Cynthia. Shall we explore the back mountains for some evolution stones? Lead the way, Cynthia agreed, and they walked side by side. Not long into their journey, Tong found himself confronted by a challenger. Do you wish to challenge me? He inquired, observing the youthful trainer before him with a hint of skepticism. Of course. I shall defeat you with my Flareon, the boy declared, brandishing a Pokeball. A Flareon? Tong sighed, but nodded nonetheless. Very well, let us proceed. Go, Flareon. The fiery creature erupted from the Pokeball, glaring at Tong with fierce determination. Flareon, Battle Power 177, Level 9. Upon seeing these statistics, Tong lost interest. He rummaged through his collection of Pokeballs and retrieved the recently acquired Mini Dragon. Though it had only recently reached Level 10, its battle power was 201, making it a fine candidate for practice against the Flareon. Go, Mini Dragon. As the Mini Dragon appeared, the young trainer's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The rarity of Mini Dragons was well known. You possess a Mini Dragon, the boy exclaimed loudly, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. Look, a Mini Dragon. That's an incredibly rare Pokémon. The initial form of Dragonite, and it evolves into something formidable. As murmurs of awe ensued, a crowd quickly gathered around them. Such ignorance, Tong thought, wiping his nose as he focused on the Flareon. Mini Dragon, use Thunderwave. With a chirp, the Mini Dragon obeyed, transforming into a swift streak as it darted toward Flareon. Upon reaching it, the Mini Dragon released an invisible wave of electrical energy. How fast? The young trainer gasped, panicking as he shouted, Flareon, dodge. Flareon leapt aside, but was unable to evade the thunder wave entirely, grimacing in pain. Seeing this, the boy shouted frantically, Flareon, use Ember. Mini Dragon, evade and use Glare. Tong commanded almost immediately. The Mini Dragon skillfully dodged the Ember attack and reappeared before Flareon, fixing it with an intense gaze. Flareon, startled, instinctively recoiled. Mini Dragon, use Wrap to conclude this battle. Tong ordered. With another chirp, the Mini Dragon surged forward, ensnaring Flareon just as it was retreating. In no time, Flareon succumbed to the Mini Dragon's hold, rendered unable to continue fighting. Casting a glance at the defeated Flareon and the still-dazed trainer, Tong smirked and retrieved the Pokeball. It's over. Return, Mini Dragon. The Mini Dragon transformed back into light and entered the Pokeball. Only then did the onlookers react, erupting in applause. Wow, that Mini Dragon is incredibly swift. My eyes can scarcely keep pace with its shadow. Is this merely an illusion? Truly, the Dratini is formidable. As the surrounding crowd murmured their praises, Tong's smile blossomed. This battle was a mere trifle for him, requiring little effort on his part. The disparity between Pokémon and trainers was stark, and the Dratini effortlessly vanquished the Flareon. It must be said, the swiftness of martial prowess is unparalleled. The inherent advantages of the Dratini, magnified by its exceptional temperament, had reached a rather terrifying level. In the future, as the Dratini matures and evolves into a Dragonite, its power will be even more formidable. Just imagine, for every move you make, I can unleash 100. What can you possibly counter with? Thank you all for your support. With a hearty laugh, Tong squeezed through the throng, accompanied by Cynthia, and ventured toward the looming mountains behind them. With the excitement dissipating, the crowd naturally began to disperse, and the brief commotion gave way to a profound stillness. As night descended, the entirety of the small town, devoid of illumination, succumbed to deepening darkness. Yet, amidst the shadows, a pair of eyes slowly flickered to life, followed by a grim voice echoing, Tong, it's you. Chapter 56, A Crisis Approaches. The 4 executives of Team Rocket, Lambda appears, entering the mountains. Tong could faintly discern numerous trainers laboring into the night in search of evolution stones. In this pitch darkness, I completely forgot to buy a torch, he muttered, struggling to see the path ahead. Indeed, I forgot as well, Cynthia agreed, nodding before suggesting, shall we return for today? Not so fast, let us wait a moment. Tong replied, suddenly struck by an idea. He hastily opened the system shop, scanning the offerings, and discovered an intriguing item among Team Rocket's wares. Team Rocket's special flashlight. Using this flashlight may confuse any Pokémon caught in its beam. Redemption points, 3,000, required title, squad leader. Confusing Pokémon? That could be useful. A spark of interest lit up his eyes. He too needed a flashlight. Let us redeem it. Locking onto the button, Tong quickly stowed his hand in his bag. And the next moment, a flashlight appeared in his grasp. In his hand, it was not long, about the size of his palm, suggesting it was quite compact. Hee. Let us show Cynthia. A smile graced Tong's face as he turned to her, exclaiming, Cynthia, take a look at this marvelous item. What is it? Cynthia inquired. Her brow furrowed in curiosity as she regarded Tong. This, he proclaimed, producing the flashlight, which resembled a microphone, entirely pink with a slightly larger round bulb atop. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a popular item from a certain adult store in his past life. And then, Cynthia gazed at Tong, her expression undergoing a gradual transformation. The shape is a tad peculiar, but hang on, let me find the switch. Beads of sweat formed on Tong's forehead as he fumbled with the strange device, finally locating the switch. With a smile, he looked up at Cynthia and announced, Here, take this. As he flipped the switch and handed her the flashlight, it suddenly vibrated, emitting a buzzing sound. Buzz, 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 Cynthia. Tong. This is what you wanted to show me? After a moment of silence, Cynthia fixed her gaze on Tong. This is a bit unexpected. Just a moment. He replied hastily, snatching the flashlight back and fiddling with it again. What the? Does it have both a vibration mode and a light mode? Click. As he flipped the switch once more, this time the flashlight finally lived up to its promise, illuminating with a bright glow. Phew, finally. Wiping his brow, Tong held the flashlight in front of him. Without needing to look back, he could sense Cynthia's sharp gaze upon him. He pressed on, determined. Cynthia trailed behind him in silence, her eyes occasionally drifting to the flashlight, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. This mischievous brat, truly incorrigible. For the next few hours, Tong and Cynthia traversed the mountain, making several rounds. Along the way, Tong whimsically experimented with the flashlight, discovering its potential to confuse small Pokémon, causing them to glance curiously and emit puzzled cries. However, the effect was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds before the small creatures scurried away even faster. What use is this? What bored soul invented such a gadget? He muttered, waving the flashlight in exasperation when suddenly, a crimson glow emerged from beneath a large, unnoticed rock nearby, a firestone. Stepping forward, he picked up the fiery red stone and glanced at Cynthia. Do you want this? Cynthia's expression shifted to one of surprise as she examined the firestone, hesitating before replying. Let me think about it. All right, I'll hold on to it for now. Tong, not dwelling on it further, was about to tuck the firestone into his bag when a voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. If she doesn't want it, I do. Startled, Tong instinctively turned to see a grim-faced man with purple hair standing less than a meter away, accompanied by a raven of human height. In the darkness, this scene was particularly chilling. Gulp. The sight sent shivers down Tong's spine, and his mind went blank as he stumbled backward, colliding with Cynthia, who instinctively stepped back but caught him as he fell. After a moment to regain his composure, Tong looked up to confirm that indeed, a person stood before him. Who are you, lurking about in the dead of night like a specter? Tong glared at the purple-haired man, ready to unleash a tirade, but abruptly froze. Gentleman Corviknight. Combat power 2981, level 61. A level 61 Corviknight. This must be one of Lambda's Pokémon from Team Rocket. As he absorbed the system prompt, shock gradually spread across Tong's face. Meanwhile, Lambda regarded Tong with an unyielding expression, his voice devoid of emotion. You are Tong, correct? Tong furrowed his brow, glancing at Lambda and replying, I am. Lambda remained silent, not nodding or responding, but turned his attention to Cynthia, continuing. You are the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia? Yes, Cynthia replied, her expression calm, though her fists tightened subtly. At last, Lambda nodded, a faint smile breaking through his otherwise somber demeanor. Extending a hand towards Tong. Tong, hand over the item. What item? The evolution stone? Tong glanced at the firestone in his hand, questioning. Certainly not. Lambda shook his head, his gaze sharpening. What I want is that Dratini. As his words hung in the air, a sudden chill swept through the ground. Yi Tong's expression hardened instinctively, ready to retort. System prompt. Side quest updated. Lambda has been lurking in the wilderness for a month, seeking the Dratini raised by the Dragon Master. If you take the Dratini, you shall inevitably face Lambda's wrath. Quest requirement. Calm Lambda's fury. Completion reward. Lambda's favor. Failure penalty. Death. Death. Upon seeing the ominous system prompt, Yi Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered a failure penalty of death. These two simple words carried an unsettling weight, evoking a primal fear. Death. Everything reset. Until this very moment, intertwined with the system's prompts. He finally comprehended the profound ramifications of having taken this miniature dragon. The mini-dragon, raised by the foremost of the Elite Four, the Dragon Master. The miniature dragon long coveted by Team Rocket. And now, it resided in his possession. Contemplating these 3 points, Yi Tong gazed at the Lambda before him, whose unwavering stare bore into him, and he slowly swallowed hard. How could he quell Lambda's wrath? Meanwhile, Lambda observed Yi Tong, who had been silent for a while. The faint smile that had graced his face vanished without a trace. Yi Tong, I am aware that your father is Yi Dongin, and that both Doran and Banmu hold you in high regard. As Lambda's voice resonated, Yi Tong looked up, only to find a surge of murderous intent swelling in Lambda's eyes. However, you must understand, all of this is utterly inconsequential to me. Chapter 57, The Battle Challenge. The pseudo-deity Banjira. Lambda's murderous intent was unabashed, the meaning of his words almost palpable. Give it to me, or perish. To the side. Sharona appeared visibly unsettled by Lambda's bloodlust, having inexplicably produced a golden sphere, preparing to step forward. Do not approach. Yi Tong intercepted her, his voice deep and resolute. Sharona paused, glancing at Yi Tong, only to be met with the unwavering determination in his eyes. In that moment, she sensed a distinct shift. Yi Tong's figure, though that of a 10-year-old child, seemed to manifest a towering presence. This transformation startled Sharona, prompting her to exhale deeply and take a step back. Noticing Sharona retreat, Yi Tong finally raised his gaze to Lambda and earnestly inquired, Lambda, what is your true intention behind wanting this miniature dragon? You know my name? Lambda responded, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, though it was soon replaced by a fierce countenance. Casting a glance at Yi Tong, he insisted, you need not concern yourself with my motives. Simply hand over the miniature dragon. I am willing to give it to you, but first, I have a few words to impart. Yi Tong, unfazed, calmly replied, once I finish speaking, I shall relinquish it to you. Lambda, for reasons unknown, suddenly cracked a smile at Yi Tong's demeanor. You, young lad, possess quite the audacity. There is a semblance of your father in you. Flattery indeed. I have always been bold, Yi Tong replied, bowing respectfully. Enough of this camaraderie. I, Lambda, do not fall for such tactics. Lambda waved his hand dismissively, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Speak quickly, and after that, hand over the miniature dragon. This Lambda is utterly unyielding, Yi Tong thought. Taking a deep breath before regarding Lambda with a hint of caution, your desire for the miniature dragon must stem from its connection to the Dragon Master. Am I correct? Boom. Upon hearing this, Lambda's expression shifted dramatically, his tone betraying astonishment. How do you know this is the Dragon Master's miniature dragon? That is of no concern to you. Yi Tong replied, shaking his head, his eyes glinting with certainty. He continued, you need only confirm whether it is true or false. You insolent brat, Lambda scoffed, yet reluctantly conceded, it is true. And what do you intend to do with the miniature dragon once you obtain it? Are you planning to train it to defeat the Dragon Master? Yi Tong's gaze bore into Lambda as he elaborated, from what I understand. The Dragon Master is formidable precisely because of the dragon-type Pokémon he commands, and if this miniature dragon matures, it can significantly counteract that, correct? What are you implying? As Yi Tong's words sank in, Lambda's expression began to darken with fury. Just answer me. Is it true or not? Yi Tong raised his voice slightly, reiterating his demand. Stunned by Yi Tong's outburst, Lambda found himself momentarily lost in thought. This was the first time he felt as though someone had seen through him. And it was particularly vexing to have this occur at the hands of a mere child. A flicker of indignation arose within him. To be perceived by a child felt like an affront. Yes, Lambda finally replied, impatience gnawing at him. He extended his hand toward Yi Tong. Have you finished speaking? Now, hand over the miniature dragon. Yi Tong regarded Lambda's outstretched hand and suddenly smiled. At this juncture, I no longer feel obligated to comply. Are you toying with me? Lambda's expression twisted with rage, and beside him, the gentleman crow sensed Lambda's fury its wings flaring wide. Whoosh! The tremendous flap of its wings stirred the air, casting a shadow that darkened the sky. In that instant, Tong leisurely retrieved a Pokeball, declaring, "This Pokémon, in your possession, will never reach the potential required to contend with the Dragon Master. Only under my care can this miniature dragon evolve to its utmost form." Arrogant, Lambda retorted, a derisive smile creeping across his face as he addressed Tong. "You, a mere 10-year-old child, have yet to secure all the badges of Kanto. How dare you utter such words? Lacking them now does not preclude me from acquiring them in the future." Tong shot back with a grin, producing another Pokeball. "Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" A spar? At the mention of this term, both Lambda and Sharona exhibited surprise. It was evident to all that the disparity in strength between Tong and Lambda was vast. Lambda was a quarter of the Elite Four's might. And even if he fell short, the difference was marginal. Meanwhile, Tong had yet to even claim the title of Kanto champion. What was he attempting to achieve? Sharona's gaze bore confusion as she regarded Tong, her lips poised to speak, yet ultimately falling silent. "How about it? Are you interested?" Tong challenged Lambda, who had fallen silent. His eyes gleamed with the spirit of competition. "Daching Duck, go forth and showcase your prowess." Quack, quack. The Daching Duck leaped from the Pokeball, setting its sights on the Gentleman Crow before it. The sudden appearance of this large duck evidently piqued the interest of the Gentleman Crow. Quack, displaying a puzzled expression. The Daching Duck approached the Gentleman Crow, and in the next moment, it lunged forward. Tong, sensing something amiss, instinctively called out. But he caught sight of the gleam in Daching Duck's eyes. A piercing gaze. Bang! The level 32 Daching Duck's leek struck the head of the level 61 Gentleman Crow with tremendous force. In that split second, the entire sky seemed to fall into silence, as if even the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. After what felt like an eternity, Tong glanced at the stunned Gentleman Crow and the seemingly frozen Lambda, retracting his neck and murmuring, "Allow me to explain." "I will not listen," Lambda erupted, waving his hand furiously, a ferocious light igniting in his eyes as he suddenly hurled a Pokeball. "Go, Banjira!" Roar! A dinosaur-like creature clad in armor, with a green back, emerged from the Pokeball, its weight causing the ground to tremble. Banjira, with a combat power of 2,130 and at level 30, was a pseudo-deity Pokémon. Though not a divine beast, its extraordinary stats earned it the title of a pseudo-deity. Tong gazed in astonishment and disbelief at this newly summoned level 30 Pokémon. No wonder Lambda held such disdain even for Banmu. He possessed an untrained pseudo-deity. "This Banjira is one I acquired not long ago, and its growth should be comparable to your Pokémon. Did you not claim that only you could cultivate the miniature dragon to its fullest potential? Come, defeat me with your Daching Duck, and if you succeed, the miniature dragon will be yours," Lambda's voice echoed. Tong felt a headache coming on. He hadn't yet formulated a response when Lambda, arms crossed, fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes narrowing as he continued. "Since this is a training match, the trainers should not issue commands, allowing them to battle freely. Wouldn't that be agreeable? Of course, if you believe that the disparity between the Allium Duck and the Banjira is too vast, you may opt to use other Pokémon." Upon hearing these words, Tong couldn't help but reveal a slight bitter smile. Casting a glance at the oblivious Allium Duck beside him, Tong helplessly inquired, "Allium Duck, do you have confidence in facing Banjira?" Huh. Seemingly not having heard Tong clearly, Allium Duck turned its head, glanced at Tong, then pointed at Banjira with a look of confusion. "Yes, I mean you should battle it." Quack, quack. Allium Duck's expression brightened with understanding, and it staggered toward Banjira, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Step by step, Allium Duck approached Banjira. At that moment, an ominous premonition stirred within Tong, and seeing Allium Duck wobbling, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "No, don't." Super sharp eyes, backstrike, critical hit, smack. No sooner had he finished speaking than Allium Duck's leeks landed squarely on Banjira's head. "I feel this is the end," Tong thought, observing the fury slowly rising on Banjira's face as he covered his head. "Allium Duck, you are truly magnificent." Unaware that it had provoked Banjira's wrath, Allium Duck misinterpreted Tong's words as praise and excitedly raised its leek. Quack. Chapter 58. Mission accomplished. The exceptional Allium Duck. Roar. A thunderous roar accompanied by a resounding slap sent Allium Duck flying, completely unprepared. Boom! Allium Duck slowly rose from the ground, gazing at Banjira, its expression gradually shifting. Quack. With a flourish of its leek, Allium Duck initiated Sword's Dance, significantly enhancing its physical attack. Roar. Banjira, still seething with rage, let out a fierce roar and unleashed a sandstorm. Boom. To Yi Tong's surprise, in their initial clash, Allium Duck did not get utterly overwhelmed. Instead, both Pokémon staggered back after their collision. Boom, boom, boom. After several exchanges of blows, not only Yi Tong, but even Ramda on the opposite side wore an expression of astonishment. In a battle relying solely on their inherent abilities, Allium Duck managed to hold its ground against Banjira without falling into a disadvantage, even trading blows effectively. Could this Allium Duck truly be compared to Banjira in terms of power? Ramda mused, observing the spirited Allium Duck, then turned his gaze toward Yi Tong. This young man has managed to nurture an Allium Duck to such an impressive level? Quack. Meanwhile, raising its leek once more, Allium Duck shouted. And the leek emitted a brilliant white light. Flash. Using its most adept technique in conjunction with that extraordinary leek, Allium Duck unleashed a formidable attack. Whoosh. Banjira, however, lifted its head, clenching its right fist, and swung it directly at Allium Duck. Boom. This strike sent Banjira staggering back 4 or 5 paces, leaving a red mark on its hand. Glancing at the mark, Banjira's fury ignited. Roar. With a furious roar, Banjira stomped heavily on the ground, then struck again, causing the earth to tremble. Rumble. A long fissure formed beneath Banjira's feet, rushing toward Allium Duck. Earthquake, a powerful ground-type control move. Allium Duck displayed a rare expression of panic in the face of this move, hastily jumping aside. Clearly, it was the first time it had encountered such a technique. This is it. Observing the unfolding scene, Yi Tong's expression shifted to one of disappointment. With Earthquake in effect, Allium Duck had lost its initiative in the battle. Truly, Banjira, a semi-divine beast, comprehended a skill at level 30 that others would only grasp at level 50 or 60. Indeed, the ensuing battle saw Allium Duck on the defensive, often unable to find leverage, falling into a complete disadvantage. Boom. With a surge of fury, Banjira broke through Allium Duck's defenses, delivering a heavy punch to its body. Quack. Thud. Allium Duck plummeted to the ground beside Yi Tong, its leek flying a short distance away. Clearly, Allium Duck had lost its fighting capability. Well done, Allium Duck. Yi Tong gently picked up Allium Duck, brushing off the dirt from its body and uttering a few words of encouragement. He then walked over to retrieve the leek, placing it in Allium Duck's embrace before turning to Ramda, speaking with a somber tone. I concede. Producing the Pokeball for his miniature dragon. Yi Tong's expression bore a hint of resignation. To be frank, while using other Pokemon, such as the shiny Gyarados, might have offered a chance of victory, he felt that Allium Duck had performed admirably. Alas, the disparity in base stats with Banjira, a semi-divine beast, was insurmountable. Are you not content? Ramda did not take Yi Tong's Pokeball, but instead posed the question. Yi Tong, momentarily taken aback, could only smile resignedly and nod. He had to admit, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. I wish to try again. With renewed determination burning in his eyes, Yi Tong produced another Pokeball. Ramda regarded Yi Tong with a solemn expression, shaking his head. No need. Yi Tong froze for a moment, only to see a faint smile appear on Ramda's face. Your Allium Duck has opened my eyes. The disparity in species is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Yet that little Pokemon managed to hold its own against my Banjira for so long. You are commendable. You have not sullied the name of Yi Dongan. With that, Ramda turned away, choosing not to look at Yi Tong, his voice following. You may keep that miniature dragon. I hope, in the future, you can achieve what you aspire to. As he spoke, the gentleman crow beside Ramda suddenly spread its wings, stirring up a whirlwind of dust that obscured everyone's view. Whoosh! The sound of flapping wings echoed through the haze. As the smoke cleared, both Ramda and Gentleman Crow had vanished from sight. System prompt. Side quest path to the strong completed. Completed the task? Watching the spot where Ramda had just stood, Yi Tong exhaled slowly. He had to admit, the pressure Ramda exerted was immense. As a powerful trainer, he exuded a formidable aura alongside his powerful Pokemon. When Ramda's eyes had flared with murderous intent, Yi Tong felt as though he were submerged in icy water. Throughout the subsequent battle, he experienced a persistent sense of trepidation in Ramda's presence. The might of the upper echelons, the power of the strong, is indeed palpable. Moreover, Ramda's demeanor suggested a ruthless nature, making this aura all the more pronounced. Regardless, the mission was accomplished. Now, I have garnered the favor of 2 individuals. Taking another deep breath, Yi Tong regained his composure and turned to Sharona, asking, Sharona, shall we continue searching for evolution stones? Sharona regarded Yi Tong, who had just returned to himself, her face revealing a hint of hesitation. After a long moment, she ultimately shook her head. No need, let's rest for today. Very well. Yi Tong nodded in agreement. He was indeed quite fatigued, and in need of a respite. Let us head down the mountain and find a place to stay. With that, Tong took the lead down the mountainside, perhaps relieved of pressure, bouncing along as if transformed back into a 10-year-old child. Sharona followed behind, her gaze lingering on Tong's retreating figure, revealing a complex expression. She had witnessed everything that transpired today. It must be said, Tong had astonished her as much as Ramda had, not only due to his identity and Pokémon, but also for that moment when he had stood in her defense. The resolute expression was profoundly striking, wholly uncharacteristic of a mere 10-year-old, unless he had endured an extraordinary array of experiences. What kind of life events could possibly forge such a demeanor? As she gazed at Tong's silhouette, Sharona's eyes gradually became enraptured in a dreamy haze. In the ensuing days, Tong and Sharona lingered in the quaint town of Ston. It must be said that the town possessed a unique charm, leisurely and comforting. Each morning commenced with a bowl of milk, followed by strolls through the town, engaging in friendly battles with trainers from various regions. After lunch, they would excavate evolution stones from the nearby mountains, perhaps even catching a glimpse of the moonlight. Such a way of life was indeed delightful, especially with the presence of the stunning Sharona, making the experience even more pleasurable. Today sunshine was just as sweet. Early in the morning, Tong rose from his bed, stretching languidly. Approaching the window, he surveyed the bustling town that had begun to awaken, and with a hint of nostalgia, he mused, "If only I could live like this forever." After admiring the scenery for a while, he finally withdrew his gaze. The previous night they had unearthed a thunderstone, and it was time to embark on their next adventure. Knock, knock, knock. Tong rapped on Sharona's door. "Sharona, are you ready to head out?" "Just a moment," came Sharona's voice from within. Tong waited at the threshold, but soon he heard a faint sound from inside. Yay. What is going on? At the sound, Tong's ears perked up. How could someone so close to him possibly be taken away? Knock, knock, knock. "Sharona, are you alone in there?" I am," Sharona replied, her voice tinged with a hint of restraint, as if she were holding something back. Upon hearing this, Tong grew increasingly suspicious. There was definitely someone else in the room. "I must see who dares to encroach upon my territory," muttering under his breath. Tong forcefully kicked open the wooden door and burst inside. His steps halted a second later as he beheld Sharona, squatting on the toilet, staring at him in shock. Tong was equally stunned, his mind momentarily blank. A scream reverberated throughout the entire inn. Chapter 59, The Emergence of the Fossil Pterosaur. Half an hour later, Tong, sporting a bright red handprint on his face, walked along the path to the Grand Canyon. He cast a glance at the frostbitten expression of Sharona, his cheeks still stinging. It was merely a trip to the restroom, with such a bizarre sound. Who wouldn't jump to conclusions? Moreover, I didn't see anything. Is a 10-year-old supposed to strike that hard, as if fearing I might not survive? As this thought crossed his mind, a flash of brilliant white light flickered in Tong's consciousness, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He cautiously peered at Sharona and asked, "So, Sharona, do you want something to eat?" "No. How about some water?" "I don't want any." Then do you need to use the restroom?" At this, Sharona halted, her gaze turning icy as she glared at Tong, then swiftly continued on her way. It dawned on Tong that he had misspoken yet again, and he hurriedly chased after her, waving his hands in protest. "That is not what I meant." In the following days, perhaps as punishment, Sharona largely ignored Tong, especially becoming irate at the mere mention of restrooms. This left Tong walking on eggshells, practicing with his Pokémon while contending with rival trainers. Over the span of a few days, Tong's primary Pokémon reached around level 43, with his Leek Duck benefiting from the experience share, also climbing to just over level 40. Apart from his level 21 mini dragon, the battle prowess of his other Pokémon had significantly improved. Finally, they arrived at the Grand Canyon, a place that sounded rather peculiar but was simply a vast chasm, rendered somewhat unrecognizable by the ravages of time. "Sharona, let us pause here," Tong said, halting in front of the canyon and waving at her. Sharona did not respond, but did stop, casting a puzzled glance at Tong. "There are some extinct Pokémon here that I want to investigate." With that, Tong began his meticulous search for the entrance to the underground cavern depicted in the animation. Extinct Pokémon? Sharona's expression turned incredulous upon hearing Tong's words. How could he possibly find them? As she watched with curiosity, Tong scoured the area, ultimately discovering a diminutive hole, barely half his height, in an inconspicuous spot. "I found it." His eyes brightened with excitement as he waved for Sharona to join him, and she quickly approached. "This is it. Come down with me." He released his smaller Pokémon, Galar and Leek Duck, both boasting combat strengths just above 2,000, which would serve them well in this confined terrain. With Galar and Leek Duck leading the way, Yitong ventured into the cavern. The interior was narrow, dim, and damp, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Yitong, are we there yet? Sharona's voice echoed from behind him. In the vast emptiness of the cave, her voice reverberated back, like a recording playing endlessly. Startled, Yitong shrugged and turned to her. Shh, keep it down. Just as he finished speaking, Yitong took a step forward and felt a soft sensation underfoot. The narrow cave suddenly opened up into a spacious expanse. Rustling sounds of numerous stones echoed, and soon, the previously dark cavern illuminated with 2 or 3 dozen crimson lights, revealing a multitude of glowing red eyes. The sight was particularly chilling, and Sharona, who had just followed Yitong out, found herself startled, instinctively wanting to retreat. Don't panic. Yitong grasped Sharona's arm, maintaining his composure as he surveyed the multitude of red beams. Fossil armor, level 5, combat power 53. Scythe armor, level 7, combat power 71. Ammonite beast, level 8, combat power 82. All of these were fossil Pokémon below level 10, and upon seeing the system data, Yitong exhaled a sigh of relief. Galar, Leek Duck, take care of them. With a wave of his hand, Yitong pressed forward, confident that his current team could easily secure victory. The 2 small Pokémon executed their tasks fluidly, their level enhancements evident in their markedly improved performance. They dispatched the appearing Pokémon with precision, allowing Yitong to continue his search unhindered. What are you looking for, Yitong? Sharona inquired in the cavern's emptiness. I'll explain in a moment. Yitong replied without turning back, continuing his quest. How odd. The fossil pterosaur should be right here in the Grand Canyon. Where could it have gone? After searching for a considerable time without finding any trace of the fossil pterosaur, Yitong instead encountered a level 40, fully evolved spiny ammonite, which took some effort to defeat. The fossil pterosaur had originally appeared in the Grand Canyon, even having captured Ash in the air. How could it be absent now? Muttering to himself, Yitong sat down on the ground. Have you found it yet? Sharona asked again from beside him. No. Yitong shook her head, seemingly perplexed. Sharona glanced at Yitong and, with a hint of profundity in her voice, remarked, What you seek is likely a small Pokémon, isn't it? Indeed, how did you know? Yitong replied, her surprise evident as she looked at Sharona. I detected an unusual aura within this cave, Sharona stated, turning her gaze back to Yitong. There should be a relatively powerful Pokémon here. Yitong felt a chill at this revelation. If even she could sense it, how could Yitong remain oblivious? She had meticulously searched the cave, scrutinizing every small stone, yet had felt nothing. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The ground. Her train of thought was abruptly interrupted as she looked up, as if struck by inspiration. A massive gray dragon was clinging to the wall above. Its wings folded and eyes closed, resembling a slumbering bat. Fossil Aerodactyl, combat power 2760, level 50. An Aerodactyl of level 50. Upon witnessing this scene, Yitong's pupils constricted in shock, and almost instinctively, she retrieved a Pokeball. In the next instant, the Aerodactyl seemed to sense Yitong's gaze and abruptly opened its eyes. Its 2 crimson orbs locked onto Yitong, instilling a sense of imminent danger within her. Sharona. Move. Yitong instinctively pushed Sharona away just as she turned to question her. In that moment, a gray dragon swooped down from above. With a rush, the Aerodactyl dived towards Yitong, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Yitong's mouth fell open, and the Pokeball she had barely managed to grasp was snatched away by the Aerodactyl's claws. In the next heartbeat, the Aerodactyl soared upwards, carrying Yitong with it, and shot through an opening at the top. Thud! The Pokeball fell to the ground, the very one Yitong had intended to use. Yitong! Sharona's voice cried out, her expression filled with alarm as the Aerodactyl whisked Yitong away, leaving little room for her to react. Chapter 60. The Return of the Old Charizard. Capturing the Fossil Aerodactyl. Whoosh! The wind whistled past Yitong's ears as she gazed down at the rapidly shrinking ground. Feeling a surge of panic. Roar! The Aerodactyl bellowed at Yitong, its face contorted in anger, clearly infuriated by the disturbance to its slumber. Yitong! The ground below. Sharona shouted desperately, clutching a Pokeball, yet hesitating to throw it. At such a height, should the Aerodactyl release its grip, Yitong would surely meet a grim fate. Oh no, I need to think of a way. As she watched Sharona, now a mere below, Yitong's mind raced, suddenly flooded with a peculiar thought. Shouldn't it be Ash who is being dragged up into the sky? Why am I the one being lifted? System notification. The Charizard, having completed its training, has sensed your peril and is racing to your aid. Please hold off the Fossil Aerodactyl until Charizard returns. Task rewards. Successfully capture Fossil Aerodactyl. Failure penalty. Severe injury. At the sound of the system notification, Yi Tong's eyes sparkled with hope. It had only been a little over half a month, and the old Charizard had already completed its training. She retrieved the communication device she had exchanged for earlier, and indeed, a small dragon emblem was rapidly approaching her location. This old Charizard was truly coming to rescue her. According to the system notification, it seemed capable of taking down the fossil Aerodactyl. Roar! The Aerodactyl's roar echoed once more, and Yi Tong felt its claws loosening, sending a shiver down her spine. With such a massive creature, even if she were to throw out a large Pokémon midair, it would likely be futile. Severe injury was an understatement. How could she possibly delay until the Charizard arrived? Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as, in a moment of desperation, Yi Tong pulled out the pink flashlight designated for Team Rocket. Click! The switch activated, and a brilliant beam of light shot directly into the Aerodactyl's eyes. Roar! Contrary to her expectations of blinding it, the Aerodactyl became enraged instead. And with a furious roar, Yi Tong watched helplessly as it hurled her downwards. Panic surged. Yi Tong's mind went blank as she plummeted towards the ground. An array of memories flashing before her eyes. Her first words as a baby that startled Yi Dongan, moments spent playing with Ash and others, and the struggles of her previous life as a reclusive otaku. Images flickered through her mind like a slideshow. As her eyes slowly closed, the sensation of weightlessness rendered her unable to retrieve her Pokeball. With a tinge of despair, she murmured, "Am I destined to die?" Whoosh! Roar! Just then, a powerful gust of wind surged, followed by a colossal crimson figure descending from above, catching Yi Tong with unwavering stability. Old Charizard. Yi Tong's eyes widened as she beheld the Pokémon that had rescued her. With a puff of hot air from its nostrils, Charizard flapped its wings and gently descended to the ground. Thud! As they landed, Charizard looked at Yi Tong, and before she could speak, it flexed its muscles, proudly displaying its progress. "Look at how much I've trained in the past half-month. What do you think?" Charizard, Combat Power 2073, Level 42. "How have you become so strong?" Yi Tong exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that Charizard's power had barely surpassed 1500 when she had left. To her amazement, it had increased by over 400 in just half a month. Meanwhile, the previously more powerful Gyarados, now at level 43, only boasted a combat power of 2000. Seeing Yi Tong's astonished expression, Charizard puffed up with pride, raising its head and gesturing. "You have no idea how strong I am now." "That's fantastic. Now, let's go and take down that fossil Aerodactyl." Yi Tong's face broke into a smile as she patted Charizard's shoulder. With a confident flap of its wings, Charizard glanced at the Aerodactyl hovering above, disdainfully exhaling a breath of hot air, and gestured again. "A mere Aerodactyl, how laughable." Boom! Charizard's wings flared dramatically, and in the next moment, it charged directly towards the fossil Aerodactyl. "Yi Tong, are you alright?" Sharona rushed over, extending the Pokeball that had just fallen. "I'm fine. Old Charizard came back to save me," Yi Tong replied, shaking her head as she accepted the Pokeball, her mind racing. "My only large Pokemon was lost. But thankfully old Charizard arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be injured. I would have been completely incapacitated." Before Yi Tong could ponder further, a massive shadow plunged from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. It was Charizard, having just taken to the air again. "Old Charizard," Yi Tong began to speak, only to see Charizard shyly scratching its head, gesturing animatedly. "That little Aerodactyl is quite strong, huh? Don't you have some kind of Gyarados? Send it out to help me out." A smile crept across Yi Tong's face as she realized that Charizard, with its 2000 combat power at level 43, would indeed find it challenging to face the level 50 Aerodactyl with 2700 combat power. "Go, shiny Gyarados." She threw out the Pokeball, and as the enormous form of shiny Gyarados emerged, the Aerodactyl in the air let out an agitated roar. System notification: due to shiny Gyarados intimidation, fossil Aerodactyl's combat power decreased from 2760 to 2430. "How about that? Is it enough?" With a smile, Yi Tong gazed at Charizard and said, "Huh? What does that expression of yours mean? You little rascal. Are you looking down on me?" Charizard, glaring at Yi Tong with a furious countenance, once again charged at the Aerodactyl soaring in the sky. System prompt: Charizard has entered Super Blaze mode, tripling its fire-type power. This old Charizard certainly cannot withstand provocation. Yi Tong chuckled and shook his head as he observed Charizard rushing towards Aerodactyl. The two colossal dragons engaged in yet another fierce clash in midair. It must be said that Charizard's training over the past month has yielded significant results. Not only has its close combat skills improved remarkably, but it has also mastered the skills of continuous punch and heavyweight punch. Despite the presence of the shiny Gyarados providing support, there remained a gap in combat strength. However, with the enhancement of Super Blaze and its refined combat techniques, Charizard managed to maintain its ground. Tong, having attuned himself to Charizard's progress, began issuing remote commands. And through their collaborative efforts, Charizard gradually gained the upper hand. Boom. Finally, after an extended struggle, Tong seized the opportunity to direct Charizard to execute a heavyweight punch the moment Aerodactyl exposed a weakness, sending it crashing down from the sky. Thud. Aerodactyl plummeted straight to the ground and promptly lost consciousness. We won. Tong raised his fist in triumph, joyfully exclaiming, "Old Char, you're incredible." Puffing out 2 breaths of hot air through its nostrils, Charizard bore several wounds, indicating that this battle had not been easy for it. It gestured towards Tong, signaling, "I'm exhausted." With a smile, Tong retrieved the long and used Pokeball belonging to Charizard. "Come back, Charizard." After recalling Charizard, Tong turned his attention to the fallen Aerodactyl and tossed a Ultra Ball. A brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, and the incapacitated Aerodactyl evidently lacked the strength to resist, quivering for a moment before fading into darkness. Success. Retrieving the Pokeball, Tong examined the system prompt. Aerodactyl's combat power, 2760. Level, 50. Ability, Pressure, increases the power cost of opposing moves. Nature, Stubborn, increases physical attack, decreases physical defense. Skills, Wing Attack, Agility, Bite, Supersonic, Ancient Power, Fearful Face, Hyper Beam. Chapter 61, A Mysterious Figure? Quite standard, yet possessing the formidable Hyper Beam is certainly a pleasant surprise. Tong nodded. Hyper Beam is a highly destructive skill, making Aerodactyl's ability to learn it an unexpected boon. System prompt. The Path to Becoming a Stronger Trainer series quest has been completed, earning you 9,000 points. The Path to Becoming a Stronger Trainer series quest has been updated. Possessing a level 50 Pokémon grants you the power to challenge the Crimson Gym. Please proceed to Red Lotus Island to obtain the Crimson Badge. With Aerodactyl at level 50, it met the criteria for the previous quest's Pokémon level requirement. Finally, Red Lotus Island, the Crimson Gym of Summer. Tong clenched his fists upon completing the Crimson Gym challenge. He would return to the Evergreen region for his final gym battle. Setting forth, as they traversed the Grand Canyon, Tong and his companion boarded a passenger ship bound for Red Lotus Island. Charizard, use Heavyweight Punch to crush that Geodude. Roar. On board the ship, Charizard unleashed a powerful right hook, obliterating the defense of the Geodude before it. Thud. The Geodude fell, and its trainer, filled with admiration, acknowledged Tong, saying, "I concede. Your strength is truly remarkable." "Thank you," Tong replied with a slight bow, recalling Charizard while discreetly wiping away a bead of sweat. Upon reaching the Red Lotus Island area, most trainers had noticeably improved, with their Pokémon typically around level 35, and some exceptional ones even exceeding level 40. Although Charizard had returned from training, battles were not as effortless as anticipated. System prompt. After defeating a trainer, Charizard's level has risen to 45, with combat power increasing from 2130 to 2201. Phew, Charizard is now at level 45. That's commendable. Tong exhaled, noting that Charizard's combat power had surpassed 2,200, which should suffice against the impending showdown with the Ducklet. The fated battle had been on Tong's mind for quite some time. However, in the anime, Charizard appeared to have utilized a technique akin to the Earth Throw to defeat Ducklet. "Hey, Charizard, do you know how to do the Earth Throw?" Tong inquired, patting Charizard beside him. "Huh." Charizard regarded Tong with a perplexed expression. "The Earth Throw, you know? The one where you lift it up and then hurl it down with a crash." Tong illustrated animatedly, mimicking the motions of the Earth Throw. "Huh." Charizard watched Tong's animated display, its expression growing more confused. After a long pause, Charizard finally grew impatient and waved its hand, gesturing. "What on earth is this Earth Throw? My fists are far more formidable than that." "Oh." Observing Charizard's muscular physique and powerful fists, Tong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this Charizard was entirely different from Ash's. Its size, build, temperament, and even its demeanor were not comparable. "Tong, quickly check on your team. Are they prepared?" A teasing voice from beside him interrupted his thoughts. It was Cynthia. "My team? Where?" Tong responded, promptly following Cynthia's gaze and spotting a lifeboat not too far away. On the lifeboat, Woodworker, Grimer, and Miyamoto were all waving at him. This scene felt eerily familiar to Tong. With a sigh of astonishment, he was about to speak when the ship suddenly shook violently. Bang! The sound of a heavy impact reverberated. "Damn it, I'm still on this ship." Tong shouted at Woodworker, rushing to the edge of the ship, only to witness a frenzy of Magikarp and Horsia launching an assault on their vessel. Among them were several massive water-type Pokémon, fully evolved Seadra and Gyarados. I swear, I will definitely expel these three when I return. Tong's eyes twitched violently. Meanwhile, Cynthia, wearing a teasing smile, remarked, Captain, it looks like it's time for you to save the day again. Tong displayed a resigned expression, swiftly retrieving a Pokeball. Shiny Gyarados, come forth. Roar. The enormous shiny Gyarados emerged, once again drawing exclamations from the crowd. Shiny Gyarados. My goodness. Who is this formidable trainer possessing such a Pokemon? It's him. Our hero, the young trainer. Tong, filtering out the cacophony of voices, calmly addressed Shiny Gyarados. Shiny Gyarados. Use Hydro Pump to disperse this swarm of small Pokemon. Roar. Upon receiving the command, Shiny Gyarados roared mightily, unleashing a Hydro Pump that created a powerful jet of water, swiftly parting the throng of water-type Pokemon. Continue. Tong urged as he observed the effectiveness of the attack. Roar. Shiny Gyarados maintained the Hydro Pump, and soon the surrounding small Pokemon were significantly diminished. On the distant lifeboat, Woodworker gazed at Tong's use of Shiny Gyarados to disperse the small Pokemon, a puzzled expression crossing his face. What is the boss doing? Why is he scattering the Magikarp and Horsia we worked so hard to gather? Those were supposed to be gifts for him, an entire ship's worth of Pokemon. Plus, I've already scouted. There are many powerful Pokemon on that ship. I am uncertain. Perhaps the boss finds it too troublesome to collect those trainers' Pokemon, which is why we were not permitted to do so, Miyamoto remarked, equally perplexed. Grimer, Gugug. Just then, as the three conversed, a piercing gaze descended from the passenger ship. Woodworker Lang, Yeong, having completed all his tasks, glared at the trio from aboard the ship. His voice laced with fury. The two trembled from a distance, and soon after, Woodworker Lang quipped, Is the boss praising us, suggesting we return for our reward? Miyamoto replied, I believe so, let's make our escape. Grimer, Gugug. Subsequently, the two swiftly grabbed their oars, paddling furiously away from the surface of the sea. I truly do not know what ill fate has befallen me to be stuck with these two imbeciles in the team, Yeong lamented, covering his mouth, feeling a pang of heartache as he watched Woodworker Lang and Miyamoto vanish from sight. Aren't you aspiring to consolidate the mightiest Team Rocket in history? Having such members in the strongest Team Rocket would certainly tarnish your image, Sharona teased. Over the past period, following the mishap with the experience storage device, Sharona had come to understand Yeong's ambition to forge a Team Rocket that let strength speak for itself, rather than one that thrived on plunder, significantly altering her perception of him. It is imperative to recognize that aspiring to dominate Kanto with Team Rocket is no ordinary ambition. Thus, she seized this opportunity to jest with Yeong. I truly. Yeong, already in a troubled state, felt even more discomfort upon hearing Sharona's remarks. May I inquire? Where is the trainer who just utilized the shiny Gyarados? Just as Yeong wished to remain silent, a crew member clad in sailor garb suddenly called out. Are you looking for me? Yeong replied, his expression one of confusion, yet he hesitated not. After all, so many aboard had witnessed him summon the shiny Gyarados. Any attempt to conceal it would be futile. Raising his hand, Yeong announced, It is I. At last, we have found you, the crew member said, visibly relieved. As he approached Yeong with a respectful demeanor. Esteemed trainer, there is a distinguished individual in the cabin who wishes to speak with you. Distinguished individual? Yeong's face was a canvas of perplexity as he regarded the trainer and inquired, Who? I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. Please follow me, the crew member said, his expression suggesting he was reluctant to reveal the person's identity. Yeong stood momentarily stunned, and just then, the system notification chimed. Side quest updated. A mysterious figure wishes to meet you. Please tidy your attire and present yourself well before her. Quest completion reward. Gain favor. A mysterious individual? Even the system is unaware? Yeong's expression grew more bewildered, yet he instinctively adjusted his clothing. With the system task already issued, Yeong naturally could not decline any further. Let us proceed. Nodding at the crew member, he beckoned to Sharona. He was indeed curious to see who this person was, whose identity even the system could not unveil. Chapter 62. Kiku, the Elder of Team Rocket. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as Yeong cautiously descended the stairs of the cabin. Sharona did not follow, and the crew member merely pointed the way for him. Step by step, Yeong beheld the scene within the cabin, where an elderly woman with flowing white hair was seated in a wicker chair, observing him with an expression of profound calm. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yeong felt an eerie chill. The temperature inside the cabin was markedly lower than that outside. Elder, do you seek me for something? Yeong lowered his gaze, studying his own shadow. You are Yeong, correct? The elderly woman inquired, her voice remarkably hoarse. Yeong felt a discomfort in his eardrums and instinctively took a step back. Then nodded, I am Yeong. Clap, clap. Good, good, good. The elderly woman applauded, bursting into exaggerated laughter, and then suddenly declared, Jengar, reveal yourself. A Jengar emerged from the shadow before Yeong, its blood-red eyes glaring intensely. Gah! Yeong was taken aback, retreating several steps in fright. Young man, do not be alarmed. Can you guess who I am? The elderly woman said with a smile, revealing a sparse set of teeth. Upon hearing her voice, Yeong managed to calm himself slightly and glanced at the Jengar, from which a stream of data materialized. Mysterious Jengar, combat power 3380, level 63. A Jengar with the mysterious prefix emerged from within his own shadow. In mere seconds, Yeong's expression transformed to one of astonishment. If his memory served him correctly, this Jengar belonged to the legendary master of ghost-type Pokémon, the most enigmatic of the Elite Four in Kanto, Elder Kiku. Observing Yeong's look of astonishment, Kiku's smile grew ever brighter. Young man, it seems you are aware of my identity? I do indeed, Yeong replied, bowing respectfully. Elder Kiku. Clap. Good, good, good. Elder Kiku applauded once more, surveying Yeong with an expression of increasing satisfaction. Why does this feel like a prospective son-in-law being examined? Yeong felt a bit unnerved under her gaze, yet he managed to maintain his composure. After all, he had encountered numerous formidable individuals throughout his journey in Kanto. Steadying himself, Yeong finally addressed Elder Kiku. Elder Kiku, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to see what this legendary genius of Team Rocket is like, Kiku replied, shaking her head, beckoning Yeong closer. Gulp. Gazing at Kiku from a distance, Yeong swallowed hard. Kiku, one of the Elite Four, was a fierce adversary of Team Rocket. Moreover, she had just referred to him as a genius of Team Rocket, indicating that she was undoubtedly aware of his identity. Now that she invited him closer, could it be a ploy to eliminate him in one swift motion? Thoughts collided violently in his mind as he stared at Kiku's smiling visage. Ultimately, Yeong nodded and stepped forward. At merely 10 years of age, Yeong was not particularly tall, and with Kiku seated in a high chair, he only just reached her chest. Kiku gazed down at Yeong from her elevated position, extending her hand to stroke his face. Murmuring, such a handsome visage, Yeong felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Each second in this scenario felt like an eternity. Young Yeong, you seem quite anxious, Kiku observed, her ever-present smile lingering. Yeong's scalp tingled as he looked up at Kiku, forcing a smile. And no, not at all. Kiku said nothing further, withdrawing her hand, her smile fading. You need not be so tense. Your father and I share a decent rapport. He was somewhat of a student of mine in the past, and I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Upon hearing this, Yeong let out a sigh of relief, his body instinctively relaxing as he wiped his brow. Thank goodness. It seems I still have some connections. My late father holds quite the reputation. Even Team Rocket acknowledges him, yet I have never seen him appear in any animations. Oh. He retired early and returned to live a quiet life in Masera Town. However, I must express my dissatisfaction with your affiliation with Team Rocket. Kiku's latter statement caused Yeong to tense up once more as she regarded him with a calm gaze. The purpose of summoning you, besides meeting you, is to offer you a path. What path? Yeong managed a strained smile. To sever ties with Team Rocket and join the alliance, Kiku stated matter-of-factly. This. You needn't concern yourself with my prolonged tenure at the Rockets, nor with any sentimental attachments I might have developed. If I am not mistaken, it was indeed he who facilitated your joining the Rockets, Kiku continued. Ah, a kindred spirit. Upon hearing this, Tong felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears as he hastily replied, Indeed, it was my father who urged me to carry on his legacy by joining the Rockets, asserting that if I refused, my life would be in jeopardy. I had no choice but to comply. I knew it. Kiku's face darkened with indignation, exclaiming, What sort of father would thrust his own son into such peril? Quite right, my father truly is a scoundrel. How could he act in such a manner? Tong nodded in agreement, just as Kiku turned her gaze toward him with a hint of exasperation, stating, Listen closely, Tong, heed my advice. Join the alliance, and I shall personally ensure your safety. Caught in hesitation, Tong faltered. What more is there to ponder? The Rockets are a chaotic mess. What is there to miss? Kiku pressed on, urgency in her tone. By joining the alliance, you will receive superior training, and in time, may even ascend to the rank of champion. At this proclamation, Tong's eyes sparkled with hope. Champion, truly? Indeed, Kiku smiled, sensing his interest. Currently, there is a lack of a champion in Chengdu. Should you perform admirably, you could swiftly rise to prominence there. The prospect of entering a realm devoid of a champion ignited Yi Tong's ambition. He weighed the stark contrast between the desolate path of the Rockets and the promises offered by the illustrious alliance. The allure was undeniable. Who wouldn't be swayed by such enticing prospects? Perhaps not being the strongest in the Rockets is acceptable. I could still aspire to be the mightiest champion of the alliance. Yi Tong mused, a smile beginning to grace his features. Then, Kiko-senpai, I shall yet. An ominous system notification interrupted him. The side quest towards becoming a powerhouse is on the verge of failure. The host will encounter danger. Failure of the task. Kiko is deceiving me. Yi Tong's throat tightened, and he instinctively halted his speech. Changing his tone, his smile took on a bittersweet edge. Kiko-senpai, I must take my leave. With that, he hastily turned to flee. Yingwei. A soft voice called from behind, and Yingwei emerged from Yi Tong's shadow, blocking his path. Thud. Yi Tong stumbled backward, landing abruptly on the ground. Young Yi Tong. The voice came again, and he turned to see Kiko rising with a warm smile, radiating kindness. Congratulations. You have passed my test. In stunned silence, Yi Tong watched as Kiko produced a medal from her sleeve, inscribed with the golden words, Elder of the Rockets, Kiko. Chapter 63, Twin Islands. The Elder's Confusion. Plop. Kneeling. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tong knelt, comprehending the scene before him. After living for 40 years, the revelation struck him. Kiko, an esteemed Elder of the Rockets, also held a position as one of the 4 champions of the Alliance, testing his loyalty through her words. Kiko was no mere figure. She wielded considerable influence and commanded a formidable Pokémon army. The mere creation of a Steel Mutuo garnered only the title of Gym Leader. Thus, it became evident that Kiko, the champion before him, was far more formidable than he had previously imagined. Had it not been for the system's warning, he might have unwittingly sealed his fate. You seem to have many questions, young Yi Tong, Kiko inquired with a smile. Indeed, Kiko-senpai, I am fraught with inquiries. Yi Tong replied, his nerves still slightly frayed. You need not be anxious. The purpose of summoning you was to gauge your loyalty to our organization, Kiko remarked, her eyes glinting with hidden depths. It appears you are not one to easily yield. Feeling a twinge of shame at her words, Yi Tong was about to protest when Kiko waved her hand dismissively, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. However, I am intrigued. What caused your change of heart? Well, you see, Yi Tong pondered briefly, then spoke with a deepened tone. Kiko-senpai, I have always been a young man with dreams. Kiko, upon hearing Yi Tong refer to himself as young, felt a tinge of oddity juxtaposed with his youthful visage. Adjusting her expression, she prompted, do share. Yi Tong glanced at Kiko, his voice rising slightly, to promote the organization, to overthrow the alliance, and to seize control of Kanto. Control of Kanto? Kiko paused, her expression transitioning to one of complexity as she regarded Yi Tong. No wonder Banmu remarked upon your great ambition. What do you think of this dream? Yi Tong asked cautiously, aware of the system's reminder that displaying good performance could foster a favorable impression with Kiko, an esteemed Elder of the Rockets, and a champion. Kiko contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. You are still young. The situation in Kanto is far more intricate than you perceive. To have the organization dominate Kanto is exceedingly challenging. Rebutted. Yi Tong felt a pang of disappointment, but Kiko suddenly smiled, praising him. However, it is commendable that at such a young age, you possess such lofty aspirations. If you continue to strive diligently, perhaps one day you might indeed lead the Rockets in ruling Kanto. System notification. The side quest towards becoming a powerhouse is complete. You have gained the favor of the mysterious champion Kiko. Success. Yi Tong's face illuminated with excitement, nodding vigorously. Thank you for your kind words, Kiko-senpai. Well then, there is nothing more for today. You may return, Kiko replied with a smile. Very well, I shall take my leave, Yi Tong said, his spirits buoyant as he made his way back to the ship's cabin. Among the 4 champions of the Rockets, he had garnered the favor of both Apollo and Ramda. Additionally, Dr. Dolan and Aju had also been kind to him, not to mention the considerable weight of Kiko's endorsement. He realized he had won the favor of nearly half of the Rocket's upper echelon. Contemplating the potential support from such influential figures, he envisioned a swift ascent to higher ranks, a potential coup, and ultimately, the throne. Inside the ship's cabin, as Yi Tong departed, the previously silent Kiko turned her gaze back, and from the shadows, a figure emerged. Upon seeing this person, Kiko's expression soured with anger, her voice laced with fury. You wretched fool, pushing your own son into danger, and you still dare to face me? Yingwei, throw him out. Kiko, please, I am your beloved son. came a familiar deep voice from the other side. What is it? Who sought you out? On the deck. Observing Yi Tong's joyful demeanor, Sharona questioned, perplexed. Nothing. Just an elder, Yi Tong replied, shaking his head. Having completed the task and gained Kiko's favor, he felt a newfound confidence. That fat fool. Come here, he beckoned. Yes, you come here. You seem rather arrogant. Care to have a go? Beside her. Observing Yi Tong's antics, Sharona shook her head in resignation, muttering, always so disheveled. Just then, the passenger ship jolted abruptly and came to a halt. Sharona lifted her gaze outward, and before her lay a colossal iceberg, its presence sending a chill even from a distance. The pristine snow blanketed the earthy path, rendering the island before them extraordinarily sanctified and resplendent, leaving one's spirit in awe. Is this Twin Island? Sharona pondered aloud. What? We've arrived at Twin Island? Yi Tong, engaged in battle, perked up, turning to behold the iceberg. Perfect, we shall make our stop here. You, Fatso, can take your leave. Charizard, unleash your million-ton punch. Boom. Yi Tong swiftly pulled Sharona off the ship, while on the other side, the chubby brother, unjustly beaten by Yi Tong, shed tears of frustration. Clap. Setting foot on Twin Island, Yi Tong wasted no time in retrieving a map. The ice cave, the former habitat of Articuno. Let us embark. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tong strode forward, but after only a few steps, he dashed back, rubbing his hands together as he threw out a pokeball. Charizard, come warm me up. Huh. Charizard, taken aback, used Ember. As Yi Tong felt the warmth of the flames, he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, this Twin Island is frigid. It's at least 20 to 30 degrees below zero. Thank goodness I returned quickly, otherwise, I would have turned into an ice sculpture. Meanwhile, Sharona, witnessing this scene, shook her head once more, retrieving 2 down jackets from her backpack, one blue, one red, one large, and one small. She extended the smaller red jacket towards Yi Tong, stating calmly, this was prepared back in the town. Sharona, you're too kind. Truly worthy of being my beloved wife. Yi Tong exclaimed excitedly as he snatched up the down jacket. Upon putting it on, he noticed that Sharona's expression was somewhat peculiar. A chill crept down his neck, and he swallowed hard. If you're not inclined to be my primary wife, I'm open to a second or third. There are more slots available. You can choose. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Tong bolted ahead, as if fearing he might be devoured if he lagged. Sharona, momentarily taken aback, only realized that Yi Tong had taken advantage of her once he was already far ahead. What a rascal. Sharona, typically composed, surprisingly uttered a curse, then regained her tranquility, a strange blush adorning her cheeks. Huh. Charizard, still lagging behind, looked at Sharona, perplexed, scratching his head. Why was Sharona upset when Yi Tong called her his primary wife, yet blushed at the prospect of being a secondary or tertiary wife? Are human emotions truly so intricate?